Bang, bang, bang. On the frozen lake, Lin Shi struck the ice with an ice pick. About a meter beneath the ice, a frozen crucian carp was faintly visible. Saliva involuntarily secreted in Lin Shi's mouth. He had made up his mind that this fish would be his and Zhao Xiao's dinner tonight. Zhao Xiao was a companion he had known for 14 years, and they had supported each other through 8 years of the apocalypse. He was the person Lin Shi trusted most in this life. This time it was Lin Shi's turn to search for food, while Zhao Xiao was responsible for keeping watch. Suddenly a barely audible sound arose amidst the howling wind. Lin Shi's pupils suddenly constricted. The sound of a suppressed gunshot. A piercing pain tore through his back. Lin Shi collapsed onto the ground, the ice pick slipping from his hand and flying 3 meters away. What was happening? How could someone have gotten so close without Zhao Xiao alerting him? He turned his head with difficulty, only to see Zhao Xiao standing beside his former mortal enemy, Shen Jinbin, whispering obsequiously to him. Through the wind he vaguely caught words like space, he is unworthy, and shelter. In that instant Lin Shi's mind raced faster than ever. Zhao Xiao had actually betrayed him. Blood drained from Lin Shi's body, and he grew colder. But more than the physical pain and cold, what was harder to bear and chilled his heart was betrayal by the one he trusted most. The two walked toward Lin Shi. Shen Jinbin looked down at him, his contemptuous gaze undisguised. Lin Shi, you've fallen into my hands. Lin Shi bit his teeth so hard that blood seeped out, staring fixedly at Zhao Xiao. Everything below his waist had lost sensation, all brought to him by his good brother, his good partner. Zhao Xiao avoided Lin Shi's bloodshot eyes, his gaze shifty as he said, Lin Shi, don't blame me. I also contributed to activating the space, but you always treated it as your own. You refused to take it out and go to the shelter together. Let's pledge allegiance to young Master Shun. From now on your space will serve him, and you won't have to struggle to find supplies yourself. I'm doing this for your own good. The apocalypse is getting more dangerous. Lin Shi had an ancestral broken bowl, a relic left by his father which he carried with him even after the apocalypse began. Once while searching for supplies with Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao, they accidentally dug up an ancient coin. They thought it was useless, but when Lin Shi picked it up, it activated the bowl, granting him a portable space. Unequal distribution breeds discontent. From that day on, Zhao Xiao's attitude changed subtly. But Lin Shi was still immersed in the difficult struggle of how to make the two of them eat more. He never noticed Zhao Xiao's transformation. 8 years. A full 8 years. Lin Shi suddenly found it ridiculous. You? Haha. You betrayed me for this. Haha. Lin Shi was covered in blood, laughing like a madman. Zhao Xiao knew full well that Shen Jinbin was one of the people Lin Shi hated most in this world. They had supported each other for 8 years without giving up, yet they grew apart because of a space awakened less than half a year ago. So this was the truth: a man's wealth is his ruin. After laughing, Lin Shi closed his eyes heavily, then opened them, speaking to Shen Jinbin with certainty. I can work for you, but Zhao Xiao is useless now, right? Zhao Xiao's mouth hung slightly open as if realizing something. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he turned to Shen Jinbin. Young Master Shun. You wouldn't. Lin Shi added. He will tell you, but he will also tell others. My space has nothing to do with him. One more person in the know means one more risk of leakage. At that moment Lin Shi's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze deep and terrifying. Though he appeared disheveled, a smile hung on his face that sent chills down the spine. Zhao Xiao looked at Lin Shi, a mix of fear and venom in his eyes. He forced a smile uglier than crying, and said to Shen Jinbin, Young Master Shun, I was the one who gave you the information about the space. I can keep an eye on Lin Shi and make sure he doesn't harm you. Yes, you have merit. Shen Jinbin nodded in affirmation. Zhao Xiao's smile became sincere. I will always remember your contribution. Zhao Xiao's pupils constricted, his body trembling slightly. He wanted to say something more. But Shen Jinbin had already pressed the gun against Zhao Xiao's head. He never intended to let Zhao Xiao live. Red and white splattered from the back of Zhao Xiao's head. Whoosh! In that split second, as Shen Jinbin turned the gun to shoot Zhao Xiao, Lin Shi suddenly exerted his arm strength, propping himself up with one arm, while the other held a sharp piece of ice, hurling it fiercely at Shen Jinbin. Whether by heaven's grace, the ice directly struck Shen Jinbin's head. Shen Jinbin's body fell onto the ice, the gun slipping from his hand and landing a meter in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi crawled desperately toward the gun. Closer, closer. The blow wasn't fatal yet. He had to kill Shen Jinbin, kill him. A surge of blazing hatred flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He touched the gun. A gleam of hope darted across his eyes. A pain shot through the back of Lin Shi's head, and his consciousness sank into darkness. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Shi sat up abruptly, gasping heavily. Hadn't he just died? Was there a fourth person present? Who was that? Only then did Lin Shi realize his injuries were gone. The warm temperature, the soft bed, none of these belonged to the bitter cold apocalypse. The piercing beeping continued. The dazed Lin Shi spotted the phone on the bedside table. A phone that had died at the very beginning of the apocalypse. It took Lin Shi a long time to calm down, and he confirmed that he had been reborn. He had been reborn before the extreme cold apocalypse. reincarnated before the start of the extreme cold apocalypse. The time was now March 1st, 2024, 7:30 a.m. by the Qiming calendar. At this moment, he was 19 years old, a freshman at a local university. He usually lived at home, not in the dormitory. Lin Shi stood on the bedroom balcony feeling the cool morning breeze. The March sun brought warmth. From the 28th floor balcony, he could see the traffic on the roads outside the complex. Soon it would be congested. But this peaceful, prosperous scene would soon be replaced by endless white snow never to be seen again. The reason lay in the sun hanging high in the sky at that moment. Lin Shi raised his hand to shield his eyes, glancing at the sun that humanity depended on. Perhaps humanity had never considered what would happen if the sun malfunctioned. But Lin Shi knew. It would be a catastrophe, the end of humanity. Disclaimer: this video is set in a fictional world. All backgrounds and events are fictitious and unrelated to reality. 3 months later, on June 1st, an unprecedented SS-class solar flare erupted, a date calculated by scientists after the apocalypse had begun. The flare erupted so abruptly and without warning that it wasn't until the coronal particles were about to reach Tianyan star that some scientists detected the anomaly. By then it was already June 3rd. Humanity had only one day to react. At 10 a.m. on June 4th, a violent electromagnetic pulse obliterated every satellite surrounding Tianyan star. Not a single one survived. All electronic devices went dead. Then came a global magnetic storm sweeping across the planet. The electrical grid that humanity had spent centuries building collapsed in an instant, plunging the world back into a dark, primitive society. But this was not the worst. After the eruption, the sun seemed to fall into a period of weakness. The colossal fireball that sustained all life dimmed visibly. Within 3 days, the entire planet plunged into an average temperature of -50°C. Tianyan star was sealed in ice, entering a frozen apocalypse. Over 90% of all species faced extinction. Animals, plants, food, even low-rise buildings. Everything was entombed beneath blizzards and layers of ice. Humanity faced an unprecedented racial catastrophe. From then on, anyone who wished to survive would find it extremely difficult. Lin Shi returned to his room, thought for a moment, opened the safe, and took out an unremarkable bowl. The bowl was rough and uneven on its surface, its color a nondescript gray with a chip on the rim. If taken out and placed on the street, it could pass for a beggar's bowl. Originally, Lin Shi had thought it strange that his father had written a will specifically for this shabby bowl. But after activating the bowl and gaining a space, Lin Shi realized its uniqueness. It was a treasure basin. It required specific items to be activated, or rather repaired. In his previous life, it wasn't until the 8th year of the frozen apocalypse that he coincidentally repaired the treasure basin and obtained the space. Unfortunately, by then the supplies he could find were barely enough to fill his stomach, let alone store. What mattered most after the apocalypse? Supplies. Supplies that could be carried on one's person without fear of being stolen. Now his first priority was to activate the treasure basin. The item needed to activate the treasure basin. In his past life, Lin Shi had found it at the Chengnan antique market. The sooner the better. That item was the key to his greatest advantage after rebirth. Lin Shi decided to set off immediately. He found a backpack, placed the treasure basin inside, and left the house with the bag. Going downstairs and spotting a breakfast shop, Lin Shi remembered he hadn't eaten breakfast. He had grown used to hunger in the apocalypse, often going 2 or 3 days without finding food and surviving only on snow. Lin Shi walked into the shop and devoured a hearty breakfast. After eating, following his past life memories and aided by navigation, he drove to the Chengnan antique street market. Early in the morning, the street was lined with hundreds of stalls, bustling with people. In his previous life, it was here that he and Zhao Xiao had unearthed the key item for repairing the treasure basin, a coin with a special pattern. In his past life, that coin had been dug out from under thick snow. Lin Shi could only be sure it was in this market, but the exact location was impossible to pinpoint. He had to search stall by stall. The most common items in the antique market were ancient coins. Almost every stall had them piled in heaps of hundreds. After 2 hours of searching, Lin Shi still hadn't found the coin with the special pattern. A look of gravity settled on his face. He had just learned that this market only gathered on weekend mornings, and the stall owners were different each time. This was undoubtedly bad news. If the stall owner who had that special coin had only set up here on the day of the apocalypse, would he have to wait 3 months to find it? That would greatly diminish his rebirth advantage. In another hour or two, the stalls would close for the day. If he couldn't find it now, he would have to try his luck next weekend. Phew. Letting out a breath, Lin Shi calmed himself and continued to the next stall. Lin Shi. A familiar voice came from behind him to the side. Lin Shi raised his eyes, and a flash of killing intent glinted in his clear gaze. Lin Shi would never forget that voice, even in his dreams. Zhao Xiao, his classmate and friend from middle school through high school, the person who had survived 8 years of apocalypse with him only to betray him. Suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Shi turned around with a look of surprise and said, "Zhao Xiao, what are you doing here?" Zhao Xiao, wearing a city management uniform, walked up and patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. "I was about to ask you the same thing. What? The top student is now into antiques. Zhao Xiao said mockingly, glancing at Lin Shi's handsome face and expensive attire, a glimmer of barely concealed envy flashing in his eyes. Lin Shi, who had lived one life more than Zhao Xiao, caught that envy in his eyes, and a cold light flickered in his own. So this was when Zhao Xiao had already begun to resent him in their past life. Zhao Xiao worked as a temporary employee in the city management bureau, so his presence here was not surprising. He casually brushed Zhao Xiao's hand off his shoulder and said nonchalantly, "I have nothing to do this weekend. Heard there's a lot of antiques here, so I came to take a look." Zhao Xiao chuckled inwardly. He had worked nearby for almost a year and knew all the stuff on this street was fake. Many people came hoping to score a bargain, but true finds happen less than once a year. Last time some fool was cheated out of 100,000 and came to make a scene. But Zhao Xiao wouldn't tell Lin Shi any of this. He wished Lin Shi would get scammed. After all, Lin Shi had money to burn. He had to maintain the facade. Otherwise, how else would he swindle Lin Shi? Zhao Xiao smiled and said, "There's plenty of fakes here, but real items too." Half a year ago, an old man picked up a genuine Han Dynasty piece for 200 and sold it for 500. Any normal 19-year-old would feel their heart race upon hearing this. Even someone who had only come to browse would be tempted to buy a couple of items. Lin Shi's face revealed nothing, but inwardly he sneered. How had he never noticed how treacherous Zhao Xiao was back then? He nodded to Zhao Xiao and said, "Then I'll have to take a good look." At that moment, a commotion broke out not far away. Many people gathered around. Driven by curiosity, Lin Shi also walked over. Seeing the crowd, Zhao Xiao shouted, "Move aside. Move aside. City management business." The crowd indeed parted. Lin Shi took the opportunity to step to the front. A young man in his mid-20s, looking agitated, was waving a coin and spitting as he said, "Old man, I took it for appraisal yesterday. It's a modern craft piece. Fake. And you dare to sell it for 1,000 a piece. Refund my money. You must refund me today." The stall owner was an elderly man over 70, dressed in coarse cotton, his weathered face twisted with wrinkles as he said, "It really is my family's heirloom treasure." "What kind of treasure? Are you refunding or not? If you don't, I'm calling the cops." The onlookers around were all watching the drama unfold, including Zhao Xiao, who leaned in to whisper to Lin Shi, "This kind of thing happens every few months here." In the old days, that kid would have gotten a beating. There was an unwritten rule in the antique trade: once an item was bought, even if it turned out to be a fake, it couldn't be returned. If you got swindled, it was your own incompetence. You paid for the lesson. But clearly this young man either genuinely didn't know or was pretending not to, insisting on a refund. Lin Shi saw the coin in the young man's hand, and his pupils suddenly contracted. It was that coin for activating the treasure basin. The old man trembled and said with a distressed face, "This really is a family heirloom handed down from my grandfather's grandfather." "Young man, I didn't cheat you." Many in the crowd looked at the young man with disapproval. Didn't this kid know the rules? At the same time, some thought the old man was putting on a good act. If it had been appraised, how could a genuine piece be identified as fake? Lin Shi took a deep breath, stepped up to the young man, and asked with a hint of curiosity, "Could you let me take a look at the coin in your hand?" Xin Tai, seeing the newcomer was a student even younger than himself, waved his hand impatiently and said, "Go away. Go play elsewhere." Lin Shi was not annoyed and replied, "I enjoy collecting different coins and am interested in the coin you have in your hand. You can sell it to me." As soon as he spoke, whispers erupted among the crowd. Is this kid foolish? He wants to collect something he knows is fake. Isn't he just a student? Does he have that much money? Zhao Xiao was also taken aback, unsure why Lin Shi would want something he knew was fake. He knew Lin Shi was quite wealthy. 100,000 yuan was what he would earn over 3 years as a city management officer without food or drink. With that money, why would he buy this worthless coin? A hint of envy flashed in Zhao Xiao's eyes as he stood behind Lin Shi. Why was Lin Shi's fate so much better than his own despite being of the same age? Upon hearing Lin Shi's willingness to take the coin, Xin Tai's eyes brightened, and he immediately handed the ancient coin to Lin Shi. It was a coin that seemed to be made of gold, but wasn't. One side was engraved with a gold ingot, while the other side bore several strange characters and images. Several people gathered to take a look, but shook their heads and stepped back. Most of the crowd were seasoned treasure hunters from the antique market, and they had a good eye. This ancient coin appeared brand new, and its design did not resemble that of any known dynasty's currency. It looked more like a coin from an arcade game. The crowd looked at Lin Shi as if he were a foolish rich man. An elderly gentleman kindly reminded him, "Young man, you need to examine items carefully when buying them." Lin Shi felt the warmth emanating from the treasure basin in his backpack, confirming that this was indeed the item he was looking for. Regardless of whether this ancient coin had any real value, the fact that it could unlock a storage space made it priceless to Lin Shi. He casually asked, "How much do you want for it?" Xin Tai's eyes darted around as he assessed Lin Shi's attire and replied, 15,000, and it's yours." Just a moment ago, he was clamoring to return the item, and now that Lin Shi expressed interest, he raised the price. The people around cast scornful glances. 5,000, Lin Shi countered. Xin Tai snatched the ancient coin back and shouted, "I got it for 10,000. What are you thinking?" Lin Shi laughed and turned to leave. He counted to 3 in his mind, certain that this person would call him back. Sure enough, after just a few steps someone stopped him, but it wasn't Chin Tai. Oh, it was the elderly vendor. Young man, if you want this kind of ancient coin, I have another one. I can sell it to you for 80,000. Lin Shi turned around in surprise. You have another one? The elderly man trembled as he pulled out a cloth pouch from his bosom and took out another ancient coin, hopefully offering it to Lin Shi. He was indeed in dire need of money. His son was ill with leukemia, otherwise he wouldn't sell this ancestral coin. His ancestors had instructed him never to let these 2 ancient coins be lost, but now if he didn't sell them, he would have no lineage left. Selling these 2 ancient coins would cover his son's medical expenses. Lin Shi took the ancient coin, lowering his gaze to conceal his shock and delight. It was indeed identical. The treasure basin also reacted. To his surprise, there were not just 1 but 2 of these ancient coins. Elder, how many of these ancient coins do you have? Lin Shi inquired. Only these 2 passed down from my ancestors. If it weren't for my urgent need for money, I wouldn't sell them. The old man sighed. This answer was expected. Such special ancient coins would certainly not be abundant. The one in his possession should be the one he found in his previous life. The one in Chin Tai's hand was the one he hadn't discovered in his past life. All right, I'll take this one. Lin Shi nodded at the elderly man and immediately made the transfer on his phone. Seeing Lin Shi pay so readily, Chin Tai examined the ancient coin in his hand closely and wondered if there was some mystery to it. The old man happily packed up his stall, ready to leave. Lin Shi noticed Chin Tai's expression and knew he had grown suspicious. He had set his sights on obtaining this second ancient coin. However, from their earlier interaction, he realized that Chin Tai was a greedy person. If he sensed something was off, he would surely raise the price or even refuse to sell it altogether. Thus, after Lin Shi transferred the money to the old man, he turned to leave, seemingly showing no interest in the ancient coin in Chin Tai's hand. This made Chin Tai, who was waiting for Lin Shi to reveal a slip, a bit flustered. Ultimately, he chose to trust his cousin and hurriedly stopped Lin Shi, saying, "Handsome guy, how about you take this one in my hand too?" Lin Shi replied unpleasantly, "Now that I already have one, this one holds little significance for me." Chin Tai glanced at the elderly man who was about to leave and didn't pursue him any further. He knew full well that the chance of a refund was slim. After all, the rules of the antique world were clear, and he was initially trying to pull a fast one because of his youth. He quickly added, "He'll sell it to you for 100,000. I got it for the same price, no profit for you. Is that all right?" Lin Shi casually shot him a glance and said 5,000. Ultimately, after much haggling, Lin Shi also spent 80,000 to buy the second ancient coin from Chin Tai. Lin Shi looked at the 2 ancient coins in his palm, a faint smile playing on his lips. If he hadn't come today, he would have missed out on this ancient coin. He was eager to see what changes the treasure basin would bring in this lifetime. After dismissing the envious Zhao Xiao, Lin Shi hurried home. Zhao Xiao would eventually have to be dealt with, but not now. Back at home, Lin Shi locked the door and walked into the windowless storage room, closing the door behind him. The activation of the treasure basin would create quite a stir and needed to remain unnoticed. He took out the slightly warm treasure basin. Lin Shi placed 1 ancient coin inside it. The treasure basin floated up suddenly, emitting a dazzling light. The dirt and patina fell away in flakes, revealing the true form of the treasure basin. Then it transformed into a beam of golden light and flew into Lin Shi's forehead. Lin Shi's vision blurred, revealing a game-like interface. Treasure basin function: storage space, 333 required wealth points. For upgrade, 1,000 space units are in meters. The space had appeared. When he activated the treasure basin in his past life, a similar digital interface appeared. Back then, Lin Shi hadn't figured out what it meant. This time, he didn't waste time on study. Existence itself is reason enough. Having obtained the space, Lin Shi clenched his fist, unable to hide his joy. The space was about the size of a small room, allowing for the storage and retrieval of any items that could fit except living things using mere thought. Time stood still within the space, preserving the state of items as they were when placed inside. Most importantly, this space could be upgraded with gold, silver, and jewels. In his previous life, Lin Shi had tried upgrading the space with gold and silver. Unfortunately, by the 8th year of the apocalypse, those items were buried beneath thick snow, and he hadn't even completed a single upgrade. He wondered if having an additional ancient coin in this life would bring about some other changes in the treasure basin. Lin Shi picked up the second ancient coin and placed it on his forehead. Immediately, he felt a warmth at his brow, and the ancient coin in his hand vanished. The treasure basin interface appeared like it had been corrupted, becoming blurry and unclear. After a moment, the interface regained clarity and indeed displayed significant changes. Treasure basin function: storage space, 333 required wealth points. For upgrade, 1,000. Function: item duplication, 3 required wealth points. For upgrade, 10,000. A new function: item duplication. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Was this the duplication he had in mind? He immediately set out to test it. With only 3 uses available, he couldn't afford to waste them. After a moment's thought, he returned to his bedroom, opened the safe, and retrieved the most valuable items in the house. 500-gram gold bars left by his father. He held them in his hands. Lin Shi whispered, "Item duplication." A flash of golden light appeared before him, and in the next second 5 more gold bars materialized out of thin air, falling to the floor with a crisp clatter. Lin Shi immediately crouched down to pick them up, laying them out on the table to compare with the ones in his hand. The duplicated gold bars were identical in size and weight to the originals. Even a tiny flaw on one of the original bars was perfectly replicated. Lin Shi glanced at the cornucopia interface. The item duplication column now showed item duplication X2. The current international gold price was 430 yuan per gram, while pawnshops offered 10 yuan less per gram than the market rate. The gold bars in his possession left by his father were now worth 1.05 million yuan. With the duplication, this cornucopia had instantly increased his assets by another 1.05 million. A cornucopia. This is a true cornucopia. Lin Shi murmured, staring intently at the 10 gold bars before him, trying to calm his racing heart. Although he knew that activating the duplication again could turn his 10 bars into 20, only 2 uses remained on the interface. He had no idea whether these 3 uses were a finite total or if they could be replenished. If they were finite, he had to save the remaining 2 uses for a more critical moment. Besides, legend had it that Shun Wansan had incurred imperial suspicion due to his immense wealth leading to his downfall. An innocent man may possess a priceless treasure, but that very treasure becomes his crime. If he suddenly acquired such vast wealth, he might attract the attention of the authorities. With this in mind, Lin Shi decided to use the 5 duplicated gold bars to upgrade the cornucopia. He picked up one of them and silently commanded upgrade space. Suddenly, red characters flashed on the cornucopia interface. Duplicated items cannot be used for upgrades. It couldn't be used for upgrades. Lin Shi carefully examined the gold bar in his hand, which was indistinguishable from an ordinary one. Confirming there was no loophole, he felt a twinge of disappointment. But this was within reason. He then picked up one of the original gold bars from the safe and silently commanded upgrade space. The numbers on the interface flickered and changed to cornucopia function storage space 3x3x3 upgrade, cost 500 wealth points. Function item duplication X2 upgrade, cost 100 wealth points. One 500-gram gold bar could be exchanged for 500 wealth points with 1 gram of gold, equating to 1 wealth point. This was something Lin Shi had known in his past life. For silver, 100 grams were needed to exchange for 1 wealth point. He consumed another gold bar, and the interface shimmered as the space upgraded. Cornucopia function storage space 6x6x6 upgrade, cost 20 wealth points. Function item duplication X2 upgrade, cost 100 wealth points. The space had expanded. Though the numbers had only doubled, the volume was now 8 times larger. The cost for the next upgrade had also doubled. 2 gold bars worth 420 yuan were gone in an instant. If this had been 3 years ago, he wouldn't even have qualified to upgrade the cornucopia. 3 years prior, Lin Shi's father had died unexpectedly, leaving behind an inheritance and a hefty death compensation of 10 million yuan. The cornucopia was something his father had left him. Apart from the house and these gold bars, his current assets included 52 million yuan in cash. This sum might be insignificant to the wealthy, but for a 19-year-old, it was a fortune. Yet for Lin Shi, this amount was far from enough. Upgrading the space to the next level would require 4 gold bars equivalent to 8600 yuan in cash, while upgrading item duplication would need 24 million yuan. He also needed to stockpile supplies and build a shelter, which demanded a great deal of money. After pondering for a while, Lin Shi came up with some ideas. He took out his phone, scrolled through several real estate agents' numbers, and called them one by one. First, he planned to sell his apartment near the city center. His past life experience had taught him that in an extreme cold apocalypse, these high-rise residential buildings were unsuitable for habitation. Sanyuan City was flat, economically prosperous, and densely packed with skyscrapers. Yet this couldn't save the tens of millions of residents. Most southern buildings were designed for heat dissipation with poor insulation. Consequently, when the apocalypse struck, 9 out of 10 people in southern cities froze to death. The extreme cold apocalypse arrived in June. The average temperature in Sanyuan City plummeted from 27 C to -50 to -80 C. The reinforced concrete of those skyscrapers would deform and crack under the extreme cold, while the beautiful, well-lit glass windows would be shattered by blizzards. Within just a year or two, most of these high-rises would collapse. Some people didn't die from the cold, but were crushed by falling buildings. In his past life, Lin Shi's building hadn't collapsed, but the one next to it had bringing his down with it. Fortunately, Lin Shi had noticed in time and escaped. Naturally, he couldn't continue living there in this life. The apartment was in a prime location close to the city center. Over the past decade, domestic housing prices had soared, and Sanyuan City's prices remained high. Even his old 128 square meter apartment had risen to 80 yuan per square meter. That meant it was worth millions. Lin Shi had only 2 requirements for selling: a quick sale and full payment up front. These conditions seemed challenging, but Sanyuan City had no shortage of wealthy buyers. Lin Shi set a bottom-line price of 9 million yuan. He made it clear that he had contacted multiple agencies. He didn't care how much they sold it for as long as he got 9 million yuan. Any excess commission would be theirs. These agents, driven by the promise of high commissions, would go all out to find a buyer for Lin Shi. Even if they sold it for just 1 million, they'd still pocket 1,000 yuan. The agents who received the listings secretly wondered if Lin Shi was a spendthrift rich kid. However, even at a reduced price, selling a house took time, so this was Lin Shi's first priority. His next plan required as much money as possible. The strategy was to use all his assets to buy gold bars from the bank, use the duplication skill to double them, then sell the duplicated bars back to the bank to recover his principal. The remaining gold bars could then be used entirely to upgrade the cornucopia. After listing his apartment for sale, Lin Shi called his academic advisor to request a leave of absence, citing a family emergency. With the apocalypse looming, continuing school would only be a waste of time. However, simply skipping classes would invite incessant calls from his advisor. Thus, requesting leave directly was more convenient. Since he lived alone, no one would question his excuse. Lin Shi briefly considered notifying the authorities about the impending SS-level solar flare 3 months in advance. Perhaps that could minimize human casualties and official losses. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Not to mention that as a commoner, he had no way to reach high-ranking officials. Even if he reported it to the police, they wouldn't believe him. He had no proof of his claims and would only be dismissed as a madman. Posting apocalyptic warnings online would be futile. In recent years, Tianyan planet's climate had deteriorated, leading many to speculate about various doomsday scenarios. Even if he spoke with conviction, he would be seen as just another alarmist. It would only bring him trouble and danger. Ultimately, he was merely a selfish mortal. Lin Shi drove to a pawnshop. The gold bars in his family safe, purchased by his father years ago, could only be sold to gold shops or pawnshops. After selling 5 replicated gold bars, his card received 1.05 million yuan. By the time he finished, darkness had fallen. Lin Shi enjoyed a grilled fish dinner outside before returning home content. That evening, he also drafted a 3-month exercise plan for himself. In the frozen apocalypse, the elderly and children died most frequently, while physically strong young people had the highest survival rates. A robust physique could withstand the cold, increase survival chances, protect oneself, and prepare for the mutations that would follow. Just as he finished the plan, his phone chimed with a message. Lin Shi opened it to find a notification from his high school chat group. This was a small group of only 6 members which he had pinned, a testament to its importance in his past life. The top message was from Zhao Xiao. Guys, any plans tomorrow night? Let's hang out. Everyone, Huang Miao replied. I'm free. Where to? Lin Ge lead the way. Wry smile, Zhao Xiao added. Let's go to Huaqiao Club. They'll spend my entire month's salary to treat you to a good meal. You're my best brothers. Sun Xiaodong said. Zhao Gu is awesome, but I'm not in Sanyuan City these days. Crying Su Feifei chimed in him in. Cute emoji, Zhao Xiao replied. Feifei, this place isn't for girls. Su Qin sighed. Alas, I'm at university out of town. You guys enjoy. Let's meet up during summer break. Lin Shi looked at the messages, recalling many overlooked details from his past life. In his previous life, although he and Zhao Xiao were middle school classmates, Zhao Xiao had always kept his own circle, barely acknowledging Lin Shi. Now he realized that Zhao Xiao's attitude shifted precisely when Lin Shi's father passed away. At that time, the news of his father's massive death compensation had made headlines in Sanyuan City. Subsequently, Zhao Xiao and his close friends began treating Lin Shi like a brother. They frequently invited him out for food and entertainment under various pretexts. Considering they were all students with little money, Lin Shi always insisted on paying. Looking back over 3 years of friendship, they had dined out hundreds of times, yet none of them had ever paid a single bill. Zhao Xiao in particular constantly complained about being broke and played the victim. He instilled in Lin Shi the idea that brothers should share both joys and sorrows. Though he claimed to treat, he would always find a way to make Lin Shi pay. The expenses at Huaqiao Club were far beyond what Zhao Xiao could afford on his monthly salary of 300 yuan. Reborn Lin Shi was no longer the naive soul he once was. He saw through it all. Evidently, today's antique coin purchase had spurred Zhao Xiao into action, eager to fleece him again. Seeing Lin Shi silence, the group began mentioning him. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Shi's mouth. Since that was the case, he might as well collect some interest first. Sure, but I won't be free until after 8 p.m., he replied. The next day, accustomed to waking early, Lin Shi naturally awoke at 5 a.m. The cornucopia interface remained unchanged. The used item replication hadn't recovered. Lin Shi wasn't flustered. If it could only be used 3 times, this new ability from the antique coin was far less practical than the spatial ability. Moreover, upgrading item replication required 10 times the wealth points as the spatial ability. This proved that this ability must be far more precious and powerful than the spatial one. He stopped dwelling on it. When he used gold to upgrade, everything would become clear. After washing up, Lin Shi went downstairs for a morning jog to warm up, then methodically exercised his entire body. He didn't engage in continuous, intense exercise, but alternated between exertion and stretching. Workout, stretch, workout, stretch. This strengthened his muscles while enhancing flexibility in his muscles and joints. He had already developed a tailored exercise regimen from the apocalypse. Now he just needed to proceed step by step. On the first day, he kept the intensity low and returned home by 8 a.m. After showering and breakfast, Lin Shi began compiling a supply list. The frozen apocalypse required many items. Drawing on his past lives' experience, he listed everything he would need. In the afternoon, Lin Shi called a real estate agent to rent a 1,000 square meter warehouse for 1 month, paying a deposit and 1 month's rent totaling 6,000 yuan. They agreed to sign the contract the next day, and Lin Shi hung up. The warehouse was a cover. He would first transport purchased supplies there before storing them in his spatial storage. The warehouse also had a small night watchman's room. Lin Shi had already decided to move in there in a few days until the supplies were ready. As night fell, messages from Zhao Xiao and the others in the group urged him to leave early. Lin Shi was in no hurry. He changed clothes just before 8 p.m. and drove to Huaqiao Club. By the time he arrived, Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei were already in the private room, having drunk quite a bit. Su Feifei's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Shi entering. Her face flushed. She hooked her arm through his and cooed, "Lin Shi, why are you so late? Did you miss me?" Su Feifei had a sweet face, fair skin, and large sparkling eyes. When she looked at someone, she made them feel as if she saw only them, creating the illusion that she was interested. In reality, she acted this way with everyone in her circle. In his past life during the apocalypse, Su Feifei had fared far better than him. Lin Shi withdrew his arm under the pretext of greeting the others. Su Feifei was taken aback. Before she could ponder Lin Shi's unusual behavior, Huang Miao called him over. "Lin Gu, come over. Tonight we're drinking until we drop." Zhao Xiao's gaze flickered to where Su Feifei had touched Lin Shi's arm, and his smile visibly dimmed. "Lin Shi, Miao, I've prepared something special for you tonight." Zhao Xiao grinned mysteriously. Huang Miao asked curiously, "What special thing?" Moments later, 4 curvaceous, scantily clad women entered the private room. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. So he had called hostesses. Ugly taste indeed. Lin Shi glanced at the bottles on the table. They must have cost at least 10 to 20,000 yuan. He was curious to see if Zhao Xiao could actually afford that tonight. Zhao Xiao looked at Lin Shi with a smile. "Lin Shi, I called them for you, and a Miao as a thank you for being my brothers. Come, bottoms up." Lin Shi did not take a glass, but said, "I have a slight cold today, and took cephalosporin, so I can't drink. You guys go ahead." The other 3 did not mind. They spent the next while singing and drinking in the private room. Time passed quickly, and by 1 a.m., the table was covered with bottles. Except for Lin Shi, everyone was a bit tipsy. Su Feifei, with drunken eyes, said she wanted to go home. Zhao Xiao immediately offered to escort her. Huang Miao's eyes flickered as he chimed in, "I'm heading the same way as brother, Zhao, let's go together." "Then let's settle the bill and leave together," Lin Shi said with a smile. The waiter went to fetch the check. Zhao Xiao walked over to Lin Shi, slung an arm around his shoulder, and spoke with a hint of cunning in his drunken gaze. "Lin Shi, come to my house for dinner tomorrow. My parents miss you a lot. Last time my mom wanted to adopt you as a godson. Have you thought about it?" Lin Shi took a few seconds to recall what Zhao Xiao was referring to. Last month when he visited Zhao Xiao's home, his parents had shown intense fondness for Lin Shi and proposed adopting him as a godson, making him part of the family. Lin Shi's father had moved to Sanyuan City from elsewhere to settle down, and Lin Shi had never interacted with his father's relatives. After his father's death, his mother remarried and contact with her side of the family ceased. The timely presence of Zhao Xiao and the others had filled the void in Lin Shi's heart, leading him to trust them so deeply. In his past life, although Lin Shi did not agree to become the Zhao family's godson, he grew closer to Zhao Xiao. When Zhao Xiao's family bought a new house, Lin Shi even lent them 1,000,000 yuan. Later, when the apocalypse struck, Zhao Xiao's parents died early on, and the money was never recovered. Calculating the time, it was almost when Zhao Xiao would borrow money from him. "No, I'm not used to being someone else's son," Lin Shi said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. From the very beginning, Zhao Xiao had approached him with ulterior motives. In his past life, he had regarded Zhao Xiao as his best friend and overlooked many things. Now, shedding the filter of friendship, Lin Shi realized that Zhao Xiao's tricks were not particularly clever. He could see through them at a glance. This was also related to the myriad of treacherous hearts Lin Shi had encountered during the apocalypse. Zhao Xiao was momentarily stunned by Lin Shi's refusal when the waiter entered with the bill. The total came to over 3,800 yuan, rounded down to 3,800. The waiter presented the bill to the group. Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei all turned their gazes toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. "What are you looking at me for?" Zhao Xiao said he was treating. Zhao Xiao, as if just snapping out of it, patted his pockets in feigned realization and pulled out his phone, saying awkwardly, "Oh no, my phone's dead." Zhao Xiao cast a pleading look at Lin Shi. If this were Lin Shi from his past life, he would have paid without a second thought. But now Lin Shi wore a faint mocking smile, a glint of amusement in his eyes as he said to the waiter, "Get him a charger." The waiter's face fell as he cast a contemptuous glance at Zhao Xiao before leaving the room to fetch a charger. Outside, he told someone, "Keep an eye on them." The person outside understood immediately. The atmosphere in the private room grew tense. Huang Miao and Su Feifei exchanged glances. They were used to Lin Shi rushing to pay the bill. Today's turn of events was unimaginable. Although Zhao Xiao always claimed he would treat, they all knew who actually paid. Could Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao be in a disagreement? Huang Miao shot Zhao Xiao a questioning look. What's going on? Zhao Xiao was equally baffled, a flash of anger crossing his face. Lin Shi's behavior was making him lose face. His phone had power. He had just turned it off to give Lin Shi a reasonable excuse to pay. Could Lin Shi be wanting him to beg? Zhao Xiao had already begun to resent Lin Shi, but he forced a smile and said, Lin Shi, just settle this bill today, and he'll treat next time. Lin Shi, of course, had no intention of saving Zhao Xiao's face, and asked with feigned confusion, Zhao Xiao, wasn't it you who said you'd treat, and called everyone out? Don't tell me you came to treat without bringing any money. Zhao Xiao's smile froze. Huang Miao and Su Feifei stared at Lin Shi in disbelief. They had seen how well Lin Shi treated Zhao Xiao over the past 3 years, and never had they witnessed him act like this. There were still 4 hostesses in the room who hadn't even received their tips, and now a bill-ditching drama was unfolding. They had all heard Zhao Xiao confidently claim he was treating, and now looks of contempt, disdain, and astonishment were directed at him. At that moment, the waiter returned with a charger, placing it before Zhao Xiao with a gesture for him to proceed. Zhao Xiao stared at the charger, caught in a dilemma. The waiter urged coldly, Charge your phone, sir. We'll be closing in an hour. Zhao Xiao's face shifted colors like a spilled palette, red, white, then black. No matter how cunning he was just a 19-year-old novice. Now he could no longer contain his fury. Enough. Zhao Xiao clenched his teeth and forced out words one by one. Lin Shi, I'm begging you to pay the bill first. We can talk about anything else later. He still thought he had unknowingly upset Lin Shi, and that if he just humored him, as before, Lin Shi would obediently comply. But having experienced Zhao Xiao's betrayal, how could Lin Shi still be the same fool as in his past life? Lin Shi's expression turned cold. So you really came to treat without bringing any money? Zhao Xiao felt his pride being ground into the dirt, his eyes reddening with rage. Yes. Lin Shi chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the others. In that case, let's go Dutch. What a Dutch? Huang Miao and Su Feifei were also thrown off balance. Su Feifei frowned. You're not expecting a girl like me to pay when we go out, are you? Huang Miao's eyes darted as he said hesitantly, I didn't know we'd be splitting the bill, so I didn't bring any money. He nudged Zhao Xiao, whose face was already as dark as a pot, and urged, Brother Xiao, how did you offend Brother Lin? Apologize to him. Zhao Xiao looked at Lin Shi's faintly smiling face, and wanted nothing more than to beat him to death. He couldn't recall what he had done to anger Lin Shi. Ignoring the 3 of them, Lin Shi paid for his own share, 30 yuan for a glass of lemon water. Zhao Xiao cried out in disbelief, Didn't you say we'd go Dutch? His mind was reeling. Lin Shi curled his lips, feeling genuine pleasure at Zhao Xiao's reaction. Yes, we're going Dutch. Everyone pays for what they consumed. I only had a glass of juice tonight. You can check the surveillance footage if you don't believe me. As things escalated, the club had to review the footage and confirmed Lin Shi's claim. After he paid 30 yuan, he was allowed to leave. Under the furious glares of Zhao Xiao, Huang Miao, and Su Feifei, Lin Shi pushed open the door and walked out. The 3 were left facing the waiter, who coldly urged, There's still 37970 yuan remaining. Please settle the bill. Had Lin Shi really just left like that? The 3 of them could hardly believe that Lin Shi, who had always been so easygoing, could turn so cold-blooded. By the time they snapped back to reality, Lin Shi was already far away. Lin Shi, wait for me. Su Feifei still wanted to catch up with him, but the waiter blocked her way. Why are you stopping me? That's my boyfriend ahead. Su Feifei glared at the waiter, her tone harsh. The waiter sneered. Then you can call your boyfriend and ask him to cover your share too. Su Feifei's chest heaved with anger, but she dared not snap at the intimidating waiter. Instead, she turned and shot a vicious glare at Zhao Xiao. What are you spacing out for? Pay up. I don't have that much money. Losing face in front of the girl he liked, Zhao Xiao now harbored a deep hatred for Lin Shi. He had been working for less than a year, and his savings hadn't even broken into 4 figures. How could he possibly afford 38,000? Just as Lin Shi had guessed, it was because he saw Lin Shi spend over 100,000 in just a few minutes yesterday that Zhao Xiao, green with envy, decided to call Lin Shi out today to bleed him dry. Zhao Xiao was certain that Lin Shi would pay up, knowing he couldn't afford to lose his only good friends, and would relent even if it pained him. It had always been like this before, so why had he changed today? Refusing to believe it, Zhao Xiao called Lin Shi. Feeling refreshed after leaving the club, Lin Shi hung up on Zhao Xiao, blocked all of them, and went home. When Zhao Xiao called again and got no answer, he finally realized Lin Shi was done with them. Facing the waiter and the club's security guards glaring at them, Zhao Xiao muttered, Let's split the bill. Huang Miao and Su Feifei naturally refused. One had just started working, and the other was still a student. Neither had any money. It was Zhao Xiao's idea to come to the club as treat, and he even ordered the drinks. After a bitter quarrel, the club called the police. Only then did the 3 call their families for money to settle the bill. Zhao Xiao, who had drunk the most and most expensively to scam Lin Shi, had to pay 18,000. Huang Miao also had a fair amount, owing 13,000. Su Feifei reluctantly paid 7,000. The three left the Huaqiao Club in discord. Huang Miao and Zhao Xiao had a huge fight, each blaming the other, and nearly broke off their friendship. Su Feifei also gave Zhao Xiao the cold shoulder and blocked him when she got home. In just one gathering, not only had his good brother turned against him, but the girl he loved had also kicked him out of her pond. Zhao Xiao hated Lin Shi to the core. However, when he got home, instead of comfort, he was scolded and slapped by his father. His father berated him for being foolish, saying the family was planning to buy a house and borrow money from Lin Shi, and ordered him to apologize immediately. Zhao's father believed that Zhao Xiao's obvious intent to fleece Lin Shi this time had offended him. Lin Shi knew nothing of this, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. The next day, Lin Shi still got up early to exercise. Shortly after breakfast, he received a call from a real estate agent. The agent was a young woman named Chen Qingqing. "Mr. Lin, I have a client who wants to see the house. When would you be available?" "So soon?" Lin Shi was slightly surprised. "I'm free now. You can bring them over." A little over 10 minutes later, Lin Shi heard the doorbell. Opening the door, a middle-aged man in a jacket followed the young and attractive Chen Qingqing inside. Chen Qingqing began detailing the house's merits. Lin Shi stepped aside, knowing the agent was the expert. He just had to wait. After viewing the house, the middle-aged man readily agreed to buy it outright. The price Chen Qingqing negotiated was $9.45 million. Lin Shi was a bit surprised. It was much faster than he had imagined. As they left, he noticed the middle-aged man's wandering hand on Chen Qingqing and understood immediately. Shortly after they left, Chen Qingqing returned. "Mr. Lin, I've arranged with the client to go through the transfer procedures tomorrow. Please prepare the necessary documents. To secure this big deal and avoid any changes, Chen Qingqing had pulled out all the stops." "All right." Though he was taken aback by the woman's methods, Lin Shi was satisfied with the outcome. The sooner he sold the house, the sooner he could move to the next step. Chen Qingqing began explaining what was needed for the transfer. As she spoke, she slowly leaned in. Lin Shi stepped back a few paces, his cold gaze sweeping over Chen Qingqing. She was about 25 or 26 in her prime, with a decent figure. But he had no interest in a woman who would stoop to such means. Under Lin Shi's stare, Chen Qingqing felt a chill in her heart. She had never seen such a cold look in a young man's eyes. But thinking of the hefty commission, she forced her most charming smile. "Mr. Lin, you mentioned earlier that anything over $9 million would be my commission. I keep my word. They'll transfer it to you once the deal is done. I have to go out soon, so I won't keep you, Miss Chen." Earning 45000 from a single deal was her skill, and Lin Shi wouldn't go back on his word. With this money, he could start his next plan. Chen Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief and took her leave. Lin Shi also prepared to go out. He had arranged to sign the contract for renting a warehouse today. He had inspected the warehouse and was very satisfied. Before renting, he had made several requests. It should be in a secluded area with good privacy, and no one could see inside from the outside. The agent was also meticulous, finding a warehouse that met Lin Shi's requirements and inspecting it in advance. The contract was signed smoothly. After handing over the house tomorrow, Lin Shi could move into the warehouse. As he left, he stopped the agent. The agent was a man nearly 30 named Liao Peng. Lin Shi found him meticulous and steady. With less than 3 months until the apocalypse, he needed to gather massive supplies and upgrade his cornucopia. It couldn't be done in a few days. Building a shelter was time-consuming and labor-intensive. He needed help. "Mr. Liao, are you interested in working for me? I can offer you an annual salary of 500,000. Lin Shi dangled the carrot. Liao Peng was stunned. 500,000 a year. That was 200,000 to 300,000 more than his current job as a real estate agent. But he was doubtful, wondering if Lin Shi was joking. He asked cautiously, "What would you need me to do?" As long as it wasn't, Lin Shi organized his words and said, "It's like this. I'm a doomsday survival enthusiast. I want to build an independent safe house in Sha City, but I'm stuck in Sanyuan City and can't get away. I hope someone can help me." A doomsday survival enthusiast. A safe house. Even Liao Peng, usually composed as he was, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing Lin Shi's words. As a real estate agent, he had rented and sold all kinds of properties. Naturally, he knew that some wealthy people had peculiar ideas. Because of online rumors about a possible Third World War or natural disasters, some rich, fear-driven bosses would install an extreme environment survival system in the basement beneath their villas. But those were all big bosses over 40. This was the first time he had encountered a request to help build a safe house on its own. If it weren't for the fact that the young man in front of him had just closed a deal with him, Liao Peng might have thought this was a scammer and turned away immediately. Lin Shi knew that words alone were not enough. He gestured for Liao Peng to take out his phone and show the payment QR code, then transferred him 100,000 yuan. This is over 2 months' salary. Now Liao Peng believed Lin Shi's words. Who would joke around with so much money? Nevertheless, being cautious, he insisted on signing a contract with Lin Shi. Lin Shi felt the same way. The shelter was crucial for his future survival, and he couldn't expect Liao Peng to wholeheartedly serve him based on a few words alone. After discussing the contract details, the two signed an agreement. The contract roughly stated that Lin Shi employed Liao Peng as his personal butler with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. He was responsible for overseeing the construction of the new house in Sha City, supervising and inspecting it, and handling some miscellaneous tasks for Lin Shi. In return, Lin Shi was to guarantee Liao Peng's salary and other rightful benefits. Since Lin Shi's deadline was tight, Liao Peng promptly and decisively resigned and took up the position. With this job, he could buy a house in the suburbs of Sanyuan City within a few years, far better than working at a real estate agency. He secretly resolved to work hard and show boss Lin his capabilities. Little did he know that this job would only last 3 months. Lin Shi never intended to employ him for long. Once the shelter was completed, Liao Peng's work would be done. Lin Shi directly ordered, Liao Peng, go to Sha City first and find a piece of residential land that is willing to be sold according to my requirements. Lin Shi's requirements were high-terrain flat, no tall buildings, nearby remote location, large land area, and ready for immediate construction. This was Liao Peng's specialty and shouldn't be too difficult for him. Yes, boss. Liao Peng quickly slipped into his role and immediately booked the earliest flight. Sha City in Nan Province was a famous tourist destination and the city closest to the equator with no winter all year round. After the extreme cold apocalypse arrived, human living space shrank drastically. The north's temperatures plummeted, making it no longer suitable for habitation. Even though northern buildings were more cold-resistant than those in the south, the natural gas pipelines in the north soon froze and cracked. Without heating, outdoor temperatures averaged -70°C, almost cutting off food sources and forcing northerners to migrate southward. And this was merely the summer situation. Only a few regions with national granaries could barely survive, establishing survivor shelters. Although the equator couldn't withstand the extreme cold either, it was at least 30 to 40 degrees warmer than the north, with average temperatures ranging from -30 to -50°C. Moreover, Sha City was coastal. The authorities would periodically break the ice to fish out frozen sea fish, so food wasn't as scarce as in the north. With his preparations in this life, Lin Shi wasn't coveting official supplies. After acquiring a space to carry massive amounts of supplies, safety became his top priority. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing wasn't the extreme weather, but humanity itself. In the extreme cold, without food, starving people would stop at nothing. Incidents of murder and looting for supplies were common. No city's order was stable. Sha City housed Qiming Nation's largest official shelter, where most of the nation's top officials, scientific researchers, and military were gathered. Naturally, order there was much better than elsewhere. Moreover, in his past life, he had heard that Sha City had developed food that could be grown in extreme cold. In this life, he wanted to do things perfectly, so he decided to build his shelter directly in Sha City. After giving Liao Peng further instructions on matters related to building the shelter, Lin Shi went home. The next morning, after his daily exercise routine, he stored everything he could take from his house into the space. He threw away the useless items downstairs. Before leaving, Lin Shi took one last look at the empty house, then turned and walked away without a hint of reluctance. It was just a house, alone, anywhere could be his home. Little did Lin Shi know that shortly after he left, Zhao Xiao went to his house looking for him. But failing to find Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao was scolded mercilessly by his parents over the following days. Lin Shi went through the house transfer procedures as agreed. Once the money arrived, he transferred 450,000 yuan to Qinqing. Then he headed straight to the bank. The Qiming National Bank, the largest main branch in Sanyuan City, was located in the city center. Because he needed a large quantity of gold and feared the bank might not have enough on hand, Lin Shi had called the customer manager yesterday, after confirming the house transfer, to make an appointment. It was already afternoon when he arrived at the bank. On the way, he bought a suitcase to hold the gold. By now, Lin Shi's savings had reached 25,400,000 yuan. After his original savings, selling 3 gold bars, and deducting expenses for renting a warehouse, paying Liao Peng, and miscellaneous costs, he had 15,400,000 yuan left. Selling the house gave him 9 million yuan. He had borrowed 1 million yuan through various online loan apps. If not for the rule limiting an individual's borrowing from different legitimate platforms to 1 million yuan, Lin Shi would have borrowed more. Now, with total funds of 25,400,000 yuan, he could buy 60 kilograms of gold. According to the rule that the treasure basin doubles wealth points each time it levels up, 60 kilograms of gold could upgrade the space 4 times, and then upgrade item duplication twice. Upgrading the space 5 times alone, or upgrading item duplication 3 times alone wouldn't be enough. Currently, the space's volume was 666, or 216 cubic meters. After 4 upgrades, it would be sufficient. Lin Shi wanted to know what changes would occur when the item duplication ability was upgraded. The bank was quite crowded, and Lin Shi carrying a suitcase was very conspicuous. A bank staff member immediately came up to ask, "How can I help you?" Lin Shi said, "I'm here to buy gold. I made an appointment yesterday." "Which manager did you contact?" "Surname Chu." Soon Lin Shi was led to the door of an office. Chu Xiaodai was a customer manager at the main branch of Qiming National Bank in Sanyuan City. Yesterday, a client with tens of millions in deposits called her saying he wanted to buy 60 kilograms of gold at the bank. Chu Xiaodai was very surprised. What did 60 kilograms of gold mean? Although the international gold price had dropped a bit in the past 2 days, each gram of gold still cost 413 yuan. Adding the bank's minimum processing fee of 5 yuan, 60 kilograms of gold would cost 25,080,000 yuan. Typically, wealthy investors bought gold stocks or futures, though very few people purchased so much physical gold. Moreover, with the unstable times in recent years and gold prices remaining high, buying so much physical gold was very likely to result in losses. Chu Xiaodai curiously checked the client's information. The data showed the person's name was Lin Shi, only 19 years old. She had a distinct impression of this young man. 3 years ago at Sanyuan City's largest new energy company, Tianqi New Energy Co., Ltd., an electronic power engineer died in a work accident. Tianqi New Energy Co., Ltd., generously paid a compensation of 10 million yuan, which was widely praised at the time. Not long after the electronic power engineer's son received the compensation, and when handling the transaction, Chu Xiaodai had served him. Chu Xiaodai remembered that the young man's name was Lin Shi. She checked the bank's physical gold inventory, confirmed there was stock, and replied that Lin Shi could come to process the purchase at any time. She waited all morning, her eyes occasionally glancing toward the door. After waiting half a day without seeing him arrive, she planned to rest a bit more at noon when a knock came at the door. "Manager, the client here to buy gold has arrived." Lin Shi waited in the hall for a while until a woman with lingering charm dressed in a uniform emerged. He glanced at the badge on her chest. "Client manager Chu Xiaodai. Are you Mr. Lin?" Chu Xiaodai asked with a proper smile and polite tone. "Please follow me." Lin Shi nodded and followed Chu Xiaodai to the VIP room. She first explained the purchasing process for physical gold bars. Buying physical gold meant that if the price didn't rise by over 10 yuan per gram, it would essentially be a loss, because the purchase included processing fees and service charges. However, Lin Shi wasn't buying gold as an investment. Losing a dozen or so yuan was trivial to him. "I've already understood. Let's proceed with the formalities now." Selecting specifications, opening an account, and filling out documents. Apart from the client manager's gaze, which made Lin Shi somewhat uncomfortable, the rest of the steps went smoothly. With his deposit of 25.4 million yuan, at today's international gold price of 412 yuan per gram after deducting labor and service fees, he could purchase 60 1,000-gram gold bars. Lin Shi chose the 1,000-gram bars himself. Since he planned to sell them back anyway, there was no need to pick any specific design. A single 1,000-gram bar was also more convenient for upgrades. Just 2 would suffice to level up to the next spatial tier. After purchasing the gold bars, one could either store them at the bank or take them home. Lin Shi naturally opted to take them home. Chu Xiaodai counted out 60 gold bars from the safe, placing them one by one on the counter. Her gaze toward Lin Shi grew increasingly fervent. Being able to invest in so much gold made him her major client. Thinking that closing this deal would earn her a commission equivalent to 2 months' salary, Chu Xiaodai found the young man before her more and more agreeable. Lin Shi averted his eyes and looked elsewhere. When he returned tomorrow with the duplicated bars, this woman would probably want to devour him. The VIP room was separated from the main hall by a large frosted glass panel with a few striped gaps revealing the hall scene. Lin Shi casually scanned the bank lobby and suddenly froze. He noticed something off about a person in the crowd. Upon closer observation, Lin Shi realized it wasn't just one person, but 4. Dressed plainly, they appeared to be idly waiting in line at different spots in the bank. Even the bank security guard couldn't detect anything unusual. But Lin Shi had survived the apocalypse's heaps of corpses. Over 8 years in that world, he had encountered countless villains and killed many. With a single glance, he could tell these 4 men exuded murderous intent. In this peaceful era, how could ordinary people possess such an aura? Could it be? Was he on his very first visit stumbling upon a bank robbery? Lin Shi tried to recall if there had been any news about bank robberies in Sanyuan City before the apocalypse in his past life, but nothing came to mind. Had his return triggered some butterfly effect? As if sensing Lin Shi's gaze, one of the men turned his head. Lin Shi quickly looked away. Sanyuan City was one of the safest cities in Qiming Nation. For someone to dare rob the largest bank here, wasn't that asking for death? It was common knowledge that bank robberies offered no balance between risk and reward. Perhaps he was overthinking things. With the obstruction, no one else could see his situation. Yet an unease lingered in Lin Shi's heart. Better safe than sorry. This was his entire fortune. If it got robbed, he'd have nowhere to cry. Turning his head, he whispered to Chu Xiaodai, who was still counting the gold bars. "Hold on. I want by today." He didn't know when these 4 had entered, but his conspicuous suitcase and visit to the VIP room made him a target. If these men had ulterior motives, he might already be marked. "What a—" Chu Xiaodai thought she had misheard. "I said I want by today. There'll come another day." Lin Shi lowered his voice. But upon hearing this, Chu Xiaodai felt he was mocking her. After all this trouble, the bars were out, and he said no. Her commission was gone. Furious, Chu Xiaodai raised her voice. "Sir, your transaction has already been completed, and the amount has been deducted. If you wish to return." "Return." Lin Shi cut her off, hoping she'd put the bars away quickly. Chu Xiaodai's face turned green with anger, but she forced a smile. Instead of putting the bars back, she tried to reason with him. Mr. Lin, these bars are already yours. Returning them would mean going through a repurchase process, and you'd lose the processing and service fees. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Shi saw one of the 4 men approaching the VIP room. The man was about 30, clad in a black casual outfit with a crew cut and an unremarkable face. But a closer look at his eyes revealed a hidden fierceness. He had killed and seen blood. Though of Asian descent, his features gave Lin Shi the impression he wasn't from this country. At that sight, Lin Shi felt his suspicions might be correct. Chu Xiaodai continued to chatter on, trying to reason with him. Lin Shi cursed inwardly at this foolish woman. Lowering his voice, he said, "Put the bars away now. If they get robbed, don't blame me." Seeing his intransigence, Chu Xiaodai's chest heaved with anger. "Mr. Lin, these bars are still on my counter. If they're robbed, it's the bank's responsibility. Please don't change the subject." Lin Shi's focus shifted. "So you're saying if they get robbed now, it's not my loss?" At that moment, the security guard sensed something amiss and approached. VIP rooms usually hosted large transactions, so seeing someone heading there triggered the guard's instinctive alertness. The guard blocked the crew-cut man's path. "Excuse me, regular transactions, please queue in the hall." "Oh, sorry, I didn't know," the man replied with an apologetic expression as if to bow in apology. But Lin Shi's pupils contracted sharply. A black pistol swiftly emerged from the crew-cut man's pocket, pressed against the guard's abdomen. A single gunshot rang out. The guard collapsed in disbelief, blood gushing from his stomach, staining his once pristine uniform. In the next second, the other 3 assailants also drew their pistols. They each fired a shot at the guards, who had pulled out stun batons. Gunfire and screams filled the lobby, followed by piercing alarms. A bank staff member at the counter had triggered the alarm. The crew-cut man shattered the VIP room's door with a single shot. Lin Shi's eyes met his. Seeing the greed and murderous intent in the man's gaze, Lin Shi immediately crouched down, hands on his head, and shuffled into a corner. If asked how to act in danger, Lin Shi would firmly state, "Fight if you can win, flee if you can't, and submit if escape is impossible." They had 4 guns, he was unarmed. "Step up. Don't be ridiculous. Wasn't staying alive better?" Lin Shi silently crouched in a corner. The others in the hall had already been subdued by the robbers. These 4 robbers were clearly well prepared, with a clear division of labor. One was watching the outside situation, another was guarding the hostages, and yet another was carrying a handbag and walking toward the crew-cut man. Chu Xiaodai behind the counter was terrified. Could someone truly dare to rob the main branch of a bank? The crew-cut man strode directly to the counter, aimed his gun at Chu Xiaodai through the bulletproof glass, and threatened, "Bring out the gold bars." "Hurry." Chu Xiaodai did not comply. Instead, she began gathering the gold bars to lock them back in the safe. Despite her fear, she had been trained. The main branch's bulletproof glass could not be penetrated by ordinary pistols. This was the city center, and the bank's alarm was connected to the nearest security bureau. Officers would arrive within a dozen minutes. Yet there were other bank employees outside the counter. One robber pressed his gun against a staff member's head, forcing them to the VIP room entrance. The staff member wet themselves in terror. "Get the gold bars out immediately. If you're 10 seconds late, it'll kill 1 person." Chu Xiaodai had no choice but to obey. Lin Shi watched this scene quietly from his corner. He noticed that none of the robbers went to the other counters for cash. These 4 had a clear target, only the gold in the VIP room. Indeed, any robber with a modicum of sense wouldn't rob a bank for cash. Every banknote serial number was recorded, making it impossible to spend. But gold, once melted down, could circulate on the market. Yet there was a doubt. The gold on the counter was limited. The bank's bulk gold bars were stored in the vault. Without seizing a massive amount of gold, the risk and reward of robbing the bank were disproportionate. How could these robbers be certain that a huge sum of gold would be on the counter today? Few people bought physical gold like himself, spending 25 million. Lin Shi's gaze fell on Chu Xiaodai, who was trembling as she handed over the gold bars. A sudden flash of insight struck him. Someone might have leaked the information that he was coming to buy a massive amount of gold bars today. With that thought, everything became clear. They had been waiting for this batch of gold to appear. Lin Shi felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes turned icy. Fortunately, he hadn't taken the gold bars, and the security guard's alertness had saved him from disaster. Otherwise, if he had packed the gold bars into the suitcase, he would have surely died without any defense. 60 gold bars were quickly handed out through the window by Chu Xiaodai and collected into the robber's bag. The bars seemed small in volume, but their weight of 120 Jin was solid, making it strenuous for one robber to carry. At that moment, the crew-cut man noticed the suitcase by the counter. Lin Shi inwardly cursed. Sure enough, the crew-cut man turned his attention to Lin Shi. To hold the gold bars, Lin Shi had bought a black suitcase, compact and equipped with a combination lock. The crew-cut man snarled at Lin Shi, "Come here. Open this suitcase." Lin Shi put on a frightened expression, walked over, and obediently opened the suitcase. The robber placed the bag of gold bars inside. Throughout this process, Lin Shi kept his eyes fixed on the robber's movements. Gold worth 25 million, all in a small suitcase. If he used his space to store these bars now? No. Lin Shi immediately dismissed the thought. The bank surveillance cameras were still operating. A suitcase suddenly vanishing before a crowd's eyes was too conspicuous. The disappearance of $25 million in gold would surely be investigated thoroughly. Exposing his treasure basin would be a loss far outweighing the gain. The distant wail of police sirens was faintly audible. The robbers were swift, but the security bureau was even faster. Hearing the sirens, the robbers panicked slightly. They prepared to leave immediately. Before departing, the crew-cut man glanced at Lin Shi once more. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Lin Shi. Lin Shi instinctively wanted to dodge and counterattack. But recalling something, he forcibly suppressed his reflexes and stayed still. The crew-cut man seized Lin Shi, pressed the gun into his back, and growled, "Move." Lin Shi obediently followed the robber out of the bank. A getaway car was waiting outside. Lin Shi was shoved inside. So there were 5 robbers in total. It was an off-road vehicle. 4 large men sat cramped in the back, but none complained. They all tacitly accepted the crew-cut man bringing Lin Shi aboard. As Lin Shi was taken into the car, a journalist working nearby captured the scene on video. Robbery at San Yuan City, main branch, young man tragically taken hostage. Through the short video, the news was quickly pushed to the trending list. Countless netizens watched the clip of Lin Shi being taken away. Holy crap, I never thought I'd see someone dumb enough to rob a bank. Holy crap, robbing the main branch, bold move. I bet these robbers won't last a day. These robbers have guns. I bet half a day. I trust our country's security forces. That hostage guy, looks like he's done for right. That hostage looks like my high school classmate. Isn't that my college classmate Lin Shi? Holy crap, my high school classmate is also named Lin Shi. Soon people realized that the Lin Shi they knew was the same person. Thus another short video emerged. 985 top scholar taken hostage by bank robbers, fate unknown. The video was made and hit the trending list. It included a clear photo of Lin Shi's face. Looking at Lin Shi's handsome, slightly youthful face in the photo, countless older women and sisters worried and prayed for him. They had the authorities demanding a successful rescue. The college classmate who posted the video gained countless followers as a result. Lin Shi was unaware he had gone viral. Shortly after the vehicle started, the police sirens grew closer. The breathing of the 5 men in the car became noticeably heavier. One of them jabbered something in a foreign language. Lin Shi then realized these 5 might not be natives of this country. At that moment, the suitcase of gold was under a robber's foot. Lin Shi could touch it by stretching his leg. If his hand made contact with the suitcase, he could transfer its contents into his space. Indeed, Lin Shi was after this box of gold. The gold was still inside the counter when it was seized. It never passed through his hands, so the loss would naturally be borne by the bank. He would still receive compensation from the bank for the 60-kilogram gold bars. If he stowed away the gold that the robbers had taken into his space, regardless of whether the robbers escaped or not, the blame for the missing gold would fall squarely on them. He would possess 120 kilograms of gold. After duplication, it would become a full 240 kilograms. Using 120 kilograms of gold to upgrade the cornucopia was double his original plan. Great fortune lies amidst great peril. He would remain safe as long as these 5 robbers were safe. At this moment, Lin Shi was sitting with the 3 robbers in the back row, extremely close to the suitcase. But bending down to touch the suitcase would be too conspicuous. He was waiting for an opportunity. The robber driving the off-road vehicle had excellent driving skills, weaving through traffic at around 80 kilometers per hour. He narrowly avoided other vehicles multiple times, shaking off the police cars. However, the robbers soon noticed 2 helicopters following them from above. Lin Shi heard the crew-cut man curse in international slang. Before long, a roadblock appeared ahead. That row of sharp spikes made it impossible for even an off-road vehicle to break through. A group of SWAT officers stood ready behind the barricade. The screech of a sudden brake echoed as the off-road vehicle jolted everyone forward. Lin Shi's eyes glinted. A perfect opportunity. Just as everyone was off balance and their attention fixed on the roadblock, and SWAT ahead, Lin Shi bent down, swiftly touched the suitcase, and straightened up immediately. Not a single robber noticed anything amiss. These robbers had no idea that the gold they had painstakingly seized had vanished, all collected by Lin Shi into his space. Now he needed to find a way to extricate himself. The off-road vehicle reversed wildly, turned around, and sped off toward a small path. The helicopters followed. On one helicopter, a camera was aimed at the robber's off-road vehicle. The vehicle seemed to circle around, and after more than 10 minutes, an overpass appeared ahead. Traffic flowed beneath the overpass, but Lin Shi's body tensed. An ordinary black sedan was parked under the overpass. But Lin Shi immediately sensed something was off. Even in a hurry, people would park on the roadside outside the overpass, not directly beneath it. Moreover, the area under the overpass was precisely the blind spot for the helicopter's surveillance. This was likely a vehicle the robbers had prepared in advance to evade pursuit. If the robbers got out, they would discover the gold bars missing from the suitcase, putting him in a passive position. His guess proved correct. The off-road vehicle screeched to a halt under the overpass. If not for a vehicle swap with no car ahead, there would be no need for such an abrupt stop. As the vehicle braked, Lin Shi, seated between 2 robbers, suddenly reached out and touched the hands holding their guns. The two robbers were about to react, but their hands were empty. The pistols were gone. They froze for a moment. In an instant, Lin Shi had the robber's pistols in his hands and shot the third armed robber in the back row in the head. Then with 2 consecutive shots, he killed the 2 unarmed robbers in the back row. At such close range, Lin Shi didn't need to aim. Hearing the gunfire from the back, the crew-cut man in front instinctively turned his body, still leaning forward from inertia. Before he could act, Lin Shi's gun was aimed at his head. The crew-cut man's pupils dilated in shock. He never expected that a seemingly helpless rich kid hostage could snatch the guns from his companions. The deft movements, the precision and ruthlessness of the shots, and the cold detachment that belied his youthful appearance. The crew-cut man opened his mouth as if to say something, but Lin Shi had already pulled the trigger. All this might take time to describe, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The robber in the driver's seat kept both hands on the steering wheel. The moment he sensed something wrong, he reached for the gun at his waist, but before he could release the safety, his head exploded. Thus all 5 robbers were neutralized. This off-road vehicle was equipped with bulletproof glass, which was quite soundproof, and with no vehicles passing by, it didn't alert anyone else. After Lin Shi shot the robber in the driver's seat, he quickly rolled out of the car, avoided the line of sight of passing vehicles, placed his hand on the vehicle's body, and stored the entire car along with the bodies into his space. Then he swiftly walked toward the black sedan. He yanked open the door and got in. The car was indeed unlocked, and the keys were still in the ignition. Lin Shi stepped on the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away. More than 10 minutes later, after confirming that no helicopter had locked onto his position, Lin Shi drove the car into a remote mountain forest. Because the vehicle swap happened so quickly, the helicopters didn't realize the criminals had switched cars, and since there were already tire tracks under that bridge, Lin Shi quickly evaded official surveillance. After confirming again that there were no people or cameras around, Lin Shi stored the black sedan into his space and took out the off-road vehicle. He began collecting the spoils. From the 5 robbers, there were 5 pistols and 10 magazines in total. Lin Shi picked up a gun and deftly replaced the empty magazine. In his past life, he had handled guns, but firearms were strictly controlled in Chiming country, making it extremely difficult to obtain pistols. Whether before or after the apocalypse, guns were invaluable resources. The enormous risk he took was not only for these gold bars, but also for the pistols. With a pistol, his survival ability in the early stages of the apocalypse would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Lin Shi searched the cabin for a while longer. He found a small amount of cash and 2 daggers. He stored all these items along with the gold bars. Although buying gold bars at the bank had taken an unexpected turn, the gains far exceeded his expectations. After confirming nothing was left behind, Lin Shi stored the off-road vehicle back into his space. After the apocalypse, he would toss these bodies into the sea, letting them be frozen under thick ice layers never to be found. Having handled everything, Lin Shi walked a distance, hailed a taxi, and headed to the Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, the police arrived at the overpass where they had lost the off-road vehicle, only to find it empty. The robbers and the vehicle seemed to have vanished into thin air. The camera under the overpass had been destroyed by the robbers in advance. All the officers returned empty-handed. Half an hour later, at the city center's Public Security Bureau, you were saying that group drove the car into the mountains, released you, and then drove away. Do you remember the license plate number? Did you see which direction they went? The officers fired off questions. The headquarters gold bars worth 25 million had been robbed, and a hostage was taken. This incident had drawn widespread attention in San Yuan City and even nationwide. Though the hostage was now safe, the disappearance of the robbers and gold bars gave the city center's Public Security Bureau leaders a massive headache. Facing the officers' questions, Lin Shi answered everything he could truthfully. For what he couldn't, he feigned ignorance, claiming he didn't know, wasn't clear, or hadn't noticed. The robbers and the vehicle had vanished without a trace. The more lies he fabricated, the more loopholes there would be. Lin Shi only needed to play dumb. Although he was under suspicion, an investigation would reveal that he had never come into contact with the robbers before today. After all, just a few days ago, he was an ordinary college student. There was no need for a flawless lie. The official investigation would clear him of suspicion. Officer, can the gold bars be recovered? If not, will the bank compensate me? After the interrogation, Lin Shi inquired about his gold bars. Just as the security officer was about to speak, Chu Xiaodai and a middle-aged man in a suit hurried into the police station. The middle-aged man asked as soon as he entered, "Has the hostage been found? Where is it? And the gold bars?" The security officer said to Lin Shi, "The bank staff are here. The older one is the bank's deputy manager. You can speak directly with him." Soon Li Chongbin, the deputy manager of the robbed bank, sat across from Lin Shi. The security officer had left, leaving only Lin Shi, Chu Xiaodia, and Li Chongbin in the room. "You're the hostage. You're back. The gold bars are lost." Li Chongbin's tone was accusatory, stirring a faint displeasure in Lin Shi, though he did not show it. "You can ask the security officer about these questions. I want to know when you'll return my gold bars." Li Chongbin frowned and glanced at Chu Xiaodai. Chu Xiaodai produced a document and placed it before Lin Shi, saying, "Mr. Lin, your gold bars were stolen by the robbers. If they cannot be recovered, our bank is willing to compensate you for 50 of the loss." If you have no objections, please sign this document. The news of the gold bar heist had already spread like wildfire online. To prevent further damage to the bank's reputation, the matter had to be resolved quickly. 50. Lin Shi turned to Chu Xiaodai with a sardonic smile. Didn't you say that if they were stolen, it would be the bank's responsibility? Chu Xiaodai's gaze wavered, but recalling the deputy manager's instructions before she left, she put on a righteous expression and said, the loss of the gold bars was caused by a third party. Our bank's security personnel suffered 4 deaths and 2 serious injuries in this incident, fulfilling our due obligations. We regret what happened. If the gold bars are recovered, we will certainly return them to you in full. Lin Shi glanced at the document Chu Xiaodai had handed over. It was filled with dense jargon. In essence, it stated that if the gold bars could not be retrieved, the bank would compensate Lin Shi for half, and he could not hold the bank further accountable. Lin Shi nearly laughed. They made it sound so considerate, as if treating him like a child. He glanced at the deputy manager, who wore a complacent expression, as if compensating half was an act of mercy. I recall those gold bars were stolen from inside the counter. Since the gold bars were never given to me, the transaction between the bank and me was never completed. Losing your bank's gold bars has nothing to do with me. Li Chongbin was somewhat surprised that a 19-year-old like Lin Shi could remain so calm after being taken hostage. He said earnestly, Lin Shi, the loss of the gold bars isn't entirely our bank's fault. How about this? We'll compensate you 60. Also, I have a good relationship with a professor at your university. Oh, I can help secure you a spot in the graduate program without exams. How about that? Not interested. Lin Shi refused outright. Seeing that Lin Shi was impervious to persuasion, Li Chongbin's expression soured, and he spoke harshly. Young man, don't be too greedy. I hear you have no family, just you alone. You're young and haven't entered society. You don't know that young people today must learn to compromise. Otherwise, offending the wrong people could ruin your future. How are you threatening me? A cold glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Chu Xiaodai tried to mediate. Mr. Lin, we are here to discuss compensation in good faith. But would like to know, how did you know these people were going to rob the bank? These robbers are ruthless, yet they let you go. Mr. Lin, do you really not know them? Are you suggesting him in cahoots with the robbers? Lin Shi let out a derisive laugh. The two remained silent, tacitly confirming the implication. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, Lin Shi saw no point in wasting time. He stood up and walked straight out. Then you two can assist the police in finding evidence. I won't keep you company. They'll reclaim what's mine through legal channels. Suing the bank would likely result in a favorable verdict, but it would take a long time. Nevertheless, with the gold bars already in hand, he stood to lose nothing. As for the bank deputy manager's threats, he smirked, hoping the man could still stand before him in 3 months. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Assuming it was spam, Lin Shi put it on speaker. A female voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Shi? I'm a reporter from XX News in this city. I'd like to conduct a special interview with you. Do you have time? Lin Shi was taken aback. A local reporter? Why would a reporter want to interview him? Just as he was about to decline, another call came in. Another unfamiliar number. Sorry, I need to take this call. He hung up and answered the second call. Hello, Mr. Lin Shi, we are from XX New Media, and would like to. Before the speaker could finish, another call came in. Puzzled, Lin Shi hung up and answered again. Is this Lin Shi? I'm a news reporter. News reporters were all calling him. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Instead of hanging up, he began talking to the reporter from China Central Television. This is Lin Shi. What can I do for you? Do you have time for an interview? Oh, the public is eager to know how you escaped from the robbers. Lin Shi hesitated. He didn't want fame. Internet users in the 21st century were terrifying. If his little maneuvers were uncovered, he would be finished. Although killing the robbers was self-defense, taking the gold bars was an undeniable fact. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chu Xiaodai and the deputy manager watching him intently, seeming somewhat nervous. His refusal turned into an acceptance. All right. After arranging the time and place, Lin Shi hung up and continued walking out. Li Chongbin's eyes showed regret. He had hoped to strike first before the reporters appeared, but Lin Shi was proving to be stubborn. Wait, let's talk again. Chu Xiaodai tried to grab Lin Shi's arm, but he dodged. Lin Shi turned to look at Chu Xiaodai, raising an eyebrow, as if recalling something. He said, oh, by the way, I gave the police a clue about the robbers' motive. What clue? Chu Xiaodai asked instinctively. When I was taken hostage, I heard the robbers say that a bank employee leaked information about my gold purchase, which is why they targeted the bars and robbed the bank. Lin Shi had actually fabricated this. He couldn't understand the robbers' conversation at all. But it didn't hurt to try to bluff this woman. If someone had leaked his information, she was the most likely suspect. Chu Xiaodai's heart skipped a beat, and a flicker of panic crossed her face, as if something had occurred to her. Seeing Chu Xiaodai's increasingly panicked expression, Lin Shi, who had only been 50% certain before, was now completely sure. TSK, causing the deaths of 4 security guards and costing the bank over 20 million. I wonder how many years that leaker will get. Watching Chu Xiaodai's dazed and disheartened look, Lin Shi let out a cruel smile and turned to leave. No wonder the bank robbery that hadn't happened in his past life occurred in this one. It was indeed the butterfly effect triggered by his own rebirth and trip to buy gold bars. Li Chongbin glared furiously and shouted at Lin Shi's retreating back, "Stop!" Seeing Lin Shi walk away without pause, Li Chongbin tightly grabbed Chu Xiaodai's arm, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" He had only come to negotiate with Lin Shi because the bank wasn't solely at fault. He never expected that even the robbers were drawn in by their own people. What was there left to negotiate? "It wasn't me," Chu Xiaodai shrieked. Seeing her guilty demeanor, how could Li Chongbin not understand that the leaker Lin Shi referred to was none other than Chu Xiaodai? Now that Lin Shi had contacted the TV station, Li Chongbin had to resolve this before it was exposed. Without sparing Chu Xiaodai another glance, he strode away, leaving her slumped on the ground, muttering incessantly, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." Yesterday, after receiving Lin Shi's call about purchasing 25 million in gold, Chu Xiaodai had been delighted. That evening, while dining with her boyfriend at a restaurant, she had boastfully mentioned that a client was buying 25 million in gold. She had previously bragged to her boyfriend about clients making large deposits, but she had never mentioned their names. That hardly counted as leaking client information, so how could it have caught the robbers' attention? Yet as fate would have it, two of the robbers were seated in the booth right behind Chu Xiaodai's at that very restaurant. If you walk on a dark path often enough, you are bound to meet a ghost. Lin Shi left the police station in the evening. He found his car and drove to the warehouse he had rented. Before long, he received several more calls, this time from advertising partners. Checking his phone, Lin Shi realized he had become famous. There were also countless messages from college classmates, high school classmates, and even elementary school classmates he rarely contacted. Lin Shi cleared all the messages. He didn't want to be famous. If he hadn't known that the apocalypse would arrive in 3 months, he might have capitalized on this wave of popularity to make some money with short videos and ads. But the end was near, and he had no energy for such things. Internet users were too terrifying. If they uncovered any clues, he would be finished. After tidying up a small compartment in the warehouse and eating some bread stored in his space, Lin Shi collapsed into sleep. After a day of scheming, he fell asleep the moment he lay down. Waking up refreshed at dawn, Lin Shi completed his morning exercises and went out for breakfast when he received a call from the bank. "Hello, Mr. Lin, your gold transaction from yesterday is still incomplete. When would you like to come and collect the gold?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. So soon? He had planned to use the incident with Chu Xiaodai and his newfound online fame to pressure the bank into completing the interrupted transaction. But the bank was even quicker. Lin Shi replied, 30 minutes. After breakfast, he arrived at the bank. He had expected to wrangle with them, but everything went smoothly. The bank manager personally received him, offered a sincere apology, and handed over the gold bars. They also gave him several gifts, euphemistically called compensation for emotional distress. In return, Lin Shi obliged the manager's request for a photo holding the gold bars and smiling with the bank staff. As he left, the staff and security guards helped him load the items and escorted him to his car. They kept smiling and waving until Lin Shi's car disappeared from sight. This scene was naturally captured by reporters who had been monitoring the bank. The photo quickly appeared on news websites and netizens praised the bank's service attitude. But all that was irrelevant to Lin Shi now. He had initially planned to give interviews and expose the vice manager's recording and Chu Xiaodai's actions. Having achieved his goal in the shortest time, he could skip these time-wasting trivialities. Whether he would survive 3 months from now was uncertain, so why waste time on people who were doomed? Lin Shi's focus was now on the gold bars. On the bed in the small dozen-square-meter compartment lay 2 neat piles of dazzling gold bars. One pile was from the bank today, the other from the robbers yesterday. There were also 3 smaller bars he had left from before. A total of 50 million in gold. Thinking that these bars might double to 100 million made Lin Shi's heart beat faster. Naturally, Lin Shi couldn't hold all 120 kilograms of gold in his hands like the first time. He placed both hands on the bars. Item duplication. As the words fell, a dazzling golden light illuminated the small compartment. Gold bars materialized one by one in the void before Lin Shi, and the sound of heavy objects landing on the bed rang out continuously. The iron bed frame creaked, clearly unable to bear the weight. But Lin Shi didn't care if he'd have to sleep on the floor that night. He counted 123 replicated bars, 120 of 1,000 grams, and 3 of 500 grams, not a single one missing. Lin Shi let out a soft sigh of relief, then a wild joy spread across his face. 25 million turning into 100 million in 2 days would drive anyone crazy with happiness. He hadn't been sure it would succeed at first. What if the cornucopia had a duplication limit? What if it could only duplicate bars he touched? Or if other restrictions caused failure? But fortunately, he had worried for nothing. This item duplication ability was even more powerful than he had imagined. The cornucopia interface had also changed. Cornucopia function storage space 666 upgrade cost 2,000 wealth points. Function item duplication 1 upgrade cost 10,000 wealth points. Only one chance for item duplication remained. Would upgrading change this number? Lin Shi first organized the gold bars. Each bank bar had a serial number. He sorted out the duplicates of the 60 bars he had withdrawn today and set them aside. These were to be sold back to the bank. He placed the other 63 duplicates on the other side, planning to melt them down and find a channel to sell. Picking up 2 original 1,000-gram bars, Lin Shi silently intoned space upgrade. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Shi began to upgrade the space as originally planned. With an empty palm, the interface of the treasure basin started to change. In the blink of an eye, the length, width, and height of the space within his consciousness doubled, and its volume increased 8-fold. Treasure basin. Storage space 121,212. Required currency points for upgrade 4,000. Function item duplication 1. Required currency points for upgrade 10,000. The required currency points for the next level upgrade have doubled. Without stopping, Lin Shi picked up 4 gold bars to continue upgrading the space. Then he took 8. 16. After using a total of 31,000 G gold bars, and upgrading continuously 4 times, the storage space had transformed into treasure basin. Storage space 969,696. Required currency points for upgrade 32,000. Function item duplication 1. Required currency points for upgrade 10,000. The area of the space had expanded to over 9,000 square meters with a volume nearing 9,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of a museum. In terms of ordinary shipping containers, it is comparable to over 2,900 containers piled together. Such a large space is sufficient for now. Currently, he has 91 kilogram gold bars and 3 500-gram bars left to upgrade. This time, Lin Shi picked up 10 gold bars filled with anticipation. Upgrade item duplication. As soon as he finished speaking, the gold bars in his hand vanished. The numbers on the interface jumped rapidly until they finally stopped. Treasure basin. Storage space 969,696. Required currency points for upgrade 32,000. Function item duplication 4. Required currency points for upgrade 20,000. The number of duplications truly increased. Moreover, it increased by 3 at once. This indicated that as long as he continued to upgrade, he could gain more duplication opportunities. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled. If he could repeat this method of purchasing gold from the bank a few more times, wouldn't he be able to upgrade the treasure basin infinitely? But soon he calmed down. Buying gold bars from the bank and selling them back is something that could be seen as a mistake by a young person. If he lost, that would be one thing. But doing it again would surely raise suspicion. Moreover, the duplicated gold bars could not be used for upgrades and are not easy to sell. Currently, every citizen's account in Xia country is under national surveillance, and large amounts of unexplained funds flowing in would quickly attract investigation from relevant authorities. Besides the original 25 million, any extra money would be impossible to expose, let alone spend. Lin Shi upgraded the treasure basin to prepare for the impending extreme cold apocalypse. If he wasted precious time accumulating resources just to upgrade the treasure basin, it would completely contradict his original intention. Furthermore, after the apocalypse strikes, that will be the best time to collect gold. Within a month of the apocalypse, a vast number of plants and animals worldwide will perish. Human food will drastically decrease, and at that time, just a few loaves of bread could be exchanged for a 1 kilogram gold bar. No one will care about gold and silver jewelry when they can't even fill their stomachs or stay warm. After coming to this realization, Lin Shi placed his hand on all the remaining gold bars and continued to upgrade item duplication. As the gold bars under his hand vanished swiftly, the numbers on the treasure basin interface began to jump continuously. Once the gold bars completely disappeared, the treasure basin interface changed to treasure basin. Storage space 969,696. Required currency points for upgrade 32,000. Function item duplication 22. Required currency points for upgrade 58500. Lin Shi was overjoyed, a smile spreading across his face. The number of duplications gained with each upgrade is double that of the previous level plus the remaining one. That is 13,612. A total of 22 duplication opportunities. According to the current upgrade pattern, in the next item duplication upgrade, he will receive 24 duplication opportunities. But that will all be after the apocalypse. The most important thing now is to stockpile resources. At this moment, Lin Shi still had 3,200 in cash. He needed to sell the gold bars to recover the funds from the duplicated gold bars withdrawn from the bank. Considering the gold bars had just arrived today, Lin Shi decided to wait 2 days before going to the bank to sell them, making it a bit safer. In that case, he would deal with another batch of gold bars that cannot be exposed. Lin Shi first found someone in the coastal city online. A typical online recluse who idles around all day. He used a reward of 20,000 to lure him to a manufacturer in the suburbs of the coastal city that produces high-frequency heating equipment to buy a small gold melting machine. Then he found another person to buy several crucibles from another factory. Finally, he got a third person to purchase some molds. He instructed these 3 individuals to place the items in 3 relatively remote locations with fewer monitors, and only then did he disguise himself to retrieve them. He knew that the authorities must still be monitoring him, but so what? Even if someone discovered he had bought these items, there would be no evidence linking him to the robbers. Moreover, the matter concerning Chu Xiaodai should have started to ferment by now. He believed that the authorities would be able to trace the origins and motives of the robbers through this lead. With Lin Shi being so cautious, it would take a while before they could trace it back to him. After bringing the items back to the warehouse, Lin Shi began to operate. Melting, pouring, molds forming. He toiled until 3 in the morning, transforming 61 kilogram gold bars into a total of 180 gold bars of various sizes. He already had a plan for how to deal with these gold bars. There was a pawn shop in the eastern suburbs of the coastal city. On the surface it was a pawn shop, but in reality there was a gang inside trafficking various illegal goods. They accepted and sold anything. Lin Shi knew about it because this pawn shop still existed after the onset of the apocalypse. It is said that someone once exchanged several hundred pounds of rice for a .54 pistol. Lin Shi decided to take 5 kilograms of gold bars tomorrow to scout the situation. If it was merely a rumor, he could also use these gold bars to exchange for cash. He stored all the gold bars and tools in the space, and went to sleep heavily after finishing the day's work. Hoo. As he breathed rhythmically, Lin Shi slowly stretched his body, and in the next second, he suddenly struck out with a palm. Then he gently retracted it. At times still as a maiden, at times swift as a hare. His movements flowed like clouds and water, somewhat resembling Tai Chi, but also different. This was an exercise method designed by scientists from Xia country in his past life to help humans survive better in extreme cold. It required a certain level of physical fitness to begin practicing. After several days of basic training, Lin Shi clearly felt that his body's agility had improved significantly, and his strength and endurance had also increased considerably. He began to attempt practicing this technique, known as resonance. In his past life, scientists speculated that after the eruption of geomagnetic storms, a miraculous substance appeared in the air due to changes in the Earth's magnetic field. This substance, once absorbed by organisms, could greatly enhance their physical constitution. The evidence was that all plants and animals that survived the first 3 years of the apocalypse began to exhibit mutations. Their blood and muscles contained this mysterious substance. Surviving animals grew increasingly larger, while some plants could grow in extreme cold temperatures of several tens of degrees below zero amidst the snow. However, the changes in humans were minimal. Aside from allowing humans to withstand the cold better, there seemed to be no other significant changes. Thus, in the 6th year of the apocalypse, scientists and martial artists jointly developed this set of exercise methods. By the 7th year of the apocalypse, it became popular among survivors. This set of movements could accelerate the absorption of this substance by humans. In his past life, after practicing for over a year, Lin Shi could stay outdoors for 2 to 3 hours without wearing a down jacket, even in extreme cold. At that time, it was said that some in the military had reached the point of unlocking their genetic locks. Whether it was true or not remained unknown. As he completed a set of movements, Lin Shi felt warmth coursing through his body. After taking a shower and enjoying a hearty breakfast, he drove towards the eastern suburbs. Lin Shi drove out to Dongjiao. After an hour of searching, he finally found the pawn shop tucked beside a rundown apartment block. The sign read Qingxin Pawn Shop. The paint was faded, the door was small, and did not let in light. Lin Shi hesitated a moment, produced a pistol from his spatial pocket, checked the rounds, slid the weapon into his inner jacket pocket, and stepped out of the car. Caution never hurt. With a backpack already loaded with 5 Gene of gold on his shoulders, he entered the shop. Inside, his eye fell upon a folding screen stamped with a single large character denoting pawn. Beyond the screen, a man was fussing over something behind the counter, so absorbed he did not notice Lin Shi enter. Lin Shi rapped the counter lightly. The man looked up, seeing a fresh face, his expression turned wary. Only then did Lin Shi notice the man was holding a crossbow, jet black, its sleek lines taut with lethal promise. On the table lay an uninstalled scope and scattered components. From its general form, it was clearly a foreign-made interceptor crossbow, a compact compound model far more powerful than a handgun. Rumor had it such a weapon could pierce an elephant's skull at 150 meters. Its rate of fire approached that of a pistol, its accuracy was high, the operation straightforward, and it could be disassembled at will. Its report was quieter than a pistol's, and its bolts could be retrieved and reused. Had he possessed such a crossbow in his past life, he might have strode unhindered through an apocalypse's wilds. He had indeed come to the right place. Noticing Lin Shi's gaze, Xie Jinxin pulled a cloth over the partly assembled piece. Although he did not think this raw youth could identify it, Xie still offered an explanation. My kids like to tinker with these toys. Young man, can I help you with something? Lin Shi did not contradict him. He set the backpack down on the counter. He unzipped it, revealing the gold inside. Xie's eyes lit up as he lifted a gold bar to inspect. Selling or pawning? Cash or transfer? I want to trade for some items, Lin Shi said. At that, Xie's casual manner vanished. He regarded Lin Shi with sudden seriousness. Ordinary people did not know he could exchange gold for gear. Only acquaintances or referrals came to him for such trades. The end times had not yet arrived, so Xie Jinxin had not publicly opened that side of his business. Who referred you? What do you want to trade for? Xia asked. Lin Shi skirted the question. Can I trade for that crossbow you were assembling? Xia gave him an assessing look as if judging the boy's age, and said, Do you even know what that is, Oi? Lin Shi was about to answer when the back door swung open, and a voice preceded the man. Old Xia, have my goods arrived? A tall, stocky man stepped around the screen and into the room. Only then did he notice there was someone else inside. He scanned Lin Shi warily. Xia told the burly man, The goods are here, but not assembled, wait in the back. I have a customer to deal with first. It was then the burly man noticed the sack of gold on the counter. A flash of greed crossed his face. As he moved into the small alcove behind the counter, Xia resumed, What do you want to trade for? Speak quickly, I have a customer. Trade me that interceptor crossbow on your shelf, or an elite crossbow, or the invisible model. Any will do, but they must come with matching bolts. Also, I want rounds for a Type 54 pistol, the more the better. Xia's pupils narrowed as he measured Lin Shi again. In their line of work, keen eyesight was everything. A good dealer could judge in a glance who was fit to trade and who was not. He would never trade his goods to a fugitive. Too many problems and blood would cling to him, or to ordinary folks who would have no use for such equipment. He reserved such items for those who prowled borderlands or for mercenaries. Those men treated life and death as expendable. Once equipped, they repaid kindness with gratitude. Xia had run his business for years on the strength of that discernment. Yet the young man before him left him uncertain. At first glance, Lin Shi had the look of a student, as if he had come to pawn something. But on closer inspection, his gaze was composed and restrained, piercingly keen. His body was taut, limbs seemingly relaxed yet poised to strike at any instant. That kind of vigilance Xia had only seen in old hands who danced perpetually on the edge of life and death. Still, the youth's skin and hands were too fair and uncalloused. There was none of the rough savagery such border runners usually wore. And yet he could tell at a glance that the thing left unassembled was an interceptor crossbow. Xia hesitated, then resolved to trust his instinct. Kid, those gold bars alone aren't enough for what you want. As long as you have what I want, money is no object, Lin Shi replied. Xia nodded. Follow me. He turned and pushed open the door behind the counter. The burly man, it seemed, had not gone far. He stood by the doorway. Old Xia, why are you bringing this kid in here? The burly man sneered. Old Jean, hold your goods for a moment. Ooh, I'll let this young brother make his choice first. The man was called Lao Jean, and Lin Shi could feel the ferocity radiating from him. Lao Jean glanced at Lin Shi with contempt. Old Xia, have you sunk so low you'll do business with anyone? A half-grown boy. Sell your wares to him, and you won't be surprised when your den gets torched in a few days. Xia narrowed his eyes, and his smile cooled. My affairs are for me to manage, he said, implying Lao Jean need not meddle. Lin Shi quietly completed the unspoken retort in his head. Humph. I'm just afraid this brat will ruin the trade we've built over the years. Lao Jean snorted, his gaze hardening into a murderous gleam. Lin Shi met the look calmly. Against a feral beast one must display unruffled poise, lest one be mistaken for prey. Xia was done arguing. He waved for Lin Shi to follow. They passed down a pitch-dark corridor and arrived before a heavy aluminum door. Xia produced a key, opened the door, and felt along the inner wall for a second, then the lights came on. Lin Shi peered through the crack and saw row upon row of wooden racks. Come in, Xia invited, and led the way. Inside stood tiers of shelving, each laden with wooden crates of varying sizes, all sealed, so their contents remained hidden. Lin Shi followed to one rack as Xia lifted a crate down and began to pry off the iron fastenings with a screwdriver. When Xia opened the crate and swept away the straw, there neatly nested within lay an unassembled interceptor crossbow. This is the interceptor crossbow. 20,000 firm price. Xia Jinshin stared at Lin Shi, not letting a single flicker of expression on his face slip by. The price was steep, but if this young man was inexperienced, he could make a killing. Lin Shi didn't flinch, his tone displeased. A sniper rifle costs a few tens of thousands, and you dare sell me a crossbow for 20,000. I recall the interceptor goes for around 80,000 on the foreign black market. Give me a fair price, I'm buying a lot, and I won't let you lose out. He had many more exchanges to make and couldn't afford to be fleeced like a fat sheep. Old Xia chuckled, showing no hint of embarrassment on his face. Where the hell did you pop out from, kid? Fine. He'll give you a fair price, 100,000. This stuff cost me a lot of connections to bring in. There's no way I'm selling at foreign black market prices. Lin Shi raised a hand and gestured a number. 60,000. 90,000. Can't go lower. 65,000. In the end, Lin Shi settled at 80,000. He ordered 50 accompanying arrows. Because the arrows were reusable, Xia Jinshin didn't have that many in stock, or Lin Shi would have asked for more. Next came the bullets for the Type 54 pistol. Lin Shi took all of Xia Jinshin's inventory, 2,000 rounds. The goods here were fairly comprehensive. A dazzling array of hot weapons, including various models of sniper rifles, assault rifles, and pistols, filled the shelves. But aside from the Type 54 pistol, Lin Shi only took two king of guns, the AK-47, with their matching ammunition. Originally, Lin Shi had wanted a few more rifles. But Xia Jinshin said rifles were too hard to come by, he couldn't get them. Lin Shi didn't take any other hot weapons. Precision firearms like sniper rifles would become scrap metal in the extreme cold apocalypse. In extreme cold, due to thermal expansion and contraction, the resistance of firearm components increases and gun oil becomes viscous. The more precise the firearm, the more prone it is to jamming. Some even crack under the severe cold. Sniper rifles, precision rifles, and certain high-precision pistols all became unusable. In contrast, a simple and rugged pistol like the Type 54 could still barely function. And the AK-47, originally designed to operate reliably in extreme harsh environments, needed no further comment. However, even without jamming, the service life of these guns was greatly reduced. After firing a few shots, they required maintenance before they could be used again. Otherwise, the water vapor generated by the heat of the gun barrel in the extreme cold would quickly freeze it. Snowflakes could also easily blow into the barrel during blizzards. Their role as a deterrent far outweighed their practicality. If merely for self-defense, a pistol would barely suffice. After all, Lin Shi had more than one. But for hunting or gathering supplies, cold weapons were more effective. The extreme cold apocalypse also marked the rise of cold weapons. Finally, Lin Shi set his sights on 3 Gurkha knives and 3 daggers. When Xie Jinxin tried to sell him a Tang sword, Lin Shi refused. "I thought you young folks liked this kind of blade," Xie Jinxin muttered. Tang swords had indeed become very popular online in recent years. Although very sharp, the blade was too straight and long. At extremely low temperatures, it would easily snap upon collision with hard objects or other weapons. Lin Shi smiled without explaining and asked, "Do you accept pre-orders?" Xie Jinxin said confidently, "Tell me what you want. As long as it's not something too big, I can get it for you. I need the best military cold weather gear with matching cold weather boots, combat gloves, and helmets. Top tier, the most cold-resistant kind. Can you get it?" Xie Jinxin's eyes widened. A top-tier military cold weather combat suit with its inner and outer layers numbering over a dozen pieces could enable combat in temperatures tens of degrees below zero. The price was no joke. Each suit cost at least over 100,000. Lin Shi added another number. 50 sets, all in my size. 50 sets. Xie Jinxin's eyes bulged and he exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you going to war? Was this kid that rich?" Lin Shi spoke with a straight face, spouting nonsense, and planning to spend a few years in Antarctica. Xie Jinxin naturally didn't believe such a far-fetched story. But after hearing the rest of Lin Shi's list, he began to wonder if it might be true. 5 night vision goggles, 20 military-grade walkie-talkies, 20 cold-resistant single-soldier integrated tents, 50 cold-weather military sleeping bags. Also get me a few more military crossbows like the Interceptor and more arrows. As many bullets as you can get, bring them all. Xie Jinxin did a rough calculation. The total value of these items exceeded 10 million. For an order this big, you'll need to give me at least 1 million as a deposit. I only take cash and gold. Xie Jinxin's request was reasonable. Lin Shi nodded. He'll come back tonight. He still had plenty of gold bars in his space, but he couldn't take them out directly. After setting a time, Lin Shi left the pawnshop carrying a hiking backpack that Xie Jinxin had thrown in. After Lin Shi left, Xie Jinxin continued assembling a crossbow for Old Jean. Old Jean asked with a meaningful tone, "Old Xie, is this sheep fat enough?" "Old Jean, don't mess with him." Xie Jinxin actually spoke up for Lin Shi. He couldn't see through this young man and didn't want trouble. When he asked for the deposit just now, the young man hadn't hesitated at all. Someone who could easily produce that much cash or gold, and buy so much gear, couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Most importantly, he had never seen such calm composure in a young man in his 20s. After hearing Xie Jinxin's words, Old Jean fell silent, a dark, brooding look flickering in his eyes. Leaving the pawnshop and returning to the car, Lin Shi, seeing no surveillance around, stored the items in his space. After dinner, he took 5 pounds of gold from his space and headed back to Xie Jinxin's pawnshop. The already remote suburb was even quieter at night. Lin Shi went straight into the pawnshop and handed the gold bars to Old Xie for counting. Xie Jinxin inspected the gold and said, "All right, just pay the balance when the goods arrive. They'll be going then." Lin Shi wasn't afraid Old Jean would run off. First, this man was famous in the apocalypse for his good reputation. Though he drove a hard bargain, he delivered the goods once paid. Second, he couldn't use the gold himself anyway. If it were lost, it wouldn't be much of a loss to him. Lin Shi turned to leave, but was stopped by Xie Jinxin. "Wait." Xie Jinxin hesitated for a moment before saying gravely, "Be careful tonight." Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. "Thanks. Be careful tonight. What did a grown man like him need to be careful of? Naturally of people." Someone had their eyes on him. Driving along the slightly quiet street, Lin Shi kept his speed slow, having been cautious. Not long after, he slammed on the brakes. A row of nails lay scattered across the road ahead. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. Shifting into reverse, he stepped on the gas and backed up. Reaching the intersection he had just passed, he quickly changed gears, adjusted direction, and sped off down another road. This sudden move caught the ambushers completely off guard. A normal person would either have their tires blown out and be forced to get repairs, or get out to check the situation and sweep the nails aside. Who would just turn and run without a word. In a nearby alley not far from where the nails were scattered, old Gene, dressed entirely in black with a motorcycle helmet, was waiting for his prey to take the bait. Seeing this, old Gene cursed and twisted the throttle, chasing after the direction Lin Shi had gone. Lin Shi had driven only a few hundred meters when the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed behind him. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw a figure clad in black helmet obscuring their face under the dim streetlights. He veered toward a secluded road. The motorcycle clung tightly to Lin Shi's tail. Only old Gene's eyes were visible, their murky depths gleaming with malice. He risked life and limb outside, toiling for months just to earn a pittance of blood money. If he could kidnap this fat sheep and extort millions from him, he could revel in carefree luxury for a long while. These rich, second-generation brats were terrified of death. With a little coercion, some threats, and a few compromising photos, they'd willingly pay for their lives. Old Gene was no novice. He had never failed in his previous endeavors. Lin Shi's lavish spending and youthful face had stirred old Gene's greed. After passing through a residential area, old Gene twisted the throttle, surged ahead of Lin Shi's car, and executed a drift to block his path. Simultaneously, he stealthily gripped the dagger strapped to his thigh. As soon as Lin Shi stepped out, old Gene could subdue the kid instantly. It was only 8 in the evening, early yet, though the suburbs were desolate, a few scattered pedestrians lingered in the distance. This hour lulled people into complacency, and a typical rich brat would already be cursing as they got out. Old Gene had already disabled the surveillance cameras along the route. If he acted swiftly, snatching the person and vehicle together before anyone noticed, it would be hard to trace back to him. Unfortunately, Lin Shi was no ordinary youth. He was a reborn survivor who had crawled through the apocalypse, witnessing the darkest facets of humanity. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he gripped the steering wheel. He floored the accelerator, charging straight ahead. The speed, originally at 60 miles per hour, surged past 100 in an instant. How many seconds did it take to cover a dozen meters at 100 miles per hour? The next moment, old Gene's pupils contracted. He wanted to dodge, but was far too late. A thunderous crash followed by the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. The immense impact flung old Gene and his motorcycle a dozen meters away. The car's front end was mangled beyond recognition, headlight shards scattered across the ground, and the bumper crumpled inward. In contrast, old Gene's motorcycle was even more shattered. Twisted parts lay strewn everywhere. The very motorcycle he had chosen for agility and a quick escape became the primary cause of his failure. Had it been a car, Lin Shi would have taken care to drive to an isolated spot before striking. But old Gene on a motorcycle had blocked him and courted death, so he couldn't blame Lin Shi for finishing it swiftly. At the sound of the crash, distant onlookers searched for the source, but they were too far away to see anything. Lin Shi calmly stepped out of the car and approached old Gene. Still conscious beneath his helmet, old Gene spat blood, his limbs twisted unnaturally, venomously glaring at Lin Shi, but unable to utter a word. The hunter who had so often preyed on others was now caught off guard. He never expected a seemingly 20-something youth to be so ruthless. Without even knowing the reason, he dared to ram into him. Wasn't he afraid of hitting the wrong person? Lin Shi stopped a meter away and said in a low voice, "Are you wondering why I dared to hit you, old Gene?" Lin Shi's calm indifference made old Gene's pupils shrink. He had misjudged. This was no fat sheep, but a ruthless killer as merciless as himself. Understanding. Old Gene struggled for a last-ditch effort. The collision had shattered old Gene's left thigh, driven his left ribs into his organs, and crushed his right hand against the ground, leaving him immobile. If he had any strength left to fight back, he would kill this brat. Old Gene silently vowed that once he recovered, he would make Lin Shi die a gruesome death. But Lin Shi didn't give him that chance. He crouched down, picked up a steel pipe fallen from the motorcycle, and with old Gene's terrified eyes drove it into his throat. Old Gene's eyes bulged as if they would pop out, his mouth opened and closed, the malice in his gaze seeming to flay Lin Shi alive. Even at death's door, he couldn't fathom how Lin Shi dared to kill him in such a place. Lin Shi murmured, "Driving here, I noticed several surveillance cameras along the way were broken. You handled that, didn't you? Thanks for picking your own grave." Old Gene gasped, trying to speak, but the fatal wound soon dimmed the light in his eyes. With a thought, Lin Shi stored the corpse, all scattered fragments, and even his own car, into his spatial dimension. On the deserted road, when those drawn by the noise arrived, they found only a patch of glaring blood. A vigilant resident called the police, who collected the blood and confirmed it was human. Yet there was no evidence of a crime scene. All surveillance was destroyed, there were no victims or witnesses. The case couldn't even be filed, and it ended there. Lin Shi walked a distance, hailed a taxi, and returned home. It wasn't his first kill, so he felt no fear. In the apocalypse, everyone was both hunter and prey. He was no saint. Anyone who dared to target him would face his mercilessness. Lin Shi returned to the warehouse, showered, and fell asleep. The next day, he checked the date, March 7th, the 7th day since his rebirth. He noticed the gold price had risen by 5 yuan in the past 2 days. Deciding to sell the gold bars today to cash out, he planned to continue his hoarding strategy. After morning exercise and breakfast, he took a cab to the bank. Lin Shi had become a celebrity at the bank 2 days ago. As soon as he walked in with his suitcase, he was recognized. Mr. Lin, how may I assist you? After Chu Xiaodai's leak of client information was exposed by Lin Shi, the bank had quietly fired her to protect its reputation. Now Lin Shi's account manager was a man in his 30s named Feng Jian. Feng had secured this position by bribing his superior with a carton of cigarettes after learning of Lin Shi's potential. He had been processing a credit card for another client. His eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Shi. When he spotted the suitcase, they nearly sparkled with stars. To set up the luggage, it was identical to the day Lin Shi had furiously bought 25 million yuan worth of gold bars. Back then, when he heard that Chu Xiaodai's client was buying 25 million in gold from her, he and the other managers were green with envy. Now such a golden opportunity had fallen into his lap. Feng Jian immediately abandoned the customer who had intended to apply for a large credit card, letting a colleague take over. Compared to the commission from selling 25 million in gold, what was the petty commission from handling a credit card? Feng Jian quickly approached Lin Shi, his face beaming with the most sincere smile. Mr. Lin, hello. I am your new client manager, Xiao Feng. What business would you like to conduct today? Let's talk inside. All right, this way, please. Feng Jian eagerly ushered Lin Shi into the VIP lounge, taking in the envious and jealous glances of his colleagues, feeling a hint of smugness inside. Lin Shi casually spent 25 million on gold. He must have even more deposits in other banks. If Feng Jian could win those deposits over, his performance would skyrocket. The other bank staff thought the same. For them, performance equaled salary. Premium clients were their bread and butter. But Feng Jian had acted too quickly. They could only curse under their breath. What a snake. Lin Shi walked to the VIP counter about to speak. Feng Jian hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, please have a seat and wait a moment. With that, he quickly left. Lin Shi could only sit and wait. Soon Feng Jian returned holding an exquisite gift box. Every year the bank prepared gifts for premium clients, offering different tiers based on their status. This year the bank had prepared 2 bottles of Matai liquor for its highest tier clients. Lin Shi was not originally a top-tier client. But to retain Lin Shi as a major client, Feng Jian paid out of his own pocket to put together a gift set. If Lin Shi completed just one more large-scale wealth management transaction at the bank, Feng Jian would not only recoup his costs, but also boost his performance and see his salary rise rapidly. He had originally planned to call Lin Shi in the next couple of days to deliver the gift, but Lin Shi had come directly. Mr. Lin, this is your gift for this year along with a little personal token of my appreciation. Lin Shi didn't pay it much mind and nodded. He got straight to the point. Help me process the gold bar repurchase procedure. With that, he unzipped his suitcase, revealing an entire case of 60 kilograms of gold bars. Feng Jian was stunned. The expression on his face was incredibly dramatic. He confirmed, you mean, you want to sell back these gold bars? Lin Shi nodded. Feng Jian glanced at today's gold price and squeezed out a smile. Mr. Lin, if you sell these gold bars now, you'll take a loss. Lin Shi had already prepared an excuse on the way. I know. I've looked into it. I was impulsive when I bought so many gold bars before. Now I've come to my senses. Investing in gold bars isn't worthwhile. I plan to use that money for other investments. Despite several attempts to dissuade him, Lin Shi's mind remained unchanged, and he began to grow impatient. Reluctantly, Feng Jian had no choice but to start the repurchase process. The repurchase procedure was far more troublesome than the purchase. Each gold bar certificate code had to be checked against the serial number on the bar, and they had to ensure the packaging was intact and the bars were free of scratches. It was not a task that could be completed quickly. Feng Jian called over a counter clerk to help him sort through them. When the clerk heard that Lin Shi was selling the gold bars he had just bought, there was a hint of schadenfreude in his look at Feng Jian. Feng Jian's face darkened even further. He hadn't gotten a share of the commission when the gold was sold, yet now he had to put in the work for the repurchase. If he hadn't thought Lin Shi was a potential client, Feng Jian would have shot him a few dirty looks by now. It took the entire morning before all the gold bars were fully repurchased. Lin Shi's account received 24.78 million, a loss of over 6,000. With his goal achieved, Lin Shi didn't care about the small loss. After declining all of Feng Jian's wealth management proposals, Lin Shi left with Feng Jian forcing a smile as he watched him walk away carrying the 2 bottles of Matai. Feng Jian was already filled with regret. He had spent over 1,000 yuan out of his own pocket for that gift, and he had even given away a carton of cigarettes. What infuriated him even more was that for some time to come his colleagues would mock him behind his back for being a fool. Lin Shi, of course, paid no attention to this. After leaving the bank, he headed straight to the grain and oil wholesale market. He ordered 100 tons of rice, 2,000 bags of 50 kilograms each, 1,000 bags of flour, 100 cases of cooking oil, 1,000 cases of table salt. The reason Lin Shi hoarded so much salt was that once the seawater froze, extracting salt would become 100 times more difficult than it was now. Salt was cheap and didn't take up much space, so he stocked up. Next, he ordered 100 cases each of MSG chicken bouillon, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. For instant noodles, sausages, ham luncheon, meat noodles, and the like, he ordered 1,000 cases of each. He also took 100 cases of hot pot base and various seasoning packets. When the extreme cold arrived, enjoying hot pot and boiled meat every day would be a true pleasure. Lin Shi picked up other odds and ends as he saw fit. The total supplies filled 7 container trucks. It cost Lin Shi over $1,000,000. The wholesale market owners treated him like a supermarket buyer and gave him the lowest prices, hoping he would return. Even with the fastest loading, it would take several hours. Lin Shi asked them to assign more workers for loading and unloading. After paying a deposit and leaving the address, he went to the neighboring farmer's market. He ordered several thousand jin of various live fish, all to be gutted and scaled. 1 ton of chicken and duck, 1 ton of fresh pork, beef, mutton, and eggs. He bought 1 to 2 tons of each. Since it was already afternoon, these could only be delivered the next day. The live fish in particular had to be freshly slaughtered as he requested, which cost an extra yuan per jin and would require several days to deliver in full. After that, he bought several hundred jin of dried seaweed, various dried aquatic products, ginger, scallions, and garlic. The time-freezing property of the space meant that items would stay exactly as they were when stored. If only the space could hold living things, he would have ordered some fresh shrimp and crab. Lin Shi also pre-ordered 3 tons of various vegetables and melons and 3 tons of fruit, asking for delivery the next morning. Then he went to pharmacies to buy medicine. Unlike food, individuals couldn't purchase too much medicine. He spent the entire evening visiting over a dozen pharmacies, managing to buy 50 boxes of antibiotics, 72 boxes of cold medicine, and various antiviral granules and oral liquids. He bought 126 bottles of multivitamins, the kind that cost 2 yuan for 100 tablets. But this wasn't enough. In the apocalypse, medicine would be extremely scarce, and in the bitter cold, a simple cold could be fatal. Lin Shi planned to order more online. Just then, the first shipment from the grain and oil wholesale market had arrived near the warehouse he had rented. After receiving the call, Lin Shi drove back. As soon as he reached the warehouse entrance, his phone rang again. It was Liao Peng calling. Counting the days, Liao Peng had been in Sha City for 4 days. It seemed he had found something. Lin Shi answered the phone. Liao Peng's voice came through. Boss, I have traveled all over Shashi these past few days and found 3 locations that meet your requirements. I have sent the detailed information to your WeChat. Please take a look. Alright, I have something to attend to now. I will call you back later. Lin Shi first went to open the warehouse gate and unloaded goods with a dozen workers. It took over 3 hours to unload all the cargo from 7 containers into the warehouse. After the workers left, Lin Shi placed his hands on the pile of supplies and stored everything into his space. Looking at the supplies that occupied only a small corner of his space, Lin Shi knew this was just the beginning. After taking a shower, he reviewed the information sent by Liao Peng. He couldn't help but acknowledge that he had not misjudged Liao Peng. The 3 locations provided were all very much in line with Lin Shi's requirements. The terrain was elevated, the location remote, and there were no tall buildings nearby, allowing for construction to commence at any time. One of the locations was particularly spacious, situated in the eastern suburbs of Shashi. Not only would it suffice for building his private shelter, but it was also ample enough for a small community. Lin Shi suspected that the official shelter from his past life was built in this very spot. If that were the case, and it was requisitioned by the authorities in the future, his loss would be significant. This location was a no-go. The remaining 2 locations included one in the western suburbs behind a village with a hill only a few meters high, located several kilometers from the first open space. There had once been a Taoist temple on that hill. Although the temple had collapsed, the foundation remained. The last location was in a coastal fishing village named Shidao in Shashi, where there was a cliff about 10 meters high, and above it lay a spacious plot where a few families had once lived before moving away. Lin Shi sent a text to Liao Peng asking him to find someone to survey the mountain with the temple and the cliff to check the geology. He did not want to face a situation where the foundation of his home collapsed while living there. Although the cliff was primarily composed of rock layers, years of wind and waves could have weathered the rock, making it unsuitable for building a shelter. In comparison, the mountain that had once been home to the temple better matched his ideals. However, everything would have to wait until the results were out. After finishing these tasks, Lin Shi went straight to bed. For the next 3 days, the deliveries to the warehouse consisted of fresh produce that Lin Shi had purchased at the farmer's market. He directly hired 4 people nearby to help with receiving and transporting the goods. Meanwhile, on the 8th, Lin Shi went to the lumber market. After the extreme cold, humanity lost power, leading to ruptured gas pipelines across various countries. The demand for fire sources became immense. Without fire, cooked food and hot meals were impossible, and most survivors led a life of eating raw flesh. Countless individuals froze to death in their sleep due to the cold. Consequently, wood became incredibly precious. Lin Shi purchased 500 tons of firewood. Firewood was significantly cheaper than ordinary lumber, consisting mainly of waste wood and offcuts. Just this amount of wood required 25 containers for transport. Fortunately, Lin Shi had ordered a large quantity, otherwise the lumber market would have been unwilling to load and unload for him. Next came the gas canisters and as much coal as Lin Shi could buy. He purchased a total of 800 tons of coal. Following that, he bought windproof lighters, flint windproof matches, and other supplies. He also placed an order online for cold medicine, antibiotics, disinfectants, emergency bandages, and other medical supplies. Additionally, he acquired respirators, oxygen tanks, tactical axes, jungle knives, and other survival gear. On the 9th, Lin Shi visited the largest generator factory in Sanyuan City, purchasing 10 portable generators, 10 household generators, and 2 industrial generators. Except for the industrial generator, he chose the quietest gasoline generators for the others. The industrial generator was only needed for scenarios requiring high power and used diesel, but it was noisy. For normal use, the household generator was sufficient. Next came the electrical wires. After the extreme cold apocalypse, even if the circuits weren't destroyed by electromagnetic storms, the exposed wires outside were mostly frozen and damaged. Therefore, Lin Shi planned to connect the wires indoors, allowing the shelter's power to form a self-sustaining cycle. To avoid power outages caused by aging circuits or short circuits, he purchased tens of thousands of meters of various electrical wires as backup. Next came diesel and gasoline. To use the generators, it was essential to stockpile diesel and gasoline. However, private trading of oil was prohibited. If he were to fill a tank and then export it, he didn't know how long it would take to gather enough fuel. Thus, Lin Shi visited the Qingxin pawn shop. You want 100 tons of diesel, 100 tons of gasoline. Do you think I'm running a gas station? Xie Jinxin looked at Lin Shi with an expression of disbelief. Lin Shi smiled wryly. 100 tons was not too much. A large SUV's tank held 100 liters, and filling it over 10 times would amount to a ton. Naturally, he intended to stockpile as much as possible. No one knew when the apocalypse would end, or at least in the 8th year of the extreme cold, there were no signs of it easing. If Xie Jinxin couldn't manage it, Lin Shi would have to buy a vehicle with a large enough tank to collect fuel from different gas stations. Just as Lin Shi was about to leave, Xie Jinxin pondered for a moment and said, "However, I can arrange 10 tons for you." Lin Shi's eyes lit up with joy, but sensing Xie Jinxin's scrutinizing gaze, he quickly concealed his excitement. What price? 10 tons of gasoline and 10 tons of diesel for 2 kilograms of gold. 2 kilograms of gold was worth over 800. Goodness. The price of diesel was less than 100 per ton, while gasoline was slightly over 1000. Even if he bought 10 tons of each, it would only be around 200. Yet Xie Jinxin had directly increased the price by more than 4 times. Don't complain about the price. I normally don't deal in this line of work. It involves significant risk. If you don't want to, then so be it, Xie Jinxin said. Naturally, Lin Shi was not someone to be easily manipulated. He still had some gold bars in his space, but the amount of the deal was up to him: 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel, and I will give you 5 kilograms of gold. In pursuit of wealth, Xie Jinxin gritted his teeth and agreed. Seeing Xie Jinxin agree so readily, Lin Shi's eyes flickered, and he asked, "Can you get me some medications? The price is negotiable. You tell me, what exactly are you planning to do with all these supplies?" Lin Shi's requests were becoming increasingly peculiar, and although inquiring about the client's purpose was somewhat taboo, he was genuinely curious. With cold weapons, winter clothing, oil, and medicine all involved, what was he up to? Could it be, as this young man said, that he intended to settle in Antarctica? Xie Jinxin began to ponder this bizarre possibility. Naturally, Lin Shi would not reveal his true intentions. Didn't I mention it? I'm going to settle in Antarctica. Next, Lin Shi provided Xie Jinxin with a list of antibiotics, cold medicine, and various internal and external injury medications. Xie Jinxin was suspicious, but negotiated a price with Lin Shi. Leaving the pawnshop, Lin Shi thought for a moment and decided to first go to the appliance market to buy some electrical appliances. In the apocalypse, many essential appliances were needed for years, so he had to buy some of each kind. Soon, Lin Shi arrived at the largest electronics mall in Sanyuan City. Arriving at the electronics mall, Lin Shi purchased 20 units of each item: rice cookers, induction cookers, washing machines, dryers, hair dryers, air purifiers, and electric kettles. He also bought 30 units of electric heaters, electric blankets, fan heaters, and water filters. Next, he went to a nearby store to buy pots, pans, and dishes, all of which had to be made of alloy or stainless steel. On the 10th, Lin Shi rushed to the largest shopping mall. Although he already had cold weather gear, it was meant for hunting and gathering supplies outdoors. He still needed to purchase everyday clothes and other winter essentials. First, he visited a home goods store, buying 20 sets of down comforters, 20 sets of cotton quilts, 20 wool blankets, and 20 sets of bedding. Then he went to a well-reputed brand store whose down jackets and windbreakers were reportedly the same as those used by Antarctic expedition teams. These garments were made from the latest high-tech insulation materials with thermal performance second only to military cold weather gear. Since it was nearly spring, all winter clothing was on sale. Most of the merchandise on the racks had been replaced with spring collections. Lin Shi walked over to the winter clothing section to browse. 2 sales assistants were chatting idly inside the store. Since this brand catered to high-end clientele with jackets costing thousands or even tens of thousands, the store was usually quiet. Seeing Lin Shi head straight for the discount section, both assistants exchanged dismissive glances and continued their conversation. After a while, unable to determine which was the warmest, Lin Shi asked the sales assistant which of your coats offers the best warmth. The assistant, who had her back to him, rolled her eyes before turning around and replying, these down jackets and windbreakers are all quite warm. This wasn't the answer Lin Shi was looking for. I mean, which one is the warmest, capable of keeping me warm at -50°C? The assistant silently cursed him for being a lunatic, walked over and casually pointed out a few items. Lin Shi pointed to one of them. Bring me an XL to try on. The assistant was growing impatient. A cheapskate buying discounted goods, and still so demanding. She glanced at the down jacket on the rack, size L, and said, try this one first, and if you like it, it'll get you another size. By then Lin Shi could clearly sense her irritation. He frowned, about to lose his temper, when two people walked in through the door. It was Su Feifei accompanied by a tall, thin man. They appeared to be regulars, and the other assistant greeted them with a beaming smile. Mr. Li, welcome. We've just received many new arrivals. Please take a look. This attitude stood in stark contrast to the sour-faced assistant attending to Lin Shi. Seeing that her colleague was about to land another big commission, the assistant's expression darkened even further. Just then Su Feifei noticed Lin Shi and spoke up. Lin Shi, you're here too. Lin Shi merely nodded, then turned away, asking the assistant to fetch the XL size. The assistant grudgingly complied. Seeing Su Feifei staring at Lin Shi, Li Duyu, who had come with her, grew displeased. Feifei, who's that? Su Feifei seemed to snap back to reality. He's my high school classmate. Although Lin Shi had abandoned them at the club last time, she still believed it was Zhao Xiao who had offended him, causing Lin Shi's anger to spill over onto them. Lin Shi was wealthy and handsome. In Su Feifei's dictionary, any man who was both rich and good-looking deserved forgiveness, no matter what he did. News of Lin Shi being taken hostage by robbers at the bank had already spread among their classmates, as had the fact that he had bought 25 million yuan worth of gold bars. Everyone assumed that anyone who could invest 25 million in gold bars must have assets of nearly 100 million. Su Feifei's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Shi. The assistant brought the clothes he had requested, and Lin Shi took off his jacket to try them on. Su Feifei stole another glance at Lin Shi, noticing that his physique had somehow improved. Under his thin base layer, his chest muscles were faintly visible, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. She then glanced at the scrawny Li Duyu beside her and felt that Lin Shi was a much better match for her. She walked over to Lin Shi and complimented him. Lin Shi, that jacket looks really good on you. Li Duyu's face darkened. Lin Shi nodded, then pointed to the items the assistant had indicated earlier. Bring me that one in XL2, and that one, and that one. The assistant, with a sour expression, suppressed her anger and fetched 3 more jackets for him. Lin Shi tried each one on, wanting to confirm the fit and flexibility, as these clothes would have to last for years, perhaps even decades. The assistant, however, thought he was just a poor customer making a fuss over a discounted item, trying on piece after piece, the kind of client she despised most. If there hadn't been other customers in the store, she would have made a snide remark. Su Feifei kept praising how good Lin Shi looked. But Lin Shi found the woman's chatter annoying and was about to tell her to leave when Li Duyu, who had been ignored, finally lost his patience. Feifei, if your classmate can't afford the clothes, you'll pay for him. Let's not make things difficult for the sales assistant. The assistant shot Li Duyu a grateful look. Su Feifei's expression was complicated. Lin Shi couldn't afford it. He had invested 25 million in gold. Although she didn't understand why he was so fixated on discounted items, she saw it as a virtue of thriftiness. Li Duyu, don't talk nonsense, Su Feifei said. Seeing that she was still defending Lin Shi, Li Duyu looked at Lin Shi with contempt and didn't hold back. Nonsense. He's just a broke loser who can only afford clearance items. Is he going to show off in his discount rags? Su Feifei frowned. Lin Shi isn't. Lin Shi cut her off and addressed the disdainful Li Duyu. Are you saying you're willing to pay for me? Lin Shi could clearly hear the mockery and provocation in this man's words. He could tell that Li Duyu was yet another suitor of Su Feifei. Li Duyu's contempt deepened, and he shot Su Feifei a look that said, see, I told you so. Then, as if bestowing a favor, he said, that's right. Those discounted items you've picked out, he'll buy them all for you. Lin Shi looked Li Duyu up and down. Do you have the money? Will you keep your word? Li Duyu reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, his voice rising. Of course. You can pick even more, and he'll still pay. Li Duyu might lack many things, but money wasn't one of them. With a monthly allowance of 3,000 yuan, a few discounted jackets costing around 2,000 yuan was nothing. To maintain his image as a rich second-generation heir in front of the girl he liked, he could afford this much. Realizing that Lin Shi intended to make the store's wealthy regular pay up, the sales assistant also looked at him with contempt and disdain. Lin Shi chuckled, for he wasn't buying just a few items. He intended to purchase dozens, even hundreds. A fool walking right into his trap, he would not hold back. Turning to the sales assistant nearby, he said, the ones I just tried on, take 50 of each and pack them all up for me. What did you say? The sales assistant thought she had misheard. Lin Shi repeated himself. He said, pay for these styles for me. Both assistants were stunned by Lin Shi's audacious demand, their expressions screaming, how could anyone in this world be so shameless? The sales assistant didn't move, looking instead at Li Duyu. Lin Shi turned to the dumbfounded Li Duyu, mirroring the mocking smile on his face. I asked you earlier, and you said you could afford it if I picked more. You're not telling me you can't pay up, are you? These words threw Li Duoy's earlier taunt right back at him. Lin Shi had tried on 4 pieces earlier, 50 of each made 200 items. Even if they were all discounted, averaging 3,000 yuan each, that came to around 600,000 yuan. Li Duoy's monthly allowance was 300,000 yuan, barely enough for himself. Lin Shi's demand would swallow 2 months of his pocket money. Are you messing with me? Rage surged within Li Duoyu, convinced that Lin Shi was toying with him to embarrass him in front of Su Feifei. It wasn't that he couldn't afford 600,000, but he would never spend that much on a man. What sane person buys 50 identical outfits? I only meant the ones you wanted. Even Su Feifei felt Lin Shi was deliberately making things difficult for Li Duoyu. Who would need 200 warm coats? One couldn't wear them all out in 10 or 20 years, and they'd be outdated long before. Yet she said nothing. Lin Shi was the man she had her eye on, and she wouldn't contradict him in public. Lin Shi said, I want exactly 200 pieces. Li Duoyu laughed in fury. A broke loser buying discounted goods can afford 200. If you can, I'll kneel down and call you grandpa. Lin Shi chuckled, his sneer undisguised. Call me grandpa. Who knows if you'll just let it slip like a fart again. Oh no, a fart at least makes a sound. Your words are worse than a fart. Uff. Hearing Lin Shi's vivid metaphor, Su Feifei couldn't help but laugh. The ridicule from the girl he liked wounded Li Duoy's pride, driving him to explode. He raised his voice. Bullshit. I always keep my word. But how do I prove you're not just setting me up by claiming you want 200? Li Duoy's voice drew the attention of 2 passing couples. Lin Shi said, simple. He'll buy these 200 first. If I can afford them, you'll cover all my expenses in this mall today. And if you can't? With the stakes rising between them, Li Duoyu wouldn't let himself lose out. Lin Shi replied, if I can't, you can do whatever you want. Unbeknownst to them, the crowd gathered outside the store had grown. Many pointed and whispered among themselves. Facing so many onlookers, Li Duoyu couldn't afford to lose face. He lifted his chin, looking down his nose at Lin Shi. Fine, I agree. If you can't afford it, you'll kowtow to me and call me grandpa 3 times. Li Duoyu refused to believe this broke loser could really afford clothes worth hundreds of thousands. Today he would tear off the loser's mask and trample it underfoot. Lin Shi turned to the sales assistant. 50 of each style. Pack them up now. The sales assistant pursed her lips in displeasure. Sir, these clothes total around 600,000 yuan. The implication was clear. If Lin Shi had no money, he shouldn't waste their time with empty boasts. 200 items was no small order. If they had them brought from the warehouse, and he didn't buy, they'd face criticism or even punishment. Lin Shi pulled a card from his pocket. Ring it up. Swipe the card. The sales assistant's eyes widened at the sight of his black card. She took it respectfully with both hands, examining it closely. It was unmistakably the black card reserved for those with deposits over 10 million. Having worked in this industry so long, they had the discernment. Realizing they had misjudged him, they quickly flashed their most professional smiles. Please wait a moment, have a seat. They'll have the warehouse bring the items over. They guided Lin Shi to sit down and served him tea, a complete transformation from before. 200 items. Even on sale, this quantity would net them a hefty commission. The other assistant immediately called the warehouse. Lin Shi said directly, no need to deliver them here. Send them to my residence. The assistant agreed, eagerly jotting down the address Lin Shi gave. Soon the total was calculated: 582,366 yuan. The assistant bent down, offering the card machine to Lin Shi. He entered the PIN, the receipt printed, he signed. The whole process seamless. The assistant secretly rejoiced at the generous commission, only to be chilled by Lin Shi's next words. Now call your manager. I want to file a complaint. The assistant, who had treated him poorly, immediately panicked, apologizing frantically and promising various gifts. Li Duoyu, who had been ready to see Lin Shi humiliated, was dumbfounded. He incredulously pulled aside the assistant bustling around Lin Shi. He really bought 200. Where's the receipt? Let me see. Even after seeing the receipt, Li Duoyu couldn't believe it. If he could spend 580,000 on a bet, why was he shopping in the clearance section? Was he insane? Li Duoyu felt Lin Shi was targeting him personally. He remained convinced that buying 200 identical items was just to spite him, not out of genuine need. But Lin Shi truly needed them. The bet was just a bonus to shut up the annoying guy. See clearly now? Ready to fulfill the bet. Lin Shi looked at Li Duoyu with a half-smile as he stared at the receipt, rechecking it. Li Duoyu gritted his teeth, weighing his options. If he backed out now, he'd lose any chance with Su Feifei. If he didn't, he'd be fleeced today. As he wavered, 2 young women walked into the store, heading straight for the trio. More precisely, they headed straight for Lin Shi. Both were tall, with exquisite makeup and looks that rivaled Su Feifei's. Even the conflicted Li Duoyu couldn't help but be drawn to them. The curly-haired girl flashed a dazzling, charming smile and asked Lin Shi, "Hey there, are you Lin Shi?" "I am." Lin Shi nodded, not recognizing them. Both girls lit up with delight. The straight-haired girl exclaimed in surprise, "I'm your fan. You're even more handsome in person than in photos. So happy to meet you." Lin Shi took a moment to realize what was happening. His fame from the bank robbery incident hadn't faded yet. The two girls sat on either side of him chatting away. Soon more girls entered the store, also drawn to Lin Shi. It turned out that most of the onlookers outside had recognized Lin Shi, but weren't sure at first. Under Lin Shi's deliberate promotion, everyone quickly learned about his bet with Li Duyu. Some girls even started filming short videos to ride on Lin Shi's popularity. Li Duyu, who was still trying to weasel out of the bet, was seething with hatred. With so many people now aware of their wager, if he backed out, he'd be the talk of the town by tomorrow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Duyu could afford to lose money, but he could not afford to lose face. Li Duyu decisively took out his card and threw it directly at Lin Shi. A bet is a bet. From now on, all your expenses in this mall are on me. Although he said this, he harbored a deep hatred for Lin Shi in his heart. Ooh. The girls surrounding Lin Shi all started to jeer. Then I won't hold back. Everyone, I still have some things to buy, see you. Lin Shi waved goodbye to the girls and walked out of the store. Li Duyu followed and Su Feifei also trailed behind. Next, Lin Shi went to a men's underwear store. 1,000 sets of thermal underwear, 1,000 pairs of thermal socks, and 2,000 briefs. In total, it cost over 2,600. Lin Shi had originally planned to buy these items at a wholesale market, but now using someone else's money, why not spend it? Lin Shi buying so much at once startled the store clerk, who confirmed it multiple times before calling the manufacturer to ship the goods. The store's inventory wasn't that large. The delivery address was naturally Lin Shi's warehouse. Watching Lin Shi waste his money, Li Duyu approached him with fury in his eyes and whispered through gritted teeth, "Isn't that enough? I'm warning you, know when to stop." He was even more convinced that Lin Shi was messing with him. What normal person buys so many underwear and briefs? Li Duyu's card not only held his monthly allowance, but also had a credit limit of 5,000. Now that Lin Shi had already swiped away his monthly living expenses, he would be left with nothing for the month. Lin Shi ignored Li Duyu's warning, squinted his eyes, and flashed a bright smile showing his white teeth. "What's the matter? Going back on your word again?" Lin Shi's voice was not low, and Su Feifei immediately looked at Li Duyu, her eyes filled with disdain and disgust. She detested men without integrity the most. Li Duyu never expected Lin Shi to show him no respect, even while using his card. His expression almost twisted as he pointed his index finger at Lin Shi and jabbed it a few times. "Fine, you're really something. Just you wait." Li Duyu shot Lin Shi a fierce glare, didn't even take his card back, turned around, and left. That look suggested he wouldn't let the matter rest. Seeing him leave, Su Feifei offered a reminder. Li Duyu's father is said to be a shareholder of a listed company. "Oh." Lin Shi casually replied with an O to indicate he understood. Having witnessed unimaginable darkness in the apocalypse, the schemes of these young people in the peaceful world seemed like mere child's play to him. He still had guns in his spatial storage. Oh, what did he have to fear? Besides, in 2 months, this rich, second-generation Li Duyu would no longer be one. Lin Shi smiled nonchalantly and continued his shopping spree. 100 pairs of snow boots, 50 thermoses, 100 hiking backpacks, cold weather hats, gloves, and more. Lin Shi didn't stop until Li Duyu's card was maxed out. He tossed the card to Su Feifei, who had been following him all along. "Stop following me." With that, he left the mall, leaving behind a frustrated Su Feifei. After accompanying Lin Shi shopping for an entire afternoon, her high heels had rubbed her feet raw, and he didn't even offer to buy her a meal. He wasn't like this before. Su Feifei stomped her foot in anger. Lin Shi returned to the warehouse, which was filled with the appliances he had purchased and the last batch of fish. The boss had thoughtfully placed ice packs in each box of fish. There were also many medicines that Lin Shi had ordered online a few days earlier. After dismissing the movers, he stored all the goods in the warehouse into his spatial storage. Now he had over 200 boxes of cold medicine and hundreds of boxes of antibiotics and antiviral drugs. He also had thousands of wound dressings and bandages. Lin Shi also bought 200 boxes of frostbite cream. He took out the shopping list he had initially prepared and crossed off the items he had already procured. Next on the list were some outdoor supplies like windproof lanterns, sleds, and some toiletries. Lin Shi ordered these items online as well. Shampoo, body wash, toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, etc. In truth, these items were considered luxuries in the apocalypse. Lin Shi hadn't initially planned to buy them. After the extreme cold set in, survivors would basically stop bathing to conserve heat. The bogus natural oils and grime actually helped increase insulation and protect the skin in the extreme cold. Besides, where would you find hot water to bathe in such freezing conditions? Even a sip of hot water was a luxury. In his past life, Lin Shi had only managed to roughly scrub himself with snow a few times in 8 years of the apocalypse. But things were different now. He had been reborn and had the time to prepare in advance. Why wouldn't he make his life better? Next, Lin Shi purchased kerosene lamps, windproof lanterns, moisture-proof pads, sleds, snowboards, batteries, radios, and water purification tablets from an online outdoor sports brand store. Snowboards were essential for transportation in the extreme cold. When the extreme cold arrived, blizzards would rage incessantly, and the accumulated snow would blanket the entire Tianyun star like a thick quilt. Initially, the freshly fallen snow was so soft that a person would sink into it, let alone a vehicle. Travel became nearly impossible. By the time the snow gradually compacted, most vehicles had long been buried under the ever-thickening snow layers. Even if some were preserved, the extreme cold would prevent them from starting. Or if they did start, they would skid and cause fatal accidents. The arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse set human technology back by several centuries. In addition to ordinary snowboards, Lin Shi also bought 20 snowmobiles. These were the best mode of transport in the extreme cold. Currently, most places use them as toys for tourists playing in the snow. A good snowmobile could reach speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour in the snow. The price wasn't even that high. A few tens of thousands could buy a decent one. The only drawback was that they were too conspicuous, and like regular motorcycles, they made a buzzing noise. Lin Shi wouldn't take them out unless he was in a hurry. After finishing all this, Lin Shi washed up briefly and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, Lin Shi suddenly opened his eyes. He picked up his phone and saw it was already past 2 a.m. It was at this hour that he heard the sound of a truck's wheels approaching. The sound grew closer and closer. In the darkness, Lin Shi moved like a cat, tiptoeing to the warehouse door. Under the moonlight, he saw a large truck indeed coming from a distance. The truck drove right up to the entrance of Lin Shi's warehouse before stopping. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed involuntarily as he remained on alert. He had ordered many things these past few days, but what would be delivered stealthily in the middle of the night? The image of old Xie came to mind. Could it be the diesel and gasoline he had ordered a few days ago? As soon as he thought of this, two people jumped out of the truck. Both were dressed in black and wore masks. One of them looked very similar to Xie Jinxin in build. Lin Shi didn't let his guard down. Instead, he took out a pistol from his spatial storage. Xie Jinxin got off the truck and checked the house number at the warehouse entrance. Seeing that the address was correct, he went up and gently knocked on the large iron door. Knock, knock, knock. Xie Jinxin gently tapped on the door. The small side door beside the main gate opened without a sound. What is it? Lin Shi asked, half of his body concealed in darkness, his gaze coldly fixed on the visitor. Oh my, you nearly scared me to death in the dead of night. Xie Jinxin patted his chest. Your goods have arrived. Open the door. Seeing that neither of them made any suspicious moves, Lin Shi closed the side door and opened the main gate. The truck drove straight into the warehouse. Xie Jinxin patted the side of the truck and said, everything is here. A Biao. The truck driver named Biao was large and muscular. Biao opened the rear door of the truck, revealing the cargo hold packed with barrels of oil. Brother, check the goods. Xie Jinxin gestured to Lin Shi. No need. I trust you. Lin Shi did not step into the dimly lit cargo hold. Xie Jinxin smiled and waved at Biao. Biao walked into the hold alone, pulled out a loading chute, and rolled the barrels down one by one. Xie Jinxin caught them below and arranged them neatly. Lin Shi stood by, watching with his hands in his sleeves. He would never turn his back to someone he didn't trust. He had traded goods worth over 10 million in gold with Xie Jinxin. Wealth stirs the heart. In the face of sufficient profit, anyone could turn into a demon. Lin Shi naturally wouldn't entrust his safety to Xie Jinxin's integrity. It wasn't until more than 3 hours later that the two of them, panting heavily, finished unloading all the barrels. Xie Jinxin bid Lin Shi a cheerful farewell, then boarded the truck with a Biao and drove away. Lin Shi watched the vehicle until it disappeared from sight, then finally averted his gaze. It seemed he had been overly suspicious, but caution never hurt. Lin Shi didn't feel he had done anything wrong. Inside the truck, Xie Jinxin, who had been watching the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye, also didn't look away until Lin Shi was no longer visible. A Biao who was driving complained, "Old Xie, aren't you being too cautious? We had a chance to make a move just now." Having been in this business for so many years, Xie Jinxin was no saint. He would take the opportunity to double-cross if it presented itself, but only when he had absolute certainty. Maintaining a good reputation required two things. 1. Completing transactions honestly. 2. Making sure a double-cross was clean enough. Xie Jinxin chuckled. It's not that I'm too cautious, it's that young man who's too cautious. Didn't you notice he was on high alert the entire time? A Biao glanced at the rearview mirror where the figure was no longer visible and said dismissively, he's just a weakling. I could crush him with one hand. Xie Jinxin leisurely lit a cigarette. Though his posture was relaxed, his eyes were filled with gravity. I wouldn't be so sure. When I stood next to him, I had a feeling that if I made any move, I'd be killed instantly. A Biao's expression turned serious. Really? I didn't see any weapon on him. Even if he had a gun, he couldn't be faster than you, could he? Having been in this line of work for so long, Xie Jinxin had often encountered buyers who tried to double-cross him, refusing to pay the balance and opting for bullets instead. Xie Jinxin had survived all these years thanks to his swift and steady draw. Yet he claimed that young man was faster than him. How could a Biao who had known Xie Jinxin for years not be shocked? You know, my instincts have saved me many times. Xie Jinxin exhaled a puff of smoke. Remember what happened to old Jean? I sensed he was going to make a move on this guy back then, so I casually warned him. But after that day, old Jean vanished, and this guy came out unscathed. Need I say more? He managed to clean things up so neatly in San Yuan City. I'm not overestimating him. I might even be underestimating him. Before we came out today, we agreed to just test the waters and leave if there was no opportunity. It turns out we were right not to act. If we had, at least one of us would be dead. A Biao opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he remained silent. Xie Jinxin stubbed out his cigarette and said to a Biao who still looked unconvinced, "We've known each other for years. You know I'm a good judge of character. Take my advice and don't mess with this kid. I have a feeling that as long as he doesn't die, he won't stay obscure. By the way, we should stock up on diesel and gasoline too. I've been feeling uneasy lately as if something is about to happen." After securing the warehouse door and checking that all the barrels were intact and free of any hidden cameras or surveillance devices, Lin Shi finally relaxed. He opened a few more barrels for random checks, and everything proved to be fine. 400 barrels stood neatly arranged in a square formation. After confirming again that no one was outside the warehouse, Lin Shi placed his hand on a barrel and murmured in his mind, "Item duplication." On the interface of the cornucopia before him, the item duplication count dropped from 22 to 21. Before his eyes, the barrels shimmered with golden light, and an additional 400 barrels materialized out of thin air. Lin Shi inspected the duplicates. From the barrels to the oil inside, everything was perfectly replicated. 20 tons of gasoline and 20 tons of diesel became 40 tons each. His bright eyes gleamed with excitement. How could a mere 20 tons of diesel and 20 tons of gasoline be enough? He needed enough oil to last for decades after the extreme cold arrived. In the future, the shelter would rely on this oil to run the generators, and his snowmobile also needed fuel to start. Therefore, when proposing the trade with Xie Jinxin, Lin Shi had already planned to use the item duplication ability to replicate the oil. Now he had 40 tons of gasoline and 40 tons of diesel, but that still wasn't enough for Lin Shi. Gold that had been duplicated once could be duplicated again, but what about the duplicates? Could duplicates be duplicated again? Previously, because duplicated gold was hard to circulate, Lin Shi hadn't tried duplicating the gold duplicates further. But with oil, even if it was a duplicate of a duplicate, as long as the substance was identical, it wouldn't affect its use. Lin Shi connected the two stacks of oil barrels. After a moment of thought, Lin Shi also took out the generator and some supplies from his spatial storage and placed them alongside the oil barrels. He used item duplication again. A flash of golden light swept through the warehouse, and from the original 800 barrels another 400 appeared. However, it turned out that only the original 400 barrels could be duplicated. The duplicated barrels could not be duplicated again. Lin Shi was somewhat disappointed. If duplicates could be duplicated, he would have gotten 800 barrels this time, 3,200 the next, and after a few more rounds, he would have an endless supply of oil. Moreover, different types of supplies could not be duplicated simultaneously. He had now figured out the limitations of the cornucopia's item duplication ability. First, duplicates could not be used for spatial upgrades. Second, only one type of item could be duplicated at a time. Third, an item that had been duplicated once could be duplicated again, but the resulting duplicates could not be duplicated further. Even though the duplicates looked exactly the same, the cornucopia did not recognize them. There must be some difference between them. With a wave of his hand, he placed both the duplicated oil drum and the original into his storage space. Since the duplicate could not be copied again, he decided to use the duplicates first, and after they were depleted, he would activate the replication function to create more. It seemed that the number of item replications available might still be insufficient. The current interface of the cornucopia was as follows: cornucopia storage space, 969696. Upgrade cost 300 wealth points. Function item replication 20 upgrade cost 58500 wealth points. When the apocalypse arrived, he would need to find more gold and jewelry to upgrade the cornucopia. Returning to sleep for a while, Lin Shi received a call from Liao Peng the next morning during his daily exercise. Liao Peng brought the results of the rock and soil tests from 2 locations. As Lin Shi had guessed, the rocks on that cliff showed signs of sandification, and under the current climate conditions, it could remain habitable for decades. However, how long it could withstand extreme cold was uncertain. Meanwhile, the mountain body at the old temple site contained abundant granite, making it extremely stable. Lin Shi decisively chose the old temple site. He instructed Liao Peng to negotiate the price first, and booked a flight to Sha City for the next morning. He needed to inspect the specifics in person and design a detailed shelter based on the terrain. The warehouse required someone to guard it. Lin Shi had ordered many items online that needed signing, and some goods from shopping malls had yet to be delivered and unloaded into storage. After some thought, Lin Shi hired a person unrelated to the current group of porters to oversee the warehouse. At the same time, he reminded the porters to carefully check the quantity of goods. With all this arranged, Lin Shi set off with peace of mind, boarding the plane to Sha City. Sha City lived up to its reputation as the hottest city in Qiming country. Even in March, girls in cool short sleeves and shorts freely flaunted their youthful figures everywhere. Lin Shi took off his coat after getting off the plane, revealing a loose, short-sleeved shirt underneath. The outlines of muscles on his arms and chest were faint, not very prominent. From the outside, he merely appeared to have a decent physique. Only Lin Shi knew that after over 10 days of training, his body was vastly different from when he had just been reborn. Lin Shi was extremely strict with himself, increasing his training volume each day. His strength now rivaled that of those who had trained for years in the gym. This was because he trained not for fitness, but for combat. He aimed to make every inch of his muscles and bones respond instantly to his will, unleashing maximum power. This required maintaining high muscle flexibility while increasing strength without excessive bulk that would hinder agility. With just over 2 months left, time was far from abundant. He must cherish every day to grow stronger. The cruelty of the apocalypse meant that having ample supplies alone did not guarantee a good life. On the contrary, possessing resources without strength would only lead to a more miserable fate than having nothing. Liao Peng arrived early at the airport exit, waiting for Lin Shi to disembark. Spotting Lin Shi in the crowd, Liao Peng quickly raised his sign and waved vigorously. Lin Shi immediately noticed him, and after meeting up, the two left the airport and got into a car. To find suitable land for building, Liao Peng had rented a car for convenience. In the car, Liao Peng initiated conversation to build rapport. "Boss, you must be tired from the journey. Oh, let me take you to find a place to stay first." "No need, just tell me about the situation of that old temple site." Liao Peng spoke seriously. "I negotiated with the landowner. The plot is on the mountain in a remote location, so the asking price isn't high. Only 5,000. I've already bargained it down to 4,800. This price was even lower than Lin Shi had anticipated. In fact, housing prices in Sha City were not particularly high. Even in the city center, they were only over 2,000 per square meter, far from comparable to Sanyuan City. The old temple site, being in a mountainous area, was naturally cheap. I saw in your information that it's over 300 square meters. Lin Shi asked. Yes, actually there are several hundred square meters of peripheral land. While it can't be built on, it's excellent for a vegetable garden. Lin Shi nodded. After driving for nearly an hour, they arrived at the foot of the mountain where the old temple site was located. As Liao Peng had mentioned, there was a village at the foot of the mountain. The village consisted of low houses, the tallest being only 5 stories. Surrounded mostly by mountains, the village sat in a ring of peaks with only one gap. The terrain was excellent, capable of blocking much wind and snow. As the car entered the village, many residents came out to observe. The village was small, with only about 100 scattered households. Lin Shi was also satisfied with this. Fewer people meant fewer troubles. Liao Peng had visited several times over the past few days, and the villagers had already recognized his face. However, Lin Shi was a stranger, and groups of older women gathered, pointing at the two of them. Due to the distance, Lin Shi couldn't make out what they were saying. "Boss, those are the villagers. I checked. There are 96 households in total, with a population of no more than 400. Lin Shi nodded to indicate he understood. "We can drive up this road. It'll take about 10 minutes. Liao Peng pointed to a cement road wide enough for only one car. The mountain was not high, only a dozen meters above the ground, so they arrived quickly. The mountaintop was unexpectedly flat rather than uneven, covering an area of about 1 mu. The previous temple had collapsed, leaving behind scattered wood bricks and half-fallen walls. These were not issues. Rebuilding from the ruins would be convenient. Lin Shi looked around with satisfaction. Good. When can we process the formalities? The landowner is out of town. It took me a lot of effort to get his contact information. After agreeing on the price yesterday, he said he'd return as soon as possible to handle the procedures. When I contacted him this morning, he was already on the train and is expected to arrive here this afternoon. All right, let's head down the mountain for now." Building a shelter was a major project with a tight schedule and heavy tasks. To complete it within just over 2 months, sufficient manpower was necessary. Many hands make light work. Lin Shi already had a preliminary design for the shelter in mind and was planning how many workers to hire. The two returned to the foot of the mountain. The land transfer procedures had to be handled in the city, so Liao Peng arranged to meet the owner directly at the relevant municipal department in the afternoon. They didn't linger in the village. The land transfer went smoothly. The original owner was a middle-aged Taoist priest who lacked an immortal aura and appeared somewhat plump. After signing the transfer contract, he hesitated, as if wanting to speak. But in the end, he said nothing, took the money, and hastily left. This gave Lin Shi a faint sense of foreboding. "Liao Peng, did you find out why that temple was abandoned?" Liao Peng was taken aback by Lin Shi's question. He hadn't actually inquired about it. Being a savvy man, Liao Peng immediately caught on to what Lin Shi implied and promptly pulled out his phone to call the Taoist priest from earlier. 30 minutes later, Lin Shi, Liao Peng, and the plump Taoist were seated in a restaurant. The plump Taoist mumbled indistinctly while stuffing meat into his mouth. "That's how it is. I didn't mean to hide it, but I've been desperately short of money lately." He then cast a guilty glance at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's expression remained calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. It turned out that the Taoist had purchased that piece of land 5 years ago. According to him, he wanted to find a geomantically auspicious site to build a Taoist temple, and thus he set his sights on that mountain. He first spent a considerable sum to pave a cement road, then constructed the temple. Everything went smoothly at first, and the plump Taoist originally thought he would spend his retirement in this temple. Unexpectedly, shortly after the temple was completed, villagers from the foot of the mountain brought several people to his temple. They claimed that the mountain lay atop their village's dragon vein, and that the Taoist temple was suppressing it. This land had been purchased from the villagers, and the Taoist had made it clear that he intended to build a temple. At the time, those villagers had not said that the mountain couldn't be used for a temple. No one had objected during the construction. Yet only after the temple was finished did they bring up the issue. The construction had drained most of the Taoist savings, making it impossible for him to demolish it. Initially, the Taoist ignored the villagers as his temple was legal and compliant, and the villagers couldn't forcibly demolish it. However, things were not as simple as he thought. From then on, villagers guarded the cement road at the foot of the mountain every day, preventing any vehicles from going up. The Taoist had opened the temple to attract pilgrims, and without pilgrims he lost a major source of income. Then elderly women came daily to curse at the temple's entrance. Unable to drive them away or out-argue them, the Taoist was endlessly troubled. After several negotiations with the villagers, he finally paid them 20,000 yuan to settle the matter. Thinking it was over, he was shocked when a month later the villagers blocked the road again. Furious, the Taoist sought out the village chief to reason with him. The village chief shamelessly claimed that the previous 20,000 was only for last month, and that he would have to pay 20,000 every month from then on. This infuriated the Taoist, and he immediately called the police. However, when the security officers arrived, all 400 villagers, from the elderly in their 80s to toddlers of 3, came forward to testify that the money was a gift from the Taoist to the entire village. This revealed that the villagers were no strangers to such schemes. 20,000 yuan constituted a case of extortion that could be filed. After the money was distributed, each person in the village received 50 yuan per head. What was more infuriating was that most villagers were in their 60s, 70s, or even 80s, along with a few young children. The security officers could do little against the elderly, so they only arrested the few young adults in the village who were released shortly after. The villagers then became even bolder, sending several elderly women in their 70s and 80s to the temple entrance on tricycles every day, cursing and demanding 100 yuan each before they would leave. Call the police. They would cry and claim they had fallen in the temple, demanding the Taoist take responsibility. In desperation, the Taoist closed the temple and mostly stayed indoors, but even that couldn't keep the troublemakers away. Every few days the temple would lose power or water. Either the wires were cut or the pipes were blocked. Needless to say, it was the villagers' doing. Later, the Taoist spent money on surveillance cameras and finally caught the person cutting the wires. He sent the culprit to the police station thinking he had turned the tables, but this move only stirred up a hornet's nest. After that, the villagers became even more relentless. Their tactics were endless, and fighting against 400 people alone left him exhausted both mentally and physically. In the end, he had no choice but to abandon the temple and seek another path. Liao Peng listened to the Taoist's tale, feeling both angry and guilty, and even dared not look at Lin Shi. "I'm sorry, boss, it's all my fault for not checking thoroughly." Having received such a high salary from Lin Shi, he was deeply ashamed for messing things up. "I'll look elsewhere for a suitable piece of land. I'll buy this one myself and deduct it from my salary." Lin Shi glanced sideways at him. This made Lin Shi see Liao Peng in a new light. Although he had offered Liao Peng an annual salary of 500,000, it was merely a promise. Having yet to receive the money, Liao Peng was willing to cover the loss with that salary, a move that showed uncommon resolve. Lin Shi waved his hand. "No need, we'll stick with this land. It's late now. Go find a reliable construction team first, and we'll start tomorrow." This time it was Liao Peng and the Taoist who were stunned. "Boss, I have a solution. Just do as I say." Lin Shi stood up, ending the meal. In truth, this problem didn't need solving at all. Cause trouble after it's built. Would Lin Shi be afraid? Certainly not. The shelter would take at least 2 months to complete. By the time the extreme cold arrived, these villagers would have their own troubles to worry about. And when it came to dealing with villains, Lin Shi was experienced. All he had to do was be more ruthless than them. Wait. The plump Taoist swallowed his food with effort and pulled a yellowed booklet from his robe with greasy hands. "Brother, you're a good man. I was wrong about this. This booklet was for strengthening my body. Now that the temple is gone, I've decided to return to secular life. This booklet means little to me anymore, so I'll give it to you. I feel a connection with you." Lin Shi frowned at the oil stains on the yellowed pages, then saw the sincerity in the Taoist's eyes, and finally accepted it. "Thank you." Leaving the restaurant, Lin Shi went to his hotel and spent the night drawing the shelter design he had already envisioned in his mind. The top half of the design was a semicircle exposed above ground, while the bottom half was a square basement. From an architectural perspective, a circular structure reduces wind resistance and is more sturdy. From a heat transfer perspective, a circle is the shape that dissipates the least heat, making it better for insulation. This principle was why people living in the Arctic built semicircular snow houses. The outermost layer of the structure would be welded alloy. Inside, Lin Shi planned to use explosion-proof steel walls commonly used in banks at least 1 meter thick, with a layer of the most cold-resistant insulation material inside the steel walls, followed by standard 3-proof materials. Lin Shi intended to build a fireplace in the center of the circular structure for heating when electricity was unavailable. A smoke pipe would be installed above for ventilation. There would be separate power circulation systems for the upper and lower parts of the building. Lin Shi hadn't considered the water issue. The water purifiers and purification tablets he had bought were not just for show. The design details would need professional adjustments, but this was the general plan. After finishing the design as Lin Shi prepared to sleep, he noticed the booklet he had set aside. It was the one the Taoist had given him. Out of curiosity, he picked it up and began to flip through it. Lin Shi casually flipped through the booklet and found it was an illustrated manual depicting a small figure performing different stances. It bore a striking resemblance to a martial arts secret manual. Intrigued, Lin Shi began reading from the start. The more he read, the more serious his expression grew, even tinged with disbelief. The movements in this booklet were surprisingly similar to the resonance technique he had been practicing. This shocked Lin Shi deeply. He immediately jumped off the bed and began practicing the movements as described in the manual. Only upon practicing did he realize that while this set of movements was somewhat akin to resonance, it was far more complex and difficult to master. Fortunately, he had the experience gleaned from cultivating resonance in his past life, and his body, tempered over recent days, could barely execute this set of movements. With each inhale and exhale, the movements alternated between tension and relaxation, seemingly imbued with a certain mysterious rhythm. As the first round of movements concluded, Lin Shi was drenched in sweat, yet his breath remained steady, and his entire body felt comfortably warm and relaxed. The effect was actually several times better than resonance. Although the resonance technique also produced a warming effect on the body, it was not as pronounced. Lin Shi solemnly picked up the grimy booklet again and turned to its cover. The 3 characters' health preservation art were clearly added later, as the original title seemed to have been worn away. This was by no means an ordinary health preservation book. Had he not experienced the apocalypse, he might have dismissed it as a cheap martial arts manual from a street stall. But knowing the miraculous nature of the resonance technique cultivated during the apocalypse, Lin Shi realized this was undoubtedly an invaluable secret manual. It was only when the mysterious substance of the apocalypse emerged that this cultivation art would truly shine. At the same time, Lin Shi felt puzzled. Resonance had only appeared in the 6th year of the apocalypse. Moreover, it was said to be a joint creation of scientists and martial artists. Could the rumors be false, or was this rumor deliberately spread by the official sanctuaries? Yet Lin Shi had a premonition that the appearance of resonance was inextricably linked to this booklet. Now that this booklet had fallen into his hands, would it alter the original future? Lin Shi pondered for a moment before letting the thought go. Even if the future were to change, it was not something he needed to worry about now. Moreover, he was not the only one who knew this cultivation art. There was also the fat Taoist priest. After waking up and finishing his practice of the health preservation art, Lin Shi discovered that Liao Peng had already gathered a crew early in the morning to start work at the old Taoist temple site. After breakfast, Lin Shi also went to the site. 2 excavators were clearing the debris of the original temple buildings. Lin Shi found Liao Peng, handed him the blueprint he had designed the night before, and explained the key points. Liao Peng patted his chest and said, "All right, boss. They'll find an engineer to refine the design. Also, regarding the well you mentioned, there was already one here buried under the ruins. One of the construction workers just told me about it." Lin Shi was somewhat surprised. This was an unexpected boon. Over the next few days, Lin Shi remained in Sha City, ordering various construction materials and discussing the shelter design with engineers. In his spare time, he practiced the health preservation art. After a few days, Lin Shi felt his physical strength had increased far more than in the previous 10+ days combined. With Lin Shi's relentless investment, the original ruins of the Taoist temple had vanished, replaced by a large, deep pit. The shelter's basement had been excavated and construction was about to begin. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, in the early hours of March 22nd, a phone call made Lin Shi abandon his plan to stay in Sha City to oversee the project. It was the warehouse caretaker calling. His voice panicked. "Boss, the warehouse is on fire." Lin Shi frowned. "How did the fire start? What about the goods?" "I don't know. I was asleep and didn't hear anything. The fire just started somehow. Luckily, I discovered it early. Only a small part of the goods was burned." Lin Shi had no choice but to put the work here on hold, entrusting everything to Liao Peng. He then took a flight back to Sanyuan City that same day. It was pouring rain in Sanyuan City. As soon as Lin Shi got off the plane and turned on his phone, he saw over a dozen missed calls from the warehouse caretaker. He immediately called back, but no one answered. Checking the weather in Sanyuan City for the past 2 days, he found it had been rainy. Since it was raining, how could a fire have started? As he arrived at the warehouse entrance by car, he heard a loud voice from inside. "Throw everything inside out. You can't do this. My boss will be back soon." It was the caretaker's voice. Several people were throwing boxes of goods outside. It was raining heavily, and some of these goods could not get wet. If soaked, they would likely be ruined. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi blocked the warehouse entrance, his cold gaze sweeping over the few people carrying boxes ready to throw them out. Intimidated by Lin Shi's aura, they stopped in their tracks. "What's going on?" A gaunt middle-aged man approached and saw Lin Shi. Lin Shi saw him too, but did not recognize him. "Where did this kid come from? Get out of the way." The gaunt man had a fierce look. "Who are you? Who gave you the right to touch my things?" Lin Shi demanded coldly. The caretaker, hearing this, scurried over to Lin Shi with a tearful face, reporting, "Boss, you're finally back. I was just directing the unloading when these people suddenly barged in claiming the warehouse is theirs and demanding we move our stuff out immediately. I couldn't stop them. The gaunt man showed a knowing expression, sizing Lin Shi up. So you're Lin Shi. Without waiting for an answer, he pointed a thumb at himself. This warehouse is rented to me starting today, kid. You burned down the landlord's warehouse, so he doesn't want to rent to you anymore. Be smart and get your stuff out now. The caretaker protested indignantly. Even if we have to move, you should give us some time. I told you our boss would be here soon, but you wouldn't even wait and started throwing things out. Is there no reasoning with you? That's your problem. Now the warehouse is mine. Your stuff is occupying my space. What's wrong with me throwing it out? The gaunt man picked his ear with a couldn't-care-less attitude, infuriating the caretaker until he was panting heavily. This scene was clearly targeted. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his long, narrow eyes. I signed a contract and the rent hasn't expired yet. Whether you rent to me or not isn't something you can decide with just words. Have the landlord bring the penalty fee to negotiate with me. They'll give you 1 minute to get the hell out of my place. Oh, still wet behind the ears, but putting on a tough act. I was already making my way in the world while you were still sucking on a bottle. Get lost. The gaunt man reached out to shove Lin Shi aside, as if shooing away a stray cat or dog. However, Lin Shi grabbed his hand and twisted it with force. A sharp crack was heard, followed by the gaunt man's agonized scream. With a crisp crack, a scream followed. The scrawny man's hand was dislocated. Though pale from pain, he was a tough character. Ignoring his captured right hand, he swung his other fist at Lin Shi, spewing curses. You bastard, you're dead. Lin Shi effortlessly caught the punch. In his eyes, the blow was feeble. Despite the scrawny man's ferocity, he had reached his limit. Crack. Lin Shi twisted his left hand as well and kicked him away. Without arms to break his fall, the scrawny man landed face first on the ground, his teeth bleeding. He roared from the ground. Are you all blind? Get him. The events unfolded too quickly. The men following him carrying boxes finally dropped their loads and charged at Lin Shi. But they were no match for Lin Shi, who had been through countless real battles. He kicked one man flying, caught 2 incoming fists, and yanked them hard. The 2 stumbled, losing balance. Lin Shi grabbed their necks and smashed them together, cutting their screams short. Lin Shi released them, and they collapsed unconscious. He easily sidestepped a punch from the side, spun, and delivered an elbow strike, sending the man curling up like a shrimp on the ground. With just a few simple moves, not even enough to warm up, 4 men lay on the floor. Lin Shi had held back to avoid escalating matters. In the apocalypse, these men would be dead. The scrawny man, now turned over, realized he had hit a wall. He had thought subduing a college student would be an easy job, rejoicing at the easy money. But he never expected such a tough opponent. The last man, catching the murderous glint in Lin Shi's eyes, retreated in fear. He dared not advance and fled into the rain. Lin Shi didn't pursue. He walked to the scrawny man, now sitting up, and asked, Who sent you? Was it you who set fire to my warehouse? Lin Shi had a guess, but wanted confirmation. Even in this situation, the scrawny man seemed unafraid and threatened. Kill me if you dare. Otherwise I'll finish you. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. He said to the warehouse keeper, who stood frozen in shock, Call the police. The order of peacetime, save these scumbags. The keeper snapped back, tremblingly dialed the police, looking at Lin Shi with awe and fear. Soon officers arrived at the warehouse along with an ambulance. The scrawny man immediately turned the tables. Officer, this man broke into my warehouse and attacked me. Both my hands are dislocated. Who called the police? Lin Shi raised his hand. Me. Explain the situation. The officer took out a voice recorder. Lin Shi recounted how the men had entered his warehouse, dumped his goods, and attacked first. Several boxes of goods lay in the rain at the warehouse entrance. The warehouse keeper corroborated Lin Shi's account. Lin Shi's blows were not severe. Aside from bruises and mild concussions, the men soon recovered. The scrawny man's dislocated hand was reset by the emergency doctor. Lin Shi pretended to take something from his backpack, but actually pulled out a lease agreement. This is my contract for renting this warehouse. The officer glanced at it and confirmed it was valid. The matter was crystal clear. One officer said, Take these men back. Hold on. Even now the scrawny man remained calm, pulling out his phone to make a call. The ringtone echoed from outside the warehouse. A middle-aged man and a young man entered the warehouse. Lin Shi squinted. He recognized one of them, Li Duoyu. Li Duoyu smirked triumphantly at Lin Shi. The middle-aged man, presumably Li Duoyu's father, pulled one officer aside. They exchanged a few words, then the man made another call and put the phone to the officer's ear. Lin Shi frowned. Just then his phone rang. It was the landlord. Lin Shi, your workers nearly burned down my warehouse. I'm canceling the lease. He'll refund the remaining rent and deposit. Move out as soon as possible. Lin Shi frowned, replying, That's not in the contract. The fire hasn't been investigated yet. The landlord's voice was helpless and urgent. Don't investigate. It's all your trouble. Just move out. I beg you will refund this month's rent too. He hung up and immediately returned all 60,000 yuan to Lin Shi. It seemed the warehouse was no longer usable. Lin Shi had already stockpiled enough, moving didn't bother him. but being forced out like this was infuriating. Li Duoyu approached Lin Shi sneering and whispered, "This is what happens when you cross me. The fun's just begun. He'll make sure you can't stay in Sanyuan City." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow feigning surprise and said loudly, "What? You're not your father's biological son." His voice drew everyone's attention. All stared at Li Duoyu in shock. Li Duoyu's face turned beet red. He quickly explained, "I didn't say that. He's lying." He glared at Lin Shi, wishing looks could kill. The officer who had been pulled aside returned and pointed at Lin Shi, "Take this man in." "Hold on." Lin Shi frowned. The scene didn't surprise him. From the scrawny man's earlier audacity to this series of events, Lin Shi had guessed they had some backing. But he was no pushover. "May I ask why I'm being taken in?" The officer said sternly, "You're suspected of arson and intentional assault. You must come to the station for investigation." Li Duoyu looked smug, his expression clearly saying, "This is what you get for crossing me. You are doomed once you're at the station." Lin Shi remained calm, defending himself. "I told you they struck first. That's your word alone, not evidence." A hint of mockery flickered on Lin Shi's face. "But that's not what you said earlier." Annoyance flashed in the officer's eyes. "The other side has more witnesses. We have the right to reinvestigate. Come with us." "But I have evidence." Lin Shi grinned, his eyes icy, and pulled out his phone. "When I moved in, I installed several cameras in the warehouse. Whatever you whispered in the corner should be recorded too." When Lin Shi was angry, the smile on his face grew wider, yet the coldness in his eyes could freeze anyone. He suddenly began to miss the arrival of the apocalypse. At least in the apocalypse, evil was absolute evil. The security officer standing before him was pricked by Lin Shi's maniacal grin. Such an expression usually appeared on the faces of psychotic murderers. And what did he just say? Recording. The security officer's expression shifted as he reached out to snatch the phone from Lin Shi's hand. However, Lin Shi, as if foreseeing this, calmly stepped back 2 paces before the officer could act. "He'll show you," he said, lowering his head to tap on his phone. Seeing this, the security officer lunged swiftly to grab Lin Shi. But Lin Shi seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, dodging the grab with agile flexibility. Once could be a coincidence, but twice left everyone present astonished. This man's skills were remarkably impressive. No wonder he could knock down 5 people barehanded. "Why are you suddenly trying to snatch my phone? You've scared me into uploading the video online." Lin Shi innocently displayed the screen to everyone. Li Duoyu's father, Li Duozai, was so furious his face turned green. Before coming, Li Duokai had confirmed with the landlord that the warehouse had no surveillance equipment, only then yielding to his son's insistence to handle the matter personally. Renting for just a month, yet installing a monitor in the warehouse. Even the landlord hadn't anticipated that. If that scene of their private conversation in the corner was truly posted online and the matter escalated, not only would they both suffer, but several others would also be implicated. The call Li Duokai had just made was to the director of the Sanyuan City Security Bureau. If this trivial matter implicated the director, it would trigger a chain of consequences. The network of connections Li Duokai had painstakingly built over years in Sanyuan City could be severely damaged. Li Duokai shot a fierce glare at Li Duoyu, but now was not the time to discipline this troublesome son. Li Duokai had to intercept the video posted online before the situation escalated. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Shi's hundreds of thousands of online followers had already seen the footage he accidentally released and were sharing it wildly. Li Duokai's attempts to stop it were too late. The gaunt man also seemed to realize something, his expression visibly shifting. If there was surveillance, then wasn't his arson in the early morning also captured, and the earlier confrontation recorded? The gaunt man's eyes blazed with fury as he stared at Lin Shi, losing all his earlier composure. He hurriedly chased after Li Duokai. "Take him away," the security officer roared, and the others quickly stepped forward to apprehend Lin Shi. Lin Shi didn't resist, cooperating with a smile as his phone was taken. "I can walk on my own." Old Huang, pack up the items in the warehouse, load them onto a large truck, and park it nearby. "Wait for me there." Warehouse keeper Old Huang nodded hastily. Lin Shi got into the police car. Only Old Huang remained in the warehouse. Today's events had completely overturned his worldview. He had never seen such a fearless boss. But now the boss was taken by the security officers, and Old Huang worried, uncertain if he would even get his wages. Escorted into the car with an officer on each side, Lin Shi showed no sign of nervousness. The vehicle hadn't traveled far when one of the officers beside him received a phone call. After a moment, he gave Lin Shi a peculiar look and handed the phone to the officer who had confronted him earlier. "Captain, it's for you." So he was a captain, Lin Shi thought, raising an eyebrow. The captain took the call, his face cycling from pale to red, then from red to black, as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 okay, yes, yes." After hanging up, he immediately said, "Stop the car." The vehicle quickly pulled over. "You can go now." The captain glared at Lin Shi with resentment, seemingly unwilling, yet utterly powerless. Lin Shi smiled, extending his hand. "My phone. Your phone contains evidence and needs to be held for investigation." Lin Shi shrugged, got out, and walked away. Lu Ting watched until Lin Shi disappeared before withdrawing his gaze. Lin Shi went to get a replacement SIM card and bought a new phone. The video he had posted had indeed caused an impact. A massive one at that. If the apocalypse hadn't come, this single move would have offended countless people. As someone with no background or identity, he might have vanished into the vast sea of humanity. But now he feared nothing. Lin Shi took down the video and even deleted his social media account. His goal was achieved, and he didn't want more fame. Returning to the warehouse, old Huang was still arranging for a truck, surprised to see Lin Shi back so soon. He was taken aback. Lin Shi settled old Huang's wages, dismissed him, closed the warehouse door, and inventoried the contents. The burned items were a small portion of the sleds he had ordered online, 10 in total. Originally, Lin Shi had planned to buy some sled dogs for the apocalypse. Since they were burned, so be it. The equipment thrown into the rain was mostly undamaged. Storing everything into his space, Lin Shi immediately booked a flight to Shashi and left Sanyuan City. Soon news broke about a major company shareholder allegedly involved in corrupt relations with high-ranking government officials. That shareholder was none other than Li Duoy's father. It seemed the apocalypse hadn't arrived, but this rich second generation was doomed. The incident implicated many, including a security officer who was dismissed. However, Lin Shi's focus wasn't on this matter, but on the name of the prominent company, Tianqi New Energy. A deeply concealed hatred flickered in his eyes. A few days later, the school called Lin Shi, informing him he was expelled for prolonged absence. Lin Shi knew someone was pulling strings, but such petty tactics were meaningless to him. Over the next 2 months, he remained in Shashi, overseeing the construction of the shelter. Most of his time was spent cultivating the health preservation art. He made a trip back to Sanyuan City to pick up goods ordered from Old Xia, leaving immediately, without lingering. This also helped him avoid a conspiracy targeting him. On May 25th, the shelter was finally completed. The total construction took over 2 months, costing Lin Shi over 9 million yuan, all spent on materials and labor. The semicircular shelter had no windows except for a chimney and an entrance passage. From the back, the entire shelter resembled an iron ball embedded in the earth. 2 doors were installed, an outer and an inner door, both heavy blast doors. Entry and exit required passing through both. Some workers joked that the shelter could remain intact even under a nuclear blast aftermath. Inside, the shelter featured squat toilets, heated brick bed stoves, and heaters, all designed to operate without electricity. All wiring was indoors, sacrificing aesthetics for easier maintenance. A water pipe was also connected from a well to supply the shelter. Lin Shi had the well cover completely sealed to prevent the water from freezing easily. Next, he just needed to place the daily necessities from his space inside, and he could move in. Only 6 days remained until the solar flare eruption. Lin Shi spent an entire day arranging the shelter, preparing everything except the electrical appliances. He also laid several carpets in the shelter's living room. The electrical items would have to wait until after the geomagnetic storm passed to avoid damage. Once the shelter was built, Liao Peng had nothing to do but follow Lin Shi around. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, "Go prepare some supplies and store them in your rental apartment." The apocalypse was imminent, and he didn't mind giving Liao Peng a hand as a reward for his diligent work over the past 2 months. There would be no further salary payments, of course. If Liao Peng refused to listen, Lin Shi wouldn't warn him again. After sending Liao Peng away, Lin Shi took out his phone and unblocked the number from his blacklist. Zhao Xiao. Lin Shi dialed the number. "Lin Shi, is it really you? Where have you been? Last time I saw on a short video that you were taken away by the security officers. Are you alright?" Zhao Xiao's voice sounded genuinely surprised. Truly surprised, as over the past 2 months his parents had been blaming him endlessly, and their plan to buy a new house had been delayed because he couldn't borrow money from Lin Shi. Lin Shi said, "I'm fine. I've been in a bad mood lately, and came to Sha City for a trip. Would you like to come and stay for a few days?" Zhao Xiao on the other end agreed without a second thought. "Sure. They'll ask for a few days off, and come keep you company." After a few casual exchanges, Lin Shi hung up. How could he forget Zhao Xiao, the one who had caused his death in his past life? He couldn't return to Sanyuan City, but that didn't mean he would let Zhao Xiao off. Luring Zhao Xiao to Sha City to deal with him was just as good. Lin Shi also replenished 10 tons of bottled water in Sha City, along with some of his favorite foods. In the extreme cold, water was actually the least scarce resource. Snow was everywhere. Eating a handful could quench thirst, though it would chill the body further. Compared to hard-to-find food, water was something survivors didn't need to worry about. Viruses and bacteria were omnipresent, and eating snow didn't significantly affect the likelihood of falling ill. Most survivors developed antibodies after a few years in the apocalypse. Eating raw meat, consuming snow, wearing animal hides. Humans gradually adapted to the harsh environment, while those who couldn't adapt perished. Lin Shi prepared some water, just in case. He also bought 2 computers and downloaded countless files, including movies, games, and anime, along with materials on toolmaking, electrical repair, and generator maintenance. These materials might become invaluable in the future. He still had some money left aside from the replicated gold bars, but his cash reserves had dwindled to less than 100,000. Everything was ready. 3 days before the SS-class solar flare erupted, Zhao Xiao rushed over from Sanyuan City. It was evident that Zhao Xiao hadn't been doing well over the past 2 months. He had lost weight. When he saw Lin Shi, he launched into a flurry of greetings and apologies, behaving very humbly. As he apologized, he carefully observed Lin Shi's expression. Lin Shi, I truly treated you like a brother and didn't think things through. Can you forgive me? From now on, I'll do more for you. Lin Shi gave an ambiguous smile and nodded perfunctorily. Stay and play here for a week before leaving. I'll cover all the expenses. Zhao Xiao's face lit up with undisguised delight. Indeed, Lin Shi was still the same pushover Lin Shi. It seemed his previous actions had been too blatant, making Lin Shi angry. All right. Zhao Xiao readily agreed. He still needed to find an opportunity to bring up borrowing money. By the way, when did you come to Sha City alone? I heard online that you were expelled from school. Is that true? Zhao Xiao pretended to be concerned, but the glint of schadenfreude in his eyes wasn't well hidden. It's true. Lin Shi nodded, pretending not to notice. Zhao Xiao offered a few perfunctory words of comfort before discussing the plans for the next few days. These days Lin Shi genuinely wanted to relax. Striking before the apocalypse carried greater risks, and Lin Shi could afford to wait a few days. His plan was to keep Zhao Xiao in Sha City, let him experience the despair of the apocalypse after it began, and then let him die. Lin Shi never considered himself a good person. In his past life, after losing his parents' affection, he poured all his emotions into good friends, like Zhao Xiao. In the early days of the apocalypse, when money still had some value, he shared the gold bars his father left behind with them, giving them hope for survival. In the apocalypse, when he and Zhao Xiao depended on each other, he always volunteered for dangerous tasks. Yet after all he did, he was met only with betrayal. Part of the reason was his own weakness and poor judgment. So in this life, he would not be soft-hearted, nor would he ever trust such laughable emotions again. Although many things from his past life, including the betrayal, had yet to happen, Zhao Xiao's nature remained unchanged. Even if given another chance, he would still exploit Lin Shi completely. Lin Shi lowered his gaze to conceal the coldness in his eyes. Hey, isn't Su Qin studying in Sha City too? Should we invite her out to hang out? Zhao Xiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Shi, giving a knowing look. Su Qin was the second girl in their group of 6 besides Su Feifei. Lin Shi's impression of this person was stuck 8 years ago. During high school, the others always tried to set him up with Su Qin, pairing them together. After hearing it so often, Lin Shi began to develop different feelings for her. But now for Lin Shi, it had been 8 years since he last saw her. He couldn't even recall her face. Mentioning her again stirred no emotions, but with Zhao Xiao persistently urging, Lin Shi casually agreed. He found a hotel, settled Zhao Xiao in, and stayed in the room next door. Zhao Xiao indeed invited Su Qin. The next day, May 29th, 2 days before the SS-class solar flare eruption, Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao arrived at the Sha City beach and met Su Qin, whom he hadn't seen in 8 years. Su Qin was a dance student at Sha City University's School of Art, with an excellent figure. Since they were at the beach, she boldly wore a bikini, making Zhao Xiao's eyes widen. Lin Shi had swim trunks on underneath. When he took off his clothes, his solid, but not bulky muscles drew Su Qin's admiring gaze. Lin Shi, when did you get such a great physique? Su Qin completely ignored the average build Zhao Xiao and kept staring at Lin Shi's abs. I've taken up working out recently, Lin Shi replied, casually setting up a beach chair, putting on sunglasses, and enjoying the sun bath. In 2 days, people wouldn't even need sunglasses to stare directly at the fiery ball in the sky. Before the apocalypse arrived, Lin Shi intended to enjoy the last 2 days of warm sunshine and let his tense mind relax. Su Qin also laid down beside Lin Shi to sunbathe. They chatted idly, completely ignoring Zhao Xiao. A shadow of resentment flickered in Zhao Xiao's eyes, but he still forced a smile and inserted himself into their conversation. The three stayed until sunset, then left the beach, had a meal together, and parted ways. On the last day, Lin Shi spent another day playing in Sha City with Zhao Xiao and Su Qin. Finally, the time came to June 1st, to Children's Day, the day of the SS-class solar flare eruption. On the morning of June 1st, Lin Shi was practicing the health preservation art on the flat ground outside the shelter, as usual. Zhao Xiao had invited him to go diving today, but he refused, citing some matters. He wanted to stay at the shelter and observe how the sun differed from usual during a solar flare eruption. After today's solar flare eruption, the violent solar storm would not reach Earth until June 4th. So it was still safe before the 4th. The strange part about this solar flare eruption was that no country had detected any anomaly. Given the current level of technology on Tianyun Star, this situation was highly bizarre. At that moment, Lin Shi was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Though his body movements were constantly changing, his eyes never left the sun and the sky. This posture was undoubtedly somewhat comical. Several villagers from the foot of the mountain saw this scene from afar and began to discuss. What's that young man doing? Performing some ritual? Looks pretty eerie. Just look at that thing he built. Doesn't seem normal. Then should we still ask for the money? Yes, we must. What are we afraid of? We'll go ask tomorrow. They'll go discuss with Uncle Li how to do it this time. After 5 sets of health preservation art, Lin Shi started the 6th set, but suddenly paused in his movements. The sun he had been staring at hadn't changed at all. The reason he stopped was that the treasure bowl interface, which had shown no major changes since its upgrade, had suddenly turned into a jumble of garbled code. What was going on? Shocked, Lin Shi immediately stopped his practice and observed the treasure bowl. He discovered that not only had the treasure bowl interface become garbled, but he could no longer sense the space either. Lin Shi's pupils contracted. This shock was no small matter. The space held all the supplies he had hoarded over the past 3 months. If the space suddenly lost its function, his advantage from being reborn would be greatly diminished. At that moment, Lin Shi suddenly realized how overly dependent he was on the space. After about a few dozen seconds, the garbled code formed into a series of Chinese characters. The Tianyan star apocalypse reset has been initiated for the 3rd time. This process will accelerate the progress of species evolution. Detected that the treasure bowl has bonded with a sapient being as its master. Initiating host protection plan. Lin Shi's pupils quaked. The amount of information contained in this passage was immense. Apocalypse reset. The 3rd time. He had experienced the apocalypse in his past life, returned to before the apocalypse, and was experiencing it again. Did that count as 2 times? Then why did the treasure bowl indicate it was the 3rd time? Could it be that before his rebirth the apocalypse had already been reset once in his previous life? Before he could think more about the meaning of the later words, the interface formed another paragraph. The first wave of danger will arrive in 71 hours. Please prepare. Lin Shi's heart pounded like a drum. Was this a warning? Was this treasure bowl intelligent? After a dozen seconds, these words disappeared, and the treasure bowl interface returned to normal. The space was also sensed by Lin Shi again. Only the number counting down 71 hours and 43 minutes in the upper right corner told Lin Shi that what he had just seen was not an illusion. Lin Shi turned and returned to the shelter, brewed himself a cup of coffee, and took a few sips to calm himself down. He recalled the anomaly that had appeared on the treasure bowl interface. He speculated that this wave of anomalies was likely related to the so-called SS-level solar flare eruption. The solar flare eruption marked the beginning of this apocalypse, and the text that had appeared on the treasure bowl earlier, the Tianyan star apocalypse reset, has been initiated for the 3rd time. This process will accelerate the progress of species evolution. Detected that the treasure bowl has bonded with a sapient being as its master. Initiating spark protection plan. Also declared that the apocalypse had already begun. Lin Shi was very concerned about the number 3rd time. Thinking carefully, perhaps no one else in this world knew that he would experience the apocalypse again. The matter of rebirth still felt extremely bizarre to Lin Shi whenever he thought about it. He had died, yet he had been reborn 8 years in the past. All of humanity, the entire Tianyan star, had returned to the state of 8 years ago. Was this a reversal of time? Or a deletion and restart? Within human understanding, time could not flow backward unless one elevated it to a theological perspective. The Mandela effect. The act of a deity. A game of a higher civilization. Or a correction by the power of nature's own laws. And such an event might already be happening for the 3rd time. Before he obtained this treasure bowl, had time also flowed backward, and had humanity also experienced the apocalyptic disaster that would occur in a few days. And when the first apocalypse was reset, was he like the other billions of humans and countless living beings now completely unaware of it? Why had it been reset 3 times? Was it because the life forms on Tianyan star had gone extinct in the first 2 times? This speculation was too shocking and too terrifying. What exactly was the treasure bowl? Why had such information appeared? No wonder it was said that knowing too much was not a good thing. The more Lin Shi thought about it, now the more questions arose. His breathing became rapid, his mind buzzed, and it felt like it was about to explode. His heart was beating very fast, and he simply couldn't calm down. He was frightened. Thinking this way, Lin Shi began to suspect whether the universe as perceived by humanity was being manipulated by some higher civilizations. They were like lab mice being subjected to experiment after experiment. Lin Shi closed his eyes and hummed a tune to divert his attention. After finishing the song, he finally cast aside these bizarre thoughts. He took out his computer and began to search for information about ice ages. Tianyan star had experienced several ice ages in the past. Before this extreme cold apocalypse, human ancestors had experienced an ice age lasting over 2 million years, which ended just over 10,000 years ago. This period was also known as the Quaternary Glaciation. As for whether humans were involved in the first 3 ice ages, Lin Shi only skimmed the specifics. Speaking solely of the Quaternary Glaciation, it almost caused the extinction of all animals intolerant to cold. Most of the survivors living in the ice and snow were long-haired animals. Yet humans had survived. Regarding why humans survived, some scientists speculated that it was due to humans' strong creativity and adaptability. However, Lin Shi felt that this explanation was not solid. Those who had never experienced extreme cold could not imagine its terror. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, the global population of 7.8 billion humans had dwindled to less than 1 million. This illustrated the horror of the apocalypse. And during that period, over 2 million years ago, there were no technological items and resources were extremely scarce. There was a lack of plants and even fewer medicines. Countless large carnivorous mammals, such as saber-toothed tigers, short-faced bears, dire wolves, and others lived during this era. They were enormous, ferocious, and carnivorous. Given the size and speed of normal humans, they could only become prey for these large carnivores. Even if they could survive in extreme low temperatures, it would be difficult to endure. Even more bizarrely, after the Ice Age ended, these fierce large creatures all went extinct. Yet humans continued to thrive to this day. This was difficult to explain with adaptability and creativity. But if the participation and assistance of a higher civilization were involved, then everything became much more plausible. But these were merely Lin Shi's conjectures. His original intention was merely to survive in the apocalypse. Regardless of the reason, since he had been granted a second life, he intended to live it well. Only by surviving could he uncover more clues about this catastrophe. If, as he speculated, the apocalypse reset after every mass extinction, then as the sole bearer of this knowledge he might indeed need to take action. For no one knew how many more resets remained. If this was the final chance, would Tianwu Star become a lifeless planet? Lin Shi pulled out his computer, plugged in a wireless network card, and went online. He anonymously posted news of the solar flare eruption on the internet. 3 months ago, if he had claimed that an SS-class solar flare would erupt today, he would undoubtedly have been dismissed as a madman or a charlatan. No one would have believed he could foresee the future. But today, by revealing this event based on established fact and adding his speculation about the impending ice age, it became far easier to gain credibility. Perhaps some scientist would notice the sun's anomaly and prompt nations to prepare in advance. In 71 hours, all electronic devices would lose signal and become defunct. Lin Shi would no longer be at risk of exposure. He could only wonder if his post would be discovered by someone perceptive. Lin Shi closed his computer, removed the network card, and stored it back in his space. The rest was left to fate. He attempted to communicate with the cornucopia, but there was no response. To avoid losing contact with the space again, Lin Shi took out a portion of each type of supply and stored them in the shelter's basement. The next day, the countdown in the upper right corner had already dropped to 47 hours. Watching the apocalypse approach with such clarity was agonizing. Lin Shi could only cultivate the health preservation technique to maintain his composure. However, it wasn't long before a group of uninvited guests disrupted his peace. A tractor arrived outside his shelter. Since the shelter had no windows, Lin Shi had installed a camera at the peephole of the outer blast door to monitor the outside. 4 people got off the tractor and began inspecting the shelter. As they discussed who should knock on the door of the iron sphere, Lin Shi opened the door and stepped out. Among them, a middle-aged woman craned her neck to peer through the crack in the door, as if trying to hurl her eyes inside for a look. But there was another door inside, and even if she strained her eyes to bursting, she could see nothing. "What's the matter?" Lin Shi scanned the 4 visitors, a woman in her 40s or 50s, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s leaning on a cane, a 30-something farmer, and a woman in her 20s. The 4 of them also sized up Lin Shi with varying expressions. Ever since a villager had learned from a construction worker that the sphere on the hilltop had cost several million, the whole village knew Lin Shi was wealthy, a fat sheep to be fleeced. The farmer Li Chong spoke first. "Little brother, this ball of yours has ruined our village's feng shui. Several of our chickens and ducks have died recently. What are you going to do about it?" Lin Shi's gaze shifted toward a patch of woods. "What does your dead poultry have to do with me?" Aunt Li planted her hands on her hips and glared at Lin Shi. "How is it none of your business? Ever since you built this ball, our chickens and ducks started dying. In a few days, it might be people." Lin Shi let out a scoff. These villagers were masters of finding excuses. And they had guessed right. In a few days, it wouldn't be just a few deaths. "Then why don't you move out quickly? If you delay, your whole village might be wiped out." Rural folk were most superstitious about such things, and Lin Shi's words infuriated the 4. "Hey, you wicked kid. How can you be so malicious? Are you cursing us?" Aunt Li pointed at Lin Shi's nose and cursed. "Brat, what did you say? If you don't know how to talk, he'll teach you." Li Chong's eyes flashed with menace as he swung his palm as large as a winnowing fan toward Lin Shi's face. It seemed reckless, but this was part of their premeditated plan. Young people were easily intimidated. One slap would make them docile. With the elderly and women on their side, they could fabricate any accusation against Lin Shi without fear of him calling the police. The other 3 already envisioned Lin Shi stunned by the blow. A heavy slap rang out louder than they had anticipated. What truly shocked them was that the one struck was not Lin Shi, but Li Chong. Lin Shi had grabbed Li Chong's hand and delivered a slap to his face in return. Li Chong was dazed by the blow, his head buzzing and his face visibly swelling. The 4 had clearly not expected Lin Shi to be so audacious as to fight back against all of them. And at such a young age, he had such immense strengths. Seeing his son hit Grandpa Li leaning on his cane, swung it at Lin Shi, relying on his age. Lin Shi agilely sidestepped, dodging the cane. Grandpa Li's eyes darted, and with a theatrical ouch, he fell to the ground, closing his eyes. This was the signal to activate the second phase of their plan. "Dad, what's wrong, Dad?" Li Tsuetsue immediately reacted, glaring at Lin Shi. "You hit my daddy. I didn't even touch him." Lin Shi coldly glanced at Grandpa Li, whose eyelids were twitching on the ground. "The 4 of us all saw it. Don't you dare deny it." Aunt Li knelt beside Grandpa Li, clutching his body and wailing. "Oh heavens. City folk bullying us country folk. Old man, if you die, I'll smash myself against this iron ball and follow you. Li Tsuetsue also began to sob. My dad was already in poor health. What are we going to do? Pay up. Give us 50,000 and we'll call it even. Li Chong covered his face, his fists clenched tightly, as if ready to fight if Lin Shi refused. Aunt Li threatened, if you don't pay, we'll call the security officer and report you to the media. Fine, Lin Shi said. The three brightened, thinking he had agreed. But Lin Shi had more to say. Go ahead and call the police. Calling the police was of course out of the question. Seeing Lin Shi unmoved, Li Chong glared at him ferociously. If you don't pay, you'll pay with your life for my dad. Not about to let that slap go unanswered, he ran to the tractor and grabbed a wood-chopping knife. Hold on. Lin Shi adopted a thoughtful expression, circling Grandpa Li twice, as if assessing his condition. In truth, Lin Shi could have called the police, given the camera on his door. But the incident with Li Duyu had left him with a poor impression of the security station. He had several ways to deal with these four. Lin Shi chose the most satisfying one. Aunt Li Chong and Li Tsuetsue exchanged triumphant glances, believing Lin Shi was intimidated. Li Chong secretly gloated, see, just a 20-something novice, easily scared. Suddenly Lin Shi extended his foot and stomped on Grandpa Li's hand, which was resting on the ground. Off! Grandpa Li screamed, his eyes snapping open. Lin Shi turned to the stunned Li Chong. See, I brought your dad back to life. No need to pay with my life now, right? Li Chong, Li Tsuetsue, Li Danyang. Lin Shi's unpredictable moves left all three of them dumbfounded. It wasn't until Grandpa Li's agonized wail rang out that they snapped back to reality. Ouch, my hand is broken. Grandpa Li trembled as he clutched his hand, the pain contorting his wrinkled face. Lin Shi's kick was no light one. What was meant to be a feigned injury had now become a real one. The other three were ablaze with fury, about to lash out. Lin Shi suddenly spoke up. How about you take this old man to the hospital first? He'll reimburse you for the medical expenses later, okay? This sudden compromise left the three stunned again, a feeling of suffocation rising in their chests. Li Danyang nearly choked. She had been ready to curse Lin Shi's ancestors for 18 generations. But since he had already agreed, if they continued to make a scene, what if he changed his mind? You need to pay for medical expenses, nutrition fees, mental distress compensation, and lost wages. Li Danyang gasped, testing the waters. Lin Shi nodded, unexpectedly agreeable. All right, go ahead first. My house is here, I can't run away. Treatment is the priority. Even though they had achieved their goal, why did they feel so stifled inside? Grandpa Li's wails continued. Li Chong dared not delay any longer, pointing a finger at Lin Shi. Kid, if you dare not pay up, it'll make you regret it. After spewing a few threats, the three helped Grandpa Li onto the tractor and drove off down the mountain. Lin Shi watched the tractor disappear. He had no intention of paying any medical fees. He merely wanted to get rid of these four people. If a blizzard hit in a few days, and they could still make it up the mountain, he would lose. Lin Shi walked toward a patch of woods. The moment he stepped out of the shelter, he sensed a gaze fixed on him from the forest. Ever since his rebirth, Lin Shi had become especially sensitive to the stares of others. So acute was his perception that he could detect any gaze directed at him within 50 meters. As Lin Shi entered the woods, his phone suddenly rang, followed by a flurry of panicked footsteps rapidly retreating into the distance. He only caught a blurry shadow vanishing into the dense thicket. Lin Shi pulled out his phone. The caller ID read Zhao Xiao. He answered with irritation. What? Lin Shi guessed that after leaving Zhao Xiao hanging for 2 days, the guy must be getting restless. Lin Shi, guess who I ran into here? Zhao Xiao's tone was mysteriously excited. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Who? Zhao Xiao's voice trembled with excitement over the phone. Shun Jinbin, the son of the richest man in Sanyuan City. Lin Shi's grip on the phone tightened. Shun Jinbin. Yeah, and he even spoke to me first. He knew I was in Shushi and made plans to go diving together tomorrow. He told me to bring you along. Lin Shi, I can't believe you know a super rich second generation like that. You've been hiding it too well, that's not cool. Zhao Xiao rambled on, but Lin Shi's mind was entirely occupied by the words Shun Jinbin and Shushi. He couldn't hear a thing after that. Shun Jinbin, one of the culprits who had caused his death in his past life. But in truth, the enmity between Lin Shi and Shun Jinbin had been forged long ago. Lin Shi's father had once been an employee of Tianqi New Energy Company. On the day of his father's accident, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy brought his son to inspect the factory. They came to the electrical area under Lin Shi's father's charge. While his father was operating, the chairman's son suddenly splashed his drink onto the circuit equipment, causing a short circuit and explosion. Lin Shi's father died on the spot. To hush up the matter, Shun Fanren, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Company, handed out a huge hush money to everyone present. He made them sign confidentiality agreements and then settled the matter with an exorbitant death compensation. However, an employee who had been close to his father secretly told Lin Shi the truth. Only then did Lin Shi learn that his father hadn't died due to a work error or negligence. He had been murdered, and the chairman's son was Shun Jinbin. At that time, Lin Shi told his mother about it. He would never forget the look in his mother's eyes, a mix of conflict, hesitation, disgust, and pity. In the end, she said she would investigate the matter and told Lin Shi to focus on his studies. After that, the employee who had secretly told Lin Shi the truth vanished without a trace. Within a few months, his mother remarried. And the man she married was none other than Shun Fanren, the chairman of Tianqi New Energy. Lin Shi felt he had been drawn into a vast conspiracy. To avoid courting death, Lin Shi never spoke of this to anyone in his past life except to Zhao Xiao after the apocalypse began. He had tried to gather evidence in secret, but discovered that the Shun family had a stranglehold over Sanyuan City and had long since destroyed all evidence. In his past life, the survivor shelter in Sanyuan City was also established by the Shin family. He could find no opportunity for revenge. The only chance he got before his death was interrupted. Now that Shin Jinbin was in Shushi, if he killed him this time, no one should be able to save him, right? His knuckles turned white from the force of his grip until the phone screen cracked with a crack sound, snapping Lin Shi back to reality. Lin Shi, give me a straight answer. Are you coming or not? Zhao Xiao was still urging on the other end of the line. Zhao Xiao didn't yet know that Shin Jinbin was the murderer of Lin Shi's father. I'm coming, of course. Whatever Shin Jinbin's purpose was in Shushi this time, he would kill him. Lin Shi lowered his gaze, his eyes dark and unfathomable, a cold smile curling on his lips, a sight that sent a chill down the spine. The birds in the woods sensed the killing intent and scattered in flight. On June 3rd at 1:00 p.m. the countdown in the upper right corner of the cornucopia showed 21 hours. Lin Shi arrived at a dock for private yachts. From a distance, he saw Zhao Xiao talking animatedly to a young man with white hair whose back was turned to him. Lin Shi recognized that silhouette at once, Shin Jinbin. Suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes, Lin Shi walked toward the two. Lin Shi, why are you so late? Young Master Shin has been waiting for a while. Zhao Xiao stood beside Shin Jinbin, speaking in a reproachful tone. So he had already switched his allegiance to Shin Jinbin. Lin Shi sneered inwardly. Sure enough, whether in his past or present life, whenever Shin Jinbin appeared, Zhao Xiao would always turn coat. Lin Shi maintained a calm expression. Traffic jam on the way. Sorry I'm late. Shin Jinbin turned around, revealing a pale face ravaged by wine and women. His white crew cut gave him a roguish look. His gaze was just like in the past life, supercilious, sizing up Lin Shi as if appraising a cheap commodity. At this moment, Shin Jinbin did not yet possess the brutal aura of the apocalypse. In his past life, he would beat people to death on a whim if a single word displeased him. He would take any girl he fancied on the spot, behaving like the absolute ruler of Sanyuan City. Shin Jinbin waved his hand dismissively. No matter. The important thing is you're here. Let's go get on the... Shin Jinbin stepped onto the yacht first, and Zhao Xiao followed closely behind. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes slightly as he trailed them aboard. No sooner had he set foot on the deck than a burly man in black blocked his path. Sir, I need to check if you're carrying any dangerous items. Zhao Xiao was already being searched by another large man up ahead, appearing to accept the process with ease. Lin Shi frowned. I was invited here for fun. Is this how you treat your guests? It's just standard procedure to ensure everyone's safety on the yacht. The burly man fixed Lin Shi with an unyielding stare. If that's the case, then I'm out, Lin Shi said, turning to leave. But the bodyguard shifted his stance, blocking his path. What? You won't even let me leave? Lin Shi's face turned cold. Sir, if you have nothing dangerous, why not just let me search you? This is young Master Shin's private yacht. Since you're here to enjoy yourself, please cooperate. Do us a favor and show some respect for our young master. So this yacht belonged to Shin Jinbin, and these men were his private guards. Lin Shi chuckled, casting a cold glance at Shin Jinbin, who stood a few meters away watching the spectacle. Who does he think he is? Why should I show him any respect? Do I even know him? You. The black-clad bodyguard glared, unleashing a formidable aura that pressed down on Lin Shi. Just then the yacht departed from the dock. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. What? Do you intend to resort to violence in broad daylight? It was then that Shin Jinbin stepped forward, his tone ambiguous. Biao, this is my half-brother, unrelated by blood. How can you be so blind? Half-brother. Lin Shi was Shin Jinbin's half-brother. Everyone stared at Lin Shi in shock. The bodyguard's eyes were a mix of shock, contempt, and disdain. None was more stunned than Zhao Xiao, who had known Lin Shi for years, yet had no idea of this connection to the wealthiest man in Sanyuan City. But to Lin Shi this was nothing but an insult. His mother had married the father of his father's murderer. What brotherhood? This was their first meeting in this lifetime. It was merely a taunt Shin Jinbin had conjured up to humiliate him. Lin Shi clenched his jaw, forcing himself to suppress his killing intent. He struggled to remain calm. To Shin Jinbin, he was nothing more than an insignificant ant. In his past life, Shin Jinbin hadn't even crossed paths with him before the apocalypse. This sudden approach must have a purpose. He couldn't afford to be provoked into revealing his hand. Lin Shi looked at Shin Jinbin with feigned confusion. What are you talking about? I don't know you at all. Shin Jinbin's face lit up with mock realization as he pointed at Lin Shi. All right. You didn't come to the wedding when your mother married my father. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Shin Jinbin, your mother's stepson. She's a wonderful mother, even kinder to me than to her own son. Lin Shi's fists tightened. The bodyguard named a Biao positioned himself in front of Shen Jinbin, ready to subdue Lin Shi at any moment. Lin Shi clenched and unclenched his fists, lowering his gaze to hide the murderous gleam in his eyes, then forced a bright smile. "Oh, is that so? Seems you enjoy being someone else's son." Shen Jinbin's face instantly twisted, his eyes brimming with brutality. "Say that again." Sensing the escalating tension, Zhao Xiao quickly intervened to smooth things over. "Haha, aren't we here to have fun? If we're out to enjoy ourselves, we should be happy. Look, the sea is beautiful today." Zhao Xiao wasn't trying to ease the mood for Lin Shi's sake. The atmosphere on the yacht was simply too strange. Besides Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao, there were only Shen Jinbin and 8 burly men in black, all staring at them with predatory intent. This was hardly a good omen. Shen Jinbin suppressed his rage, a cold sneer curling on his lips as he turned and entered the cabin. The other men in black followed suit. On the deck, only Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao, and the bodyguard named a Biao remained. "Mr. Lin, allow me to search you," a Biao demanded once more. Zhao Xiao gently nudged Lin Shi and whispered in his ear, "Lin Shi, a wise man, knows when to yield. He's a scion of a wealthy family. It's no shame to play along." Lin Shi shot him a cold glance, then spread his arms wide for the bodyguard. "Go ahead." A Biao gave him a contemptuous look, conducted a thorough search, and satisfied that Lin Shi carried no dangerous items, entered the cabin. Inside the yacht's room, Shen Jinbin viciously swept the last glass from the table. A bodyguard was cleaning up the shattered fragments, his hand cut by the glass, yet he endured the pain without a word. A Biao entered and reported, "Young master, I've confirmed he's unarmed. But that Lin Shi seems to have been physically active for a long time. He might be somewhat skilled. Once we're in the water, I'll handle him myself." Shen Jinbin slammed his hand hard on the table, his face twisted with malice. "Killing him outright would be too merciful. How dare he mock me? It'll make him regret ever being born." A Biao's eyes flickered with fear, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. "Young master, we're still in the country," he reminded cautiously. Shen Jinbin pounded the table again in frustration, casting a cold glare at a Biao. "Get rid of the one who came with him too." "Understood." Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao admired the seascape on the deck as a servant brought them drinks. Before long, Shen Jinbin emerged, his roguish demeanor restored, and began chatting and laughing with them. "We're heading to a farther spot for diving. I know an island where there's hardly anyone around, and the underwater scenery is breathtaking. I guarantee you've never seen anything like it." Shen Jinbin boasted extravagantly about the beauty of that sea area. Zhao Xiao nodded eagerly, his face full of anticipation. "Whatever you arrange, young master." Shen game. Lin Shi offered no objection. About 2 hours later, the yacht arrived near a deserted island. There were no other vessels in sight, nor a single soul. Sunlight scattered across the azure sea, creating a shimmering surface. A few thousand meters ahead lay a pristine sandy beach and lush green woods on the island. Indeed, a picturesque scene. A bodyguard informed them that the diving gear was ready and led them to the other end of the yacht. By the time the three arrived, a Biao had already donned his equipment. Shen Jinbin picked up a wetsuit and began putting it on. A Biao tossed the remaining 2 suits in front of Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao rubbed his hands nervously as he looked at a Biao. "I've never dived before. Maybe you'll sit this one out." Lin Shi shot Zhao Xiao a surprised glance. "A Biao is an expert diver. He can protect us underwater. We agreed to dive together. Are you trying to embarrass me?" Shen Jinbin. Shen Jinbin frowned at Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao waved his hands frantically, then turned to see Lin Shi already picking up a wetsuit. Reluctantly, he began to gear up as well. Watching them gradually get ready, Shen Jinbin turned away, a glint of mockery and malice flickering in his eyes. After everyone had donned their gear and breathing apparatus, Zhao Xiao, standing behind Lin Shi, suddenly tugged at him and winked from behind his diving goggles. Lin Shi chuckled. "What are you squinting your eyes for? Got sand in them." It seemed Zhao Xiao wasn't entirely foolish after all. He had finally sensed something amiss. Setting aside Shen Jinbin's status as a top-tier rich second-generation, a stranger inviting you out accompanied by 8 burly men and leading you to a desolate place. This scenario reeked of danger. Zhao Xiao had initially been eager to latch on to Shen Jinbin's coattails, which blinded him to the anomaly. Ordinary people, when encountering someone immensely powerful and wealthy, tend to instinctively revere and trust them, overlooking many details. Lin Shi naturally had no intention of exposing the truth. Hearing Lin Shi's words, a Biao cast a scrutinizing gaze toward Zhao Xiao. Cursing inwardly, Zhao Xiao forced an awkward smile and said, "My eyes are just a bit irritated. It's nothing at all." The 4 of them checked their equipment, and a Biao explained a few underwater hand signals and precautions to Lin Shi and Zhao Xiao before diving in first. After Lin Shi entered the water, Zhao Xiao turned to see the menacing bodyguards behind him and could only follow suit. Zhao Xiao's heart pounded with unease, but he tried to reassure himself that things weren't as dire as he imagined. The underwater world was breathtakingly beautiful, with Lin Shi swimming ahead admiring the scenery. If not for the lingering, almost imperceptible gaze and murderous intent behind them, it would have been a splendid journey. As they approached a coral reef, Shen Jinbin signaled a Biao to act. Receiving the command, a Biao nodded, drew a dagger from his thigh, and swam toward Lin Shi. Watching a Biao close in on Lin Shi, Shin Jinbin's eyes behind the diving goggles gleamed with frenzied excitement. Zhao Xiao, being a first-time diver, had been trailing at the back. Seeing this, he was terrified out of his wits. He wanted to warn Lin Shi, but as he opened his mouth, the regulator nearly fell out, forcing him to clamp his lips shut. As a Biao reached Lin Shi and raised the glinting dagger, Zhao Xiao's legs turned to jelly. Zhao Xiao quickly turned to look at Shin Jinbin, only to find him exultant. "It's over," Zhao Xiao despaired. "This is murder." Realizing it was a planned killing, Zhao Xiao immediately twisted around and swam toward the surface. As for Lin Shi, Zhao Xiao was certain he was as good as dead. Lin Shi's slender frame was no match for a bodyguard. He had to escape now. Any delay, and he'd be silenced. Zhao Xiao tried to ascend, but in his panic he forgot to release his weights, flailing helplessly in place. Lin Shi sensed an unusual water current behind him and twisted around without a second thought. A gleaming dagger sliced past his side. A Biao, surprised that Lin Shi had dodged, kicked his fins and slashed again. This time Lin Shi saw it clearly. The blade was aimed at his regulator. Even in peacetime, these killers weren't completely reckless. They intended to make him suffocate, staging an accidental death. Hampered by water resistance, Lin Shi had nowhere to evade. He grabbed a Biao's wrist, preventing the dagger from cutting his regulator. A Biao's other hand reached for Lin Shi's mask, but Lin Shi caught that too. The two engaged in a fierce underwater struggle. A Biao's face twisted with ferocity, mixed with shock and disbelief. He strained to break free from Lin Shi's grip, but it was like being clamped in iron. He couldn't budge an inch. This kid had incredible strength. Lin Shi kicked a Biao hard, pushing himself back over a meter. Just as a Biao prepared to lunge again, Lin Shi reached behind his back and brought his hand forward, now holding a pistol. A Biao froze mid-stroke, his eyes wide with disbelief and panic. When did the kid hide a gun? Impossible. He had frisked Lin Shi thoroughly and confirmed he had nothing. And changing into the wetsuit in full view, there was no place to conceal a pistol. This was impossible. A Biao even thought he was hallucinating underwater, because even a hallucination seemed more plausible than the gun in Lin Shi's hand. But the burst of blood from his chest brought a Biao back to reality. A bullet's speed underwater is 772 times slower than on land due to water resistance, but human movements are also sluggish. At this range, even the battle-hardened a Biao couldn't dodge. 3 consecutive shots hit vital spots. Even in death, a Biao couldn't fathom how Lin Shi had brought the gun underwater. Zhao Xiao stared in disbelief, feeling the day's events were surreal. How could Lin Shi have a gun? Was this calm, decisive, gun-wielding Lin Shi the same person he knew? The situation, which seemed hopeless for Lin Shi, had suddenly reversed. Among the 3, Shin Jinbin reacted fastest. The moment Lin Shi drew the pistol, Shin Jinbin agilely swam toward the floundering Zhao Xiao. By the time Lin Shi aimed, Shin Jinbin had reached Zhao Xiao, grabbed the terrified man, and used him as a shield. At the same time, he pressed the deflate button on his wetsuit. Zhao Xiao, scared out of his mind, shook his head frantically as he ascended, staring at Lin Shi's raised gun. A pistol's effective range underwater is no more than 1.5 meters. As the distance grew, Lin Shi's eyes turned icy, and he fired without hesitation. The bullet cut through the water, but with too many interfering factors, it missed Shin Jinbin's head and struck Zhao Xiao's neck. Zhao Xiao's eyes behind the goggles bulged in terror. His regulator fell out, and blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and neck. Lin Shi aimed for a second shot, but a school of fish swam between them. By the time the fish passed and his vision cleared, the distance between him and Shin Jinbin had exceeded 2 meters. Lin Shi fired again, but the bullet lost momentum midway and dropped. Seeing the pistol was no longer a threat, Shin Jinbin released the now-elated Zhao Xiao and swam faster toward the surface. Lin Shi. Shin Jinbin's eyes burned with malice, his gaze venomous as he made a throat-slitting gesture at Lin Shi while ascending. No one had ever made him so humiliated. He would kill Lin Shi. Shin Jinbin neared the surface, the distance between them stretching to 3 meters. Lin Shi's eyes turned deep and cold. He maximized the air from his diving apparatus, released his weights, and ascended faster than Shin Jinbin, closing in rapidly. Those who often dive know that ascending too quickly can cause decompression sickness, leading to tissue hypoxia and damage. Watching Lin Shi approach rapidly, while he was still 4 or 5 meters from the surface, Shin Jinbin's panic became palpable. Ignoring the strain on his body, he swam upward with all his might. But Shin Jinbin, too afraid to look back, failed to see that Lin Shi had stopped pursuing and was watching his frantic escape with a mocking glare. No longer hiding, Lin Shi withdrew his pistol into his spatial storage and produced a black killing tool, an interceptor crossbow. With unhurried precision, he tied a rope to the arrow's tail and aimed at Shin Jinbin, who was nearing the surface. He loosed the arrow. The rapid ascent had drained the color from Shin Jinbin's face, but his eyes gleamed with hope. The water's surface was close, ever closer. At last, Shin Jinbin's head broke the surface. He pulled off his respirator and was about to call for his bodyguard to haul him up. But at that moment, his body jolted violently. Looking down, he saw a sharp arrowhead protruding from his abdomen, the seawater around him quickly staining crimson with blood. The bodyguard spotted Shin Jinbin and immediately dove in to drag him aboard. Yet in the blink of an eye, a tremendous pull came from the arrow, yanking Shin Jinbin back underwater. Submerged once more, the searing pain in his abdomen caused him to black out. Lin Shi now held only the rope instead of the crossbow, using it to drag Shin Jinbin downward with all his strength. Realizing the severity of the situation, the bodyguard dove to rescue Shin Jinbin. But without a respirator, he could only descend a few meters before being forced back to the surface by lack of oxygen. By the time the bodyguard returned in scuba gear, Lin Shi and Shin Jinbin had vanished from beneath the water. Lin Shi dragged the unconscious Shin Jinbin like a dead dog and tossed him onto a small island's beach. Due to the rapid ascent, Shin Jinbin's body exhibited symptoms of decompression sickness. His upper body was grotesquely swollen. The wound piercing his abdomen, soaked in seawater, had turned white, and infection was only a matter of time. Additionally, having inhaled water, he was barely breathing. Lin Shi stripped off his own diving suit and performed some emergency measures on Shin Jinbin. He did not remove the arrow, as pulling it out would likely kill Shin Jinbin instantly. There were still unanswered questions, and Lin Shi couldn't let him die so soon. Cough, cough, cough. Hiss. Shin Jinbin spat out water and coughed violently, the motion aggravating his abdominal wound, causing him to convulse in agony on the ground. Seeing Lin Shi again, Shin Jinbin's earlier brutality and arrogance vanished, replaced by pleading, "Let me go. I can give you a lot of money. Why did you want to kill me?" Shin Jinbin's eyes darted. "I didn't want to kill you." Lin Shi's gaze turned icy, and he pressed his hand into Shin Jinbin's abdominal wound, digging in forcefully. The excruciating pain twisted Shin Jinbin's face as his body convulsed and screamed. Lin Shi waited for Shin Jinbin to recover before asking again, "Why did you want to kill me? My patience is limited." This time Shin Jinbin dared not play tricks. You exposed Li Duokai's matter online last time, and it dragged my father's company down too, causing our stock to hit the daily limit for a week. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. He dared not admit he wanted Lin Shi dead. Then why did you kill my father? Shin Jinbin's expression shifted. What are you talking about? Your father. 3 years ago, when you visited a factory, you poured a drink into a machine, causing an explosion that killed an electrical and electronics engineer on the spot. Need me to jog your memory? Lin Shi's voice was as cold as December frost, and he placed his hand on Shin Jinbin's abdomen again. Trembling uncontrollably with fear, Shin Jinbin stammered, No. He'll talk. I didn't know your father. My father made me do it. The blame lies with the right person. Go find my father. Please let me go. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. You say your father made you do it. Why would he do that? Shin Jinbin swallowed hard and said, Because he had his eye on your mother for a long time and wanted to possess her, but that bitch, that woman, said adultery would ruin her reputation and refused. So my father ordered me to kill that engineer. The truth was so cruel. His own mother was the root cause of his father's death. And the true mastermind behind his father's murder was the chairman of Tianqi New Energy Co., Ltd., that man who in the apocalypse of his past life had ruled the entire city of San Yuan. Seeing Lin Shi's gaze grow increasingly terrifying, Shin Jinbin defended himself. I was forced to. If I hadn't done it, my father would have disinherited me. He has several other sons out there. Just then the sound of a yacht's engine echoed from afar. A flicker of joy and a trace of malice crossed Shin Jinbin's eyes. One last question. Lin Shi leaned closer to Shin Jinbin. Ask. I swear I'll tell you everything. Desperate to survive, Shin Jinbin's eyes were full of anticipation. He wished Lin Shi would ask more questions to buy time for his men to rescue him. What does hell look like? Go take a look for me. Murderous intent filled Lin Shi's eyes as he yanked the arrow from Shin Jinbin's back, which had pierced through his abdomen, and plunged it deep into his heart. Hearing the engine roar closer, Shin Jinbin's eyes were filled with resentment and venom. No, he couldn't die. He still had a glorious life ahead. Endless money, countless women. To die at the hands of an ant he had intended to toy with, and spite. How could he accept this? A fierce will to live briefly restored clarity to Shin Jinbin's fading eyes. Seeing that look, Lin Shi prepared to deliver another strike, but then a prickling sensation on his back warned him. Lin Shi swiftly rolled aside as a deafening gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the sand where Lin Shi had stood, sending up a spray of grit. A sniper rifle. If he hadn't dodged, that shot would have hit his head. A chill ran through Lin Shi as he turned to see the yacht within 200 meters. 7 dark muzzles were aimed at him, flashing in a burst of fire. Lin Shi dodged left and right, but still took a pistol round to his arm. Not daring to linger, he sprinted toward the forest ahead. Once inside the trees, the acute sense of danger subsided. Brambles and weeds scratched his hands and feet, drawing blood. But he didn't stop, plunging deeper into the dense. Only when he could no longer hear any sounds behind him did Lin Shi finally lean against a large tree, gasping for breath. After an underwater battle, and swimming several kilometers to the island with Shin Jinbin, his stamina was nearly depleted. His hands and feet trembled involuntarily, a sign of utter exhaustion. Had it not been for the 3 months of training, he wouldn't even have had the strength to flee. Yet it was all worth it. He had uncovered the truth of his father's death and slain his father's murderer with his own hands. With a fatal wound, a penetrating abdominal injury, decompression sickness, and infected wounds, he doubted Shin Jinbin could survive under such conditions. However, he had not anticipated that the Shun family's bodyguards would be armed with such heavy firepower. Lin Shi had always believed he hadn't underestimated the Shun family's influence, but he realized he had. In a peaceful society, equipping bodyguards with such heavy weaponry was unthinkable. These bodyguards were certainly no ordinary veterans. No wonder the Shun family could dominate the entire Sanyuan city during the extreme apocalypse. Confirming that no one was pursuing him for the moment, Lin Shi found a concealed mountain hollow. He retrieved bandages, disinfectant, hemostatic spray, and a dagger from his storage space. After sterilizing the dagger with disinfectant, he gritted his teeth and dug the bullet out of his left arm, sprayed on the hemostatic agent, and bandaged the wound. By the time he finished, he was drenched in sweat. In his past life during the apocalypse, he had suffered far worse injuries without any medicine and had endured. This was nothing. He swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills and quickly treated the cuts from tree branches. Changing into clean clothes from his storage space, he took out water and canned luncheon meat to replenish his strength. So much time had passed, and no one had pursued him. Either the bodyguards had left with Shun Jinbin's corpse, or they were lying in ambush somewhere. After resting a while, Lin Shi continued deeper into the dense forest. Half an hour later, standing at the island's highest point, Lin Shi surveyed every movement across the entire island. Shun Jinbin's yacht had vanished, and his body was no longer on the beach. However, on the other side of the island, a lifeboat had been dragged to the edge of the woods near the shore. The bright orange-yellow color, though partially obscured by tree shadows, was still quite conspicuous. Of course, had he not been at the vantage point, Lin Shi would never have spotted the lifeboat. Its presence indicated that someone from the yacht had stayed behind. It seemed they were indeed preparing to ambush him. Originally, Lin Shi had to figure out how to return to Sha City. This uninhabited island wasn't far from Sha City, but swimming back was impossible. Now this situation suited his plans perfectly. As the sun set, the countdown in the upper right corner of the treasure basin showed only 17 hours remaining. Lin Shi wasted no time taking out his combat suit and dressing swiftly and efficiently. This was the military cold-weather suit he had ordered at great expense from Xie. The military cold-weather suit, officially named the Cold Climate Special Forces Combat Ensemble, consisted of 16 layers inside and out. It offered exceptional warmth and waterproofing while allowing freedom of movement. Given the weather, Lin Shi naturally didn't wear all the layers. Instead, he removed several inner thermal layers, wore a bulletproof vest under the outer jacket, and donned a tactical helmet and thermal imaging night vision goggles. Fully armed, he waited for nightfall. Nightfall would mark the perfect moment to begin the slaughter. The forest was pitch black at night, teeming with mosquitoes. 5 figures in black crouched behind bushes at 5 different positions, waiting for an opportunity. Their exposed necks and hands were covered in mosquito bites, yet they endured with furrowed brows. Originally accompanying Shin Jinbin on a pleasure trip, they had brought guns as a precaution and nothing else. The only sniper rifle was stashed in the yacht's hold for emergencies. They never imagined that a simple dive would lead to such a catastrophic failure in their duties. Tap. A faint sound made 2 bodyguards tense up. Tap, tap, tap. One bodyguard looked up as heavy raindrops fell from the sky, striking the surrounding bushes. The initial tapping soon turned into a steady pattering rain. Number 2, it's raining. Should we keep waiting? A bodyguard whispered into the walkie-talkie. Wait. This island is huge. If one person hides, the 5 of us won't find him quickly. Splitting up to search the dense forest and going unknown with a killer would be suicide. Let's wait. He'll have to find a way to leave. We'll match his patience. If we don't neutralize him to atone for our failure, we'll face dire consequences. Having seen Shin Jinbin's injuries, the bodyguards assumed Lin Shi was a premeditated assassin who had prepared meticulously to kill him. Perfect disguise, ruthless attacks. How could an ordinary person accomplish this? Knowing their destination in advance and hiding weapons underwater to strike. This was undoubtedly the skill of a professional killer or agent. They would never guess that Lin Shi, outwardly an ordinary person, was actually a survivor who had returned from the apocalypse after countless crises. He hadn't hidden weapons underwater beforehand. He possessed a storage space from which he could retrieve items at will. Yet one bodyguard felt something was off. I don't think he's a killer. Didn't the young master say this guy is his stepmother's son? The man called number 2 paused before replying. The young master investigated Lin Shi's background. He's just a regular college student. Would you tell Master Shun that an ordinary college student pulled out a crossbow from nowhere, killed a Biao, and nearly killed the young master? Would he believe it? Are we 8 battle-hardened veterans unable to stop a single college student? It's more logical to say a killer disguised as Lin Shi. That also gives us a better excuse for our failure. Number 2 continued. We used all the gene repair drugs to keep the young master alive. It's uncertain if he can be saved. If the young master dies, think about the consequences. The bodyguards fell silent. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, Jinbin, whom he thought dead, was still alive. He had carefully crept into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. The sudden rain startled him at first, then filled him with delight. Even heaven was helping him. The dense rain masked his footsteps while the burly men were clearly visible through his night vision scope. Lying in ambush 300 meters away, he flipped out a crossbow. The interception crossbow was powerful, but not quiet. The crossbow Lin Shi held was called a hand crossbow with a very low firing sound, ideal for close-quarters combat. He had just acquired it during his last pickup. Placing several bolts into the quiver, he cautiously approached the 5 men's ambush position. The rain pattered incessantly on the leaves. Lin Shi made sure to step on exposed rocks and soil to avoid making any suspicious noise. When he got within 200 meters, he stopped and remained fully alert. At this distance, if the enemy had infrared detection equipment, they would surely spot him. Lin Shi waited for a moment, but there was no reaction. This range was also within the hand crossbow's effective range. He raised the crossbow, aimed at a figure not blocked by trees, and fired a bolt. Though he had not practiced with the crossbow for long, the weapon was inherently easy to aim and handle. Accustomed to firearms, he found the crossbow just as natural to wield. Swish! The bolt made little sound as it left the crossbow, yet it still produced an unusual rustle as it sliced through the shrub leaves. Amid the dense rain, the anomalous sound caught No. 2's attention. Something's wrong. Ugh! No. 2's warning cry coincided with another bodyguard's muffled groan. The bolt struck one of the guards directly. Through the thermal imaging night vision scope, the positions and movements of the 5 men hiding behind the bushes were starkly clear before Lin Shi's eyes. Get down! The remaining bodyguards reacted swiftly, throwing themselves onto the muddy ground. The 4 men lay motionless in the mire. On this moonless night, within the pitch-black rainforest, they had no idea where the enemy was or where the attack had originated. Careful, they have thermal imaging gear. No. 2 warned in a low voice. If the enemy had approached them directly, they would have noticed without fail. The only possibility was that the enemy was sniping from a distance. Among them was a sniper, but a sniper rifle was useless in this dense jungle. It was a crossbow. No. 2 crawled forward to the stricken team member and saw the bolt lodged in his head, confirming his suspicion. Now they were truly trapped. Advancing meant an unknown enemy, while retreating to the beach would make them easy targets. The remaining bodyguards felt a growing despair. They hadn't expected the assassin to be so thoroughly prepared, having stashed equipment on the island in advance. Even those who had doubted Lin Shi's identity as a killer now wavered. In the torrential black night, Lin Shi's sharp eyes fixed on the scope, his expression icy, his thin lips pressed tightly together. He squeezed the trigger. The black bolt pierced through layers of rain and blades of grass, hurtling toward a bodyguard with astonishing speed. Thud! A nearly inaudible sound of the arrow piercing flesh, followed by a stifled groan. Another one had been hit. But Lin Shi waited and noticed through the thermal scope that the man's body temperature wasn't dropping rapidly. He wasn't dead. It seemed the shot hadn't struck a vital spot. For bodyguards remained all lying in the grass. The dense island vegetation and shrubs severely hampered the crossbow's accuracy. Lin Shi scanned left and right, then fixed his gaze on a pine tree to the right. He stowed the crossbow in his space and, using both hands and feet, climbed the tree like an agile wildcat. After quickly finding a secure foothold and hiding himself, the crossbow reappeared in his hands. He aimed and fired. Ag! Another brief scream rang out as a bodyguard's chest was pierced by a sharp bolt. Heisey! Another guard raised his head to call out to his fallen comrade. But another bolt came tearing through the range, striking this guard square in the forehead as he tried to check on his companion. No. 2 frowned and shouted in a low voice, northwest in the trees. He then stood up and dashed forward in a zigzag pattern for over 10 meters, taking cover behind a tree before drawing his gun and firing. Bang! His marksmanship was precise, hitting the exact spot where Lin Shi had been hiding. But that spot was now empty. Where was Lin Shi? After firing 2 bolts, Lin Shi had immediately stowed his crossbow, leaped, and slid down the tree trunk to the ground. Snipers always moved after taking a shot. Why would he foolishly fire from the same spot repeatedly? By the time No. 2 fired, Lin Shi had already climbed another tree a few meters away from his previous position. The astonishingly accurate shot startled him as well. This man was likely the sniper who had targeted him on the yacht. Hearing No. 2 call out the position, another bodyguard rose to emulate his move and dash behind a tree to attack. But as he stood up, No. 2 roared, "Don't get up." It was too late. Swish! The last thing this guard saw was a pitch-black, chilling arrowhead. Thud! The bolt struck him right in the eye, a killing shot. Thus of the 5 bodyguards, only 1 remained. No. 2 hid sideways behind a tree. The icy, biting rain slid down his rugged face. He had once been a somewhat renowned international mercenary and a sniper. He was the one who had fired the sniper rifle on the beach earlier. But a betrayal by a comrade during a mission had left him disillusioned, prompting him to leave that world and become a bodyguard. Among the 8 guards, he was the most withdrawn, accustomed to solitude and silence. A Biao, on the other hand, was sociable and skilled at flattery, earning Jinbin's trust and becoming the leader of the 8. Since his days living on the edge, no. Tu had always known that one day he might die at another's hands. Now that day had finally arrived. He knew it was unlikely he would leave this island alive. At this moment a bolt was embedded in Tu's right arm, piercing through it. The sharp barbed tip was stained with his flesh. Having his gun hand crippled meant losing more than half his combat effectiveness. Yet his eyes showed no ripple of emotion, nor any fear of impending death. The rain grew heavier. Holding his gun with his left hand, he realized the enemy had shifted positions. He wanted to warn his teammate, but it was too late. A faint sound of a bolt cutting through the air and his comrade's death revealed Lin Shi's new location. No. Tu took a deep breath, his gaze becoming as calm as an ancient well. He rapidly calculated Lin Shi's position in his mind, then sprang from cover. He fired without hesitation. From the tree Lin Shi released a bolt, and a powerful sense of crisis suddenly surged. This danger was even more intense than when he had been targeted by the sniper rifle on the beach. He let go and leaned back, barely dodging a bullet. But the tree was slick with rain, and he lost his balance, falling into the air. This was extremely perilous. Once airborne, the enemy could predict his trajectory and simply lower the gun to hit him. And in midair, he had no way to evade. However, Lin Shi had prepared for this. He twisted his body and found himself back on the tree. In his hand, he was still gripping a rope. The rope had been tied to the tree all along. At this moment, Lin Shi was also profoundly shocked. How could the enemy's marksmanship be so precise, spotting him in the pitch-black rainy night from over 200 meters away? Once could be coincidence, but twice meant the opponent possessed uncanny shooting skills. So after being discovered the first time, he had prepared an evasive maneuver. Without thermal imaging equipment, Lin Shi didn't believe the enemy could still locate him. But this time he was wrong. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The instant Lin Shi returned to the branch, a bullet struck his left shoulder. Even though he had defied physics to get back to the tree, the enemy had still found him. How was this possible? Lin Shi was astonished. A blind stroke of luck. Although the bullet was stopped by his bulletproof vest, the impact sent him falling from the tree again. At that moment, an intense sense of crisis engulfed his entire being. The intense crisis of life and death forced Lin Shi to let go of the rope he was holding. But this was not enough. A new object suddenly appeared before him. A riot shield. Bang! 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 3 bullets struck the shield, almost simultaneously, missing by a hair's breadth. What sent a chill down Lin Shi's spine was that these 3 shots were aimed at his 3 vital spots. Had the enemy even predicted that he would let go afterward? How was that possible? With a dull thud, Lin Shi crashed onto the ground, covered in rotting leaves and weeds. He rolled on the spot like a donkey and hid behind a tree as thick as a man's arm. His heart pounded wildly, a testament to the turmoil within him after narrowly escaping a fatal strike. If not for his spatial ability, if not for his ability to retrieve items at will, if not for his quick reflexes, those 3 bullets would have hit his head, neck, and heart. The other 2 spots might have been tolerable, but his neck had no protection. Had he been hit there, he might have perished today. What terrifying marksmanship! Lin Shi leaned against the tree, calming his heartbeat. A sudden scream erupted from 200 meters away. Startled, Lin Shi cautiously used his thermal night vision goggles to survey the situation. He found the only surviving bodyguard lying on the ground, convulsing. There were no other living creatures around. Suspecting a trap, Lin Shi did not approach. Instead, he pulled out a crossbow and shot an arrow at the man. The arrow struck true, yet the man continued to convulse without any reaction to dodge. Only then did Lin Shi cautiously approach. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the bodyguard's mouth and nose were bleeding, his expression twisted, as if enduring immense agony. His body spasmed uncontrollably. The arrow just now had hit the man's thigh. There was also an arrow in the man's arm, but he seemed oblivious to these wounds. When he saw Lin Shi, a flicker of shock passed through his eyes, as if he couldn't believe Lin Shi was still alive. He struggled to speak. "You. How? Are you not dead?" Lin Shi picked up the pistol that had fallen from the man's hand and aimed it at his head. "What happened to you?" "It's genetic collapse." "Genetic collapse?" Lin Shi frowned. "A side effect of unlocking the genetic lock." The man tried to say more, but vomited a mouthful of blood. "Genetic lock? Could someone unlock the genetic lock, even in peacetime?" Shocked, Lin Shi asked, "How can I save you?" Not out of genuine desire to save him, but to learn the secrets of the genetic lock. This was the first human Lin Shi had encountered who had unlocked it. The apocalypse was coming, and danger lurked everywhere. If he could extract information from this man and unlock the genetic lock early, he would have a stronger means of self-preservation. Pocket. The man's eyes were already rolling back. Lin Shi crouched down, searched the man's jacket lining, and found a box. "Is this it?" The man nodded with effort. Lin Shi opened the box. Inside was a blue pill. He glanced sideways at the man, who was staring intently at the pill in his hand. Lin Shi broke the pill in half and placed 1/2 into the man's mouth. He stepped back 2 paces, raising the gun again at the man. The man swallowed the pill with blood, and his body gradually calmed. He lay still. "What do you want to ask?" "Go ahead, my time is running out." The man's voice was hoarse, clearly aware of Lin Shi's motive for helping him. Lin Shi asked, "How do I unlock the genetic lock?" Tell me, and he'll give you this half of the pill. The man smiled and retorted, do you know what the genetic lock is? Lin Shi shook his head. He only knew a little in his past life. He had always been an ordinary person. Even after surviving 8 years into the apocalypse, he had only accumulated some combat experience. The genetic lock, I don't know who named it exactly. I only gathered some intel after unlocking it. There are 5 genetic locks in the human body. Unlocking the first stage allows your brain to block out all external distractions. Things you normally forget after one glance can be recalled instantly. In this state of combat, you can utilize everything around you, and your brain calculates with the cold precision of a computer. Unlocking the second stage lets you perfectly control every ounce of your strength and every muscle fiber. Even if you only have 50 pounds of strength, you could kill a boxing champion. I don't know about the later stages. Oh, I've only unlocked the first. To unlock the first stage, you need pain, extreme pain. Lin Shi frowned. Pain? Can you be more specific? I don't know the specifics. When I first unlocked it, I was already in shock. I don't even know how I survived. The man's eyes glazed over, as if recalling a memory. So those shots you fired earlier were in the genetic lock state. Is your current condition also related to unlocking it? Lin Shi asked quickly. The man's complexion was clearly worsening, turning paler by the second. Yes, I just entered the genetic lock state, but my body couldn't withstand the side effects. This was my 5th time unlocking it. My genes are on the verge of collapse. If I hadn't unlocked it this time, I might have lived a while longer. Now, even with the medication. The man vomited a large amount of black blood, which emitted a foul stench. What is this pill you just took? Lin Shi held the other half of the pill. This pill controls the side effects of unlocking the genetic lock. It also has healing properties, but it's useless for me now. The man grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. You want to know where it came from, right? Answer one of my questions first, and he'll tell you. Ask away. How did you dodge my shot just now? I calculated all your reactions. You shouldn't have been able to avoid it. Lin Shi's eyes flickered. This concerned his greatest secret. Yet facing the man's increasingly fading gaze, Lin Shi decided to speak, as he also wanted to know where the pill came from. I blocked the bullet with something. Confusion flickered in the man's eyes. He didn't understand what Lin Shi had used to block it. But he had gotten the answer he wanted, knowing it wasn't his own mistake. A faint smile appeared on his face. It's no secret. This was made by the Shi family. The outside world thinks the Shi family is just an energy research company, but they dabble in many fields. They are vaster than you imagine. The man spoke slowly. Why are you telling me this? Lin Shi stared intently at the man whose life was ebbing away, judging the truth of his words. Number 2 gave a bitter smile. I'm a lone man, not a member of the Shi family. The Shins paid me, and I worked for them. That's all. What do I care about the Shi family's fate after I die? You managed to dodge 3 shots from me with my genetic lock activated. Impressive. But unfortunately, even if you get out of here, you won't live long. The Shi family won't let you go, and you'll never escape their eradication. Blood began seeping from Number 2's nostrils, yet his complexion oddly improved, knowing his time was near. Let me tell you one more thing. Shi Jinbin isn't dead yet. With the Shi family's medicine keeping him alive, he won't die so easily. Number 2's lips twitched, and Lin Shi could no longer make out the rest. Shi Jinbin isn't dead. Lin Shi's expression finally shifted. Shi Jinbin wasn't dead. He had clearly pierced Shi Jinbin's heart. How could he still be alive? He wanted to learn more details, but Number 2's head lolled to the side, falling silent. Frowning, Lin Shi crouched down and checked Number 2's pulse. He was dead. Searching the body, he found a satellite phone, a walkie-talkie, several magazines, and an ID card. Li Hao. That was the man's name. Perhaps knowing death was inevitable, Li Hao never let Lin Shi feed him the remaining half of the pill. Li Hao had mentioned that the Shi family delved into fields beyond energy, even cultivating those who unlocked genetic locks. So that was why the Shins were so formidable after the apocalypse. In his past life, he had been like a frog at the bottom of a well, ignorant of everything. That Shi Jinbin was still alive was something Lin Shi had never anticipated. He opened his palm, gazing at the half-blue pill, and carefully stored it in his space. Even if the Shins possessed miraculous powers, Shi Jinbin couldn't recover quickly from such severe injuries. The jostling of travel might worsen his condition, so Shi Jinbin was likely still in Sha City. Lin Shi rose and walked toward the other corpses, swiftly retrieving all the arrows and gathering the spoils before seeking out the lifeboat. It was nearly 1 a.m., and the countdown in the upper right corner of the cornucopia showed just over 9 hours remaining. He had to rush back, find Shi Jinbin before the solar storm hit Earth, and kill him. But upon reaching the beach, Lin Shi realized he couldn't leave at all. Heavy rain poured down, waves churned on the sea, and the moonless ocean was pitch black and deep, making direction nearly impossible. Taking a small lifeboat into the sea on such a night was no different from courting death. Lin Shi could only retreat into the woods. Waiting until dawn, when the rain stopped, he would return to Sha City, but finding which hospital Shi Jinbin was in might be too late. He had to get back to his safe house before the solar storm reached Tianyan Star. Remembering the satellite phone had taken from Li Hao, Lin Shi pulled it out and dialed a number. Su Qin, I need your help with something. After hanging up, Lin Shi pitched a tent on slightly higher ground and rested with his eyes closed for the night. He dared not fall into deep sleep in such a place. When the faint light of dawn appeared, he packed up the tent, took out water and food from his space, and ate a little. The rain had stopped. It was 5 a.m. With 5 hours left on the cornucopia's countdown, Lin Shi changed his clothes. On the path to the beach, he passed yesterday's battlefield and glanced again at Li Shi's corpse. It had already begun to decompose severely. In just one night, or rather only about 4 hours. Much of the skin had peeled off, revealing muscle beneath after the rain washed it away, with bones faintly visible in some places. A ghastly sight. Was this genetic collapse? Recalling the shots fired during the battle with Li Shi, extremely precise predictions, pinpoint accuracy, and formidable calculation. Without external aid, it was nearly impossible for humans to achieve such feats. The genetic lock, a terrifying double-edged sword. Lin Shi headed toward the beach. The sea had calmed, and he pushed the lifeboat into the water, started the engine, and set off for Sha City. Over 3 hours later, Lin Shi finally neared the coast of Sha City. With just over an hour left on the cornucopia's countdown before the solar storm hit Earth, he called Su Qin. Su Qin, did you find that person? Lin Shi told Su Qin that a friend of his was critically injured and near death. He couldn't reach him and had been out at sea, rushing back to see him one last time. He asked Su Qin to check the major hospitals in Sha City, promising her a generous red envelope. He gave Su Qin Shin Jinbin's name, age, and other details, telling her to start with the best-equipped hospitals. Su Qin initially wanted to ignore him, but when she heard about the Tuthasanyuan red envelope, she didn't even sleep. She took a taxi through the night to search the hospitals. Found him at Sha City First Hospital, 8th floor, ICU room 1. So many experts are consulting. Who is your friend to be so important? Su Qin yawned, her voice tired. She had actually found him at the first hospital she visited, but worried that too easy a find might make Lin Shi renege. Thanks. I've transferred the red envelope to you. Lin Shi hung up, found a deserted spot on the shore, and stored the lifeboat in his space. With 1 hour and 26 minutes left on the cornucopia's countdown, he put on a cap and mask, hailed a taxi, and headed to Sha City First Hospital. At Sha City First Hospital, outside ICU room 1 on the 8th floor, stood over a dozen doctors and a middle-aged woman. Astonishingly, these doctors were renowned specialists, often featured in major newspapers and news. These people should have been in Sanyuan City or the capital's hospitals waiting for appointments. Yet here they all gathered, discussing treatment strategies for a single patient. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the room, Shin Jinbin lay on the bed, wrapped in bandages, tubes everywhere, his breath faint. Doctors, how is my son? Can he be saved? The speaker was a middle-aged woman in a tailored suit dress, exuding competence, her beautiful face showing fatigue and a hint of resentment. Last night, Shin Fanren, whom she hadn't contacted since their divorce years ago, suddenly called to say their son was in trouble. He claimed he was busy in Sanyuan City and asked her to look after him. Only upon arriving in Sha City did Li Huilan realize how gravely injured her son was. That heartless beast didn't even care for his own child. All he did was keep that mistress company. The experts exchanged glances, all shaking their heads with sighs. Young Master Shin's injuries are too severe. Although we don't know what's keeping him alive, his will to survive is strong, but such wounds would have already. We can only do our best. They all spoke euphemistically, but the meaning was clear. It was already a miracle that he had survived this long. How could they save him? Li Huilan broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Please, aren't you all renowned specialists? You must save my son. One of them asked cautiously. We detected a special substance in young Master Shin's body that maintained his last thread of vitality. May I ask what he took before? The expert's eyes lit up. They too wanted to know. What? I don't know. Li Huilan turned to the bodyguard who had brought Shin Jinbin to the hospital, grasping at straws. What did you give Jinbin? Do you have any more? Hurry and bring it out. The two bodyguards exchanged a glance. It's gone. That was a life-saving pill, mister. Shin had us keep. Only one. But the person delivering it is already on the way. Just then one bodyguard answered his phone. Hello, yes, on the 8th floor. The bodyguard hung up and looked at Li Huilan. The person with the medicine is here downstairs. Li Huilan's face lit up with excitement. Great. Jinbin is saved. Countdown 48 minutes. Lin Shi arrived outside the first hospital and headed toward the inpatient building. The hospital was filled with people wearing masks, so Lin Shi's attire didn't draw any attention. The intensive care unit and general wards were in separate buildings with few people around. Soon Lin Shi reached the elevator lobby of the inpatient building and pressed the call button. A person walked up beside him, apparently also waiting for the elevator. Just then the elevator door chimed open. As Lin Shi was about to step in, he caught a glimpse of the reflection in the elevator's mirror and paused slightly. The mirror inside revealed the figure standing diagonally behind him. Dressed in black, powerfully built, with a cold expression and carrying a case. The man's demeanor was very similar to Shin Jinbin's bodyguards. Lin Shi didn't stop. He stepped into the elevator as usual. The man in black followed. The elevator door slowly closed, and Lin Shi pressed the button for the 7th floor. If this man was connected to Shin Jinbin, he would likely go to the 8th floor. Sure enough, the next moment the man in black stepped forward and pressed the button for the 8th floor. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Shi's eyes beneath his cap. Now he was certain this man was one of Shun Jinbin's people. The elevator ascended slowly. Few people were in this building, so it went straight to the 7th floor without stopping. Ugh! Lin Shi suddenly clutched his chest, doubling over, as if in pain. The man in black glanced at him, but ignored him, even stepping back. Ding! The 7th floor arrived, and the elevator door opened. Normally no one was around outside the inpatient building's elevator. Visitors had to step out and pass through a door to enter the ward area. At that moment Lin Shi collapsed face down on the floor, blocking the elevator door, so it couldn't close. No one else was there to help Lin Shi except the man in black. If Lin Shi wasn't moved, the elevator couldn't function. The man frowned, tightening his grip on the case. Finally, he approached Lin Shi, bent down, and reached out to pull him up and toss him out of the elevator. But the moment the man's hand touched Lin Shi suddenly lunged into the man's chest, a dagger appearing in his hand, as if from nowhere, and thrust it into the man's abdomen. He twisted it viciously. The man's eyes bulged in disbelief as he slumped weakly into Lin Shi's arms. He never imagined anyone would dare to kill in a place so heavily monitored. Lin Shi didn't pull out the dagger to avoid splattering blood. He wasn't sure how many of Shun Jinbin's men were upstairs. Eliminating one was one less. At this point he no longer feared being discovered. In less than an hour the entire world would descend into chaos. He just needed to eliminate Shun Jinbin and leave before the hospital security reacted. He laid the man down outside the 7th floor ward area. Spotting the case the man had been clutching, Lin Shi grabbed it. Then he slipped back into the elevator just as it was closing. Ding! The elevator opened on the 8th floor, and Lin Shi strode quickly into the ward area. Li Huilan, seeing Lin Shi in black, hurried over, extending her hand. Are you here with the medicine? Where is it? Lin Shi sized up the woman, who bore a slight resemblance to Shun Jinbin, confirming her identity. Without answering, he headed straight for Shun Jinbin's ward. Hold it! One of Shun Jinbin's bodyguards sensed something wrong and blocked Lin Shi. I haven't seen you before. Another bodyguard positioned himself behind Lin Shi, trapping him front and back. These were the two who had escorted Shun Jinbin back on the yacht. Lin Shi kept his eyes lowered and spoke in a husky voice, in the one who guards the pills. Since Mr. Shi needed them urgently, I was sent to deliver them. This statement was ambiguous. It could mean Lin Shi was the usual keeper of the pills now delivering something else, or that he was delivering the pills themselves. The interpretation was left to the listener. The two bodyguards visibly relaxed but still said, open the case. A flicker passed through Lin Shi's lowered eyes. He hadn't yet seen what was originally inside the case. In the elevator, he had used his spatial ability to replace its contents with a pistol. At this, Lin Shi unhesitatingly placed the case on the floor and unfastened the latches. The experts all gathered around, curious to see what could save a dying man. Lin Shi slowly lifted the lid with one hand while reaching into the case with the other. Swiftly, he drew out a pistol and fired at the bodyguard blocking his way. The muffled gunshot rang out as bright red blood spurted from the chest of the bodyguard in front. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Ordinary people had only ever seen guns on TV. Witnessing such a scene left them speechless with terror. The bodyguard behind Lin Shi reacted the fastest, reaching for his side. But caught off guard, Lin Shi was quicker, twisting and pulling the trigger. The bullet fired from below pierced through the bodyguard's chin and straight into his brain. A spray of blood exploded from the back of the bodyguard's head. By then the experts and Li Huilan had snapped out of their shock. Li Huilan fainted from fright. Murder! Murder! Run! Amid the chaos, Lin Shi pushed open the door to Shun Jinbin's ward. Confirming it was him, Lin Shi aimed the gun at Shun Jinbin's head. 3 consecutive shots. Shun Jinbin's blood and brains splattered across the pristine white pillow. The heart monitor let out a piercing beep. This time Shun Jinbin was dead beyond any doubt. Lin Shi holstered the gun and left. Just then a group of hospital security guards, having seen Lin Shi kill the man in the elevator on surveillance, rushed toward his location armed with batons and riot shields. The countdown to the apocalypse was 35 minutes. 5 minutes had passed since Lin Shi killed a bodyguard from the Shin family on the 7th floor. The security guards in the monitoring room had already gathered their men and rushed toward this building. They had also called the police, but it would take more than 10 minutes for the officers to arrive. Lin Shi quickly walked out of the ward, intending to enter the emergency stairwell of the inpatient building and leave via the stairs. However, at that moment a hand grabbed his pant leg. Li Huilan had somehow woken up and was lying on the ground, clutching tightly to Lin Shi's trousers. She had merely fainted from fear earlier, but upon hearing the gunshots from the ward, she forced herself awake. Li Huilan's reddened eyes were brimming with tears as she stared intently at Lin Shi, her voice filled with despair and resentment. You killed my son, didn't you? You killed my son, didn't you? Lin Shi struggled to break free, but failed. He looked down at this desperate mother, feeling no pity in his heart. Your son killed many people, and you know that, don't you? He deserved to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not teaching him well. Li Huilan screamed. If he killed someone, the law could punish him. What right did you have to kill him? What right? And even if my son killed people, they were just lowly commoners. My son was born noble. Killing a few peasants and sending money to their families was their honor. You murderer, give my son back to me. Without these venomous words, her grief-stricken appearance of losing a child might have been moving. Lin Shi sneered, his exposed eyes filled with mockery. In that case, let the law punish me too. With that, he kicked the woman away and ran toward the emergency exit. Li Huilan's face twisted with malice as she stared at Lin Shi's retreating figure, shrieking, "You killed my son. They'll make your parents, your brothers, all your relatives and friends pay with their lives. No matter where you flee to the ends of the earth, it'll make you suffer 1,000 deaths." Lin Shi abruptly turned around, his eyes instantly turning icy and murderous. He should have realized it earlier. People like Shin Jinbin grew up that way because of his family. Shin Fanren was not a good man. Shin Jinbin's mother was also a wolf in sheep's clothing. The grievance had its source, and he had not wanted to kill more people. Seeing Lin Shi stop, Li Huilan realized something and retreated in terror. "No, no, no. I was just joking." Before Li Huilan could finish, Lin Shi fired without hesitation. A gunshot rang out, and a blood hole appeared on Li Huilan's forehead. Her eyes widened as she crashed to the ground with a thud. After firing the shot, Lin Shi didn't even glance at Li Huilan before darting down the stairwell like the wind. No sooner had Lin Shi left than the elevator doors on the 8th floor opened. 5 hospital security guards rushed out of the elevator and were stunned by the bloody scene outside the intensive care ward. The entire hallway was awash with flowing blood. Heavens, what kind of grudge is this? They said the richest man's son is inside. Hurry, check if he's still alive. Dead, dead. These were all shot. What do we do? Chase him. Suddenly a voice came from the walkie-talkie. The killer escaped through the emergency stairwell. Chase him. Don't run too fast. Just hold him off. When Lin Shi reached the 2nd floor, he heard dense footsteps from below. They're fast. He muttered, opened the stairwell window, glanced down, and jumped. Rolling to reduce the impact, he stood up and ran into the registration hall. The killer jumped out the window and ran into the registration hall. Those downstairs surround him quickly. The registration hall was crowded, and a few security guards couldn't stop him. Lin Shi soon dodged the guards and slipped into the restroom. When he came out, he was dressed in casual clothes, having removed his mask and hat. He left the hospital openly. If today were not the apocalypse, the police could have identified Lin Shi by reviewing surveillance footage of people entering and leaving the hospital. But screening suspicious individuals via surveillance took time, and now there was no time left. Lin Shi hailed a taxi and glanced at the upper right corner of his cornucopia. The first wave of danger will descend in 28 minutes. Please prepare. He looked through the window at the ordinary people on the streets who were oblivious to the impending peril. The apocalypse was about to arrive. This should be the last moment of peace and tranquility. It seemed his previous post had been ineffective. The era of prosperity was about to vanish. Lin Shi kept his eyes fixed on the countdown timer on the cornucopia interface. When he was still about 4 kilometers from his safe house, static suddenly crackled from the taxi's radio. Crackle. Attention, all vehicles, this is the official security bureau. At 10:05 a.m. local time, a solar storm will hit Tianjin Star. For driving safety, all vehicles must immediately pull over and stop for 10 minutes. Parking violations during these 10 minutes will not be penalized. All vehicles, attention. This is the official security bureau. The broadcast repeated this message over and over. Lin Shi was stunned. Suddenly his phone rang. 15 minutes earlier. At the top floor of the Tianqi New Energy office building in Sanyuan City. Inside the office of Shin Fanren, chairman of Tianqi New Energy. Shin Fanren stood by the window listening grimly to his subordinate's report. President Shin, we've found that someone has intercepted all exports from Qiming State in the last 2 days. Moreover, foreign orders have increased several dozen times. Additionally, our sources indicate that the military has suddenly received a first-level combat readiness order. The mayor received a call early this morning, and the entire city of Sanyuan will have a power outage starting at 10 a.m. for 1 day. We haven't yet determined the specific reason. Oh, Shin Fanren frowned deeply. He hadn't gone to see his critically ill son, but had stayed in Sanyuan because of these incomprehensible major actions by the authorities in the past 2 days. Tensions between countries had been rising recently. Was war about to break out? But why would war require a power outage? Shin Fanren grew anxious at his inability to fathom the government's moves. Just then his private phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed the special number of the Public Security Bureau, making his brow twitch. He answered the call, and a grave voice came through. Mr. Shin, this is the Sha City Public Security Bureau. We regret to inform you that your son Shin Jinbin, your ex-wife Li Huilan, and 3 bodyguards were killed about 10 minutes ago. Shin Fanren shuddered. What did you say? The voice on the phone continued. Additionally, we found illegal weapons including pistols and knives on the 3 bodyguards. We have notified the Sanyuan City Public Security Bureau. Please do not leave Sanyuan in the coming days and cooperate with our investigation. After listening to the call from the Security Bureau, Shin Fanren's expression twisted into something ferocious and terrifying. He hurled his phone to the ground with force, then turned to suppress his rage as he glared at his usually capable subordinate. Last time you said, it was that Lin Shi who left Jean Bin gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Yes. But the intelligence from Number 2 indicated that this Lin Shi was an assassin in disguise. Number 2 sent a message yesterday afternoon stating he would handle the matter, but there has been no news since. Wang Ji, unaware of why Shen Fanren was so enraged, answered truthfully. An assassin in disguise. Then why was that Lin Shi also coincidentally in Sha City? Did you not find out overnight whether that Lin Shi was the real one or not? Now someone has gone to the hospital and killed my son, and even had the security personnel find firearms on our people. Fine, truly fine. Shen Fanren's forehead veins bulged, and his naturally imposing eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. Could it be that Number 2 had failed? Wang Ji quickly pulled out his phone to contact Number 2. Yet after several minutes, there was still no response. A whole night had passed. If Number 2 had succeeded, he would have reported long ago. Even if the task was incomplete, he would have answered the call immediately. The inability to reach him spoke volumes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Ji said in a low voice, I will immediately handle the matter with the Security Bureau and personally go to Sha City to bring that Lin Shi back for your judgment. Shen Fanren's voice was icy. Find that Lin Shi and bring him back to the research lab alive. Whether or not he killed a Bin, I will make him regret ever being born. Yes. Also have someone bring all my illegitimate sons back. Yes. After Wang Ji left, Shen Fanren swept all the documents off the table. Useless. All of you are useless. His chest heaved violently, clearly enraged, but there was not a trace of sorrow over losing his son. A beautiful woman pushed open the door. Her gentle face showed no signs of age, and her floral dress gave her a serene appearance. If Lin Shi were here, he would recognize her. She was his mother, who had remarried Lu Xiyue. Lu Xiyue pressed herself against Shen Fanren's back, her soft boneless hands gently kneading his shoulders as she breathed softly. What has angered you so? If you ruin your health, what will become of my happiness in my later years? Normally Shen Fanren would be charmed by this, but today he grabbed her hand and flung her viciously to the ground. What's wrong? Your precious good son has killed my son. And now the Security Bureau is after me. If this makes the higher-ups target me, I'll deal with you too. Lu Xiyue, initially about to get angry after being thrown, was shocked into panic. What? Jean Bin is dead. Lin Shi killed him. How is this possible? Even seeing Shen Fanren's murderous expression, Lu Xiyue found it hard to believe. Having raised Lin Shi for over a decade, she considered herself one of the people who knew him best in the world. Lin Shi was easygoing, obedient, sentimental, and clever in small ways, but he was too naive and trusting. He had never even killed a fish since childhood. How could he kill someone? Moreover, Jean Bin was surrounded by agile bodyguards while Lin Shi was just an ordinary university student. How could he possibly kill Jean Bin under the protection of so many guards? Lu Xiyue cautiously observed the enraged Shen Fanren and voiced her doubts. Aren't there several Southeast Asian mercenary bodyguards around Jean Bin? Lin Shi is just an ordinary person. How could he have killed Jean Bin? It seems this son of yours has hidden himself well. Even you, his mother, don't understand him. Shen Fanren's face darkened as he scrutinized Lu Xiyue. Call him now. Ask where he is. Tell him to return to Sanyuan City immediately. Realizing this was true, Lu Xiyue panicked. All right, I'll call right away. Lin Shi's phone rang. He glanced at it and casually hung up. Lu Xiyue. In his past life, from the time Lu Xiyue remarried until Lin Shi's death, a full 11 years, this woman never contacted him once. Lin Shi had not seen this woman for 11 years. He only heard rumors about Lu Xiyue. She lived high and mighty as the wife of the director of the Sanyuan City shelter. Meanwhile, he fought with stray dogs for food outside the shelter. It was only after experiencing the apocalypse that Lin Shi learned there could be such a heartless mother in the world. Now he had discovered that this woman had caused his father's death. Even though she was his mother in his heart, he had already drawn a line between them. Having just killed Jean Bin, Lu Xiyue suddenly contacted him. The reason was obvious. A bitter mocking smile crept across Lin Shi's face. Just as Jean Bin had said his mother treated him better than her own son. But Lin Shi did not know that because of his rebirth and the killing of Jean Bin, from this day forward Shen Fanren would no longer trust Lu Xiyue or dote on her as he had in the past life. The taxi radio continued to repeat warnings for all vehicles to pull over. The taxi driver, bewildered by the broadcast, muttered, "What the hell? A solar storm? Good heavens. I've been driving all my life and never heard of such a thing." Then Lin Shi noticed that imperceptibly traffic officers had appeared on the streets, directing all vehicles to stop. All the traffic lights on the entire road had turned red. This had not happened in his past life. In his past life, when the solar storm erupted, vehicles malfunctioned, causing countless accidents and traffic paralysis. Many people died in that solar storm. Was it because of the post he had made earlier? Or had his rebirth caused a butterfly effect? This scene was not limited to Sha City, but was happening across the country. Soon all vehicles on the streets slowed down and came to a halt, including the taxi Lin Shi was in. Lin Shi glanced at the upper right corner of the cornucopia. The first wave of danger will arrive in 7 minutes. Please prepare. He tossed a 100 yuan note onto the seat, opened the door, and ran. He was the only one who knew that this wave of danger was not just a simple solar storm. The electromagnetic pulse from the solar storm indeed had no effect on the human body. But there was also the super-strong geomagnetic storm triggered by the solar storm. It would cause drastic changes in the magnetic field of Tianyun star. Almost everyone would experience physical discomfort, dizziness, and vomiting. Those sensitive to magnetic fields might even fall into a coma. In his past life, Lin Shi had fallen unconscious that very day. He had to return to his safe house to be absolutely secure. Fortunately, there was still time. Lin Shi ran to the roadside, took out his phone, scanned a shared bicycle, and swiftly rode onto the non-motorized lane. He sped toward his safe house. Lin Shi pedaled the bicycle, which was normally limited to 20 kilometers per hour at a speed of 40 or 50. "Stop! Dangerous!" shouted a traffic warden from behind, but Lin Shi acted as if he hadn't heard. After cycling for a while, he noticed that the billboards and LED screens on nearby buildings were all unlit. The city center billboards and round-the-clock LEDs, usually visible even from kilometers away, were now dark. The hospital had electricity just moments ago. Had there been a sudden blackout? This thought only flickered through Lin Shi's mind. Without dwelling on it, he pedaled furiously, racing back to the mountain just in time. The first wave of danger will descend in 31 seconds. Please prepare. He tossed the shared bike aside, strode to the door, and unlocked it with haste. Entering the first door, he locked it securely. He removed the peephole camera monitoring the entrance and stowed it in his space. The first wave of danger will descend in 5 seconds. Please prepare. Lin Shi quickly inserted the key into the second door. With a click, the door opened. The first wave of danger will descend in 3 seconds. Please prepare. He stepped inside, slammed the door shut behind him, and collapsed into a beanbag chair. The first wave of danger will descend in 1 second. Please prepare. As darkness veiled his vision, Lin Shi's mind lashed onto a single thought source: substance. What is that? At that same moment, an invisible solar storm swept across the entire Tianyun star. Over 1,000 satellites orbiting Tianyun star burst into sparks of varying sizes like a grand fireworks display. All satellites were destroyed. Even those that didn't explode ceased functioning. Debris from the satellites rained down like cannonballs upon manned spacecraft from various nations. Screens and space stations worldwide went black in an instant, then erupted with sparks and electrical fires. Astronauts still working aboard these stations bore the brunt of the solar storm, meeting their doom. Though warned of the approaching storm the previous night, they had no time or chance to return home. All devices on Tianyun star lost signal at once. But this was only the beginning. The solar storm's powerful electromagnetic pulse swept across the entire planet, unleashing an invisible ripple of terrifying energy that rapidly destroyed all electronic devices containing circuits. The electromagnetic pulse not only destroyed active devices, but also damaged those not in use. In this technologically advanced age, nearly every appliance contained circuits. Planes in mid-flight plunged straight down from the sky. Ships, aircraft carriers, and submarines all turned into heaps of scrap metal without exception. Electrical appliances in countless homes suddenly sparked and flared. Some were lucky, emitting only black smoke. Others were unlucky, catching fire directly. People fled their homes in terror, but some, like Lin Shi, fell unconscious due to the geomagnetic storm, only to be engulfed by flames. Those near transformers smelled burning as wires connected to them ignited. Power stations worldwide, whether hydroelectric or nuclear, were overloaded. Fuses blew rapidly and fires broke out. Some nuclear plants even exploded, obliterating hundreds of square kilometers. The world abruptly lost all electrical power. Most of Tianyun star, shrouded in night, plunged into darkness. Countless patients in hospitals kept alive by medical machines slipped into death while unconscious. This was not the end. All moving vehicles, cars, electric vehicles, scooters, malfunctioned and failed without exception. Dozens, or even hundreds of cars crashed in chain collisions on every street. When people sought help, they found their phones either burning hot or blackened and dead. Unable to contact anyone or receive aid, they could only flee in despair from the spreading flames. In just a few minutes, Tianyun star was engulfed in fire. If anyone could view it from outer space, they would witness the spectacular end of Tianyun star's technological era. The fruits of humanity's explosive technological development over centuries were extinguished in a single day. Lin Shi had experienced all this in his past life. Now, like many sensitive to magnetic fields, he had fallen unconscious due to the planet's magnetic upheaval. Since he hadn't turned on any electricity and had stored all appliances in his space, this disaster left him unscathed. Unbeknownst to him, his warning had led the entire Qiming nation to shut down its power grid that morning. Compared to other nations engulfed in flames and chaos, Qiming nation suffered casualties, but far fewer. The butterfly effect of his rebirth had begun to alter the course of history from this moment onward. In his unconscious state, Lin Shi could not see the changes occurring on his cornucopia interface. This restart is generating a large amount of source accelerating the evolution of all life on Tianyan star. Detected that the spark is in a safe environment, absorb source quickly to complete evolution. Detected that the spark has lost consciousness, initiating auxiliary program. Cornucopia self-activating. Activation complete. Beginning absorption of source. Lin Shi's eyes were tightly shut. A faint golden light emanated from his brow. Invisible fine particles gathered around his body, merging into his cells, his genes. If Lin Shi's gene chain could be observed, it would be seen rapidly absorbing this substance. The chain broke apart and recombined in an instant. A process strikingly similar to unlocking genetic locks. But normally, unlocking genetic locks involves far slower recombination after breakage. Thus, Lin Shi unconscious felt none of the excruciating pain of unlocking. Meanwhile, other life forms on Tianyan star were also unconsciously absorbing source. Animals absorbed it fastest, followed by plants and finally humans. Individual differences existed among humans too. Yet even the most powerful animal absorbed far less than Lin Shi. After a day and night, the geomagnetic storm neared its end. The formation of source in the air slowed. Those who had fallen unconscious or felt unwell due to the magnetic upheaval gradually recovered. The golden light on Lin Shi's brow faded. The cornucopia interface displayed a new message: the apocalypse has officially begun. Countdown to the next wave of danger, 72 hours. Soon Lin Shi's eyelids twitched and he awoke. Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes. The safe room was pitch black, devoid of any light source. Had the solar storm and geomagnetic storm passed? He rubbed his forehead, his mind still groggy. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved an emergency flashlight from his spatial storage. He hung it on the wall, then took out a household gasoline generator and connected it to the home's wiring. As he flipped the switch, the entire safe room was restored with electricity. Lin Shi didn't know how long he had been unconscious. In his past life, he had been comatose for a day and a night. He wondered if this time was the same. The mechanical watch on his wrist showed the time was 1134. A rumbling from his stomach made him feel as though he hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days. He decided to rehydrate, first have some food, and then go outside to assess the situation. Suddenly, he vaguely recalled a notification from the cornucopia before he lost consciousness. Solar storm arriving, geomagnetic storm forming, source matter rapidly generating. What was source matter? He checked the cornucopia interface. There were no changes, and the original countdown had disappeared. His stomach protested again. Suppressing his doubts, Lin Shi retrieved a pot, an induction cooker, and a piece of beef from his spatial storage. He filled the pot with water, added hot pot base, and after it boiled, he sliced the beef piece by piece into the pot. The beef was fresh, and he ate slices as he cut them, adding some fresh vegetables. Before long, he had consumed 5 pounds of meat. When did I become such a glutton? Though his stomach was full, he inexplicably felt unsatisfied. A side effect of the geomagnetic storm. He patted his belly, placed the dishes in the sink, and turned on the tap to test the water. Ordinary electric pumping systems would be destroyed by electromagnetic pulses. Hence, when building the setup, Lin Shi had instructed the workers to use a traditional, non-powered pumping mechanism. The water still flowed, proving his foresight was correct. It was slightly cold, but within normal temperature. After washing the dishes, he changed into a long-sleeved shirt and trousers and opened the first door of the safe room. The soundproofing was excellent. He walked to the main entrance and peered through the peephole. Then he opened the door. Outside, it was raining heavily. He reached out and caught a handful of rainwater. The outdoor temperature was only slightly cool. It seemed his coma duration was similar to his past life. After the solar storm in his previous life, the sun's light had visibly dimmed, and the temperature on Tianyan star plummeted by tens of degrees within 3 days. Back then, he was in Sinyuan City. He remembered that on the second day after waking, the temperature had dropped by over 10 degrees Celsius and heavy rain fell. At that time, people were panicking over the loss of electricity and the inability to receive news from the outside world. They hadn't noticed the weather anomaly, merely thinking it was a strong cold front. But by the third day, the temperature plunged by another 20+ degrees. Hail, severe typhoons, and blizzards struck many places. People began to realize something was wrong, rushing out into the heavy snow to hoard supplies. On the 4th day, the temperature dropped again, falling over 30 degrees in a single day. A temperature difference of 20 to 30 degrees between morning and afternoon was terrifying. Many who had gone out to gather supplies and couldn't make it home died of hypothermia in the blizzard. Even in the south, temperatures fell to around -50 degrees Celsius, and the north was even worse. The human body needs time to adapt to temperature changes. But the sun gave humanity no time to acclimate. Even those who stayed home wrapped in blankets couldn't withstand the sudden cold. Countless fell ill, suffered frostbite, or froze to death. Hospitals were overcrowded. All equipment and ambulances were destroyed by the solar storm, and there was no power supply. The rate of treatment couldn't keep up with the number of sick, and medicines began to run out without resupply. Within a single day, countless people died. Panic and chaos took hold. People finally realized the apocalypse had arrived. Sha City was near the equator, and it was summer, so the temperature drop should be slower than in Sinyuan City. 2 days ago, the daytime temperature in Sha City had still been 32 degrees Celsius. Lin Shi retrieved an electronic air thermometer. The reading was 22 degrees Celsius. He went back inside, put on a jacket, and shouldered a backpack. Before the blizzard came, he needed to go out and gather some things. Although his spatial storage already held enough supplies, no one would complain about having too much. Excess goods could be traded or kept for emergencies. Now that there were no more surveillance cameras outside, he no longer had to fear exposing the existence of his spatial storage. Putting on a waterproof raincoat, Lin Shi stepped outside and picked up the shared bicycle he had carelessly discarded on the ground. The electronic lock had been destroyed by the electromagnetic pulse, but it didn't affect its use at all. He mounted the bike and sped down the mountain. Coming down the mountain, Lin Shi found cycling unusually easy. Before, he had to pedal with all his might to reach 40 or 50 kilometers per hour. Now he achieved it effortlessly. Had his physical strength suddenly improved after sleeping? Lost in thought, he didn't notice the intersection ahead. A group of people emerged from the intersection. They wore identical raincoats, their faces resolute, expressions serious and vigilant. A closer look revealed the uniform military green collars beneath their raincoats. At the center of the group, tightly guarded, was a girl in a transparent raincoat and a white dress. Seeing the sudden appearance of people around the corner, Lin Shi couldn't break in time. A screeching sound pierced the air as the shared bicycle hurtled toward the group. A startled cry came from the girl in the crowd. A middle-aged man among them frowned, stepped forward, and lashed out with his leg like the wind. He kicked directly at the crossbar beneath the bicycle's wheels. Under normal circumstances, the force of such a kick would surely fracture the leg. But the expected cry of pain never came. Instead, Lin Shi and the bicycle were sent skidding backward. His eyes sharpened as he stabilized the bike after retreating several meters. Looking down, he saw the crossbar beneath the handlebars had buckled inward. Who were these people? So formidable. Who goes there? The others tensed, eyeing Lin Shi warily, some even reaching inside their raincoats. Lin Shi quickly reacted, raising his hand to scratch the back of his head, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I was out buying supplies, and in a hurry to get home. Lucky I didn't hit you all. Uncle, is your leg all right?" The middle-aged man remained silent, merely frowning at Lin Shi, his eyes full of scrutiny and vigilance. Lin Shi's grip on the handlebars tightened slightly. Both sides fell quiet, the atmosphere tense. Just then a female voice emerged from the group. "Uncle Chio, forget it." He didn't mean it. It was the girl who had screamed in fright earlier. She pushed through the people in front, stopping only when a man called Uncle Chio blocked her path. Impatiently, she said to Chio Jun, "Let's hurry up. It's raining so hard my clothes are soaked." "Hey, you ran into us. We're not paying for this bike." The latter part was directed at Lin Shi. The girl was about the same age as Lin Shi, with flawless fair skin. Though her features were pretty, her current expression of irritation marred her beauty. Lin Shi waved his hand, his face full of self-reproach. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have ridden so fast. If this uncle is injured, I can go home and get money to cover the medical expenses." Having survived 8 years in the apocalypse, Lin Shi considered himself a decent actor, vividly portraying the demeanor of an ordinary young man. The middle-aged man called Uncle Chio gave Lin Shi a deep look, pulled the girl behind him, stepped aside, and said to Lin Shi, "Ride slower next time. Going so fast is very unsafe." The others also moved to the side, clearing the way. Lin Shi grinned, his smile simple and honest. "I understand, thank you, uncle." With that, he mounted his bike and rode past the group. It wasn't until he had gone several hundred meters and turned a corner that the prickling sensation of being watched from behind vanished. Only then did Lin Shi realize that a thin layer of cold sweat had broken out on his back. That group of people gave him a dangerous feeling. The middle-aged man in particular exerted the most pressure on him. Given the situation, if a conflict had arisen, even with the element of surprise from his spatial ability, he might not have won. Fortunately, it was a close call without incident. He cared not at all who those people were or what they intended to do. He was merely out to scavenge supplies and did not wish to court trouble. After this incident, Lin Shi slowed his pace a little. Once on the main road, the streets were filled with abandoned vehicles. Unlike in his past life, the cars were neatly parked along the curbs with no pileups of dozens or hundreds of vehicles blocking the way. Pedestrians dotted the road in 2s and 3s, some hurried along while others carried bulging bags returning with full loads. The entire city was now plunged into a state without electricity and cut off from any outside information. Many people had consciously begun to purchase and stockpile supplies. Yet some still clung to the hope that only their city's power supply had malfunctioned and would soon be restored. But when people realize that electricity will never return, that the electronic products they once took for granted are useless, that the environment has turned harsh, and that dead bodies are left unattended everywhere, then they will understand that this city has become a lawless place. At that point, the evil thoughts lurking deep in human nature will shatter the ingrained sense of order, turning the city into a frozen hell. Those who are still spending money on supplies today might start looting for free in just 2 days. Lin Shi intended to get a share of free loot before these people caught on. The supermarkets would soon be crowded with panicked buyers. His target was the shipping containers at the port. Over an hour later, Lin Shi finally arrived at the southern port of Sha City. The entire southern port stretched out before him, filled with countless containers and towering gantry cranes. Numerous cargo ships were neatly docked at the port. The number of ships was even greater than Lin Shi had anticipated. That made sense. If the authorities had ordered vehicles to stop, they might have also instructed ships to temporarily dock. Perhaps his earlier post hadn't been in vain and had actually had an effect. Lin Shi looked around to make sure no one was watching, then stowed his bike into his space. This port usually had plenty of management staff, but after the solar storm operations had been forced to cease and many people had fled home in panic. Even if a few guards remained, there wouldn't be many. With no surveillance cameras in the vast port now, Lin Shi could easily avoid detection as long as he was careful. The only sound in the entire port was the patter of rain on the containers. Lin Shi approached a container and placed his hand on it. With a mere thought, the contents were transferred into his space. From the outside, the container appeared intact, but inside it was completely empty. Only Lin Shi could pull off such a stealthy heist. The first container he emptied held a shipment of watermelons. Not bad, a good start. A faint smile of satisfaction crossed Lin Shi's face. Sha City's fruit bathed in abundant sunlight was sweet and delicious. This container of watermelons would last him a very, very long time. He moved on to the next container. This one also contained fruit, coconuts this time. After clearing 6 consecutive containers of fruit, Lin Shi headed toward another stack. His luck turned, this container was empty. And the next 3 were all empty as well. Lin Shi quickly noticed that locked containers generally held goods, while unlocked ones were empty. Containers with cargo and those without were stacked separately. Having discerned this pattern, Lin Shi bypassed the unlocked containers and moved toward the next pile. This time he stored a container full of clothes. But they were all short-sleeve shirts. Lin Shi took just one container and stopped. It occurred to him that Sha City had summer all year round, so most of the locals' wardrobes would probably consist of summer clothes. At most a few spring or autumn pieces. When the extreme cold arrived, he wondered how many of these natives would freeze to death. Perhaps even more than had died in Sanyuan City. Next, Lin Shi collected 3 containers of snacks, 4 of frozen seafood, and 2 of daily necessities. In one of the containers, Lin Shi discovered several imported cars. Their market prices ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions. The sealed metal containers could to some extent shield against electromagnetic pulses, so these cars might be intact or might be damaged. Either way, he still had plenty of space, so he took them all. Appliances, crafts, daily goods, food, industrial supplies. With nearly 10,000 containers in the port, Lin Shi moved from one to another, like opening mystery boxes, storing their contents in his space. But before long, a group of uninvited guests also arrived at the southern port. "Brotherly, are you sure this is okay?" 5 rough-looking young men in their mid-20s had gathered near the port. The speaker was a bald young man, looking timid, glancing around, as if afraid of something. Li Kuei slapped the bald man hard on his shiny head, clearly annoyed. "Scared of what? Didn't I tell you? The whole city's power is out, and those cameras are dead too. There are so many containers here, we can just empty one and no one will ever know." These people had also set their sights on the containers. "But what if there's still surveillance and power?" the bald young man said cautiously, his gaze filled with worry and a hint of fear. Li Kuei jabbed a finger at the bald young man's nose in frustration, speaking angrily. "That's why I say you'll never get rich. You have absolutely no observational skills. Look around, where in the entire city of Shushi is there still power? Even the traffic lights aren't working." Li Kuei scanned the faces of the 4 brothers who had followed him for 2 years, taking in their conflicted expressions, and coaxed them. "It's because you've stuck with me so long that I'm bringing you out to make a fortune. If I were setting you up, would I be setting myself up too? This is a golden opportunity to get rich. Once the power comes back, we'll lose our chance. Think about those people who look down on you. Why do they despise you? Isn't it because you have no money? Now that the chance to make money is right before you, do you want to be penniless losers for the rest of your lives, looked down upon by everyone?" Li Kuei spoke with impassioned fervor, spittle flying. The reason he was so earnest was that a few days ago during a gambling session he had incurred a hefty loan from loan sharks. Those loan sharks were nothing like his petty thug kind. They had formidable backing and could crush him like a bug. If he couldn't repay the debt, he'd be missing limbs in a few days. He was frantic, nearly on fire with anxiety, when suddenly the entire city of Shushi lost power. Wasn't this a godsend? So he decisively set his sights on the port near his home. Knowing he couldn't haul much alone, he called these 4 cowards. Seeing they seemed swayed, Li Kuei, he pressed his advantage. "There are so many crates here, no one will notice if one goes missing. And with no surveillance, even if someone finds out, they won't know it was us. Scared of what? If we get caught, just say I made you do it." Li Kuei's reasoning seemed sound, and he even took responsibility. The other 4 finally set aside their fears, greed flickering in their eyes. They were all in their 20s without proper jobs, mostly living off their parents. That's why they had bonded. A blond youth spat on the ground. "Let's do it. This is all the blood and sweat squeezed from us common folks by capitalists. We're just robbing the rich to feed the poor. Brotherly is right. No surveillance now, so what's there to fear? After this job, I'll throw the money in my old man's face and show him his son isn't just a waste of money," said a fat man with 4 folds of neck. The last one, a crew-cut youth with earrings, said, "I'm in." The bald man, seeing his companions had all agreed, gritted his teeth. "I'll follow, brotherly." "Good." Li Kuei nodded in satisfaction. "Move quickly, let's go." Just then the blonde suddenly spoke up. "Brotherly, isn't there someone over there? Could that be a manager here?" The blonde youth pointed, indicating Lin Shi, who was 100 meters away, opening blind boxes. No, gathering container supplies. Li Kuei followed his subordinate's gaze, sizing up Lin Shi, and immediately saw he wasn't any manager. All the workers here wear uniforms. "Ignore him. Let's head to the other side." With that, he led his men toward containers in the opposite direction. Some containers at the port were imports, others exports, and they could hold anything. Lin Shi had just collected a container of medicine and one of luxury goods. The luxuries were useless now, but the medicine was precious. Placing his hand on the container before him, he willed it open. Inside was a crate of seeds. A single container held over 2,000 cartons, each labeled with the seed variety. Seeds were tiny. A small carton might hold tens of thousands. This whole container had at least 100 million seeds. If he didn't take them, they'd freeze and become useless in 2 days. But even if he collected them, the apocalyptic environment made planting impossible. In the extreme cold, apart from a few mutated plants, most would freeze to death. Green plants would vanish, leaving the world with no color but white. Lin Shi shook his head regretfully, but still stored them in his space. After collecting supplies from hundreds of containers, only a small corner of his space was filled. Given its current size, it could hold over 20,000 containers worth. Lin Shi moved on to the next container. Bang! Bang bang! Metallic clanging suddenly echoed from a distance. Frowning, Lin Shi looked toward the sound. Obscured by containers, he couldn't see what was happening a few hundred meters away. He cautiously approached, peeking from behind a container. He saw 5 masked figures using a fire axe, likely stolen from somewhere, to break the lock on a container. Surprise crossed Lin Shi's face. So quickly, someone had caught on and had the same idea as him. But without spatial abilities, they could only break the lock and haul things out. Without a vehicle, they couldn't carry much. And despite the rain muffling the noise, such commotion might attract nearby managers. Sure enough, Lin Shi glanced around and saw 2 managers in raincoats jogging toward the spot from a few hundred meters away. "It's open, the door's open. Quick, see what's inside." "Holy crap. Aren't these the bags actresses always carry on TV? This is the luxury brand. And hey, race, another one. This whole crate is full of valuables. We're going to be rich." All 5 rushed into the container, tearing open boxes. Overwhelmed by the immense joy, the 5 didn't notice the 2 managers approaching. Lin Shi slipped behind a container to hide. Casually, he stored the container's supplies into his space. The 2 port managers, following the noise, soon found the open container. "Hey, what are you doing?" The 5 jolted in fright. The bald man dropped the luxury brand bag box in his hands. "Be brotherly, we've been caught." "Shut up, you idiot," Li Kuei growled. The 2 managers, brandishing batons, pointed at them and shouted, "Come out." Li Kuei scanned the container full of luxury goods, greed burning in his eyes. With this haul, he could not only repay the loan sharks, but even buy an apartment in the suburbs and live a stable life. If today's plan failed, he couldn't repay the 100,000 yuan debt. He'd have his limbs chopped off and end up in jail. With no surveillance here, if he dealt with these 2, no one would ever know. A fierce glint flashed across Li Kuei's face. He grabbed the fire axe beside him and charged at one of the 2 administrators. Had not expected such ferocity from these people. In a moment of stunned hesitation, one was struck down directly. One man fell to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. The other, paralyzed with terror, collapsed to his knees, his face a mask of sheer fright as he scrambled backward, whimpering, "Don't kill me." Li Kuei brought his axe down on the man's leg, his bloodshot eyes sweeping savagely toward the 4 behind him, a dripping fire axe still clutched in his hand. "Why aren't you moving?" This scene struck with immense force at those who had always lived within the safe, peaceful confines of a world governed by rules. The 4, terrified that Li Kuei might kill them as well, mustered their courage and approached the 2 administrators who were still alive. Lin Shi did not watch any further. Such scenes would become commonplace everywhere in time. Not one to meddle, he simply turned and continued gathering supplies in another direction. Over 2 hours later, Lin Shi had collected most of the supplies from the containers in the port into his space. It had been raining, the sky was overcast, and the evening light had grown very dim. The temperature had dropped a few degrees from noon, and the damp air carried a hint of chill. With no streetlights at night, and the weather ensuring no moon, Lin Shi decided to head back. Perhaps his luck was poor today, for as he was leaving, he encountered those 5 people again. They were completely transformed from before. 3 had lost their raincoats, revealing their true faces. Their clothes were stained with blood. The man who had struck first was so drenched in gore that the original color of his green attire was almost indiscernible. "Brotherly, it's that kid from earlier." The yellow-haired man immediately recognized Lin Shi by his clothing. After Lin Shi left, they had moved things for less than half an hour when they encountered 3 more staff members looking for people. Killing 2 was the same as killing 5. This time the 5 acted in unison without a word. Having killed twice before, they had mostly overcome their inner fears, their eyes red with bloodlust, and thereafter killed anyone they saw. Seeing someone else, the crew-cut man, his expression twisted with savagery, charged at Lin Shi with his fire axe raised. Lin Shi reached into his raincoat, actually retrieving from his space a pistol fitted with a silencer, and fired directly. A bloody hole appeared in the crew-cut man's forehead. He stumbled forward 2 more steps, by inertia his fire axe slipping from his grasp as he collapsed face first to the ground. The remaining 4, including Li Kuei, were jolted sharply from their bloodlust-induced frenzy. Thud! The bald young man fell to his knees, hands clasped behind his head. Don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender, don't kill me. Lin Shi drew and fired with fluid precision, and the bald man instinctively mistook him for a peacekeeper. Li Kuei, his face contorted with fury, roared, "What's there to fear? We've killed enough today to face the firing squad anyway. He's just one man with one gun. Let's rush him together." With that, he charged forward first. The fat man and the yellow-haired man, a vicious glint flashing in their eyes, also lunged at Lin Shi. Lin Shi fired decisively 3 shots in quick succession, and the 3 fell one after another. The last yellow-haired man almost grabbed Lin Shi's arm, but how could his unsteady steps match Lin Shi's prowess? In a mere instant, 4 corpses lay on the ground. The 5-man Raptoricto help the poor squad was reduced to only the bald young man, who now knelt on the ground, having wet himself in terror. Lin Shi turned the gun's muzzle toward him. Overwhelmed by despair and fear, the bald man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Just as Lin Shi was about to step closer to silence him, his ear twitched. A dense sound of footsteps arose not far away. The footsteps sounded very orderly, and Lin Shi instinctively felt something was wrong. He dodged back behind a shipping container. A squad of fully armed soldiers, rifles in hand, jogged out from behind a pile of containers mere dozen meters from Lin Shi's position. Who's there? Lin Shi's brow furrowed. Military personnel. He had learned when he came to Sha City that the local troops were stationed on a small island. With no ships available, now had these soldiers all rowed here. It was near evening, raining heavily with dim light. Lin Shi had not noticed any boats on the sea earlier. These thoughts flashed through his mind as he retreated swiftly with muffled footsteps, using the containers to conceal his movement and escape. However, Lin Shi's luck was truly poor today. Having just evaded one squad, he had not run far when another squad emerged from behind containers several dozen meters ahead. Over a dozen dark gun muzzles pointed at Lin Shi. Who goes there? Lin Shi stopped immediately, raised his hands, and feigned a panicked expression, saying, "I'm a student." Hearing he was a student, the soldiers lowered their muzzles slightly, but remained vigilant, encircling him. Don't move. Having just landed at the port, they had discovered several corpses nearby, as well as containers with broken locks and missing goods. This was undoubtedly a violent murder case, and although their mission was to take over the supplies here, they were also obliged to apprehend the culprit. A soldier stepped forward to frisk Lin Shi. Lin Shi had already returned the pistol to his space and complied obediently. Report. No dangerous items. The soldier returned to formation. A man who appeared to be the group's commander, his face stern, walked up to Lin Shi. After confirming Lin Shi's age, he inquired, "Which school are you from and why are you here?" Sha City Art Institute. Lin Shi gave Suqin's school. The identity of a student made it easier for people to lower their guard. Besides, Lin Shi had been a student himself. "I was trying to get back to school, but without navigation I got lost," Lin Shi explained. Without taxis or navigation to guide the way, this explanation was logically sound. "Let me see your student ID." "I didn't bring my student ID." Lin Shi showed a slightly uneasy look. "Is my ID card okay?" Seeing the man nod, Lin Shi took an ID card from a compartment in his phone case that had not been searched by the soldiers. Keeping an ID card or key card in the phone case compartment was one of Lin Shi's small habits. Wang Chao took the ID card, confirmed it was correct, and returned it to Lin Shi. Lin Shi's clothes were clean and intact without any bloodstains, and he carried no weapon. Coupled with his age of only 19, it was impossible to associate him with the murderer. However, Wang Chao still felt something was off about this person named Lin Shi. "Come with me to the front first. They'll have someone escort you back to school later." Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained nonchalant as he said, "Okay." Soon Lin Shi was led to an open area. A quick scan revealed at least several hundred soldiers, each armed with a gun. There were also over 100 port management personnel in uniform gathered in the same open space. At that moment, a port leader, clearly overweight, was tearfully speaking to someone who appeared to be a high-ranking officer. Additionally, Lin Shi spotted the sole survivor of the 5-man group, the bald young man. He was tightly bound with rope, his face a picture of despair, guarded by 2 soldiers. At that moment, the bald young man suddenly lifted his head and looked straight at Lin Shi. Sensing the bald young man lifting his head, Lin Shi quickly turned around and ducked behind a tall figure to avoid being recognized. "What are you hiding from?" A slightly familiar voice sounded from behind him. Lin Shi stiffened slightly, turning to find that the person he had used as a shield was none other than the officer leading the squad that had brought him here. Wang Chao. His gaze sharp and piercing, he stared directly into Lin Shi's eyes as if trying to discern something. Lin Shi knew he was under suspicion. Before he could answer Wang Chao's question, another squad of soldiers arrived at the open ground. "Report. We found 2 students at the port exit claiming to be lost. Lin Shi turned at the sound. Upon seeing one of the 2 students being brought over, the expression on his face immediately became rather interesting. Wang Chao glanced at Lin Shi and walked toward the 2 students. For some reason, his years of military instinct told him this boy, named Lin Shi, was no ordinary person. Wang Chao stopped before the 2 female students and asked the soldier who had brought them, "Which school are they from? Have they been identified?" "Reporting, sir. From Sha City Art Academy." "Confirmed." "Soldier, we've been wandering nearby for ages without finding our way. It's getting dark and we're so scared. What's happened to Sha City? Why did our phones suddenly stop working? Woo, I want to go home." One of the girls burst into tears upon seeing Wang Chao. He frowned, about to ask more questions. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and waved at the other female student, Su Qin. Su Qin had the day before yesterday taken the 20,000 yuan Lin Shi had given her to go shopping with her roommate. Somehow she had fainted. When she woke up, she found her phone dead, and only upon stepping outside did she realize the cataclysmic changes that had befallen Sha City. No cars, no phones. She and her companion tried to retrace their steps back to school, but got lost. They were initially relieved to see soldiers, hoping for help, only to be brought here. Amidst the unfamiliar surroundings, strange faces, and the numerous armed soldiers, Su Qin's face was etched with anxiety and tension. "Su Qin." Hearing a familiar voice, Su Qin turned her head. "Lin Shi," she replied with a face full of surprise. "What are you doing here?" In this strange and solemn environment, encountering a male acquaintance greatly boosted her sense of security. Seeing their familiarity, Wang Chao asked Su Qin, "You know each other?" Su Qin nodded repeatedly, her expression delighted. "Yes, we're classmates." In her excitement, her speech quickened, causing her to omit the word high school. She had meant to say high school classmates, but since it was out, she didn't mind. Hearing this, Wang Chaos gaze towards Lin Shi softened. It seemed he had been overthinking. "Wait here. They'll find a comrade familiar with Sha City's layout to escort you to your school." With that, he turned and left. Lin Shi breathed a silent sigh of relief. "Xiao Qin, who is this?" Li Xiaoxiao, still sniffling, asked in a choked voice. "I'm a student from the sculpture department." Lin Shi winked at Su Qin. Su Qin was puzzled as to when Lin Shi had become a sculpture student, but meeting his eyes, she instantly caught on. He wanted her to play along. Given how generous Lin Shi was, she could help with this trivial matter. "Yes. He's also a freshman," Su Qin said ambiguously. The 3 chatted briefly, and soon Wang Chao returned with a soldier who looked only slightly older than them. "This is Li Wei. He's also from Sha City and knows the way to your school. Follow him." Lin Shi and the 2 girls expressed their gratitude. "It's our duty. Be careful on the road. If it's too dark to see at night, come back tomorrow morning." Wang Chao said the latter part directed at Li Wei. Li Wei acknowledged the order and led the 3 away. Shortly after Lin Shi and the others left, a soldier reported to Wang Chao, "Sir, we found the killer of the nearby management personnel." The culprit confessed to the murders along with his accomplices. However, his 4 accomplices have been shot dead. According to this bald man, it was a young security officer in a black raincoat who fired the shots. A young security officer in a black raincoat. For some reason, Wang Chaos' mind immediately flashed to Lin Shi's face. "Take me to the culprit." After walking a distance, Li Wei noticed the 2 girls were slow and urged them, "We need to pick up the pace. It'll be dark soon. The city has no power, no streetlights, and walking at night is unsafe." Lin Shi glanced at his mechanical watch. It was 5:27 p.m. He had memorized a map of Sha City. The distance from here to the Sha City Art Academy was about 5 kilometers on foot. At their current pace, it would take roughly an hour to walk back. Now disguised as a student from the Sha City Art Academy, Lin Shi had to return there with Su Qin to avoid exposing his identity and then leave. The officer had already been suspicious of him. If he left midway without going to the academy, his identity would be revealed once this soldier returned. Sha City wasn't that big. If they ran into each other again, it would be another hassle. Forget it. It was only a few kilometers. He had a flashlight, so he wasn't afraid of walking in the dark. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao quickened their pace, slightly trailing behind Li Wei. Lin Shi walked alongside Li Wei. "Soldier, why did the power go out in Sha City?" Li Xiaoxiao asked. Li Wei thought for a moment. The higher-ups hadn't ordered them to keep it a secret, so he replied, "A solar storm the day before yesterday damaged the city's power grid. How long until it's fixed? How are we supposed to live without electricity? My phone is broken too. Are you responsible for fixing it? If not, I can't afford a new one." Li Xiaoxiao seemed to be a chatterbox launching into a stream of words. Flustered by the barrage of questions, Li Wei responded, "The authorities have already dispatched teams to repair the power lines. Until power is restored, you should all stay in your schools and not come out. In a couple of days, other military units will go to the schools to distribute emergency supplies." "What emergency supplies?" "Things like food, candles, matches, lighters." "What? Candles? Oh my god, I'm going to have to live by candlelight. It's so scary at night. Xiao Qin, what are we going to do?" Su Qin's face was also full of worry. The 2 girls complained about how inconvenient life would be without electricity. Lin Shi, however, knew that when the extreme cold descended, even if the power lines weren't burned out, any exposed outdoor wiring would freeze and break. All the machines that processed precision parts were already damaged. No one could repair the power stations and transformers with their bare hands, let alone brave the blizzard to reconnect the lines. The power would never be restored. Lin Shi recalled his father mentioning that decades ago, before electricity was widespread, people relied on candles and flashlights. They slept at dusk and rose before dawn, dedicating their days solely to labor in pursuit of sustenance, which kept them physically robust. Night walks were rare and evening entertainment was virtually non-existent. There were no internet-addicted youths. Nowadays, humanity has grown excessively dependent on electronic devices, with countless individuals ensnared by the web and smartphones, leading to a steady decline in physical fitness. This solar storm, by crippling electronic devices and regressing human technology by centuries, has forcibly weaned people off their internet addiction. With the onset of extreme cold, survivors are increasingly compelled to prioritize physical training. A sudden flash of insight struck Lin Shi, an elusive thought darting through his mind. It vanished before he could grasp it. The third restart. Accelerating evolution. As Lin Shi delved into thought, two girls behind him shifted their conversation from complaining about the blackout to discussing him. "Lin Shi, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?" When Lin Shi remained silently, Xiao Xiao stepped forward, intending to tap his shoulder from behind. Lost in contemplation, Lin Shi instinctively seized her outstretched hand, startled by his own reflexes. "Oh, that hurts." Li Xiao Xiao cried out in pain. Noticing Li Wei turning to look, Lin Shi released her hand, masking his face with a feigned apologetic smile. "Sorry, I was lost in thought." Standing close, Li Xiaoxiao's gaze swept over Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi bore little resemblance to his parents. His father had ordinary features, and his mother's were too soft. His face was more sculpted, as if carved by the most precise blade. Deep-set eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. A 1 centimeter scar on his brow bone marred this perfection. Lin Shi had known of this scar since childhood. His father claimed it was from a fall out of his crib. His once clear eyes had lent his face a gentle warmth. Now only coldness and indifference resided in his gaze, exuding an aura that kept others at bay when he wasn't smiling. The dissonance Wang Chao sensed was precisely that Lin Shi's eyes were not those of a typical 19-year-old. Expressions could be feigned, but the eyes were difficult to disguise. Li Xiaoxiao, seemingly oblivious, rubbed her wrist and said, "Fine, I forgive you because you're handsome. I asked if you have a girlfriend." Lin Shi replied directly, "No." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoxiao's eyes curved into crescents. "Then you." Su Qin stepped forward to stop Li Xiaoxiao's infatuation. "Xiao Xiao, now is not the time. Stop fooling around, and we need to get back. It's already dark." Seeing Li Xiaoxiao's crush on Lin Shi, Su Qin felt as if something of hers was being eyed. Li Xiaoxiao pouted when Su Qin wasn't looking. Lin Shi paid no heed to the girl's feelings. In the apocalypse, survival itself was a struggle, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. After all, those who could hurt you most were often those you trusted. Li Wei glanced at the sky and urged, "Let's hurry." After half an hour, the sky grew darker and the rain ceased. The air was colder than in the afternoon. Lin Shi removed his raincoat to gauge the temperature, estimating it had dropped at least 5 degrees since midday. Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, dressed in light shorts and short sleeves, huddled together for warmth. Li Xiaoxiao eyed Lin Shi's long-sleeved jacket and whispered to Su Qin, "Su Qin, aren't you close with this guy? Ask him to lend us his coat." Even without Li Xiaoxiao's prompting, Su Qin was about to speak. With her charm, getting a boy to lend her a coat should be effortless. Especially Lin Shi, who had liked her in high school and followed her to Sha City. Indeed, Su Qin had convinced herself that Lin Shi's move to Sha City was for her sake. She spoke confidently, "Lin Shi, could you lend me your coat?" Lin Shi refused outright. No. He wouldn't risk catching a chill for someone he didn't care about. Su Qin's smile froze. Li Xiaoxiao noticed her embarrassment, hiding a flicker of schadenfreude. So the great beauty Su Qin could fail too. "Where's your gentlemanly chivalry?" Su Qin snapped, half in shame and anger. Lin Shi didn't look back. "Chivalry. Can you eat it?" Li Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. But soon her laughter died. In the darkness, she tripped over something and fell. "Off!" she screamed. Li Wei, seeing this, took out a flashlight from his backpack and turned it on. Li Xiaoxiao, lying in the muddy water, shrieked, "Why didn't you take that out earlier?" Li Wei explained, "Working flashlights and batteries are scarce in the unit. We must conserve them." Flashlights and batteries had become precious resources. Li Xiaoxiao, fuming but unable to lash out at the soldier, trembled as half her body was soaked in cold mud. She approached Lin Shi with a pitiful expression. "No," Lin Shi said, knowing what she wanted, and refused decisively. "What's wrong with you?" Li Xiaoxiao fumed. "Are you even a man?" Yet no matter what she said, Lin Shi remained unmoved. By the time the four reached the gate of Sha City Art Academy, it was completely dark, almost pitch black. The school's automatic gate, now broken, was locked. They went to the security booth and knocked on the glass. The guards, seeing Li Wei in military uniform, asked a few questions, and upon learning they were escorting 3 students back, let them through the small door. "Young man, do you have another flashlight?" It's pitch black in here, the guard asked, eyeing Li Wei's flashlight. Sorry, I only have one. The military will distribute lighting supplies in a couple of days, Li Wei replied. The guard sighed and nodded without insisting. Who knows when the power will be restored? Go on in. The campus was dark and silent. Guided by Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, the four headed toward the girls' dormitory. Midway, Lin Shi suddenly stopped. What are you doing? Li Xiaoxiao's gaze toward Lin Shi was now devoid of any warmth. So what if he was handsome? His personality was insufferable. Quiet. Lin Shi hissed, straining to listen to the sounds around them. A faint rustling sound grew closer. Where's the nearest building? Lin Shi turned to Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao, his voice urgent. Why are you asking? It's only a dozen minutes until we reach the dorm. Hurry up. Li Xiaoxiao was eager to get back to the dorm and change out of her wet clothes, which clung to her skin most unpleasantly. Su Qin, seeing Lin Shi's grave expression, though puzzled, still pointed towards the darkness on the left. A few hundred meters in this direction lies the gymnasium. Run. Hail is falling. Lin Shi warned, snatching the flashlight from Li Wei's hand and dashing in the direction Su Qin had indicated. He couldn't bother whether they would follow him or not. What? Before the two women could react, Li Wei had already chased after Lin Shi. Wait for us. Surrounded by pitch blackness without the light source, Su Qin and Li Xiaoxiao had no choice but to follow. However, Lin Shi was already just a faint speck of light from the flashlight, and they simply couldn't catch up. What's the rush, you lunatic? Wait for us. We can't see. Li Xiaoxiao screamed hysterically in anger. The rustling sound grew louder, and something was indeed drawing closer. Su Qin, recalling Lin Shi's words, also panicked, pushing her dance-specialized physique to its limits as she sprinted towards the gymnasium from memory. The gymnasium, the gymnasium. Su Qin ran with all her might, completely oblivious that Li Xiaoxiao had fallen far behind. Ouch! A cry of pain came from behind her. Xiaoqin, I've fallen. Where are you? Wait for me. I'm so scared. Su Qin's body paused slightly, but the increasingly clear sound of hailstones hitting the ground made her hesitate for only a second before she gritted her teeth and continued running. Shortly after, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind. After Li Xiaoxiao's agonizing cry, there was utter silence. Su Qin's eyes reddened, and she pressed her lips tightly together as she ran desperately. Yet her speed was no match for the hailstones. A marble-sized hailstone first struck Su Qin's forehead, followed by a fist-sized one that smashed onto her left shoulder. Su Qin winced in pain, but dared not stop. The next second, a human head-sized hailstone grazed the tip of her nose and crashed to the ground, nearly hitting her. Lin Shi, save me. Overwhelmed by intense fear and panic, Su Qin could only cry out to her sole lifeline. The light from the flashlight not far ahead had stopped moving, indicating the gymnasium was just within reach. Yet this short distance seemed like an insurmountable chasm. The sound of massive hailstones shattering upon the ground surrounded her. Perhaps the next moment she would die. Receiving no response, Su Qin wept in despair as she ran. In a place unseen by her, the genes within her body underwent a rapid, bizarre mutation, frantically breaking and recombining. Su Qin, while running, dodged several human head-sized hailstones with astonishingly agile movements. Then, just a few meters from the gymnasium, her strength gave out. Her limbs suddenly went limp, and Su Qin felt her vision blur. Just before she lost consciousness, she saw a figure appear before her, hoist her onto their shoulder, and run. After that, she knew nothing more. Lin Shi stood at the entrance of the gymnasium, watching Li Wei carry Su Qin back, panting heavily. Huff, huff, huff. A hailstone had struck his head, but luckily his helmet had allowed him to make it back. However, his body bore several unavoidable bruises. Su Qin's clothes were also stained with blood. Only Lin Shi remained neatly dressed, having taken shelter under the gymnasium's eaves before the hail fell, coldly observing those struggling in despair. Li Wei glared at Lin Shi with indignation. Aren't you classmates? How could you stand by and do nothing? Lin Shi let out a cold, mocking laugh. Aren't that woman and that other woman also classmates? Why didn't she save her? They had all heard Li Xiaoxiao's cries for help from a few hundred meters away. Since Su Qin had managed to run over, she certainly hadn't gone back to save Li Xiaoxiao. Li Wei was at a loss for words. Why didn't she save her? Because she feared death. Because another's life is not as important as one's own. Because that is human nature. Lin Shi turned and walked deeper into the gymnasium, flashlight in hand. He didn't care if others wanted to be saviors. Offering a warning was already the utmost he could do. The gymnasium was pitch black. Lin Shi entered and surveyed the area with his flashlight. The first floor had several corridors, each marked with its destination. At a corner, not far ahead, an arrow indicated fitness room. Lin Shi walked straight towards the fitness room. Inside, various exercise equipment and a few yoga mats were laid out. Seeing Li Wei enter with Su Qin on his back, Lin Shi ceded the room to them. You sleep here. They'll find another place. Don't follow me anymore. He wasn't comfortable with strangers nearby when resting. Wait, your classmate seems to be having an episode. Li Wei set Su Qin down. Only then did Lin Shi notice Su Qin's body curling up, her beautiful features twisted in what seemed like immense pain, her limbs twitching involuntarily. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened. Su Qin's current state closely resembled the aftermath of unlocking the genetic lock that Subject 2 had experienced. He nudged Su Qin. Su Qin. Su Qin. But she couldn't respond. Her teeth, clenched, every cell in her body, seemed to be groaning in agony, the pain so intense, she couldn't even faint. Li Wei produced a cloth from somewhere, folded it, and placed it in Su Qin's mouth, explaining, "This will prevent her from biting herself. It looks like an epileptic seizure, probably triggered by running too fast." Lin Shi made no comment. In the years he had known Su Qin, he had never heard of her having epilepsy, though the possibility of her concealing her medical history couldn't be ruled out. Li Wei laid Su Qin flat, turned her head to one side, and began massaging her limbs. His response was quite appropriate. Lin Shi placed the flashlight on a higher spot, illuminating most of the fitness room. Time ticked by. Due to the excessive strain, Su Qin's gums were bleeding from clenching. Lin Shi was eager to confirm whether Su Qin's condition was the aftermath of unlocking the genetic lock. He recalled the half-blue pill Subject 2 had left uneaten, but after a moment's thought he dismissed the idea of giving it to Su Qin. Subject 2 had mentioned that it was only on his 5th unlocking that he faced genetic collapse, so he had endured the first 4 times. At least according to Subject 2, the first time was definitely endured alone. Although Lin Shi still harbored doubts that an ordinary person could unlock the genetic lock with the apocalypse upon them, information from the cornucopia suggested that this reboot would accelerate the evolution of species. Thus, it wasn't impossible for an ordinary person to unlock the genetic lock at a life-or-death moment. Lin Shi pondered. Are we just going to watch her suffer like this? Li Wei couldn't bear to see Su Qin in such pain. And what do you propose? Lin Shi sneered. Are you going to take her to the hospital? Without transportation, carrying a person on foot to the hospital would take an eternity. And with hail still falling outside, going out would be suicide. There's a school clinic too, we could. Where are you going to find it at a time like this? And it's you, not we. Lin Shi corrected him. Aren't you classmates? How can you stand by and do nothing? Li Wei fumed. The soldier's duty to protect civilians ingrained in his bones. If he knew any curses, he would have let them fly. That's the second time you've said that. I think I've made myself quite clear before. Lin Shi said coldly. He turned his head to look out the window. The hail outside had already lessened somewhat. Li Wei took a candle from his backpack and lit it, then took the flashlight. I can't stand by and do nothing. You take care of her here. I'm going out to check. Lin Shi watched Li Wei leave, murmuring softly to himself. In this world there isn't a single person left for whom I would risk my life to save. After Li Wei left, Lin Shi sat cross-legged nearby, observing Su Qin's changes. Even though she was in great pain, he showed no emotion. The sweat from her agony soaked her hair and clothes, her thin white t-shirt clinging to her body, revealing her graceful figure. If it were an ordinary young man alone with a beautiful woman in a room who was utterly defenseless, he might have been tempted or flushed with excitement. Yet Lin Shi felt no romantic stirrings at the sight. 10 minutes later, the pain faded from Su Qin's face, and her body gradually calmed. Regaining her strength, she weakly opened her eyes, looking around. Where am I? Am I not dead? Lin Shi helped her up and leaned her against the wall. This is the gymnasium. Did you have an episode just now? An episode? I'm not sick. I don't know what happened. I had fainted but suddenly felt excruciating pain all over. Su Qin's face showed confusion and lingering fear. The pain she had just endured was unbearable. Lin Shi's eyes flickered, suspecting even more that Su Qin might have accidentally unlocked her genetic lock. Did anything unusual happen before you entered the gym, or did you have any special feeling? Su Qin shook her head. I was too scared earlier and just ran until I fainted. Who saved me and brought me here? Was it you, Lin Shi? Su Qin stared intently at him. It was that soldier who saved you, Lin Shi said flatly, not taking credit. Su Qin lowered her head, her expression hidden in the dim candlelight. Where is that soldier? He went to find the school doctor. After hearing this, Su Qin fell silent for a long time. Then she suddenly spoke softly. Why? Lin Shi looked at her. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you wait for us? If you had run slower and shown the flashlight, Xiao Xiao wouldn't have died. Why have you become so cold-blooded? You killed Xiao Xiao. By the last sentence she was nearly shouting. During the painful period, she had been conscious the whole time. She had also heard Lin Shi and Li Wei's conversation, but couldn't speak. After a series of near-death experiences, Su Qin's spirit was hanging by a thread. And that question was the last straw. Li Xiaoxiao had called her name before dying, but she hadn't looked back, or even stopped. Her conscience couldn't bear responsibility for Li Xiaoxiao's death, so she shifted all the blame onto Lin Shi. Su Qin's face was full of accusation and resentment, her reddened eyes fixed on Lin Shi. Lin Shi's gaze turned cold, a hint of murder flashing in his eyes. He had experienced this too many times. Call him cold-blooded or selfish, it didn't matter. The apocalypse had taught him a bloody lesson: never give your heart or kindness to anyone. Even though Lin Shi had saved Su Qin, she still blamed him for Li Xiaoxiao's death. But Su Qin never considered that Lin Shi had no connection to Li Xiaoxiao. Why should he risk his life to save her? With a thought, Lin Shi summoned a dagger behind his back. He couldn't let someone who resented him live, especially someone who might have unlocked her genetic lock, a threat to him. Su-Chin was frightened by his gaze and backed away, but the cold wall stopped her. Urgent footsteps sounded from outside the gym, and Lin Shi withdrew the dagger. Li Wei hurried in, pulling someone along. Seeing Su-Chin, he exclaimed happily, "You're awake." Lin Shi stood up and noticed a man in a white coat carrying a medical kit behind Li Wei. The man quickly stepped forward, knelt down, and examined Su-Chin. "Su-Chin, are you okay? Do you feel any discomfort anywhere?" This man actually knew Su-Chin. Su-Chin's expression showed slight surprise. "School Dr. Chu." Lin Shi and Li Wei moved aside, watching School Dr. Chu question Su-Chin and check her condition. Lin Shi didn't ask how the battered Li Wei had found the school doctor, but listened carefully to Su-Chin's account. Her story matched what she had told Lin Shi. School Dr. Chu suddenly turned to Lin Shi and Li Wei. "Su-Chin has many external injuries. He'll treat and bandage her. You two gentlemen should wait outside for a moment." Su-Chin lowered her head shyly. Lin Shi turned and left with Li Wei following and closing the door. As soon as the gym door closed, Su-Chin threw herself into School Dr. Chu's arms, sobbing softly. Just moments ago, when Chu leaned in to examine her, Su-Chin had used his body as cover to tug at his clothes and write the words "help me" on his palm. What was School Dr. Chu? "Someone wants to kill me." Earlier, by the candlelight, Su-Chin had seen Lin Shi's reflection on the glass and witnessed a dagger appearing in his hand out of nowhere. Lin Shi had intended to kill her. School Dr. Chu felt her soft body in his arms, a hint of lust flickering in his eyes. He gently patted her back to soothe her. "Take your time. What happened?" Lin Shi and Li Wei stood outside the door. Li Wei hesitated for a moment before saying to Lin Shi, "The escort mission is complete. I should return now." Upon hearing Li Wei's intention to leave, Lin Shi nodded. Li Wei took out his only remaining individual combat ration from his backpack and handed it to Lin Shi. "Split this among yourselves later. When you sleep, blow out the candle. Don't waste it. Candles will become precious from now on." Li Wei finished speaking and left without giving Lin Shi a chance to refuse. He had only taken a few steps when Lin Shi's voice came from behind. "You don't have to blame yourself. If you hadn't followed me back then, all three of you would have died." Hearing Lin Shi's words, Li Wei halted, his eyes instantly reddening. Li Wei thought no one knew the torment in his heart. The question he had hurled at Lin Shi was equally a question he asked himself. Why had he stood by and done nothing? The moment he heard the hail was coming, the moment he saw Lin Shi grab the flashlight and run, Li Wei had been afraid. Running had been his instinctive reaction back then. He had enlisted less than 2 years ago, originally just to serve his term of military service, when suddenly he received a top-level combat alert and became a full-fledged soldier. Suddenly he received notice that the outside world had changed drastically and unpredictable transformations might lie ahead. He was only 21 years old. He too could feel fear, and he too feared death. But he was already a soldier. Protecting ordinary people was a soldier's duty, and his actions amounted to desertion. Only after reaching a safe place did he remember that 2 female classmates were still behind him. That was why when he heard Su-Chin's cry for help, Li Wei risked his life to dash out and carry her back. That was why when Su-Chin seemed to fall ill, he risked death to find the school doctor. Saving one person could alleviate a fraction of the guilt weighing on his heart. What Lin Shi said was true. If he hadn't run, all 3 might have died in the hail. Though it couldn't completely erase his guilt, it did make him feel much better. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Li Wei's eyes. He nodded at Lin Shi with his back turned and walked away. Lin Shi looked at the individual combat ration in his hand, and his originally cold gaze softened slightly. He put the item into his spatial storage. Some hearts turn toward the light, while others fall into darkness. Though Lin Shi didn't consider himself a good person, he didn't reject those who were truly good. Because good people always die quickly, and each one lost is one fewer. After a while, the gym door opened, and School Dr. Chu said, "It's done. You can come in now." Lin Shi stepped into the gym, found a corner, and sat down. Su-Chin stared fixedly at the door. Seeing that no one else entered for a long time, she looked at Lin Shi with a wandering gaze and asked, "What about that soldier?" "He went back," Lin Shi replied casually. "He just left like that, without even saying goodbye." Su-Chin's voice sharpened slightly. His mission was already complete when he reached the school gate. "What, just because he saved your life you want to offer yourself to him?" Lin Shi said with biting sarcasm. Su-Chin's face stiffened slightly. Ignoring her, Lin Shi closed his eyes and began to rest. A flicker of panic crossed Su-Chin's eyes as she turned to look at School Dr. Chu. School Dr. Chu shook his head slightly at her and said in a clear voice, "Let's stay here for the night." Su-Chin, "Find a place to lie down. I'm going to blow out the candle." Hearing this, Su-Chin found a mat and lay down. With a soft puff, the candle was extinguished. After School Dr. Chu also lay down, the surroundings fell silent. In the darkness came the faint rustling of clothes, then all was still. An indeterminate time passed. In the darkness, a slight rustling sound arose again. Su-Chin suddenly opened her eyes and reached out to touch School Dr. Chu, who was lying beside her. School Dr. Chu also opened his eyes. Their gazes were clear and alert. There was no trace of sleep. Clearly neither had dozed off. In the pitch-black school, Dr. Chu couldn't make out Su Qin's expression, so he simply reached out and gently patted the back of her hand to reassure her. Then he slowly stood up and pulled a gleaming scalpel from his pocket. He had already removed his shoes at some point, and as he stepped on the floor he made not a sound. Only the nearly imperceptible rustle of his clothing broke the silence. Su Qin also sat up, her heart in her throat pounding wildly. She pressed her hand to her chest, terrified that the sound of her own heartbeat might be loud enough to wake Lin Shi. Ever since she realized Lin Shi wanted to kill her, Su Qin had sought help from school Dr. Chu, whom she knew. Her best option for help had been Li Wei, but before she could find an opportunity, Li Wei had quietly left. School Dr. Chu told Su Qin that for the past 2 days neither the security bureau nor the hospital could be reached. All communication and electricity in the entire city had been cut off. He even suspected that the entire Qiming nation, or perhaps the whole eastern or northern hemisphere, had been struck by a solar storm. Earlier today, the principal had gone to the nearby security bureau for help, but the bureau was overcrowded and severely understaffed, leaving the school with no effective assistance. Perhaps the collapse of order was only a matter of time. Su Qin was frightened by school Dr. Chu's words. She recalled what he had said, "Xiao Qin, I like you. I won't let anyone hurt you. I can kill him for you. As long as you're with me, I'll do anything for you." School Dr. Chu's gaze felt unfamiliar to Su Qin. But then she thought of Lin Shi wanting to kill her. If she didn't do something, she would be killed. She didn't want to die. Why did Lin Shi dare to kill? Why was he so cold-blooded? Wasn't it because order no longer existed now, so even if someone was harmed or killed, no one would care? Then if they killed Lin Shi, no one would ever know. Su Qin found a justification for herself and ultimately agreed to school Dr. Chu's plan. Yet Su Qin never stopped to wonder, why did school Dr. Chu dare to kill? In the darkness, a sinister smile crept across school Dr. Chu's face. The past 2 days had been like paradise to him. Since yesterday, when the school suddenly received news of the solar storm's eruption by around 10 in the morning, most students had begun experiencing various unexplained symptoms of dizziness and vomiting. Many students had also fallen into comas, including several school doctors. Only school Dr. Chu was completely unaffected, aside from a slight feeling of nausea. In the emergency, teachers who hadn't lost consciousness sent students to the school clinic, where most were treated by school Dr. Chu. At first he treated patients properly, but later, when he realized that no matter what method he used, the comatose students wouldn't wake up and weren't in any danger of dying, school Dr. Chu looked at the unresponsive female students on the hospital beds and suddenly conceived a wicked thought. After the first time, no one noticed a thing. Hearing from the school security that all surveillance had failed and the security bureau couldn't be contacted, school Dr. Chu grew bolder. In the span of a day and a night, he assaulted over a dozen female students, reveling in their youthful bodies and sinking deeper into depravity. Unexpectedly this morning, while he was assaulting a female student, she woke up. The moment she regained consciousness, she struggled and screamed. In his panic, school Dr. Chu killed her, then wrapped her body in a large garbage bag and hid it inside an empty cold storage container. This act was like opening Pandora's box. Using the medications from the school clinic, school Dr. Chu injected the still comatose female students to keep them unconscious. Then he continued his heinous acts. 2 female students never woke up again due to an overdose of the drugs. The entire school was thrown into panic and chaos by the sudden catastrophe. Even after 2 days and a night had passed, no one had discovered what was happening. If anyone asked about the missing female students, school Dr. Chu simply brushed them off, saying they had left. That evening, while school Dr. Chu was in the school clinic preying on another girl, he suddenly heard someone calling out. Seeing Li Wei's military uniform nearly scared the life out of him, as he feared his crimes had been exposed. But it turned out Li Wei was only there to ask for help. He followed Li Wei to the gymnasium. What happened next was Su Qin coming to him for help. Upon learning that Li Wei was only escorting them to the school and would leave soon, school Dr. Chu decided to kill Lin Shi. He then manipulated Su Qin into agreeing to the murder. This time he didn't want to use lifeless, senseless bodies. He wanted to enjoy a vibrant, energetic woman. Once this brat was dead, he could savor Su Qin, the stunning beauty he had coveted for so long. At this thought, the excitement in school Dr. Chu's eyes grew even more intense. He had already reached the spot where Lin Shi had been leaning against the wall. School Dr. Chu raised the glinting scalpel and, aiming at that spot, stabbed down with all his might. The gleaming scalpel sliced through the air, plunging viciously toward where Lin Shi lay. Su Qin couldn't see what was happening, but the bloody tableau her imagination conjured nearly made her scream. She clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling the sound. Yet the gruesome scene Su Qin anticipated never materialized. School Dr. Chu's blade struck nothing. He jolted, his expression twisting in alarm. Where was he? Are you looking for me? A sudden blaze of light erupted from the darkness, accompanied by Lin Shi's voice. Lin Shi stood 2 meters away from Dr. Chu, gripping a powerful flashlight. Its blinding beam dispelled the shadows that cloaked the entire gymnasium. Oh, this time Su Qin couldn't hold back her shriek. How did you get over there? I clearly remember you lying right here. Dr. Chu shielded his eyes from the harsh glare with one hand, while brandishing the scalpel at Lin Shi with the other. Oh, I just moved to a different spot after blowing out the candle, Lin Shi replied. Impossible. We didn't hear a single sound of you shifting. And where did you pull that flashlight from? Su Qin's face was a mask of panicked confusion. Lin Shi shrugged, addressing Su Qin's bewilderment. I honestly don't know if you're clever or just foolish. I simply shifted positions before this school doctor lay down. The noise he made moving covered any sound from me. As for the flashlight, I naturally took it from my backpack. By the way, the two of you are up in the dead of night. Are you trying to kill me? Lin Shi turned to Su Qin with a faint smile. But I have a habit, I never sleep in the same room as strangers. If I do, I absolutely cannot fall asleep. Having crawled and clawed through the apocalypse, he was all too familiar with the malice of human nature. From the moment he first laid eyes on this school Dr. Chu, he sensed a ruthless aura, as if the man had just taken a life. When the candlelight died, he had cautiously moved to another spot. Moreover, after his rebirth, Lin Shi had grown exceptionally sensitive to the gaze of others. Even in the pitch black, he could still feel the faint, lingering, murderous intent. So his eyes had long been open. Truly, they couldn't bear to live even one more night. Lin Shi's eerie smile, combined with the dire circumstances, sent a chill racing down Su Qin's spine. Was this the Lin Shi she once knew? Without another word, Lin Shi lunged forward effortlessly, snatched the scalpel from Dr. Chu's hand, and drove it into his chest. No. Su Qin's cry rang out just as the scalpel pierced the doctor's heart. The motion was so swift that Dr. Chu had no time to react. Ignoring the tears streaming from his eyes in the blinding light, he stared down at his chest in disbelief. The scalpel had buried itself entirely into his heart, leaving only the handle visible. Vivid blood bloomed outward from the wound. A second later, he crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Lin Shi's face was utterly calm, as if he had done something trivial. He turned to look at Su Qin, who was frozen in terror. Ever since he had awakened from the geomagnetic storm, he had noticed his physical abilities had become extraordinary. His speed, strength, and reflexes had all surpassed their previous limits by far more than a small margin. Su Qin's eyes were wide with fear, her body rooted to the spot, as if nailed down, trembling uncontrollably. Don't kill me. Knowing her fate, Su Qin pleaded in despair. I can be your girlfriend, please don't kill me, you can do anything to me, I beg you, Lin Shi. We were good friends in high school, weren't we? Actually, I've always liked you. Su Qin's desperate eyes held a flicker of hope as she forced an adoring expression onto her face. Fine. He'll give you a chance, Lin Shi said with a smile, his gaze icy and unyielding. His next words sent a chill down the spine. He'll shoot you. If you can dodge the bullet, he'll let you go. Su Qin's pupils dilated as if she had seen a ghost. She stared at the gun that had materialized in Lin Shi's hand, now aimed directly at her. He'll count down from 3, and then he'll fire. Lin Shi gave Su Qin no chance to object, and began his countdown 3. Su Qin's eyes were filled with utter despair. 2. A sudden shift flickered in Su Qin's gaze. Without ever reaching 1, Lin Shi pulled the trigger. In that instant, Su Qin's entire demeanor transformed. Her pupils contracted to pinpricks. The bullet, which should have been impossible to evade, was dodged as she shifted her body slightly to the side. Realizing she had dodged the bullet, Su Qin's face lit up with the wild joy of a narrow escape. Her heart screamed in triumph, I dodged it. I actually dodged it. Before the elation could fade from her face, a spray of blood suddenly blossomed from her shoulder. She cried out in pain, clutching her shoulder as she collapsed to the ground. Lin Shi had fired another shot. So you can only dodge 1 bullet, he said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He had merely wanted to see if Su Qin could unlock her genetic lock at the precipice of death, squeezing out her last bit of value before she perished. Now he could be certain Su Qin had indeed unlocked her genetic lock. Lin Shi now had a 70% certainty that the unlocking of the genetic lock was closely tied to an intense life-or-death crisis. You liar. Su Qin wanted to confront Lin Shi about his broken promise. Yet the next second she collapsed to the ground again, her body convulsing violently. 8 seconds. That was the time from when Su Qin dodged the bullet to when she fell. Lin Shi stared at Su Qin. This time she did not lose consciousness, but her body exhibited the same reaction as before. Does it hurt? Lin Shi observed that the side effects of Su Qin's second genetic lock activation were noticeably more severe than the first. This time blood seeped from Su Qin's ears, nose, and the corners of her mouth, and her eyes were bloodshot. Su Qin could not make a sound. She stared fixedly at Lin Shi, her eyes conveying a clear message, kill her. Lin Shi watched coldly, unmoved. Finally, after 17 minutes, the side effects of the genetic lock subsided, and Su Qin fell into a coma. Lin Shi put away his pistol and ended her life with a single stab to the heart. He glanced at his mechanical watch. It was already past 3 in the morning. He needed to leave. After a moment's thought, he stored the bodies of school Dr. Chu and Su Qin in his spatial storage just in case someone might later find evidence from the corpses. Outside the window, a strong wind had begun to howl, rattling the glass panes of the Taekwondo hall. The indoor temperature, which had been over 10 degrees Celsius before sleep, had now dropped to around 10 degrees. The outdoor temperature was likely only 5 or 6 degrees. Lin Shi first took out a set of warmer clothes and changed into them. Then carrying a flashlight, he climbed over the wall of Shushi Art Institute. The pitch-black road was eerily silent with puddles left by the hailstorm. After walking a few hundred meters, Lin Shi took out a shared bicycle and tied the flashlight to the handlebars. He pedaled towards the Shushi Cross-Sea Bridge. With several corpses now stored in his space, even though the space preserved them from decay, having them alongside his food was deeply unsettling. Lin Shi planned to dispose of the bodies under the cover of night. After riding a few kilometers, fog began to roll in reducing visibility. Occasionally he saw one or two pale, stiff corpses that had been killed by the hail. Some had half their heads crushed, their brains spilling out. Others were a bloody mess with blood flowing everywhere. In the pitch-black silent night, it was an especially ghastly and terrifying scene. Lin Shi's expression remained largely unchanged. He had seen too many corpses in the apocalypse to be affected by such sights. The hailstorm in Shushi had struck at night. If it had been during the day like the one in Sanyuan City in his past life, far more people would have been killed. About 20 minutes later, Lin Shi threw the bodies into the sea one after another like dumplings being dropped into a pot. He also took the opportunity to wash the bulletproof SUV. After cleaning all the blood from the vehicle, he drove directly towards the safe house. At this hour, almost no one was out and about. Even if someone heard the sound of a car, they couldn't see who was driving. With the SUV's high ground clearance, he could drive right over any corpses he saw without needing to get out and move them. It was far more convenient than the shared bicycle. Naturally, Lin Shi wasn't foolish enough to keep cycling in the freezing wind. As he drove through the city, some people heard the car passing by beneath their windows. "Honey, wake up. I think I heard a car." "Dear, don't be silly, go back to sleep. You must be dreaming." "A car? Are there still cars that can run?" Someone opened a window to look downstairs, only to be met with a mouthful of icy wind and quickly shut it again. There were occasional corpses and obstacles on the road, so Lin Shi didn't drive too fast, maintaining a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. As the sky began to lighten, he stored the car back in his space and switched back to the shared bicycle. As dawn broke, Lin Shi noticed even more people on the road than the day before, all walking with hurried steps. And they were almost all able-bodied young adults. Yesterday, many people were still wearing short sleeves. Today, everyone was uniformly dressed in long-sleeve jackets. However, most people's clothes looked very thin. Just as Lin Shi had thought, in Shushi, a city that was nearly summer all year round, the local residents had hardly any winter clothing prepared. The fog grew thicker and sporadic snowflakes began to fall, a weather phenomenon almost unheard of in Shushi. Even the most oblivious person could sense that something was wrong. Those who had rushed to hoard food yesterday were now scrambling to buy clothes and bedding. Many people on the road had lips turned purple from the cold, yet despite the biting wind, they were forced to venture out. They had elderly and children at home who desperately needed cold weather supplies. But no one knew how many of these family pillars would make it back alive today. A blizzard was imminent. Lin Shi saw some people unable to bear the cold smash the glass of shops that hadn't opened for business. They tore down curtains or took other items from the stores to keep warm. Order was beginning to break down. With the advent of the apocalypse, anything was possible for the sake of survival. Around 6 in the morning, Lin Shi finally returned to Wulong village. The mountain leading to his safe house was behind the village, requiring him to either go around the village or pass straight through it. Knowing the troublesome nature of the Wulong village residents, Lin Shi naturally chose the path of least resistance, cycling a longer route to bypass them. However, today a group of villagers had gathered on the road he had to take outside the village. On the concrete road outside the village, a dozen or so villagers armed with cleavers, hoes, axes, clubs, and various other weapons were gathered together, forming an encirclement in the middle of the road. The clamor of their voices came from within the circle. "Hit it, kill it. Liangzi, go for it. It's so cold. Oh, I've been craving a dog meat hot pot. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a beast, and there are so many of us." "Well, then you go first." In the center of the villagers, a dog, its body covered in wounds, was baring its teeth at them, emitting a threatening growl. Judging by its size, it was a large dog, its original coat color hidden beneath a layer of black and yellow grime. Its round canine eyes were now savage and fierce, and as it snarled, blood could faintly be seen on its sharp, bared fangs. What was astonishing was that its eyes were heterochromatic, one a sea blue, the other a bloody red. "It's just a beast, right? With all of us together, can it really bite anyone to death? Kill this beast, and we can each get several pounds of meat. You can't buy meat at the market anymore." The speaker was Li Chong, the same man who had tried to stage an accident outside Lin Shi's safe house a few days ago. Although Li Chong made sense, no one was willing to make the first move. They were all waiting for someone else to distract the dog so they could safely take it down. Who would want to be bitten for nothing? The village chief, the oldest in the group, finally made a decision. "All right, Xiangzi, Liangzi, you two are the strongest here. You go." Li Chong and Wang Liang exchanged a glance, each understanding the other's thoughts. Wang Liang said discontentedly, "Uncle, if you're going to put it that way, I might as well go home. You can't expect me and Xiangzi to be the ones sticking our necks out every time." Li Chong echoed Wang Liang's sentiment. "Exactly. Last time you sent me up the mountain, my dad broke his arm, and I still haven't gotten a cent from that bastard for it. Yesterday, Li Chong had yelled and pounded on Lin Shi's door, exhausting himself without getting any response. He was already deeply irritated. Now, not only had he failed to get any money, but he had also spent several thousand on medical bills. Li Chong silently vowed to make Lin Shi pay the next time he saw him. But speak of the devil. A screech of brakes cut through the air. Lin Shi, his vision obscured by the wind, snow, and fog, didn't see the group of people a dozen meters ahead until he was almost upon them. The moment Lin Shi saw the villagers, they saw him too. Li Chong pointed his axe at Lin Shi and bellowed, "You little bastard. Finally found you." Li Chong abandoned the dog and strode swiftly to block Lin Shi's path. He snarled, "Compensation. My father's medical bills, mental anguish, lost wages, nutritional expenses. 50,000 in total. Didn't you say it was 5,000 last time?" Lin Shi raised an eyebrow and leisurely dismounted from the shared bicycle. Li Chong glared. "That was then, this is now. Me was a dozen yuan a caddy before, now you can't even buy a pound for 50. How can it be the same?" The other villagers closed in around Lin Shi. By village custom, whatever money was extorted would be split equally among them. Compared to 50,000, what was a dog worth? "And if I refuse?" Lin Shi asked calmly, showing no fear despite being surrounded. "Refuse? Ask our weapons if they'll allow it. Don't think you can call the constables to save you. Go ahead, try it." A villager sneered, emboldened by the knowledge that all electronic devices had failed. "Kid, this village and the nearby hills are under our control now. If you can't pay up, you're not leaving today. That's right. Hand over the cash, or we'll break your legs." Another villager brandished a club and shouted menacingly, "Young man, if you don't pay, they might beat you to death with their sticks." "Think carefully," the village chief said, feigning kindness while gesturing behind his back. Li Chong understood the signal. It was time to teach Lin Shi a lesson. A surge of joy filled Li Chong's heart. Finally, he could avenge the slap from last time. Times had changed. Backed by over a dozen men, he no longer feared Lin Shi retaliating. This time he would teach the brat a lesson he'd never forget. With a vicious grin, Li Chong stepped closer and swung a palm at Lin Shi's face. His hand, as large as a winnowing fan, whistled through the air with full force. If it landed, an ordinary person would surely be knocked to the ground. The other villagers watched eagerly, expecting a show. But Lin Shi disappointed them. He caught Li Chong's wrist. Slap. A resounding blow struck Li Chong's cheek. The scene felt eerily familiar, leaving Li Chong dazed. Li Chong spun halfway around and crashed to the ground, the cleaver flying from his grip. His head buzzed. Spitting out something, he saw 2 bloody teeth. Clearly Lin Shi had held nothing back this time. The dozen villagers fell silent. An eerie stillness hung in the air. 13 against 1 with weapons in hand. They held absolute advantage. None had imagined Lin Shi would dare fight back, let alone with such ferocity. Li Chong went berserk. The previous slap had been unseen by others, but now he was humiliated before the whole village. The sting on his face ignited a surge of rage that consumed his mind. "He'll kill you." Li Chong scrambled up, grabbed the cleaver, and swung it at Lin Shi's head. Some people, driven by momentary fury, commit acts of utter madness they'll regret for life. Blinded by anger, Li Chong was beyond reason. "Li Chong, stop!" 2 voices shouted in unison, but Li Chong seemed deaf, the cleaver arcing relentlessly toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi stood motionless as the cleaver descended, appearing frozen in shock. The sight made even the bravest villagers avert their eyes. But then a dark shadow flashed. Oh! Bang! A gunshot startled birds within 100 meters. Li Chong screamed, and the gunfire rang out together. A split second earlier, a dog had sunk its teeth into Li Chong's left leg, the very dog the villagers had cornered. The dog had slipped away and circled back, hiding in the weeds beside the concrete path. Lin Shi was surprised. He had noticed the dog earlier, but paid it no mind. He never expected it to help him when Li Chong attacked. A bullet struck Li Chong's side, and the cleaver clattered to the ground. He collapsed. The dog darted aside. The gunshot startled everyone except Lin Shi, sending the villagers into a panic. "Nobody move. Drop your weapons. Hands up." 2 constables emerged from the village, their expressions grim, pistols drawn. They had been dispatched to warn villages about cold weather and supply storage. All other villages had gone smoothly, but at Wulong village they couldn't find the chief. Inquiring, they learned he was outside beating a dog. Arriving, they witnessed an armed assault. The constable who fired had also shouted stop. The villagers glanced at the fallen Li Chong, then at the constable's guns. Wisely, they dropped their weapons, clattering to the ground. The constable advanced, gun raised, and ordered everyone squat down. "Line up along the roadside." The villagers obeyed. Lin Shi squatted beside Li Chong, who lay glaring with venomous eyes. If looks could kill, Lin Shi would have been shredded 1,000 times. Seeing Li Chong like this, Lin Shi felt a sudden mischievous urge. A normal person would feel a chill in their heart when stared at by someone with such a resentful gaze on the brink of death. But Lin Shi was obviously not one of them. He slightly parted his lips, keeping them still, and spoke in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. "Rest easy and go to your death. You won't be alone. I will ensure your parents and sister accompany you." Li Chong's eyes were bloodshot upon hearing this, his anger surging so high that he kicked his legs and rolled his eyes back. A security officer came over to check on Li Chang's condition. Lin Shi restrained his expression, showing a look of having survived a disaster. The officer discovered that Li Chang had already died and said to another officer, "The assailant is dead. Are you alright? Are you injured?" The officer asked Lin Shi. Lin Shi replied, "No, fortunately you arrived in time. These villagers are extorting money." The village chief turned his eyes, squeezed out tears, and knelt down, interrupting Lin Shi. "Oh heavens! What sins have been committed here?" The village chief wailed, pounding his chest. "Only your hand was broken by this scoundrel, and your son Chang was killed by him. How can I face your family?" The village chief knelt in front of the villagers, gesturing with his other hand behind him. The villagers immediately understood. Wang Liang, full of indignation, pointed at the 2 teeth Li Chang had spat out on the ground, saying, "This bastard broke Chang's father's hand, and when we asked for medical fees he not only refused, but even knocked out Chang's teeth." Officer, look at these 2 teeth on the ground, and then look at Chang's face. The officer indeed saw the 2 teeth and examined Li Chang's face, which was severely bruised and swollen. It was a fact that Li Chang had committed murder, so they decided to drag this unyielding brat down with him to see if he would dare to be so arrogant anymore. A sinister glint flashed in Wang Liang's eyes. The village chief looked at Wang Liang, approvingly recognizing him as his most promising successor. Yes, Chang only retaliated out of desperation. Is it not justifiable for him to fight back when you all surrounded him with weapons, eh? Chang died a miserable death. He has 2 elderly parents and an unmarried sister. What will happen to them? Is there no justice in this world? The villagers, having cooperated dozens or even hundreds of times over the years, were quick to speak up. Both officers frowned. They asked, "Did you hit someone?" Lin Shi did not deny it, saying, "He came at me with a knife, and I only fought back." Next time you encounter such a situation, run first. Protecting your life is the most important thing, understand? The officer patted Lin Shi on the shoulder. This village was notorious in the area, and the 2 officers had heard of it beforehand. Naturally, they did not believe the villagers' words. They had seen with their own eyes the assailant wielding a knife while a group of villagers surrounded Lin Shi, eyeing him menacingly. Most importantly, Lin Shi was unarmed, making him appear to be the victim in any case. Lin Shi looked slightly taken aback. This time, it was not an act. He had assumed he would have to argue with this group of villagers. However, he quickly realized what was going on. The villagers were left dumbfounded. Usually they relied on their numbers and cooperation to evade the officer's authority countless times. Unfortunately, this time, they could not simply rely on their numbers. "Officer, he hit someone. Why are you biased in his favor?" Wang Liang questioned indignantly. "Even if it was a fight, it is not a reason for murder," the officer replied. "With so many of you brandishing weapons against one person, even if he fought back, it would be self-defense. We saw it with our own eyes when we arrived. You all surrounded him with these things, preparing to commit murder in broad daylight. We are holding these weapons to chase dogs," one villager argued. "Where are the dogs?" The villagers looked around. The dog had long since run away. There were no dogs left. The officer sternly told the villagers, "You all must stay in the village and wait for the investigation. Understand? Things were different now, or if this had happened a few days prior, they would have thoroughly investigated the matter. They would have taken all these people back to the station. But now they had more pressing matters to attend to." The dozen or so villagers looked incredibly unwilling. The ordinary people's fear of the officers could not be dispelled so quickly. Although they knew there were no surveillance cameras now, they did not dare to openly attack the officers. Seeing that the dozen or so villagers were just glaring in silence, the 2 officers exchanged glances and sighed with relief. As people within the system, they understood better than ordinary folks that order was beginning to slip out of control. Although the truth was evident, the 2 officers still pulled Lin Shi aside to inquire about the details of the incident and took a simple statement. Lin Shi truthfully recounted how Li Chang's family had come to his door to cause trouble, how he had accidentally stepped on old Li's hand, and how he had agreed to compensate them 50,000 only to have a conflict arise when they demanded 500,000 today. The 2 officers nodded. The events aligned with their suspicions. The officer said to Lin Shi, "You should come with us to the town. We can arrange a place for you to stay. Things are unstable right now, and it's difficult for us to provide assistance here in this remote area." The implication was clear. They feared the villagers might take revenge on Lin Shi. The villagers gritted their teeth in anger at those damned officers. To everyone's surprise, Lin Shi refused. "I won't go." The officer pulled Lin Shi aside and whispered, "Once we leave, we won't be able to help you if these villagers come after you." Lin Shi looked into the officer's eyes and saw that he was genuinely concerned for his safety. But he could only turn down the goodwill, saying, "I will protect myself. I have learned some combat skills. Besides, my home is very safe. They can't do anything to me." After a few exchanges, seeing Lin's resolute attitude, they had to give up. "If anything happens, hurry to the nearest town security office for help, okay?" Lin Shi nodded. Seeking help was impossible. It was the villagers who needed help. The 2 officers, with their backs to the villagers, did not see the expressions of malice and hostility from the dozen or so villagers looking at Lin Shi. Some even made several provocative gestures towards him. The village chief also glared at Lin Shi darkly. They had never suffered such a great loss in their village. Lin Shi merely curled his lips into a cold smile in the face of their malice. One officer noticed Lin Shi's gaze and turned to look. The villagers immediately returned to normal. However, the officer still caught a glimpse of several malicious looks. You can all return to the village now. Remember not to go out in the next few days, the village chief stays. The officer resolved to give the village chief a good warning. The other villagers shot Lin Shi a fierce glance before dispersing. You should go back too. Try not to go out these days and take care to store some food and keep warm. The officer instructed Lin Shi. Lin Shi acknowledged. He rode a shared bicycle, and before leaving glanced at the grass where the dog had previously hidden. It was now empty. Perhaps his arrival had unintentionally provided a reprieve for the dog. The dog had jumped out to save him when Li Chang attacked. It truly was a grateful dog. Lin Shi suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having given up on the idea of raising a dog earlier. The journey back to the mountain was smooth. However, when he returned to the mountaintop, he saw a pitch-black dog sitting in the open space at the entrance. Lin Shi's mood suddenly brightened. Are you waiting for me? Were you waiting for me? The dog simply stared at Lin Shi without making a sound. Lin Shi casually returned the shared bicycle to his spatial storage. He didn't need to hide anything from a dog, but he still instinctively glanced at the dog's expression. The dog fixed its gaze on the hand that had made the bicycle vanish, tilting its head slightly, a flicker of bewilderment in its agile heterochromatic eyes. It seemed unable to fathom how that hand could make objects disappear into thin air. For such a large dog to make such an expression was rather amusing. It also proved from another angle that this dog was exceptionally intelligent. Lin Shi had once considered raising a husky, but abandoned the idea after his previous warehouse fire destroyed the sled. A dog couldn't speak and wouldn't divulge his secrets. It wouldn't betray him either. Though he had never owned a dog, he had heard of their unwavering loyalty to their masters. Perhaps this dog could be a good choice. Lin Shi cautiously took a few steps toward the dog. The dog stood up and backed away, appearing somewhat uneasy. He immediately halted, a sense of disappointment welling within him. This dog was clearly a stray, possibly abandoned and mistreated, so its reluctance to be approached was understandable. If it couldn't accept him, he wouldn't force it. Yesterday at the port, a shipping container was full of pet supplies. Lin Shi casually retrieved a bag of dog food from his space and placed it before the dog. Food. Go back. Then he skirted around the dog and headed for the door. After a few steps, a familiar sensation of being watched came from behind. Lin Shi turned his head and saw the dog holding the bag of dog food in its mouth, following him with a pleading look. A glint flashed in his eyes as a thought struck him. He said, "Was it you who spied on me in the woods last time?" Having said that, Lin Shi let out a wry laugh. How could a dog possibly understand him? Yet this dog proved to be far more intelligent than he had imagined. It dropped the dog food from its mouth and opened its jaws. Woof. It really was you. You want to come home with me? Lin Shi was skeptical. Woof. The dog carrying the dog food took a few steps closer to Lin Shi, then paused to check his expression, as if confirming he didn't mind its approach. Finally, it slowly walked up to Lin Shi, lay down on the ground, wagged its tail cautiously, and looked up at him. At this, Lin Shi no longer doubted that the dog could understand him. He bent down and reached out a hand to touch the dog's head. The dog instinctively flinched, but ultimately remained still, allowing Lin Shi's hand to rest on its head and give it a gentle stroke. These reactions all indicated its instinctive aversion to human contact. Lin Shi understood that if he hadn't inadvertently saved its life, given the dog's hostility and wariness toward humans, it wouldn't have accepted him so quickly. "It seems we are quite fated," he said. Lin Shi smiled, meeting the dog's extraordinary heterochromatic gaze. He said earnestly, "Come on, let's go home. From now on, well, depend on each other." The dog stared back at Lin Shi with equal seriousness, as if responding in silence. Leading the dog back to the safe house, Lin Shi first inspected its wounds. The dog's external injuries were severe. In several places on its matted, dirty fur, the skin had been torn away, revealing raw, bloody flesh. Most were fresh wounds, still oozing blood. Many injuries were hidden beneath the grimy, tangled fur. If Lin Shi hadn't examined it closely, he wouldn't have realized the dog was so badly hurt. And yet it could still act like nothing was wrong and lunged to bite someone. "You're quite a tough one," Lin Shi said, a hint of resignation in his voice. With such severe injuries, if left untreated, the wounds would become infected in a few days, and the dog would die. He could only hope it had no internal injuries. "I need to treat your wounds. They'll have to shave the fur, and it might hurt a bit. You'll have to bear with it." Seeing no reaction from the dog, Lin Shi retrieved disinfectant, a razor, bandages, medical sutures, and other tools from his space. He began to tend to its wounds. Shaving, disinfecting, suturing, applying medicine, bandaging. It took a full 3 hours for Lin Shi to finish treating all the wounds, finally administering half a syringe of anti-inflammatory. Throughout the process, no anesthetic was used, and the dog neither flinched nor yelped, remaining perfectly still and letting Lin Shi do his work. "You really are a tough one." It had endured the entire treatment without a single sound, even though his methods were far from gentle. Lin Shi patted the dog's head, fetched a blanket, and covered it. Because of the numerous wounds and the dirty matted fur, some of it even clumped together, he had shaved off all the dog's hair. Now it was completely bare. The whole dog looked rather comical. Once shaved, it became apparent how thin the dog was. Its ribs were starkly visible on its belly. Feeling the temperature dropping, Lin Shi lit the heater. Warmth quickly dispelled the chill in the living room. After cleaning up the mess on the floor, Lin Shi began to prepare lunch. The moment he stepped into the kitchen, he found the dog had followed him and was silently lying at his feet. Your wounds are stitched up. Try not to move around too much. Go wait in the living room. The dog lowered its tail and obediently left. By the way, shouldn't I give you a name? Lin Shi suddenly thought. He had never owned a pet in his life, mainly because that woman disliked small animals and hated having extra fur around the house. So he had no experience with pets. Upon hearing that he was about to give it a name, the dog stopped in its tracks and looked at Lin Shi with hopeful eyes. How about? Lin Shi gazed at the ugly dog, bald and covered in stitches, and fell into deep thought. Platter. Iron Man. Lured. The dog's expression visibly fell. Haha, I'm just kidding. With a new member in the house, Lin Shi found himself talking more. How about Demon King? Woof. Demon King. Woof. Demon King. Woof. For lunch he prepared a lot of meat. Discovering that Demon King preferred raw meat, Lin Shi simply took out a large chunk of raw beef from his space for it. After both man and dog had eaten their fill and were resting, a commotion came from outside the door. Bang, 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 bang. It was the sound of someone pounding on the door. Dozens of villagers, young and old, men and women, all brandishing farm tools or clubs, stood menacingly at the entrance of Lin Shi's safe house. Leading the pack were the dozen or so sturdy young villagers encountered outside the village that morning. Wang Liang and another villager were pounding the door with hoes. Yet after a long while, aside from a few scratches, the door showed no sign of breaking open. My son, you died so tragically. Why is my fate so cruel to bury my child before I myself am buried? Aunt Li, supported by Li Tsuetsue, wailed amidst the crowd. Today we must tear down this door and avenge Qiangzi. That bastard must pay with his life. Avenge Qiangzi. The furious roars of the dozens of villagers echoed through the mountain valley. Although Li Chong had not been killed by Lin Shi, the villagers dared not provoke the security officers, so they naturally held Lin Shi accountable. For over a decade, the villagers had smoothly extorted and blackmailed many outsiders, almost never failing, let alone suffering such a great loss. No sooner had the security officers left than the village chief gathered a third of the villagers to seek retribution. The chief paid no heed to the officers' warnings. He had heard that chaos was already erupting outside. Didn't that mean his villagers could be even bolder with no one to stop them? The village chief calculated silently in his mind. In truth, had Lin Shi not arrived, Wulong village would have become a small survivor settlement in the apocalypse with the chief as its leader. Over the years, the chief had brainwashed the villagers into a united, responsive group. As long as they didn't clash head in with the authorities, they could do as they pleased in this small area running rampant. Seeing the door wouldn't budge, someone swung a hoe at the outer wall. A loud clang rang out, but only a shallow mark appeared on the wall while the hoe's blade curled backward. The recoil sent the hoe flying from the striker's hands, nearly hitting someone standing behind. Chief, this thing is too sturdy. We can't break it. Wang Liang panted heavily. The chief stared thoughtfully at Lin Shi's blast door. Keep hitting. I don't believe he'll stay in there forever. Wang Liang had no choice but to continue pounding with another villager. Just as the villagers thought Lin Shi would hide like a coward, the lock clicked open. Lin Shi stepped out, glanced at the scratches on the door, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. What do you think you're doing? Having finally waited for Lin Shi to emerge in the cold wind, the villagers grew impatient. A middle-aged villager in his 40s, without waiting for the chief's signal, strode up to Lin Shi and pointed a finger at his nose, cursing. You dare ask what we're doing? A life for a life, a debt must be paid. You. Before the villager could finish, Lin Shi frowned at the finger so close to his face, grabbed it, and twisted it hard. A crisp snap of bone coincided with the villager's scream. His face went pale with pain. Lin Shi released the finger and kicked the middle-aged villager in the abdomen, shoving the source of noise away. The other villagers scrambled to dodge. The man crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony, unable to stand. Lin Shi's gaze swept over the dozens of villagers. If you want to talk, speak properly. I hate it when people point fingers at me. The villagers were intimidated by Lin Shi's ruthlessness, but they were no saints, and soon their eyes gleamed with malice again. The chief stepped forward and said, Young man, this time you struck first. Assault is a crime that lands you in jail. Lin Shi felt he had just heard the most absurd joke. No wonder there was a saying online, when you reason with some people they act like hooligans, when you act like a hooligan they try to reason with you. Seeing Lin Shi silent, the chief thought he was scared. His eyes darted around as he said, You're so young. A criminal record would ruin your future. The chief pretended to care about Lin Shi's well-being. When Lin Shi didn't retort, he continued, We can drop the charges as long as you compensate our village for the losses. Then well, let the matter of Qiangzi go. How about it? No, kill him. Let him pay for my son's life. He was the only heir of our Li family. Aunt Lee, upon hearing the chief's words, became hysterical, crying and screaming. The chief signaled to someone behind, and immediately a villager muffled Aunt Lee's mouth. So, care to consider it? The chief rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed on the safe house behind Lin Shi. He was more astute than the ignorant villagers. He knew chaos was brewing outside. Power outages, cars immobilized, snow in June. If this keeps worsening, it might even become the end of the world. I have to plan for myself. To be fair, the chief of Wulong village, who had led the village to prosperity, wasn't entirely without brains. Lin Shi looked at the chief with a sardonic smile and asked, "You want me to pay compensation?" A sly, calculating glint flashed in the chief's eyes as he forced a smile. "Money. Just a token. We won't ask for much. Just give us the house behind you, and we'll call it even." By now ATMs were broken and banks were packed to the brim. The chief knew full well that money was already impossible to withdraw. What he wanted was a safe haven before total chaos erupted. A deeper chill settled in Lin Shi's eyes. So he had his sights set on the safe house. What a beautiful dream. His expression turned icy. "Get lost." The chief's smile froze, anger rising in his eyes. "Young man, think carefully. If it weren't for those two meddling security officers this morning, Xiangzi would have hacked you to death." The implication was that Lin Shi had only escaped by luck that morning. The other villagers thought the same. They had numbers on their side. Even if Lin Shi was strong, they were all used to hard labor. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled a martial artist, a kitchen knife still spells danger. You probably don't know yet, but the outside world is already in chaos. Even if a murder happens somewhere, just dump the body and no one will investigate. I advise you to think hard. Is your own life more important, or some mere possessions? The chief narrowed his eyes, the threat unmistakable. The other villagers immediately raised their weapons, putting on fierce, eager expressions to back him up. Huh. Lin Shi let out a scornful laugh. These people thought that with numbers they could treat him like a pushover. They didn't know that if not for the military presence in Shushi City, Lin Shi would have already killed them without a second thought. Since they were begging for death while he held back, he would show no mercy. "Old man, if you want what's mine, you'll have to take it from my corpse. Spare me the nonsense." Ungrateful fool. The village chief had completely lost his patience, his face contorted with rage. "Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish." Wang Liang and the other villager who had been battering the door exchanged a glance, then flanked Lin Shi, their iron hammers raised high. A blow from such a hammer might not kill instantly, but it would surely shatter bones and cause internal injuries. Under the current medical conditions, severe injuries were far more terrifying than instant death. Widow Li, witnessing this, ceased her struggles, her eyes flickering with the satisfaction of vengeance. Yet before her smile could fully bloom, the situation took a drastic turn. The moment the two men moved, Lin Shi acted as well. He reacted after them, but arrived first, seizing the handle of Wang Liang's hammer and pulling both man and weapon toward him. As Wang Liang stared in shock, Lin Shi forcefully slammed the hammer he held against that of the other villager. The other villager's palms split open from the impact, and he was sent flying with a kick from Lin Shi. The hammer flew from his grasp, striking a villager on the head. The struck man collapsed rigidly to the ground, his fate unknown. Several women among the villagers let out startled screams. Seeing this, the village chief retreated into the crowd and commanded the others, "All of you attack together. Cut him down." The 5 villagers he pointed at raised their wood-chopping knives and encircled Lin Shi. They lunged at him with full force. Lin Shi flung Wang Liang aside, drew the blade strapped to his back, and his gaze turned razor-sharp as he charged toward the attackers. With a deft shift of his feet, he slipped through the gaps in their formation, his keen blade arcing across the neck of the nearest man. Dodging the spurting blood, he whirled around to appear behind the remaining 4, thrusting his blade into the back of one. 2 were slain in an instant. Ordinary people fought only with reckless ferocity, devoid of skill or combat experience. To Lin Shi, they were no more than clay chickens and pottery dogs. If he needed a crossbow to deal with ordinary folk who had yet to endure the baptism of the apocalypse, then his 8 years of survival in that wasteland would have been wasted. The remaining 3 villagers, staring at their fallen companions, were frozen in terror, their knives unmoving. Such was the flaw of inexperience. Fear of death was instinct, and witnessing comrades' brutal demise bred cowardice and retreat. But Lin Shi knew that no matter how grim the battle, as long as he could move and enemies remained, he could not stop. Fight or flee. To stop was to die. With ease, Lin Shi drove his blade into the 3rd man's neck, then slit the throat of the 4th. The last of the 5 finally snapped out of his stupor and fled, shouting incoherently, "Chief, he has a knife. He's killing people." But before he could take more than a few steps, a blade tip emerged from his chest. Lin Shi withdrew the knife, his gaze sweeping over the villagers standing dumbfounded in the distance. The village chief, sensing trouble, bellowed, "So what if he knows martial arts? Even an old master can be beaten by a flurry of fists. He's only got 2 hands and 1 knife. Attack together." The other villagers exchanged hesitant glances, looking from the chief to Lin Shi and his dripping blade. They were still ordinary people, unaccustomed to bloodshed. Faced with such horror, their instinctive fear overpowered their reverence for the chief. Heavens! Murder! One villager dropped his tool and ran. Like a chain reaction, the others followed suit, abandoning their weapons in panic. "Don't run," the chief roared. But the terrified villagers could no longer hear him. The crowd of dozens surged, trampling the chief, who still stood rooted. "You ouch, don't push." Under the stampede, footprints soon covered his body, and he could no longer speak. After the villagers fled, the chief lay covered in footprints, battered, as if tortured, his breath faint. Lin Shi did not pursue the rabble. His eyes remained fixed on the chief. In peacetime, this man had led the village to defy even the law. His role was pivotal. Given time in the apocalypse, such a man might rally these villagers to become a scourge. Lin Shi stepped forward, drove his blade into the chief's heart, and dispatched the unconscious leader. The fatal wound jolted the chief into a momentary lucidity. He stared at Lin Shi, then breathed his last in resentment. He never imagined that his own followers would be his undoing. Lin Shi prepared to cast the corpses down the mountain when a clamor arose from the hillside. "Help! Don't come near!" Off. A wild boar larger than any ordinary one had burst from nowhere, charging through the dozens of villagers on the mountain path. Many tumbled over the cliffside, others slammed into rock walls, spitting blood. Several bodies already lay on the ground. The only path down the mountain was narrow on flat ground. The villagers could never outrun a boar. Its sharp tusks claimed a life with each charge. Only after a dozen corpses littered the area did the boar cease its assault, biting into a neck and noisily feasting. The fleeing villagers dared not look back, so they failed to notice how this boar differed from those they knew. Ordinary boars rarely attacked unprovoked and never ate human flesh, but this one's eyes were bloodshot, its snout smeared with gore, and it seemed to savor the meal with half-closed eyes. Witnessing this from the path, Lin Shi's eyes widened, his pupils contracting sharply. A mutated beast. In his past life, the onset of extreme cold had killed vast swaths of plants and countless herbivores. Yet many animals survived the freeze. Starving, they emerged from deep forests to hunt humans. In the first 3 years of the apocalypse, humans organized hunts, suffering losses, but gaining some food. Survivors then saw these animals as no major threat, and the authorities strove to restore former technological civilization. Unexpectedly, the animals, once protected by humans, began to breed at an explosive rate, launching massive attacks. In the 4th year, the first beast tide emerged. As time passed, human ammunition dwindled. Even when authorities desperately tried to restart production, manufacturing could not keep pace with consumption. Human defenses grew strained. The carnivores grew longer, for larger bodies, and began to exhibit various mutations. The term mutated beast emerged to describe these transformed animals. Scientists discovered a substance in their flesh that accelerated evolution. By the 6th year, ordinary bullets could no longer penetrate the beast's thickening hides and muscle. Only then did humanity realize that without change they could not compete with these creatures. Lin Shi had not expected mutated beasts to appear so early in this life. His expression shifted from shock to gravity. Was this the result of the treasure's claim of accelerating species evolution? Sensing his gaze, the boar stopped feeding and turned its head toward him. The mutated boar fixed its gaze on Lin Shi, its blood-red eyes seemingly capable of stirring the deepest fears within one's heart. Lin Shi couldn't help but tighten his grip on the knife in his hand. Mutant beasts possessed not only superior defenses compared to ordinary animals, but also greater strength, speed, and intelligence. In his past life, he and Zhao Xiao had once joined forces with several others to slay a mutant beast. However, a dispute over the division of spoils later arose, and Zhao Xiao was nearly killed by the opposing party on the spot. From that day forward, Zhao Xiao refused to hunt mutant beasts again. Back then, Lin Shi stood no chance against a mutant beast in unknown combat, so he too abandoned the idea of hunting. Now reborn and facing a mutant beast once more, it was impossible not to feel tense. But this time Lin Shi was no longer the destitute wretch armed with only a dagger from his previous life. Composing himself, he focused his mind, and with a mere thought, the military knife in his hand returned to the spatial realm. Reappearing in his grasp was a black killing tool, an interceptor crossbow. Though a pistol had a faster firing rate, its power paled in comparison to the crossbow, and boar hide was notoriously thick. The interceptor crossbow could easily shatter an elephant's skull within 150 meters, a testament to its formidable might. As the crossbow materialized in Lin Shi's hands, the mutated boar seemed to sense the threat and charged straight at him. Lin Shi quickly set up the crossbow. Just as Lin Shi took aim, the long-dormant interface of the cornucopia suddenly shifted, a first-tier source beast detected. Kill the source beast and absorb its internal source power. Source beast. Source power. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. The mutated boar moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, at half the distance between them, and Lin Shi could even smell a foul wind rushing toward him. He snapped back to reality, aimed swiftly, and loosed an arrow in haste. Yet this shot was too rushed. A miss by an inch is a miss by a mile. He had intended to target the weak spot above the boar's eyes, but the arrow struck its snout, instead piercing through and emerging from beneath its mouth, sealing the beast's jaws shut. But in the short term, this wound only enraged the mutated boar without even hindering its mobility. The boar let out a pained shriek, its already crimson eyes blazing even brighter as it charged at Lin Shi with renewed speed. There was no time for another arrow. Lin Shi decisively retracted the crossbow, rolled to the ground, and dodged the boar's charge. Against a mutant beast like this, being struck even once would mean instant incapacitation. Its sharp tusks could easily impale a person, while the immense force of its impact would shatter one's internal organs. The mutated boar ran over 10 meters before slowing its momentum, then turned and charged at Lin Shi once more. Lin Shi quickly rose to his feet, and as he stood, the military knife reappeared in his hand. Now the distance between him and the boar was a mere dozen meters, a span the beast could cover in the blink of an eye. The boar thundered toward him. As the gap between man and beast narrowed, the visual impact of the boar's massive frame grew even more intense. Sensing the ever-closer danger, Lin Shi's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, adrenaline surging, yet his gaze grew increasingly calm. As the boar lunged, he swiftly sidestepped to evade, simultaneously slashing the military knife horizontally across the beast's slick hide. A wound over half a meter long opened on the boar's flank, blood spraying across the ground. Yet Lin Shi's face showed no joy after delivering that blow. He knew well that while the wound appeared gruesome, it had only cut through the boar's hide, penetrating mere inches into the flesh. For the boar's enormous size, such an injury was far from fatal. Instead, the tremendous recoil had split the flesh of his tiger's mouth, gripping the knife handle, leaving it bloody and raw. Against an ordinary boar, that slash would have disemboweled it. This starkly illustrated the extraordinary defensive capabilities of mutant animals. Enraged by the pain, the boar whipped its head around furiously. The distance between them closed again. Lin Shi's palm, gripping the knife, grew slightly sweaty. The boar's speed was so great that at such close range dodging was nearly impossible. There was no choice but to fight. A flash of determination crossed Lin Shi's face as he advanced, instead of retreating, charging straight at the boar. The boar's form loomed larger before his eyes, its sharp tusks seemingly right in front of him. The intense crisis of life and death made Lin Shi's scalp tingle involuntarily, his adrenaline peaking. In that instant, just as he and the boar were about to collide, Lin Shi felt something shatter within him. The boar's speed suddenly slowed, and all movements around him seemed to decelerate. Fragments of all the knowledge and combat experience he had ever learned flashed through his mind. His brain entered a state of high-speed calculation. Current wind level 4 northeast. Cement road slope 27. 6 degrees. Mutated boar speed 19. 8 meters per second. His own burst speed 13 meters per second. Collision with the boar in 0. 7 seconds. Mortality rate 99. 99. Optimal evasion angle. Optimal attack angle. Optimal strike point. These pieces of information flashed through Lin Shi's mind in 0.01 seconds. Then Lin Shi felt his body operate like a precision instrument. Without needing to react or think, his brain had already selected the perfect moment and angle to dodge, allowing him to evade the boar's charge by a hair's breadth. His arm moved like the most accurate mechanical limb, unleashing his full strength at the perfect moment as he plunged the knife deep into the boar's neck. He immediately let go, avoiding being dragged away by the boar's momentum. The boar with the knife lodged in its neck staggered forward a few meters before turning its head again. Even such a blow had not killed it outright, but its speed had slowed considerably. The boar stumbled as it turned, preparing for a final struggle. Yet the moment it turned its head, it was met by a razor-sharp arrow. In the instant he released the knife, the crossbow had reappeared in Lin Shi's hands. As if he had anticipated the boar's reaction, Lin Shi fired an arrow without aiming directly at the boar the moment it turned. It seemed as if the boar had turned its head straight into the arrow. The immense impact of the arrow pierced through the boar's eye socket and into its brain. The boar swayed twice, then crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. The next second, clarity returned to Lin Shi's eyes. He looked at his own hands, a strange glimmer passing through his gaze. So this was what it felt like to unlock the genetic lock. No wonder, even in the pitch-black rainforest, number 2 could pinpoint his position and movements from the faintest sounds. In that moment of unlocking the genetic lock, his brain was practically a supercomputer. Too bad it only lasted 3 seconds. Only to be used at critical moments. And the after effects were probably about to hit right. No sooner had the thought crossed Lin Shi's mind than a searing pain erupted through every limb and bone. The after effects of unlocking the genetic lock had arrived. After a few minutes, Lin Shi finally recovered. Unlike Su Qin, who had fallen into a coma upon unlocking her first gene lock, the excruciating pain he endured lasted for a shorter duration. Most importantly, he didn't find it as painful as he had anticipated. It was still painful, but certainly not to the point of being unbearable. Could it be that gene locks vary from person to person? Lin Shi wondered inwardly, temporarily setting aside this question. A more pressing matter now lay before him. He walked toward the already deceased mutated wild boar. The aberrant beast should be what the treasure basin referred to as a first-tier source beast. But how was he supposed to absorb the so-called source force? Lin Shi crouched before the boar, lost in thought. Detected ownerless source force. Absorb. Yes, no. A line of text suddenly appeared on the treasure basin interface. Lin Shi's spirits lifted, and he said yes. Please maintain physical contact with the source beast. Note the absorption process must not be interrupted. If interrupted, the source force will dissipate and cannot be retrieved. Cannot be retrieved if interrupted. Lin Shi hesitated for a moment, then stored the boar's corpse in his spatial ring and headed toward the safe house. He had no idea how long the absorption process would take. Though no one was around now, it was better to be safe than sorry. Returning to the safe house was the safest option. Lin Shi quickly returned to the safe house, patted the devil dog's head, signaling it to stay obediently in the living room, and then entered a storage room he had originally intended for miscellaneous items. He retrieved the mutated wild boar's corpse from his spatial ring, and the treasure basin interface reappeared with a prompt: detected ownerless source force. Absorb. Yes, no. Lin Shi breathed a silent sigh of relief, placed his hand on the boar's sticky fur, and then said yes. As his words fell, the invisible source force was drawn from the mutated wild boar and surged into his body through the palm of his hand. Lin Shi felt a slight warmth in the hand and entire arm that touched the boar. Then a sensation of comfort, as if from his very cells and soul, washed over his entire body. After 2 minutes, this feeling ceased, and there was no further sensation. When Lin Shi withdrew his hand, he still felt a lingering sense of reluctance. So this is the feeling of evolution. Smacking his lips, Lin Shi stored the boar back into his spatial ring and went to wash his hands. Soon he noticed that his walking speed had increased slightly compared to before. Lin Shi also tested his strength and found it had improved slightly. His overall physical fitness had increased by about 10%. He could now be certain that source force was the key to rapid human evolution. Lin Shi recalled that at the onset of the apocalypse, the treasure basin had undergone a mutation: solar storm, arriving geomagnetic storm, forming source matter, rapidly generating source force, could enable biological evolution. This so-called source matter was the key for organisms to obtain source force and evolve. Acquiring the source matter to form source force was the key to becoming stronger. In his past life, scientists had discovered that animals and plants were mutating while humans only became more cold resistant. This proved that this source matter could be passively absorbed by animals and plants, but not by humans. Humans had to absorb it actively. That was why the resonance technique had been developed in his past life. During the 2 years he practiced resonance, Lin Shi had clearly felt his physical fitness improve, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to join forces with others to kill a single aberrant beast. He recalled that since the apocalypse began, he hadn't yet practiced the health preservation art. Now was the perfect opportunity to test which was more powerful, the health preservation art or resonance. Without further ado, Lin Shi began cultivating the health preservation art right in the living room. As he had expected, after practicing a set of the health preservation art, the warm sensation in his body became more pronounced, and he also experienced a tingling, numbing feeling similar to when he absorbed source force. Lin Shi then tried resonance and found its effect to be far inferior to the health preservation art. It was at least less than half as effective. A flash of light appeared in his palm, and the health preservation art materialized in his hand. It was still dirty, tattered, and worn. Health preservation art resonance. If he ever encountered that fat Taoist priest again, he would definitely ask where this health preservation art came from. Lin Shi put the health preservation art away again. Ordinary people could unlock gene locks, and now even aberrant beasts had appeared. This apocalypse was no longer like the one from his past life. The outside world would soon become fraught with danger. Lin Shi turned to look at the devil dog, who was lying on the carpet watching him with curiosity. He patted its head and said, "Demon King, let's work hard to grow stronger together. Woof! We'll have game meat for dinner. Woof!" That evening, Lin Shi processed the mutated wild boar. The enormous carcass weighed at least 400 gene and was very large. In his past life, he had heard that the meat of aberrant beasts was exceptionally delicious, and he had long wanted to try it. Lin Shi first cut a large piece for the devil dog, then pan-fried several wild boar steaks for himself. Indeed, the aberrant boar's meat was not as tough as ordinary wild boar and had little gamey smell. It was chewy and bursting with savory flavor. Lin Shi ate 7 pieces in one go before stopping. Even the devil dog had 2 extra pieces and licked its lips with lingering satisfaction. This might be related to how source force had transformed the source beast's life essence. After the meal, Lin Shi wanted to go out for a walk to aid digestion. The devil dog insisted on coming along, but since it had no fur yet, Lin Shi worried it might get cold, so he found some clothes, altered them, and put them on the dog. The devil dog was clearly a bit uncomfortable, but still accepted Lin Shi wrapping it up. Outside, heavy snow had begun to fall. In just a few hours, not a trace of blood on the ground could be seen. From the mountain overlooking half the small county town, everything was pitch black. Occasionally, a faint light flickered from a house, probably from lit candles. Demon King, there will never be a sea of lights in every home again. Lin Shi gazed at the dark expanse of heaven and earth, speaking in a low voice. He now understood the meaning behind this apocalypse. Humanity had stood at the top of the food chain, living in comfort for far too long. This apocalypse might be a forced way to make humans and other creatures compete anew. He also had a guess about why the first two apocalypses had restarted. Humanity had grown accustomed to relying on external tools and had forgotten to improve itself. In the early years of his past lives apocalypse, humans still tried to restore technological civilization. Lin Shi could imagine that after his death in the decades following the apocalypse, the evolution rate of animals and plants far outstripped that of humans, and their reproduction speed was several times faster. And humanity, falling behind step by step, ultimately headed toward extinction. As the only one who knew the truth, Lin Shi felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on his heart. What should he do? The devil dog looked up at Lin Shi, seeming to sense the weight in his heart, and came over to rub against his leg. Man and dog stood together on the dark, snow-covered ground, silent and still. The next day marked the dawn of the fourth day of the apocalypse. Early in the morning, Lin Shi was already practicing the health preservation art in the living room. Having realized that this cultivation technique could enhance his strength, he naturally devoted more time to its practice. After returning to the safe house the previous night, he had spent several hours training in the art, only ceasing when his limbs were too exhausted to lift, finally surrendering to sleep. Through the night, he had come to a clear realization. He was but a single individual incapable of swaying the entire world. Even if he were to approach the authorities and declare that this was the third apocalypse, that humanity must now focus on self-improvement rather than restoring technological civilization, the authorities would never heed his words. More likely, they would apprehend him, forcing him to reveal the source of his knowledge, or even kill him in an attempt to seize his treasure-gathering basin. The best outcome would be his confinement, reduced to a tool for those in power. Lin Shi was not so magnanimous as to sacrifice himself for all of humanity. Armed with the treasure-gathering basin, the health preservation art, and the truth of this apocalypse, he already stood ahead of everyone else. His foremost duty was to relentlessly strengthen himself. Only by becoming formidable enough to command the authorities' fear could he earn the right to speak with them on equal footing. An ant cannot influence the world, but a giant certainly can. Moreover, he needed to see if this world was worth his salvation, and to what extent it deserved his efforts. The worst outcome was merely mutual annihilation. With this thought, the faces of the Shun family flashed through Lin Shi's mind. In an instant, his eyes turned icy cold. Someone like Shen Fanren did not deserve to live. The Demon King, who had been watching Lin Shi cultivate, noticed his sudden terrifying expression. The dog's eyes widened as it instinctively recoiled. After concluding his practice, Lin Shi rested for a while, then prepared 2 ham and cheese sandwiches, boiled over 30 eggs, and poured 2 cups of milk, sharing everything equally with the Demon King. In this regard, he and the Demon King were quite compatible. Both possessed hearty appetites. After breakfast, he reattached the previously removed camera to the outer door's peephole. Outside, a blizzard had begun to rage. The sky and earth merged into one vast expanse of endless white snow. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 31 degrees Celsius. The villagers who had fled did not return to cause further trouble. Last night, countless lives must have been claimed by the cold in their sleep. Now they were likely preoccupied with their own survival. The official supplies that Li Wei had mentioned were still nowhere to be seen. Lin Shi realized that the temperature drop had occurred too swiftly and abruptly. The authorities had intended to distribute lighting supplies to calm the populace, but they had not anticipated that the need for visibility in the night would become irrelevant. What people truly required now were items for warmth and protection against the cold. Food. It wasn't that he coveted official supplies, he was merely curious to see how far the authorities in Sha City could go. Returning to the safe house, Lin Shi changed the bandages on the Demon King's wounds. The dog's recovery was astonishing. After a single day, the wounds showed no signs of inflammation or infection and were even beginning to scab over. As a precaution, Lin Shi administered another half-dose of anti-inflammatory injection. After the injection, the Demon King paced restlessly around the safe house, frequently glancing towards the door, seemingly overflowing with energy. "Once your wounds heal, it'll take you out," Lin Shi said helplessly. He pondered for a moment, recalling that among the pet supplies he had collected there were some toys. They might serve to help the Demon King pass the time. "They'll find some toys for you to play with," Lin Shi said, using his mind to communicate with his spatial storage, his consciousness sweeping across the vast space. Suddenly he noticed a box. A box materialized in his hand. It was the box from the briefcase that Shun Jinbin's bodyguard had been carrying into the hospital. After swapping the box for a pistol earlier, Lin Shi had been in a hurry to return to the safe house. Over the past few days, he had completely forgotten about the box's existence, only remembering it now. The Demon King, seeing the box in Lin Shi's hand, brought its bald head close to sniff it. "That's not it," Lin Shi said, nudging the dog's head away. In his other hand, a ball appeared, which he tossed to the Demon King. "Play with this." But the Demon King merely glanced at the ball before turning its attention back to the box in Lin Shi's hand, showing far more interest in it. Unable to dissuade the dog, Lin Shi said, "Then let's look at it together. But I don't know what's inside, so stay back a little." The Demon King obediently settled on the sofa opposite Lin Shi. Lin Shi carefully opened the box. Inside 6 blue pills were neatly arranged. They bore a striking resemblance to the blue pills he had obtained from Subject No. 2, though their shape was different and they were larger. At some point the Demon King had crept closer, sniffing the blue pills. These pills were originally intended to be delivered to Shun Jinbin to save his life. What exactly were they? Lin Shi picked one up. The moment his fingers touched the pill, the treasure-gathering basin suddenly displayed a prompt detected trace amounts of source material. Absorb. Yes, no. Lin Shi's heart jolted with surprise. These pills actually contained source material. He now understood perfectly what source material represented. Had Shin Fanren already been able to extract this substance before the apocalypse? His expression turned grave. Yes. Absorb. The next second, a faint warmth flowed from the finger touching the pill into Lin Shi's body. He felt a slight warmth in his arm, and then nothing more. He paused to sense the effect. Absorbing the pill felt somewhat similar to absorbing source power, but its efficacy was not even 1,000th of it. As for the pills left by Subject No. 2, the source material they contained was so pitifully scant that the treasure-gathering basin didn't even issue a prompt when Lin Shi held them. This allowed Lin Shi to breathe a small sigh of relief. If these pills contained a substantial amount of source material, he would have to reconsider whether to seek revenge against the Shin family. Before his death, Subject No. 2 had mentioned that Shin Fanren was cultivating gene warriors. If these pills were rich in source material, it would mean Shin Fanren had likely succeeded. As it stood, it seemed he had not. Moreover, these pills appeared to be extremely precious to Shin Fanren. Otherwise, he would not have sent only 6 pills when his own son was on the brink of death. Turning his head, Lin Shi saw the Demon King still sniffing the pills with a look of intense longing. He asked, "Want to eat one?" The Demon King barked, "Woof." Source material was beneficial to both humans and animals. However, this minuscule amount of source material was far less potent than a single session of practicing the health preservation art. Without hesitation, Lin Shi tossed a pill into the Demon King's mouth. The dog swallowed it and licked its lips. Seeing no abnormal reaction from the Demon King, Lin Shi fed it the remaining 5 pills. What he had done on a whim led to an unexpected surprise the very next day. The following day, as Lin Shi just awoke, the treasure-gathering basin in his mind suddenly issued a prompt detected a first-tier source beast within a 2-meter radius. This warning startled Lin Shi so much that he leaped out of bed. Within 2 meters. Wasn't that right inside his own room? What kind of source beast could breach the shelter's defenses and enter his chamber directly? In an instant, Lin Shi felt every hair on his body stand on end. As it turned out, the room held no one but himself and the Demon King lying on the carpet. There was no other living being. The Demon King, too, was roused by Lin Shi's commotion. Man and dog stared at each other, eyes wide. Seeing Lin Shi awake, the Demon King approached, tail wagging, and rubbed against him. After a long moment, Lin Shi finally confirmed that the first-rank source beast, the cornucopia, had alerted him to was none other than the Demon King. He couldn't help but be astounded. He examined the Demon King closely. There were no obvious changes in its appearance. Only the grievous wounds from before had all scabbed over overnight. Even the wounds he had stitched up were mostly healed. At this rate of recovery, as long as he was careful, the Demon King would be fully healed in a few days. Such formidable self-healing ability. After the shock came a surge of ecstasy. I can actually have a source beast as a companion. Lin Shi revealed a rare grin, his white teeth gleaming. He stroked the Demon King again and again. The Demon King's heterochromatic eyes seemed more alert than before. The blue one grew clearer and brighter, the red one more eerie. Upon becoming a source beast, its intelligence increased. Lin Shi held up 2 fingers and asked, "How many is this?" "Woof, woof, and this, woof, woof, woof. What's this plus this? Woof, 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 woof." After testing, Lin Shi determined that the Demon King's intelligence was at least equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human. Perhaps with further learning, its intelligence would grow even higher. Lin Shi carefully removed the stitches from the Demon King. He surmised that the Demon King had already absorbed a considerable amount of source material beforehand, reaching the threshold of evolution. That was why after eating the pill he had fed it had evolved directly. After the stitches were removed, the Demon King licked Lin Shi. "Good dog." Lin Shi reached out and patted the Demon King's head. As before, the Demon King wagged its tail rapidly upon hearing Lin Shi's praise. Becoming a source beast had not affected the Demon King's temperament. Throughout the following day, Lin Shi's observations confirmed this further. He had a premonition that the Demon King would become his greatest asset, second only to the cornucopia. 3 more days passed. The blizzard gave this city, which had never seen snow, a true taste of an icy, frozen world. The temperature had plummeted to over -30 degrees Celsius, and at night it dropped even further, reaching over -50 degrees Celsius. In his past life, Lin Shi had not come to Sha City, but he remembered that on the 4th day in Sanyuan City the temperature was over -50 degrees Celsius with a nighttime low of -80 degrees Celsius. By now the temperature in the north had probably fallen to between -70 and -90 degrees Celsius, hadn't it? If Lin Shi were in Sanyuan City in this life, he would have found that the daytime temperature had already dropped to over minus 60 degrees Celsius, with nighttime lows exceeding minus 80 or even minus 90 degrees Celsius. In the north, if anyone passed through with thermal imaging equipment, they would see that very few living beings remained. Cities near the extreme north showed no signs of life at all. This extreme cold apocalypse was even more frigid than the last one. During these days, Lin Shi stayed in the safe house eating and drinking with the Demon King daily, cultivating the health preservation art. Outside it was over minus 30 degrees Celsius, but inside with the heater burning it was over 20 degrees Celsius. Other survivors wrapped themselves in whatever clothes, curtains, and sheets they could find, yet still could not withstand the biting chill. Lin Shi, however, stayed in the safe house wearing only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. When he broke into a sweat from cultivating the health preservation art, he would even treat himself to a glass of fresh squeezed fruit juice as a cold drink. The relentless blizzard made those who had once prided themselves on living in high-rise buildings deeply regret their choices as the storm shattered their glass windows and French windows. Cold wind poured into the rooms from every corner, leaving the entire suite in disarray. Not only was there no electricity, but the water pipes were also frozen. Without running water, survivors had to use basins and buckets to collect snow and melt it for use. After freezing and ruining many plastic buckets, they finally thought to bring out the stainless steel basins they had stashed away. With natural gas also cut off, survivors without gas stoves could only despairingly eat raw food while waiting for rescue. As for Lin Shi, because he had sealed the well in advance, and all the water pipes were connected to the safe house from at least 6 meters underground, they were not frozen and remained usable. Moreover, even if the well water froze, he had installed a stainless steel water tank beneath the safe house during its construction, so his water supply would not be affected. Lin Shi spent his days contentedly grilling meat, cooking hot pot, and making boiled fish. When bored, he watched downloaded shows and started teaching the Demon King the standard 9-year compulsory education curriculum. Apart from not being able to go out and having to shovel snow every day, his life was no different from before the apocalypse. Life for the villagers at the foot of the mountain was far less comfortable. After fleeing from Lin Shi's place, they lost over a dozen more lives to the mutated wild boars. Those who had not joined the expedition discovered that in just 2 or 3 hours the group of several dozen had shrunk by nearly half upon their return. After hearing what had happened on the mountain, and losing the village chief, their pillar of strength, the villagers fell into chaos. Some wailed in grief, some sought help from the security officers, and others prepared to grab weapons and rush up the mountain to fight. It was utter pandemonium. Then the blizzard struck. Though they lived in a mountain village, the villagers who had resided in Sha City for decades had no experience with extreme cold. The windows of their self-built houses were not as thick as the soundproof glass in the city. On the first night, most of the village's windows shattered under the sudden temperature drop and the force of the blizzard. Fortunately, every household in Wulong village had some wood and timber on hand. They worked through the night to make makeshift repairs, barely managing to withstand the storm. However, by morning, a third of the villagers had fallen ill with fevers. Moreover, the windows repaired with would still let in drafts. Most villagers had to move their beds to rooms without windows or to the ground floor hall. Still, they were better off than city dwellers, as most village households used gas canisters and many still cooked with firewood. Furthermore, every family had a habit of keeping candles and flashlights on hand. Food and lighting were not yet major problems. But as the blizzard raged on for days without pause, many of the sick villagers could no longer hold on. In the howling wind, several elderly villagers quietly passed away. One morning, those who could still wake from their dreams found that the blizzard that had raged for several days had finally ceased. The long-absent sun once again appeared in people's sight. As the sun once again bathed the earth in its light, those who had survived rejoiced, believing this nightmare was finally over. Yet soon people noticed the sun was no longer as bright and warm as before. Even standing under its rays, they felt little warmth. Those living on the first floor without eaves to shield them from the snow soon found their doors impossible to push open. The relentless blizzard had piled over 1 meter of snow on the entire city of Sha. Those with windows could only climb out to clear the snow from their doorways, while those without had to find a way down from the second floor. But this was no problem for Lin Shi. When designing his safe house, he had learned from his past life and had the doors installed to open inward. No matter how thick the snow outside, the door could always be opened, though he still had to regularly clear the snow to avoid being buried. Now the door of the safe house swung open. Lin Shi and the Demon King stepped out. The Demon King's wounds had fully healed. The once bloody gashes had turned into pinkish scars. The fur that had been shaved off had grown back, a thin layer of fuzz covering its body after just a few days. Yet it was still not enough to withstand the outdoor temperature, so the Demon King wore an ugly outfit Lin Shi had tailored for it. Lin Shi, on the other hand, was clad in a waterproof and cold-resistant jacket over thermal underwear and a constant temperature high-neck sweater. He wore anti-slip snow boots, insulated waterproof gloves, a windproof hat, and even a windproof mask over his face. Finally, he put on ski goggles to protect his eyes from the glare of the snow-reflected sunlight. He was fully armed. Lin Shi took out a set of ski equipment from his space, strapped on the skis, and once ready said to the Demon King, who was already eager to go, "Let's move. Don't run too fast, and watch your turns." At the word move, the Demon King bolted like an unleashed wild horse dashing across the snow. Lin Shi smiled helplessly and chased after it. Man and dog soon descended the mountain. After descending, Lin Shi put away his skis and trudged with the Demon King toward the city, their feet sinking deep into the snow. Many others on the road were also waddling out of their homes, bundled up. A glance revealed they had worn every piece of clothing they owned. Compared to them, Lin Shi seemed lightly dressed. Yet who was truly warmer was evident from the purple lips and red exposed faces and hands of those people. A young man, eyeing Lin Shi's gear with envy, called out, "Hey, big brother with the dog." Seeing Lin Shi seemed not to hear the young man, jogged over, tripping on the snow and falling into a drift, but quickly got up and continued toward him. Only when the young man caught up did Lin Shi stop and turn his gaze cold as he looked at the youth, whose face was flushed from the cold. "My name is Qian Liang. What's your surname, big brother?" Qian Liang brushed the snow off himself, looking at Lin Shi with a fawning expression. Lin Shi said, "Get to the point." Qian Liang eyed Lin Shi's outfit, his envy undisguised. "I just wanted to ask, where did you buy this set?" "I want one too." "The city mall," Lin Shi replied curtly and walked away. Hey, big brother, don't go yet." Qian Liang followed, asking as he walked, "How much does a set cost? Do you have any spares at home? Could you lend me one first?" Lin Shi frowned and shot Qian Liang a cold glare. "Go buy it yourself. Stop following me, or it'll be rude." The Demon King also halted, eyeing Qian Liang with a threatening growl. Qian Liang glanced fearfully at the Demon King, which was larger than any dog he had ever seen. All right. Take care, big brother." After Lin Shi had walked far, Qian Liang spat in his direction, "Tui, riding on the dog's power. What's so great about that?" Just then a middle-aged man in a down jacket walked past Qian Liang. Qian Liang immediately approached. "Big brother, that jacket you're wearing. Get lost." A few days earlier, when he had come out, some shops were still open despite the power outage. Today there were none. After the nightmare of the past few days, people finally realized that if they didn't frantically gather food and cold weather supplies, they wouldn't survive. On the streets, many people were using various tools and weapons to smash into shops. Some groups swarmed and looted clothing and food stores. Others directly snatched supplies from people's hands. Some even killed in broad daylight. Social order had completely collapsed. Lin Shi led the Demon King to the entrance of a jewelry store. His purpose this time was to collect gold to upgrade the cornucopia, which had not been upgraded for a long time. The cornucopia had a mysterious origin capable of predicting the apocalypse and knowing terms like source power and source beast that no one had heard of in his past life. It was as mysterious as if it knew everything. Its abilities to replicate and store items were unheard of and unseen. It could even allow one to be reborn. Perhaps when he upgraded the cornucopia to a certain level, he would uncover some unexpected surprises. Thus Lin Shi had never forgotten about upgrading the cornucopia. He signaled the Demon King to step back, then took out a hammer he had prepared and swung it heavily at the tempered glass of the jewelry store. With his current strength, one strike shattered the glass into countless tiny fragments. After a few more strikes, the entire pane crashed down with a loud clatter, scattering glass shards all over. The store was silent. No piercing alarms, no screaming staff. Leaving the Demon King to guard outside, Lin Shi walked directly into the store, smashing open counter after counter, collecting gold, silver, platinum, rose gold, and diamonds. Anything of value he stuffed into his backpack. Then he transferred most of the backpack's contents into his space. The whole process took less than half an hour. He didn't directly use his space to take the gold from the counters, because if later arrivals saw the counters intact, but the gold missing, it would increase the risk of exposing his possession of the cornucopia. After finishing one store, he led the Demon King to the next. Before the apocalypse, Lin Shi had explored the city and knew there were many jewelry stores. Along the way, he looted 8 stores, including 3 large ones. The gold and jewels he collected would have been worth at least 100 million before the apocalypse. With many shops and malls in the city, there were plenty of people scavenging for supplies. Some saw Lin Shi breaking into jewelry stores and wanted to share, but were all scared off by the Demon King guarding outside. Others watched Lin Shi collect gold and silver, items that couldn't be eaten or worn, and secretly mocked him for his foolishness. At noon, Lin Shi and the Demon King had a meal in one of the jewelry stores he had already stripped clean. Using his backpack as cover, he took out some pre-made beef patties from his space and shared them with the Demon King. Though the store was empty, he still had to be cautious. The lessons from his past life taught him never to let his guard down. As man and dog were eating with relish, footsteps sounded from the entrance of the jewelry store. A middle-aged couple, along with a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18 and a boy of about 10, passed by the shop and caught Lin Shi's attention. Both the 2 middle-aged individuals and the girl carried large bags while the boy had his hands empty. They looked like a family of 4 out searching for supplies. As they reached the gold shop's entrance, they glanced inside the wide-open store, seemingly considering entering. Lin Shi spoke up to warn them, This place is occupied. If you need to rest, go somewhere else. Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, the two middle-aged individuals prepared to leave, but the boy halted. Is this your place? I'll go in if I want. The boy wore a sour expression as if the whole world owed him a fortune, and his tone was aggressive. Kicking at the shattered glass, he was about to step inside, when the girl quickly pulled him back. Aki, don't cause trouble. Yet these words seemed to strike a nerve in the young man, who shook off her hand and cursed as he strode into the shop. I'm coming in, what's it to you, you brat? The boy named Aki walked straight up to Lin Shi. Only upon seeing the demon dog did he involuntarily step back a few paces. However, catching sight of the beef patty in the demon's mouth and Lin Shi's hand, he halted again. He stared intently at the beef patty. Meanwhile, the other three followed him inside. The middle-aged couple who had initially intended to call Akiu out found their gaze fixed on the beef patty as well, though only a few days had passed since the loss of electricity and gas. For those accustomed to cooked meals and daily meat, these days felt as torturous as eating dirt. Young man, isn't it wasteful to feed such fine meat patties to a dog? The middle-aged woman remarked, eyeing the patty near the demon's mouth with regret. Hearing her words, the demon dog grew displeased. It raised its head and glared at the woman with a menacing look, as if ready to abandon the patty and go for human flesh instead. The woman, frightened, fell silent and hid behind the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man swallowed hard at the sight of the beef patty, then addressed Lin Shi. Young man, you should leash such a large dog when you take it out. What if it bites someone? How about tying it up? If you're afraid of being bitten, you can leave. You've already interrupted our meal. Lin Shi replied coolly. The man was taken aback by his words, a hint of displeasure crossing his face, but after glancing at the demon dog, he said nothing. Then the boy named Akiu spoke up. Mom, I want to eat a beef patty. The middle-aged woman looked awkwardly at Lin Shi and pulled the boy. Mom will make you some at home. Let's go. There's no meat at home, not even a hot meal. I want a beef patty, I want one now. The boy tugged at his mother's clothes and stomped his feet. I'm not leaving without a beef patty. Annoyed by the racket, Lin Shi lifted his gaze to the boy, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. The boy was instantly intimidated and fell silent. Young man, could we trade these things for 4? No, 3 beef patties. The girl among the 4 also kept her eyes fixed on the patty, then lowered her head. Without a second thought, Lin Shi refused. No. The woman's bag contained nothing but summer clothes, curtains, and carpets, utterly useless to him. How about 2, or even just 1? Please help us, my son hasn't eaten meat in days, he's starving. The demon dog scanned the boy's round belly and round face, tilting its head as if puzzled by the woman's lies. Seeing Lin Shi unwilling to trade, the middle-aged man snapped. He'd rather feed a dog than help us. Stop making a fool of ourselves. Let's go. The middle-aged woman sighed helplessly, pulled the boy, and the family headed out. Lin Shi ignored them and continued his lunch, casually stuffing another beef patty into the demon dog's mouth after it had finished the first. But the dog didn't take it. Instead, it suddenly raised its head and looked outside. Lin Shi followed the dog's gaze and turned to look at the street outside. Just then, the boy named Akiu broke free from the woman's grip and lunged forward to snatch the patty Lin Shi was about to feed the demon. Give it to me. Lin Shi noticed the boy charging for the patty, and a flash of killing intent emanated from him. At the same moment, the demon dog's aura shifted instantaneously, and it snapped at the boy now before it. It bit off the boy's hand in one go. Off. 2 screams rang out simultaneously, one from the boy, the other from the middle-aged woman. The woman rushed over and embraced the boy, who had fainted from the pain, frantically calling his name. The demon dog spat out the blood-drenched hand, as if discarding something filthy. By now, faint sounds of commotion could be heard from outside. Lin Shi prepared to step out and check the situation. Stop right there. The middle-aged man, his eyes blazing with fury, confronted Lin Shi. Your dog bit off my son's hand, and you think you can just walk away? Without turning back, Lin Shi replied. He charged at me to steal. It's already merciful that my dog didn't kill him. He patted the demon dog's head and said, next time someone tries to snatch like that, just kill them outright. The dog nodded obediently and turned its gaze back to the boy, as if contemplating whether to go over and finish him off now. Do you have any humanity? Feeding food to a dog and being so reckless with human life. The middle-aged man raged, but dared not step forward to avenge his son. At that moment, clear screams and panicked footsteps echoed from the street outside. Help! A crowd was frantically fleeing down the street. Behind them, a black and brown tabby cat as large as a wildcat was chasing the group with savage speed. Its eyes, wild and malevolent, had clearly lost the lazy, docile nature of an ordinary cat. Each time its sharp claws caught someone, they pierced straight through the body, tearing off a chunk of flesh. After pouncing on a person, it would maul them until they were a bloody mess beneath its paws before moving on to the next victim. It seemed to have already regarded humans as mice beneath its claws. After toying with another person to death, it leaped with extraordinary agility, landing ahead of the fleeing crowd. It stared mockingly at the desperate humans. As the cat approached within 100 meters of the shop, the treasure bowl interface before Lin Shi issued a warning: a first-tier source beast detected within 100 meters. Another source beast had appeared, Catching sight of another source beast, Lin Shi's expression hardened. Having been caught off guard last time by the sudden prompt from the treasure-gathering basin, and failing to shoot the mutated boar in advance, he was determined not to make the same mistake again. At that moment, the Demon King beside him suddenly erupted with intense battle fervor, its eyes fixed on the mutated tabby cat with hostility. The Demon King paced a few steps on the spot, then looked up at Lin Shi, seemingly seeking his approval with its gaze. "You want to take on that cat?" Lin Shi immediately grasped the Demon King's intention. The Demon King nodded. Since source beasts were to be killed anyway, Lin Shi was not one to pass up an opportunity to rapidly enhance his strength. The fact that the Demon King had volunteered for battle caught him slightly off guard. However, this also provided a perfect chance to assess the Demon King's combat prowess, as it mattered not whose hands the source beast fell to. He then asked, "Need any help?" The Demon King nudged Lin Shi with its head, pushing him back a step. The gesture meant he should refrain from interfering. "All right, go ahead." With him standing guard on the sidelines, he would ensure the Demon King came to no harm. The Demon King cast a grateful glance at Lin Shi before slowly advancing toward the cat. At the same time, the mutated tabby cat seemed to sense something and turned its head to fix its gaze on the Demon King. Upon seeing the Demon King, the cat immediately abandoned the group of humans, its eyes locked intently on the approaching canine. Its entire body arched as it let out a warning hiss, meow. The Demon King quickened its pace and lunged forward with a fierce pounce. Both being source beasts, the Demon King boasted a larger frame, but the tabby cat possessed astonishing speed. A cat-dog battle was about to erupt. As Lin Shi focused intently on the clash outside, a dispute arose among the family of three inside the gold shop. "Husband, hurry, take Achio to the hospital." The middle-aged woman pressed a cloth against the boy's wound, carefully wrapping the severed hand. "Do you have any idea what the hospitals are like right now? Where are there still doctors? These past few days hospitals have seen the most deaths. And with that giant cat outside, how are we supposed to get out?" Over the past few days, hospitals had become one of the most chaotic places in the city. 2 days prior, countless wounded, frostbitten, and feverish people had rushed to the hospitals only to be trapped there by the blizzard. Hospitals were overflowing with people, yet they lacked the resources to accommodate such a multitude. What people driven to desperation by hunger and cold would do when faced with life and death was all too predictable. The hospitals had now become a living hell. "What are we supposed to do? Are we just going to let Achio die here?" The middle-aged woman cried out in panic. "Mom, you should tie a rope around Achio's wound to slow the bleeding." The girl who had been silent until now suddenly spoke up. Hearing the girl's words, the middle-aged woman who had been playing the part of a loving mother instantly changed her demeanor, her tone sharp and venomous. "What do you know, you useless girl? Are you trying to make your brother a cripple?" The girl cowered, mumbling in a low voice, "I read about this online. If he keeps bleeding like this, he'll die from blood loss." Her words were like setting off 2 powder kegs. The middle-aged man strode forward and delivered a vicious slap across the girl's face. He vented the fury he could not unleash on Lin Shi onto the girl. "You just want your brother dead, don't you? You worthless, despicable thing. Why didn't you stop Achio from coming in? Why didn't you help your brother grab the meat pie? Why wasn't it you who got bitten?" The girl was knocked to the ground, shards of glass digging deep into her palm. Yet the middle-aged couple remained utterly indifferent to her plight. The woman continued to curse the girl with venomous words. "If anything happens to your brother, you'll be sorry." The girl rose to her feet, numbly, silently picking out the glass shards embedded in her palm as blood streamed down her hand. An obscure, unreadable darkness flickered in her eyes. The battle between animals was primal and brutal. Within just a few minutes, both the cat and the dog had sustained injuries. The people who had been chased by the tabby cat took advantage of the fight to flee without a trace. The tabby cat was now limping, its right leg having been bitten by the Demon King at some point. Meanwhile, the Demon King bore 3 bloody gashes beneath its eye from the cat's claws, barely missing its eye, and its legs were covered in deep, bone-deep lacerations. Lin Shi's heart tightened. If the Demon King's life was in danger, he was ready to draw his ranged weapon and intervene at any moment. The Demon King's powerful lunge was dodged once again by the tabby cat. The cat twisted around, swiftly swiping its claws at the Demon King's body. The sharp claws glinted in the sunlight as they tore through the Demon King's down jacket, sending feathers flying. Just then a glint of killing intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. A pistol materialized silently from his sleeve. A girl's scream rang out from behind him. "Run! They're going to kill you." Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, the middle-aged couple had circled around to a spot not far behind him, each brandishing a knife. Their eyes, filled with murderous intent and madness, were fixed on Lin Shi, their intentions all too clear. "Damn it! That ungrateful bitch." Seeing that Lin Shi had spotted them, the middle-aged man shot a vicious glare at the girl. No longer bothering to conceal his intentions, he spoke in a sinister tone. "Your dog isn't by your side now, boy. You harmed my son, and I'm going to chop your bones into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Stop wasting words with him. Kill him. You can have his clothes, and I want the beef patties," the middle-aged woman urged impatiently. In truth, they had been eyeing Lin Shi for some time. They had initially targeted his dog as well, but they hadn't expected the Demon King to be so ferocious. After realizing the dog by Lin Shi's side was not easy to deal with, they had considered leaving and lying in ambush at night, using the girl to lure the dog away before making their move. But before they could act, their son had gotten himself into trouble. Still, striking now was just as good. While the dog was away, they would kill this brat. Woof! Sensing the threat to Lin Shi, the Demon King let out an enraged roar. It pinned the lunging tabby cat to the ground with a single paw, and with even greater ferocity sank its teeth into the cat's already injured right leg. This bite sealed the outcome. The tabby cat's right leg was severed cleanly, eliciting a piercing shriek of agony. The Demon King seized the opportunity to pin the tabby cat down. Its overwhelming strength came into play as its sharp claws held the struggling cat firmly to the ground. The tabby cat thrashed in its death throes, clawing wildly at the Demon King's legs, but in the next instant the Demon King snapped its neck with a decisive stomp. Meanwhile, an unexpected turn of events unfolded with Lin Shi. Just as the middle-aged couple charged at him with their knives, the girl who had been cowering in the corner suddenly brandished a cleaver from somewhere and swung it at the couple. No one present had anticipated such a sudden turn of events. The girl, who had initially been the least conspicuous among the four, appearing timid and scarcely daring to speak, suddenly committed such a shocking act. She seemed frail yet possessed immense strength. With a single stroke, she nearly severed the middle-aged man's neck halfway. Shortly after, the middle-aged woman was also caught off guard and struck down by the girl. Lin Shi, encountering such a situation for the first time, wore a slightly surprised expression. After the demon cat killed the tabby, it swiftly ran back to Lin Shi's side. Lin Shi patted the demon cat's head, offering affirmation. He retrieved medical supplies from his backpack, tending to the demon cat's wounds with simple treatment while observing the unfolding events from the corner of his eye. On the other side, the middle-aged man, his carotid artery severed, soon began convulsing from massive blood loss, his eyes rolling back. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman was still struggling desperately, thrusting the fruit knife in her hand at the girl. The girl dodged slightly, taking a stab to her arm, yet her movements did not cease. She struck the middle-aged woman on the head once more. Even after the woman lay still, she continued to hack away blow after blow. Blood splattered as if the figures beneath the blade were not her parents, but two slabs of pork. It was only when both bodies were reduced to a bloody pulp that the girl stopped. She rose, knife in hand, and moved like a walking corpse to the side of the unconscious boy, whispering, "Let's descend into hell together, little brother." With that, she brought the knife down on the defenseless boy. Several strokes severed the boy's head. Having accomplished this, the girl holding the knife walked toward Lin Shi. Yet halfway there, she cast the knife aside, her soul seemingly lost, and said to Lin Shi, "Kill me." "Why should I kill you?" Lin Shi asked, baffled. He killed only to protect himself and his interests. This girl had neither attacked nor insulted him. She had even offered a warning. Although he had already sensed the killing intent behind him at the time it showed, she bore him no ill will. She had also resolved to trouble for him. He had no reason to slay her. The girl's eyes lost their luster. "I killed my parents and kin. A scumbag like me, shouldn't I be killed?" Lin Shi found it absurd. "What does your killing your family have to do with me? Besides, some people don't deserve to be parents." At that moment, Lin Shi thought of LVCU, a dark surge in his eyes. He patted the demon cat and said, "Let's go." When Lin Shi and the demon cat returned to the tabby's side, some who had fled earlier had already come back. But they only watched from a distance, not daring to approach. The tabby was dead, but wasn't the demon cat that killed it still there? Lin Shi paid no heed to the surrounding gazes and had the demon cat pick up the tabby's corpse and leave. Those who had hoped Lin Shi might not take the tabby's body showed disappointment. They had thought they might get a chance to scavenge some meat. However, the remaining severed leg of the tabby bitten off by the demon cat still sparked a scramble among many. Regardless of what meat it was still meat. After walking some distance, Lin Shi stopped and shouted toward a corner behind him, "Come out." The girl, covered in blood and carrying a large bag, cautiously emerged from the corner. It was the same girl who had just killed her entire family. "Why are you following me?" Lin Shi frowned. The girl took a few steps closer, stopping only when she heard the demon cat's threatening growl. "Can I follow you?" "No." Lin Shi refused without hesitation. Not killing her didn't mean he could accept her. "I can do anything. Don't judge by my size. I'm strong, I can endure hardship, and I eat very little." The girl tried desperately to sell herself. "I already have companions by my side." Lin Shi warned the girl with a sharp gaze, "Don't follow me anymore. I won't hesitate to kill." He would no longer form bonds with anyone, nor would he trust even a servant to stay by his side. "My name is Qin Shuang." The girl shouted at Lin Shi's retreating back. Seeing him not look back, Qin Shuang's gaze grew resolute, and she departed in another direction. The sensation of being watched gradually faded. Lin Shi found a secluded, empty corner and stored the tabby's corpse in his space. In the afternoon, Lin Shi took out his previously marked map and continued looting jewelry stores. After plundering over a dozen shops, he encountered an unexpected person at the entrance of one. "Are you following me?" Lin Shi's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Qin Shuang, who had appeared before him again. Qin Shuang quickly defended herself, "I'm not following you. I came to this jewelry store to look for things." At that moment, Lin Shi noticed Qin Shuang holding a fire axe. So she was also after gold. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Because he had run into this girl twice in one day, he instinctively thought she was trying to cling to him. Lin Shi bypassed Qin Shuang and walked on, but she called out to him. Wait. Lin Shi turned around looking at Qin Shuang with some impatience. Qin Shuang set down her large bag, which had grown noticeably heavier over the afternoon. She opened it, revealing a pile of various gold jewelry amid the clutter. Her eyes bright, she grabbed a handful of gold and held it out to Lin Shi. These are for you. Lin Shi's impatient expression shifted slightly. Why give them to me? Don't you need gold? I collected all the gold from 4 jewelry stores this afternoon. Lin Shi said coldly, if I need it, I can collect it myself. Even if you waste your time finding these things, I won't take you in. I know. Qin Shuang's hand dropped, tightening around the gold jewelry, and she lowered her head. I know I'm worthless and can only rely on myself. I just wanted to thank you for not pushing me away when I was at my most desperate. No need for thanks. I did nothing, Lin Shi said matter-of-factly. But Qin Shuang looked at him firmly and said, I believe you did. This gold is useless to me, so please take it. Lin Shi wanted the gold, but he wouldn't owe a favor for nothing. If you insist on giving it to me, I'll trade something for it. Lin Shi took a strip of anti-inflammatory pills, a bottle of iodine, and a roll of bandages from his backpack. Before the apocalypse, anyone would have thought Lin Shi insane for trading so much gold for such a small amount of medicine. But now, with medicines in pharmacies and hospitals already looted, medical supplies were far more precious than gold. Qin Shuang's arm had been stabbed by the middle-aged woman earlier. If left untreated, the wound could become inflamed and infected, potentially fatal in the current environment. These medicines were priceless to her. For Lin Shi, trading a little medicine for nearly 30 or 40 gene of gold was a huge gain. Moreover, he would earn this girl's gratitude. A glimmer shone in Lin Shi's eyes. He realized this girl was not quite ordinary. A girl could carry so much gold, a sack full of supplies, and a fire axe weighing several gene in her hand. Such strength could not be simply described as being strong. Moreover, Lin Shi had seen the girl's arm stabbed by a middle-aged woman, yet she continued gathering supplies as if nothing had happened. He lowered his head to glance at the Demon King's wound. It had stopped bleeding. Thinking of something, Lin Shi took out several packs of instant noodles he had collected from the container earlier and handed them to Qin Shuang along with the medicine. Qin Shuang's eyes reddened slightly as she took them from Lin Shi with trembling hands. Thank you. Lin Shi placed the gold from Qin Shuang's bag into his own backpack and said, I have to go or it will be dark soon. It was not yet 4 in the afternoon, but the sky had already begun to darken. The arrival of extreme cold made the nights much longer than the days. Without lights, the night was far more dangerous than the day. What's your name? Qin Shuang's voice came from behind. Lin Shi thought for a moment and replied without turning his head, My name is Li Hao. Lin Shi returned to the safe house with the Demon King before dark. After returning, he first checked the wound the Demon King had sustained today. The wound had indeed healed quickly and was no longer bleeding. Lin Shi once again marveled at the astonishing recovery ability of the source beast and carefully treated some of the deeper wounds. He let the Demon King rest in the living room, went into the utility room, and locked the door, then took out the corpse of the tabby cat. Unattached source power detected. Absorb. Yes, no. Upon receiving the prompt from the cornucopia, Lin Shi said, without hesitation, yes. As with the absorption of the wild boar earlier, a warm current flowed from his arm into his body, bringing an indescribably wonderful sensation that spread through every limb and joint. It was a sublime feeling of the essence of life being elevated. Suddenly, Lin Shi's body trembled. The genetic lock within him had automatically unlocked at this moment. Just as he felt astonishment, an unprecedented sense of power surged into his heart. What is this? Lin Shi examined his body in amazement. This feeling was too miraculous and incredible. At this moment, his mind was as clear and calm as when he had unlocked the first stage of the genetic lock, and the power within his body was continuously increasing. He suddenly had the illusion that he could fight a source beast with his bare hands. Lin Shi tentatively threw a punch at the air. The fist wind cut through the air, producing a whistling sound. His brain calculated the force of the punch at that moment. It was actually 10 times stronger than before. It had far surpassed the strength achievable by a normal human. And this was just a casual punch from Lin Shi. Is this the second stage of the genetic lock? Lin Shi was extremely shocked and jumped straight up. He easily touched the ceiling. He tried jogging a few steps, and in the blink of an eye crossed from one end of the utility room to the other. At such a high speed in a room that was not particularly spacious, Lin Shi went from acceleration to a stop in one smooth motion, halting just in front of the wall without crashing into it. This could only be achieved with perfect control of strength. If a normal person's strength and speed suddenly increased, they would not only be unable to adapt to their own power quickly, they might also experience uncoordinated limbs or even accidentally injure themselves. It would take time to practice and adapt. But with the genetic lock unlocked, Lin Shi's brain could precisely control every ounce of power in his body, and the power within seemed to surge forth endlessly. This feeling was too powerful. This time the duration of the genetic lock lasted 8 seconds. After exiting the genetic lock state, Lin Shi's body swayed, and he knelt on one knee on the ground. His limbs were weak and there was a faint ache in his body, but the aftereffects were far milder than after the first time he had unlocked the genetic lock. Perhaps it has to do with me absorbing the source power of 2 source beasts, Lin Shi thought. According to what he had learned from number 2, the aftereffects of unlocking the genetic lock were supposed to become increasingly severe, yet his condition was indeed improving. Source power. Lin Shi knew that source power was the key. Could absorbing the source power of 2 first-stage source beasts in a row unlock the second-stage genetic lock? Or had my body already absorbed some source material before this? He wondered secretly. Lin Shi was unaware that the cornucopia had automatically absorbed source material while he was unconscious, otherwise he would not have had this doubt. After resting for about 10 minutes, although Lin Shi's limbs were still a bit weak, he had gradually recovered. He tried to unlock the genetic lock again, but got no response. When the genetic lock was activated, he was indeed very strong, but Lin Shi still could not figure out how to unlock it voluntarily. Aside from life-and-death moments, or when his emotions reached a certain peak, Lin Shi had yet to find another way to actively initiate the genetic lock. Moreover, after observing the fight between the Demon King and the tabby cat, Lin Shi discovered that apart from humans, other animals did not seem to have the concept or ability to unlock genetic locks. They more directly enhanced their physical strength and underwent some external changes in size. The evolutionary paths of humans and source beasts were not the same. Everything was still in the exploratory stage, and Lin Shi could only slowly uncover the mysteries. He put the tabby cat's corpse back into the space and opened the utility room door. The Demon King was lying at the door waiting for him at some unknown time. Waiting for me? Lin Shi was slightly surprised and crouched down to pet the Demon King. The Demon King circled Lin Shi twice, sniffing him constantly, as if confirming something. What's wrong? Lin Shi asked with a smile. The Demon King rubbed its nose against Lin Shi's palm, its lively eyes full of affection and a hint of reverence. Thinking the Demon King was hungry, Lin Shi patted its head and said, "Are you hungry? Come on, let's eat." After a hearty dinner, Lin Shi took out all the gold, platinum, diamonds, silver, and other jewelry he had collected today from the space and placed them on the living room floor. The gold collected today weighed at least several hundred kilograms, and the other silver, rose gold, and diamond jewelry added up to about the same. The entire living room floor glittered with gold, a dazzling sight. Replicas could not be used for upgrades, and aside from upgrading, these items had no further value for replication. Lin Shi looked at the cornucopia interface before him. Cornucopia storage space, 969696 wealth points required for upgrade, 32,000 function item replication, 21 wealth points required for upgrade, 58500. He crouched down, placed his hand on the pile of jewelry, took a light breath, and said, "Upgrade item replication." As Lin Shi's voice faded, the interface before him shimmered with a faint golden light, and a portion of the jewelry piled like a small mountain instantly vanished. The numbers on the cornucopia interface danced rapidly before settling. Cornucopia storage space, 969696 upgrade, cost 32,000 wealth points. Function item duplication, 45 upgrade, cost 160000 wealth points. The pattern for upgrading item duplications was an increase of 3 for the first upgrade, 6 for the second, 12 for the third, and this was Lin Shi's fourth upgrade, granting a full 24 additions. Simultaneously, the precious metals required for the next upgrade had increased. It was previously 800, but after Lin Shi fed excess gold to the item duplication feature, it dropped to 58000. Now it had directly jumped to 16000. 160,000 wealth points equated to 160 kilograms of gold. Rose gold and platinum could also be consumed, but they did not achieve the 1:1 ratio that gold did. Silver required 100 G to exchange for a single wealth point. As for diamonds, the cornucopia seemed to disregard these stones inflated to astronomical prices. Or perhaps only precious metals could be consumed by the cornucopia. Lin Shi cast aside these thoughts and continued upgrading item duplication. Fifth upgrade, item duplication, count 48. Continuing required 32000 wealth points. Sixth upgrade, item duplication, count 96. Continuing required 64000 wealth points. Lin Shi glanced at the gold and silver ornaments, now more than half depleted. Following this pattern, the next upgrade would require over 1,000,000 wealth points. The gold and silver before him would likely be insufficient. He silently commanded another upgrade. This time the item duplication count surged by 192. Cornucopia storage space, 969696 upgrade, cost 32,000 wealth points. Function item duplication, 381 upgrade, cost 1.24 million wealth points. Lin Shi roughly estimated that the remaining gold and other jewelry could be exchanged for 400,000 to 500,000 wealth points. Indeed, he was still far from the next item duplication upgrade. Lin Shi chose to upgrade the storage space instead. After 5 previous upgrades, the space had reached its current size. The gold required for space upgrades was far less than for item duplication. He estimated that after another 4 or 5 upgrades, the space would be sufficient without further enhancement. Upgrade storage space entirely, Lin Shi declared decisively. As his words fell, the ornaments before him vanished completely except for the diamonds. This time the cornucopia's upgrade process took noticeably longer. After the numbers on the cornucopia changed 4 times, it became cornucopia storage space 1456, 1456. 1456 accumulate 985755 more wealth points to obtain complete storage space. Function item duplication 381 upgrade cost 1.24 million wealth points. Complete storage space. Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. He had always harbored a suspicion that upgrading the cornucopia to its limit might trigger unexpected changes. He hadn't anticipated it would happen so soon. Lin Shi's heartbeat quickened. The storage space had been upgraded 5 times before. Adding the current 4 upgrades meant it could only be upgraded a maximum of 10 times. Lin Shi took out paper and a pen, silently calculating. According to the cornucopia's pattern of doubling wealth points per upgrade, originally the 10th storage space upgrade would require 5100 wealth points, but after absorbing the excess gold and silver it still needed over 98000. Lin Shi furrowed his brow. That meant the final upgrade no longer doubled the cost, but quadrupled it. Item duplication had already been upgraded 7 times. If it also maxed out at 10 upgrades, then he would need 82 million wealth points. In other words, he needed to collect over 20 tons of gold, or even more of other precious metals. Lin Shi immediately opened the map of Sha City to check. The jewelry stores he had already looted were crossed off. Few gold shops remained on the map. The urban area of Sha City was small. In just one day, he had visited 60% of its gold stores. The remaining ones were in the suburbs where collection would slow down and the number of gold shops was limited. They were far from reaching 20 tons. Lin Shi pondered for a moment and immediately thought of bank vaults. But he quickly dismissed the idea. When collecting supplies today, Lin Shi had noticed that most banks were locked tight. Though unguarded, their walls were blast-proof, and their glass was bulletproof. As for bank vaults, they were said to be indestructible even by bombs. Even without guards, with the limited firepower he had stored, breaking through bulletproof glass was already extremely difficult. Opening a bank vault was a pipe dream. Lin Shi looked at his hand, wondering if the cornucopia's space could reach through a bank vault's walls to collect the gold inside. With this thought, he immediately stood up and walked toward the wall. To find out it was simple. Test it with his own safe house. The outer walls of his safe house were over 3 meters thick, but the interior walls dividing rooms were not that thick, roughly 30 centimeters. He would test it with his own room first. Lin Shi placed his hand on the wall connecting to the bedroom. Closing his eyes, he channeled all his will to communicate with the space. When his will connected with the space, his consciousness always felt a hazy, drifting sensation. Previously, when retrieving items from containers and suitcases, he had a vague sense of his consciousness touching the contents inside. But now, as soon as his consciousness conceived the thought of taking items from the room, a sharp needle-like pain pierced his brain. Lin Shi immediately severed the connection to the space. He slumped to the ground. Woof! Seeing this, Mo Wang scurried over to Lin Shi, circling him anxiously. Lin Shi endured the sudden wave of nausea and dizziness, forcing a smile at the dog's worried, eager gaze. "I'm fine." Lin Shi rested for a long while before the sickening sensation receded. By then his heart had sunk considerably. Unwilling to accept it, he tried other objects. From cups to iron boxes to cabinets, testing everything he could think of. Lin Shi finally deduced the limitations of telekinesis. Success depended on the thickness and density of the container separating the object. To retrieve an item from within a container, regardless of the material, the container's maximum thickness could not exceed 5 centimeters. Furthermore, the denser the container, the lower the thickness limit. For instance, when Lin Shi assembled several alloy plates into a box shape, he found that exceeding 3 centimeters produced the same result as his earlier attempt to retrieve an item from the living room into the bedroom. "It seems this path is a dead end," Lin Shi muttered, rubbing his throbbing temples. To retrieve items through a container, it had to be relatively thin and low in density. Bank vaults clearly did not meet these conditions. It seemed he had to take another route. After finishing collecting from Sha City's gold shops, he would head to other nearby cities to gather gold. The next day, Lin Shi still couldn't let go and made another trip to the bank. After spending most of the day breaking through several locks, he arrived at the door of the vault. Once again, Lin Shi felt the disorienting and nauseating sensation, as if he had been struck hard on the head. This time he had completely given up. The bank's vault was not only thick, but also divided into many layers with a complex structure that ordinary force could never breach. Just the lock on the vault door was incredibly intricate. Even if it was destroyed, opening the door was impossible. Helpless, he could only obediently collect gold from various gold shops. That day, Lin Shi swept through all the remaining gold shops in the city and gathered less than a few dozen kilograms of gold along with various types of jewelry. It was even less than he had anticipated. Using all of this to exchange for wealth points for upgrading space, treasure base and storage space, 1456, 1456, 1456 continue accumulating 153673 wealth points to obtain complete storage space. Function item duplication 381 wealth points required for upgrade 100. He was still short by more than 150 kilograms of gold to fully upgrade his storage space. Lin Shi couldn't help but feel invigorated. On the third day after the snowstorm, after completing his cultivation of the health preservation art in the morning, Lin Shi noticed that it was snowing heavily outside. Although the snow affected visibility, fortunately the wind was not strong, and he could still go out to search for gold. The Demon King's injuries had not fully healed, so Lin Shi had left it at home yesterday and did the same today. Considering that the snowfall might intensify, and in case a blizzard trapped him somewhere, Lin Shi left enough food for the Demon King before heading out. His target for today was the suburbs. As soon as he arrived in the suburbs, Lin Shi sensed a different atmosphere. Perhaps it was not just the suburbs, but the entire atmosphere of Sha City had changed. Today there were noticeably fewer people outside searching for supplies compared to the previous 2 days. In the past 2 days, if a solitary person with supplies walked down the street, someone would rush over to snatch them away. During the robbery, incidents of violence frequently unfolded before Lin Shi's eyes. Besides the chaotic footprints on the snow, glaring blood often stained the pristine white snow. Just yesterday, Lin Shi had seen 2 young women who seemed to be searching for supplies together, but were dragged into a dark, empty shop by 3 burly men. The desperate cries of struggle only lasted for a moment before fading into silence. Lin Shi, clad in his luxurious attire, unsurprisingly became a target with many eyes filled with ill intentions fixed on him. With his physique having unlocked the 2nd tier of the gene lock and 8 years of killing experience accumulated in the apocalypse, anyone who dared to approach him seeking death was easily dealt with. Knowing that life and death situations could trigger humans to unlock their gene locks, Lin Shi became even more decisive in his actions. He wouldn't waste an extra strike on those he could kill in an instant. The world had turned a pure white, while human hearts had become utterly dark. After killing the 5th fool who approached him today, Lin Shi grew somewhat weary and directly tucked his bloodied Nepalese knife into his waist. Indeed, there were far fewer fools seeking trouble. However, during lunch, another oblivious person appeared. "Young man, please can you spare some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days." A kind-faced older woman around 50 years old wearing a patchwork cotton coat walked into the printing shop, where Lin Shi was resting. Lin Shi gave her a cold glance as she approached, his tone icily cold. "One more step, and you'll die." The woman halted, wiping her eyes. "Heaven doesn't grant me a way to live, and my children are all away, leaving me here to suffer alone. Young man, I don't need much from you, just 1 bite will do. He'll trade you this coat for it." The woman persisted at the door. A bite of food for a moderately warm coat sounded like a fair deal. Oh, perhaps someone would grit their teeth and make the exchange. Lin Shi's gaze grew colder as he stood up and walked towards the woman. The woman thought Lin Shi had agreed and showed a hint of joy. Just as Lin Shi approached, a glint of malice flashed in her eyes, and she revealed a sharp steel, all hidden in her coat. However, before she could raise her hand, a cold light flashed at the corner of her eye. Her vision suddenly spun, and the last scene she saw was Lin Shi standing before a familiar headless corpse holding a sharp, bloodied knife. That was my body. This was the old woman's last thought. Lin Shi sheathed his knife, kicked the old woman's corpse out the door, and coldly scanned the nearby prying eyes before returning inside the shop to eat. In the afternoon, while collecting gold, Lin Shi suddenly heard a commotion. The sound did not come from nearby, but from some high-rise buildings and apartments. "Soldiers, I'm here. The army has arrived. We're saved. Soldier, help me. I haven't eaten for 3 days." Over the past 2 days, there had often been desperate cries in the apartment complexes, asking why the army had not appeared, why no one had come to save them. Lin Shi had long had a suspicion that the army's actions would soon become apparent. This was wise. Without supplies to pacify them, even if the army barely maintained order in the city, the survivors on the brink of starvation and freezing would still be discontent. Driven by cold and hunger, they might even oppose the army, inciting riots and rebellions. This also indicated that the highest commander of the army in Sha City was not a foolish person. Indeed, the army finally made a move. Teams of soldiers equipped with real weapons appeared throughout Sha City. To the disappointment of the survivors, these soldiers were not carrying the supplies they longed for, but rather sheets of paper resembling flyers. These soldiers ignored the corpses visible all over the streets, engaging in activities reminiscent of posting advertisements before the apocalypse. They plastered sheets of paper in prominent places throughout the city. Some soldiers handed flyers directly to people they encountered. Lin Shi also received a handwritten flyer, or rather a notice. He carefully examined the flyer. Recently, the climate has been abnormal, and contact with other cities has been severed. Under these special circumstances, our unit will implement the following measures regarding extreme weather. Notice 1. Starting tomorrow during non-blizzard weather, citizens may proceed to the Shanghai apartments on the eastern outskirts with their ID cards to queue up, register their information, and collect a week's worth of survival supplies. Households with elderly or children may bring their identification documents to collect supplies on their behalf. Those who fraudulently collect or collect more than their share will have their supplies revoked and permanently lose eligibility. Notice 2. The military will construct a shelter on the eastern outskirts of Sha City. Anyone who participates in the shelter's construction for a full 100 days will earn a residence qualification. All participants will receive an additional 2 work meals per day and an extra set of cold weather clothing each month. Requirements: age 1645, of physically robust and free from underlying medical conditions. Those with special skills will be prioritized. Notice 3. Due to the needs of shelter construction, those who contribute various building materials will receive contribution points based on the quantity provided. Accumulating 500 contribution points grants a residence qualification. Contribution points can be exchanged for supplies. Details of the exchange will be posted as a notice outside the Shanghai apartments on the eastern outskirts. Notice 4. Starting today, each district and county will have a squad of soldiers conducting armed patrols daily. Acts of violence, such as citizens robbing each other of supplies, murder, or forced assault on women, are strictly prohibited. Offenders will be shot on sight. There was still a lengthy section of official rhetoric afterward, which Lin Shi skimmed through briefly. His earlier speculation was correct. The land on the eastern outskirts had indeed caught the authorities' attention. When he had asked Liao Peng to find a location, he had already noticed that area. After all, there were few plots suitable for building a shelter. The small hill where his safe house was located was on the western outskirts of Sha City, far from the eastern outskirts. With its high terrain and small area, even if the government requisitioned land, they wouldn't target his modest 300 square meters. That was why he felt confident building his safe house. Before long, people streamed out of their homes in every street and alley surrounding the soldiers, distributing the flyers. "Comrade, food, do you have any food? I'm starving. I'm so cold, do you have any spare clothes? Young man, my child is sick. Do you have any medicine?" The surrounded soldiers could only explain repeatedly, "We don't have supplies with us. You can go to the eastern outskirts tomorrow to collect them. It's all written on the flyer. Please step aside, we need to complete our mission first." Realizing the soldiers truly had no supplies, the crowd grew restless. "With lives at stake, why are you handing out useless flyers? You came so late. My father has already passed. If you had come earlier, maybe he wouldn't have died. He was only in his 60s. Don't you carry food when you go out? Do you have any idea how much we common folk are suffering? What kind of soldiers are you? Rip their clothes off." The crowd grew larger, unwilling to let the soldiers leave without giving up something. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The crowd fell silent instantly. But then came even louder shouts and curses, and some even resorted to violence. A burly man with a crew cut shoved the soldier who had fired, glaring. "Go ahead, kill me if you dare. I'm telling you right now, you're not leaving without handing over something. Let's see if you have the guts to pull that trigger." "Yeah. No one's leaving. Your guns are meant for enemies, not for us common folk. I dare them to make a move." Voices of agreement rose from the crowd. The conflict seemed on the verge of erupting. Lin Shi watched the scene leisurely from the roadside, curious about what orders the military commander of Sha City had given these soldiers. If he had turned Sha City into the largest official shelter, the commander must be a formidable figure. Bang! As another gunshot rang out, the most aggressive thug stared in disbelief at the blood seeping from his chest before collapsing. The crowd finally fell into true silence. The leading soldier swept a stern gaze over the crowd and said, "Troublemakers will be killed. If you want supplies, go to the eastern outskirts tomorrow. Now move aside immediately." The crowd scattered in a panic. Lin Shi took in everything. He glanced at the sky and followed the flow of people away from the area. The gold he had collected today was enough to upgrade his space. He planned to return first and visit the eastern outskirts tomorrow. Now that he had settled in Sha City, he needed to understand the rulers of this place. On his way back, passing the entrance of Wulong village, Lin Shi noticed the villagers were holding a funeral. In the past couple of days, he had been leaving early and returning late, barely seeing any villagers. From outside the village, he could see white cloth draped over almost every house, indicating many had died. But at this critical juncture with the next blizzard unknown, these villagers still had the mind to hold funerals. Lin Shi wasn't sure whether to call them ignorant or foolish. He quickened his pace, eager to return to the safe house. After greeting the Demon King, he took out the gold and other precious metals collected that day. His heart was a mix of nerves, excitement, anxiety, but mostly anticipation. Lin Shi took a deep breath and whispered, "Upgrade the storage space." Most of the gold ornaments in his hand vanished. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from Lin Shi's brow. The entire treasure basin interface began to flicker and scramble like a jumble of code. Lin Shi's pupils contracted as he stared intently at the transformation. The last time the treasure basin interface had undergone such a violent change was when it absorbed the second ancient coin. His heartbeat unconsciously quickened. The Demon King stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Although it had grown somewhat accustomed to Lin Shi making things vanish and reappear, this time it even emitted light. In all its dog life, it had never seen a human glow on their own. The Demon King's mouth hung open, completely oblivious to the drool pooling on the ground. Its dog eyes fixed on Lin Shi were now visibly filled with worship. After a long while, the treasure basin interface reappeared before him. Treasure basin. Storage space complete. The space volume expands as the user's internal source energy increases, capable of storing living beings. Function item replication 381. Upgrade cost 1.24 million currency points. Capable of storing living beings. Lin Shi skimmed the preceding text, his gaze fixed on those 5 words. He understood exactly what those words meant. He quickly used his consciousness to inspect the space. As far as the eye could see, the entire space had expanded boundlessly, making even the items within seem minuscule. The nearly 10,000 container loads of supplies he had collected at the port had originally occupied a third of the space's volume. After 4 upgrades yesterday, those supplies only filled a tenth of the space. But now the entire space seemed split in two. One side remained a vast vacuum as before, while the other side now contained a patch of land as large as a football field. The newly appeared land in the space was barren. Like a wasteland, it held nothing but a layer of gray-black soil. Lin Shi immediately wanted to experiment. He certainly wouldn't use the Demon King, as it was already his companion. Should anything go wrong, he would surely regret it. Lin Shi stepped out of the safe house and looked around. Between the heavens and the earth, aside from the vast expanse of white snow, there seemed to be no other living creatures. His gaze immediately fixed on the villagers down the mountain. Wulong Village. Wang Liang moved through the villagers' homes with a dark expression. Uncle Wang, the outside world has fallen into chaos. Can we postpone the funerals for the elders, or hold them more simply? Wang Liang said as he entered a villager's home. The man called Uncle Wang replied with an angry tone, postpone until when? Who knows when another blizzard might strike? Leaving my father at home for 10 days, or half a month? Absolutely not. The dead must be laid to rest. And now holding just one funeral for so many elders is already simple enough. How much simpler do you want it? Wang Liang said with frustration, the dead are dead. We the living still have to survive, right? We can't cut off the path of the living for the sake of the dead. My father did so much for the village while he was alive. Liangzi, the village chief, always told us not to be selfish. We are a collective, we must advance and retreat together. Do you want my father's corpse to rot in the wilderness? Don't say such heartless things. Wang Liang ran to over a dozen households, receiving nearly identical replies. Cursing under his breath, he turned and walked away with a grim face. The former village chief had always intended to groom Wang Liang as his successor. If given a few more years until the chief had properly arranged everything, Wang Liang would have undoubtedly become the next village chief. But now with the chief's sudden death, Wang Liang had yet to establish his authority in the village, and the villagers simply wouldn't listen to him. They insisted on holding funerals for the deceased. In recent days, almost every household had lost someone. Unlike in the city where each family lived separately, the villagers, after years of the chief's efforts, were largely united. With so many friends and relatives suddenly dead, when one person proposed holding funerals for the deceased villagers, according to tradition, all the others agreed. The village was located in the suburbs near the mountains, and every household had a habit of storing grain, drying vegetables, and curing meat. Thus for now they hadn't descended into the chaos of looting like in the cities outside. But Wang Liang had already seen what was happening out there. People were killing, burning, and robbing for a little food and clothing. If they didn't come up with a plan soon, once the village's food ran out, they would end up just like those outside. That was the reason for Wang Liang's anxiety. At that moment, he felt a sense of being the only sober one in a world of drunks. He suddenly realized that the village chief's philosophy wouldn't work in the current situation. Wang Liang stormed out of Uncle Wang's house in anger, walked to the foot of the mountain, and kicked a pile of snow, cursing, "It's all that bastard on the mountain's fault. One day you'll kill him." Wang Liang spewed a string of curses, even cursing Lin Shi's ancestors. It seemed that only this could vent the pent-up anger in his chest. If not for encountering Lin Shi, he would still be in the village waiting to become the chief's heir. Suddenly Wang Liang noticed an extra shadow behind him. Just as he was about to turn around, a hand landed on his shoulder. Lin Shi had just descended the mountain when he spotted a lone villager. He planned to use this villager to test the space. The people in this village were all hostile to him, so it was convenient to experiment. Coincidentally, Lin Shi happened to hear Wang Liang cursing him. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lin Shi's mouth. He placed his hand on Wang Liang's shoulder and focused his mind. Wang Liang turned around, locking eyes with Lin Shi. Both were momentarily stunned. Lin Shi thought, why isn't the space reacting? Wang Liang thought, this person looks familiar. Wang Liang's eyes suddenly widened in terror. Before Wang Liang could react, Lin Shi knocked him unconscious with a chop to the neck. He tried to communicate with the space again. This time there was no obstruction. Wang Liang vanished from under Lin Shi's hand. For a living being to be placed into the space, it must be unconscious. Lin Shi frowned, checking the situation inside the space. There on the previously empty land lay a prone figure. It was Wang Liang, whom he had just knocked out. With a thought, Lin Shi reappeared Wang Liang on the snowy ground. He took Wang Liang to a secluded corner, grabbed a handful of snow, and stuffed it into Wang Liang's clothes. Wang Liang was soon jolted awake by the cold. Seeing Lin Shi, he opened his mouth to scream in terror. But Lin Shi was prepared. He punched Wang Liang in the mouth, forcing the scream back down his throat. Don't make a sound, or you'll die immediately. Lin Shi's eyes were murderous, and Wang Liang nodded frantically. That single punch had already knocked out several of Wang Liang's teeth. Lin Shi tried to store Wang Liang in the space again. This time he clearly felt a resistance when he tried to move the man with his will, and it failed. Wang Liang, his mouth full of blood, stared at Lin Shi in terror as the man placed his hand on him and stood still. The unknown fear was the most terrifying. He had no idea what Lin Shi was going to do to him. He'll talk you listen. No matter what you feel next, don't resist, or he'll kill you. Understand? Lin Shi's gaze was icy as he looked at Wang Liang. Wang Liang nodded desperately. Lin Shi tried to communicate with the space again. This time the resistance was noticeably weaker, but something still felt missing, or it still wouldn't work. The next second Lin Shi grabbed Wang Liang by the throat. His hand tightened slowly. Wang Liang's eyes bulged as he desperately tried to pry Lin Shi's hand away. Lin Shi used his other hand to break Wang Liang's wrist, preventing him from struggling. With his current strength, breaking a person's hand bones with his bare hands was effortless. Lin Shi's grip tightened further. Throughout the process, he kept his mind connected to the space, trying to pull Wang Liang in. Just as Wang Liang's eyes rolled back, Lin Shi's hand felt empty. He had succeeded again. Wang Liang wasn't dead yet, but he had been on the verge of suffocation. Suddenly released from the chokehold, he coughed violently. Before he could see where he was, Lin Shi pulled him out of the space again. Lin Shi repeated the experiment several times. He finally confirmed that to store a person in the space, they must be incapable of resistance or at a moment of weakened will. Moreover, time in this living space flowed normally, and people could breathe and move inside. Although the inability to store a conscious person was more limiting than he had imagined, he didn't necessarily have to use it on humans. Animals having weaker consciousness or willpower than humans might be easier to store. Lin Shi already had an idea in mind, but needed to return and experiment with the Demon King to be sure. Just then Lin Shi's eyes flickered slightly. Ignoring Wang Liang, who was already in a daze, Lin Shi pricked up his ears to listen to the surrounding sounds. After listening for a while, he lay down on the snow, concentrating. A few seconds later, he stood up with a grave expression. If he hadn't misheard, at least 2 or more beasts or source beasts were heading this way. In the current environment, source beasts were more likely. Lin Shi took one last look at the dying Wang Liang and twisted his neck with a single motion. As his neck snapped, there was even a hint of relief in Wang Liang's eyes. This day had been more horrifying than any nightmare. If there was a next life, he would never dare to curse behind someone's back again. Those were Wang Liang's final thoughts. Lin Shi quickly ran back to the safe house. Dusk was about to fall. The villagers of Wulong village were mostly preparing dinner at home. In the homes of those still alive, stoves were lit, and cooking smoke rose. According to Liao Peng's earlier count, the village had 96 households with a total population of no more than 400 people. Over the past few days, nearly half of the villagers had died. Yet the remaining number was still substantial. Because food was plentiful, the concentration of humans and their scent was far more pronounced here than in the scattered populations of towering skyscrapers. If no source beasts had appeared, the villagers might have survived longer. Unfortunately, perhaps drawn by the scent of blood that had lingered earlier, uninvited guests arrived in the village that night. Perched atop the safe house, Lin Shi watched 5 massive wild boars charge into Wulong village and knew it would be a restless night. There was not a single evolver in the village now, and even if there were, they couldn't fend off source beasts. When the screams erupted from Wulong village, Lin Shi looked away. He returned to the safe house, approached Mo Wang, and asked Mo Wang want to play a game. Lin Shi beckoned to Mo Wang. Mo Wang, let's play a game. He coaxed gently. It'll take you somewhere soon. You can check it out for me, see if it's fun. Don't worry, it'll bring you back quickly. Mo Wang tilted his head, pondering Lin Shi's words. Lin Shi placed his hand on the dog's head, linking his consciousness with the space. The next moment, Mo Wang appeared bewilderedly on the spatial land. In Lin Shi's mind, the dog sprang up, looking around warily, letting out uneasy growls. Woof. 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 Lin Shi quickly transferred Mo Wang out of the space. Back in the familiar safe house, seeing Lin Shi, the dog's eyes brimmed with excitement, nearly leaping onto him. Lin Shi patiently explained a few times, calming Mo Wang, then sent him into the space again. This time the dog was less anxious, dashing about freely. The spatial land was about the size of a basketball court, and Mo Wang ran until he hit an invisible wall at the boundary. Lin Shi tried communicating with Mo Wang through thought. Mo Wang, can you hear me? Mo Wang looked up abruptly, searching the space. Seeing the dog's reaction, Lin Shi's heart leaped with joy. His guess was confirmed. He issued another command. Mo Wang tried digging. Though puzzled by hearing his owner's voice without seeing him, Mo Wang obediently dug. His powerful hind legs soon created a pit. Lin Shi moved him out of the space. Still in a digging motion, Mo Wang found himself back home, utterly bewildered. He turned to see Lin Shi's grin stretching nearly to his ears. Lin Shi was ecstatic, the idea in his mind growing clearer and stronger. The cornucopia space could indeed house source beasts. Human hearts were unreliable. He would try to build his own army of source beasts in this apocalypse. Only then could he have the day to take revenge on the Shin family. Lin Shi crouched, patted Mo Wang's head, and said firmly, Mo Wang, we need to get stronger fast. One day, it'll make you the king of source beasts. The commotion in Wulong village didn't stop until dawn. Lin Shi stepped out in the dead of night to check on the village again. The next day, though Mo Wang's injuries had healed, Lin Shi decided to go out alone. Today, he needed to visit the eastern outskirts. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Shi changed into an inconspicuous jacket and covered his face with a mask. He pulled out Li Rayos' ID card and slipped it into his pocket. He had seen the flyer yesterday calling for survivors to register their information, best to have it handy. He had kept Li Rayos' ID because although the man's features were ordinary, his facial contours bore some resemblance to Lin Shi's. It might come in handy someday. To make the disguise more convincing, Lin Shi used an electric razor to shave his head into a crew cut matching the photo on the ID. With the mask on, he already bore a 5-out-often resemblance to the photo's outline. If the military personnel weren't too strict, they might not catch on. Lin Shi nodded approvingly at the mirror, left enough food for Mo Wang, and headed down the mountain. Before heading to the eastern outskirts, Lin Shi first went to Wulong village. Yesterday chimneys had smoked, today it was deathly silent. Many houses had collapsed with large pools of blood inside, but no bodies were found. Needless to say, the villagers' fate was sealed. As for the 2 wild boars, they were nowhere to be seen. From his earlier encounter in the mountains, Lin Shi knew these boars couldn't be just 1 or 2. Perhaps deep in the forests, many more mutated boars or other beasts lurked. He had to grow stronger quickly. As for the dead villagers, Lin Shi had no obligation to save them. That the boars had cleared them out was the best outcome for him. No one would trouble him near his safe house from now on. After confirming no one survived in Wulong village, Lin Shi left and headed east. Walking toward the eastern outskirts, he encountered many people, all moving in the same direction, clearly summoned to register. The journey was peaceful today, with no one daring to cause trouble. Occasionally, small squads of soldiers patrolled the streets. Walking from the western to the eastern outskirts on foot might take an entire day. Lin Shi found a secluded spot, took out his snowmobile, and rode a long stretch away from the crowds. Near the eastern outskirts, he found another place to stow it back into the space. He finally reached the eastern outskirts by noon. Upon arrival, he realized that despite his speed, he wasn't early. Many residents already living there had crowded around the entrance of Shanghai apartments. Numerous other survivors had set out yesterday after receiving the notice. Though nighttime temperatures were 10 to 20 degrees lower than daytime, some families with sick or starving members braved the cold, rushing to the eastern outskirts ahead of time. Many survivors were gaunt and weak from hunger, their steps unsteady. Amid the sea of people and clamor, Lin Shi couldn't even see the gate of Shanghai apartments. He was here to scout the situation, so he didn't rush forward, standing quietly at the edge of the crowd to observe. Soon a harsh horn blared from the front, followed by a rough voice reaching everyone's silence. Listen up, all of you. Line up in 5 rows. Anyone causing trouble will be killed. The word kill exuded a chilling, murderous aura. If that wasn't enough to instantly cow the survivors, the crisp, synchronized sound of rifles being loaded by a long row of soldiers standing at the apartment entrance finally silenced the clamoring crowd. After a moment, some quick-witted survivors scrambled to form a line at the front. Others rushed to join the queue. Lin Shi tagged along at the end of one line. Then a younger voice, less bloodthirsty than the previous one, came through the loudspeaker. Everyone line up, have your ID cards ready. After registering, you can enter the apartment complex to receive supplies. 1 ID card per supply package. If you're collecting for family, show your household registration booklet or marriage certificate as proof. Anyone caught fraudulently claiming extra supplies will permanently lose their eligibility. Please collect your supplies rationally. Those who have lost their ID cards can register and verify on the right. In these special times, to prevent troublemakers, we must be strict. We ask for your understanding. Those seeking employment, please register and interview on the left. Lin Shi observed from the back of the queue. Though he couldn't see clearly, the line moved quickly, suggesting the checks weren't overly strict. After a while, a commotion broke out at the front. My surname is Chun. My son takes his mother's surname Huang. What's the problem? Why can't I collect for him? A man shouted agitatedly at the front of the line. The registrar replied, to collect for family, show your household booklet or your wife's ID and marriage certificate. I traveled all the way from the South District. I didn't bring any of those documents. Without proof, you can only collect your own supplies. Hey, aren't you supposed to serve the people? What kind of attitude is that? Do you want me to file a complaint against you? The man was about to say more when the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. Did you not understand him? With proof, you can collect for others. Without it, you only get one portion. Now either go get your own or go home for the documents. Troublemakers die. The voice was the same gruff one from the loudspeaker. The man, clad in a green military overcoat, cut an imposing figure with a square, hard-lined face. One of his eyes was an unnatural murky color, a sign of an old injury that added a touch of ferocity to his stern features. The murderous tone, coupled with the icy gun muzzle against his forehead, made the troublemaker's legs buckle. He fell to his knees. Yes, sir. He scrambled up, took the token from the registrar, and stumbled through the right passage into the apartment. Many who harbored similar intentions saw this and abandoned their schemes. The line moved faster. Soon they saw people who had registered earlier emerging from the apartment carrying large black bags. Those still queuing immediately fixed their gazes on the bags as if trying to see through them. A bold soul shouted, "Hey bro, what did you get?" The man didn't answer. He clutched his bag tighter and hurried away. The line progressed. After 3 hours, Lin Shi was near the front with only a dozen people ahead of him. He had observed a pattern over the half-day. Apart from the stricter checks for proxy collections, personal pickups only required registering ID card info and stating one's pre-apocalypse profession. Then one could enter the apartment to receive supplies. Those whose skills matched the shelter construction needs were offered jobs and let aside. Lin Shi was particularly interested in the man standing before the soldiers. He exuded an iron-blooded aura, his sharp gaze as intimidating as the row of armed soldiers. A soldier had run to report to this man, and Lin Shi overheard him being addressed as Major General Lin. Could this be the leader of the Sha City military forces? Lin Shi didn't stare to avoid detection. Soon it was his turn. He placed Li Iraya's ID card before the registrar. The registrar glanced at Lin Shi, noted the age and gender from the card, and asked, "What was your job? Why are you wearing a mask?" "Cough, cough, I've had a terrible cough for days. I'm afraid it's the flu. Do you have any medicine in the supplies?" Lin Shi coughed forcefully, his voice hoarse. "I was an accountant." The staff member looked at the ID again, then at Lin Shi, handed the card and a metal token to him, and said, "Go in with this token to collect your supplies." Next, Lin Shi took the token and entered the apartment through the corridor cordoned off by soldiers. Once inside, it was impossible to get lost. Soldiers stood guard every meter along the path 2 by 2. It was a heavily fortified route leading directly to the supply distribution point. He examined the cold metal token in his hand. It was a simple rectangular metal sheet seemingly made of aluminum alloy stamped with the seal of the Qiming nation. It looked hastily cut from a larger sheet with rough edges that could cut an unwary hand. The steps of making the tokens and entering the apartment to collect supplies seemed somewhat redundant. But Lin Shi understood. If supplies were handed out at the gate, piling them outside would expose them to blizzards and snow, making storage difficult. Moreover, the sight of so many supplies could drive desperate survivors to reckless plunder. A large-scale scramble could trigger a riot, making the apartment entrance indefensible. This system effectively funneled the crowd, deterred ill-intentioned individuals, and ensured that any theft inside the compound couldn't escape the tight security. It minimized chaos and accidents, creating a state of strict internal control and relaxed external appearance. This was just what Lin Shi could deduce. There might be other reasons. As he rounded a corner, a man who had just collected his supplies walked towards him. Lin Shi glanced at him casually. Coincidentally, the man looked familiar. Qian Liang clutched his supplies warily, as if afraid they might vanish. He had suffered greatly in recent days. Though his cunning had initially won him some clothes and food, he soon couldn't trick anyone anymore. On top of that, he was robbed and nearly killed. Qian Liang had starved for 2 full days running here before dawn. He had finally secured his supplies. He noticed the approaching man staring at him. Back then, Lin Shi had worn a mask and hat, and had Mo Wang with him, so Qian Liang didn't recognize him. "What are you looking at?" Qian Liang glared at Lin Shi and hurried towards the apartment exit. Lin Shi then recalled that Qian Liang was someone he had briefly encountered a few days ago, so he withdrew his gaze. The supply distribution point was the apartment's property management hall. When Lin Shi arrived, there was already a queue inside, though not as crowded as at the apartment entrance. Lin Shi had no choice but to join the line again. After a while, an elderly woman bypassed the queue from behind, hurried to the front, and naturally cut in. Immediately, someone protested, "Hey ma'am, why are you cutting in line?" The woman planted her hands on her hips and retorted with conviction, "My old legs are weak. I've walked for ages, and they're sore. You youngsters should be courteous and yield to me. Stop making a fuss. Don't you see these soldiers aren't saying anything?" The crowd glanced at the soldiers, who remained stoic and vigilant over the supplies. Some people could only swallow their anger in silence. Yet someone still couldn't contain their fury and said, "Haven't we all walked a long way and queued for ages? Just because you're old, you think you can throw your weight around? From the way you've walked, your stamina doesn't seem worse than us youngsters." The woman cast a contemptuous glance at the speaker and said, "Young man, since everyone else has dropped it, why are you still harping on this? Can't you be more broad-minded? If you keep this up, it won't do any of us any good. Just stay quiet. Don't you know ignoring your elders leads to suffering right before your eyes?" An elderly woman with a sharp tongue is a fearsome thing. Her words made it seem like the other person was being unreasonable, and that man gritted his teeth, too angry to speak. Ignore the elders, and you'll be happy for years, right? At that moment, the young man in front of Lin Shi suddenly spoke with a chuckle, walked over, and yanked the woman out of the line. Everyone was quite surprised that someone would step up at a time like this. All those who had been displeased by the woman's line-cutting now wore expressions of delight. Though they didn't want trouble themselves, they were happy to see someone deal with that insufferable woman. Lin Shi also watched the scene with keen interest. "What are you doing? Why are you pulling me?" The young man's strength was clearly considerable, and the woman struggled as she was dragged out of the line. She tried to turn back into the queue, but the people in line immediately closed ranks, denying her any chance to squeeze back in. Seeing she couldn't cut in again, the woman pointed at the young man who had pulled her out and shouted, "Are you insane? I wasn't even cutting in front of you. Do you live by the sea? Why do you have to be so meddlesome?" The young man just smiled, walked back, and this time stood behind Lin Shi. The woman was furious, but dared not escalate the matter. She walked behind the young man and continued muttering curses. "Heartless bastard. Look, you still have to wait in line again. You think you're doing a good deed, but no one's letting you back in." The young man then leaned over to Lin Shi and asked, "Can I get back in line?" Lin Shi made a gesture of invitation. The young man raised an eyebrow, shot a triumphant look at the seething woman, and stepped back in front of Lin Shi. Lin Shi found this person quite intriguing. It was just a matter of being one spot ahead or behind, so it didn't matter whether he yielded or not. What puzzled Lin Shi was the attitude behind the young man's words and actions. Unlike the people around him who exuded the despondency of suddenly plunging into the apocalypse, this young man carried none of that. On the contrary, he bore a playful and positive air reminiscent of the peaceful days before the cataclysm. Lin Shi hadn't noticed this when everyone was just standing in line, but after this move he immediately sensed the young man's uniqueness. Perhaps feeling Lin Shi's intense gaze, the young man suddenly turned around, looked at Lin Shi, and blinked. His eyes were clear and bright, devoid of the despair, vigilance, or gloom that nearly everyone else harbored, yet they held an emotion Lin Shi couldn't decipher. "Thanks," the young man said to Lin Shi with a smile. Lin Shi nodded and lowered his gaze, deciding not to look at him again. No matter how special he was still a stranger. After waiting another half hour, it was finally Lin Shi's turn to receive his supplies. He handed over his metal token like everyone else. After inspecting it, the staff member pulled a black bag from the cart behind and handed it to Lin Shi. The bag was puffy but weighed only about 10-odd pounds. In another line, someone opened their supplies on the spot and threw it on the ground in fury, shouting, "Is this all we get to last a week?" Lin Shi glanced over. The bag contained a few packs of instant noodles, 3 loaves of bread, a sausage, 2 candles, a box of matches, some cold medicine, and a few frozen vegetables and fruits. Murmurs of discontent immediately rose from the crowd. Perhaps because there had been trouble over this before, a soldier stepped forward, picked up the bag, and said in a cold voice, "If you don't want to, go find your own. These things were brought back by our people who lost fingers and toes to frostbite while risking their lives." Even the army in Sha City didn't have cold weather gear capable of withstanding this extreme freeze. Though they'd gathered enough clothes, items like waterproof snow boots and gloves were virtually non-existent in Sha City. During the past few days of collecting and transporting supplies, many soldiers had suffered frostbite, some even losing digits. Now everyone knew the situation outside. That person couldn't bring himself to say anything as defiant as "I don't want it." He snatched his bag angrily and strode out. Having these things was already good. In a few months, even this would be unattainable. Lin Shi mused to himself. Before leaving, he noticed a large notice posted on the wall of the hall. It listed the exchange rates for supplies into contribution points and the reverse. Nearby paper and pens were provided for people to copy the list. Lin Shi also took a pen and paper and copied it: 100 kilograms of sand for 5 contribution points, 100 kilograms of cement for 10 contribution points, 100 kilograms of rebar for 20 contribution points. A long list of construction materials and their exchange rates. Below that were exchange rates for undamaged circuit boards, various undamaged appliances, auto parts, precision components, wires, and so on. What was truly tempting was the list below that: the exchange rates for contribution points into supplies. The list of items redeemable with contribution points: 5 points for a pack of instant noodles, a loaf of bread, or a sausage. 10 points for 5 gin of charcoal, a liter of diesel, or a candle. 20 points for a cotton coat, a cotton quilt, or a AA battery. 200 points for a military flashlight or a military horn. 500 points for the right to reside in a single shelter. 1,000 points for a cold weapon, such as an entrenching tool, a military knife, or a bayonet. 2,000 points for a knife gun with power close to a pistol within 10 meters. 3,000 points for a crossbow or a pistol. 5,000 points for a gene pill, repairs genes, strengthens physique, and can slightly accelerate the healing of internal and external injuries. 10,000 points for a gene tablet, repairs genes, strengthens physique, and can accelerate the healing of internal and external injuries to a certain extent. The previously listed supplies were all obtainable as long as survivors were willing to spend time and effort collecting contribution points. Some electronic components in particular could be exchanged for dozens of points each. A few lucky finds could solve one's basic needs. What astonished Lin Shi was seeing 2 items on the list that should not have existed: gene tablets and gene pills. A flicker of light passed through Lin Shi's eyes. The moment he saw them, the pills and tablets he had obtained from the Shun family flashed through his mind. Although it surprised him that the military had such items, it was not entirely absurd. Even the Shun family possessed them, so it was impossible that the authorities had not developed them. In his past life, Lin Shi had heard rumors of soldiers unlocking their genetic locks. What he had not anticipated was that the commander of Shushi would offer such items as rewards to motivate survivors. Ordinary people had no concept of these pills. They could indeed repair collapsing genes to some extent, but they were only useful to those who had unlocked their genetic locks. A normal person could only absorb a tiny amount of source material, gaining a minuscule increase in physical strength. It was less effective than simply exercising. As for healing injuries, Lin Shi admitted it had that effect, but only for minor wounds. For severe injuries like those of Shun Jinshin, one needed to consume 6 pills at once just to cling to life, and then rely on modern medicine to recover. Now, without modern medical equipment, even 10 pills would not save a critically injured person. So this function was also quite useless. Lin Shi saw through it immediately. It was just a gimmick like a lottery jackpot designed to lure people in. 10,000 points were impossible for anyone to accumulate in a short time. If anyone did, it would be years later. What truly tempted Lin Shi was the crossbow worth 3,000 points. Seeing items like batteries and flashlights, Lin Shi speculated that the Shushi military likely had a substantial stock of supplies well sealed or stored underground untouched by the electromagnetic storm. But aside from trivial items like flashlights and horns, they probably would not release the rest. Lin Shi casually grabbed a copy of the list and left the supply distribution point at around 3 in the afternoon. In about an hour it would be dark. When he returned to the entrance of his apartment, he heard soldiers using a loudspeaker to disperse the still large crowd. Supply distribution ends in half an hour. Those who haven't received their supplies come back tomorrow. Soldiers with military horns walked around to inform those arriving later. Discontent and complaints rose from the crowd. Some at the back of the line were reluctant to leave. As Lin Shi walked out of Shanghai apartment carrying his bag, he noticed several hostile glances. These people had been watching him since he left the apartment. The area was still close to Shanghai apartment with more patrols than elsewhere. Lin Shi sneered inwardly and continued walking without changing his expression. After another 2 kilometers passing through a deserted street, they finally could not hold back. 6 masked men split into 2 groups, blocking Lin Shi's path forward and backward. One of them pointed a fruit knife at Lin Shi and said, "Kid, hand over your stuff if you know what's good for you, and we'll spare your life." Lin Shi raised the bag and shook it. "Here you go." A flash of joy crossed the masked man's eyes as he stepped forward to take the bag. But as the man drew near, Lin Shi took a stride, grabbed his right hand, and drove the fruit knife into his abdomen. He swiftly pulled out the knife and charged at the 2 men opposite who had yet to react. Moments later, 6 lifeless bodies lay on the icy snow. Since his encounter with Shun Jinshin, Lin Shi always made sure the bodies were completely devoid of life before leaving, or he would directly store them in his space. Because the space could not contain living things, any corpse that could be stored was undeniably dead. He had initially planned to store these bodies as well. But for some reason, after killing these 6, he still felt a lingering sense of being watched. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of this feeling. Lin Shi remained vigilant, refrained from using his space, and after confirming all were dead, he got up and left. Long after he had gone, a figure appeared on the snow holding a grotesquely twisted head. If Lin Shi had been there, he would have recognized the face of the head. It belonged to the middle-aged woman who had cut in line at the supply point. And the person holding the head was the seemingly harmless, strange young man who had been standing in front of Lin Shi. The young man looked in the direction Lin Shi had left, a cryptic smile on his face. Interesting. After leaving that street, the faint sensation of being watched finally vanished. To be safe, Lin Shi walked several more kilometers with the bag. He found a secluded corner and stored the bag in his space. After changing his appearance, he took out a snowmobile and headed toward the western suburbs. By the time he was halfway back, darkness had fallen. Once it was dark, Lin Shi stopped hiding and drove the snowmobile directly onto the main road. On the pitch-black street, only Lin Shi's headlights shone, drawing the attention of many survivors, shivering as they trudged along. "What the hell is that?" someone exclaimed. "A snowmobile. Boss, give me a ride." "Damn, where did a snowmobile come from in Shushi?" Someone questioned their sanity. "There's still a vehicle that works. They'll go find one tomorrow." Someone clung to hope. Lin Shi's face was hidden behind goggles and a mask, leaving others to watch him disappear into the distance with envy and resentment. When he reached the western suburbs, Lin Shi stored the snowmobile in his space to avoid leaving tracks that could lead to him. After cleaning up his footprints, he arrived outside Wulong Village at nearly 7 in the evening. As soon as he stepped into Wulong Village, Lin Shi sensed something was wrong. Since the onset of the extreme cold, the nights had lost the chirping of insects and birds, rendering the already silent darkness even more profound. The entire Wulong Village vanished into the pitch-black night. In the gloom, the shadowy village entrance resembled a monstrous maw gaping wide to swallow Lin Shi as he approached. Lin Shi sensed a faint danger stirring in his heart. Though no living villagers remained in Wulong Village, the threats of the night rarely came from humans. Instead, they emerged from the depths of the mountains, beasts driven by hunger, or even source beasts. Wulong Village was after all a mountain settlement surrounded by peaks, making the likelihood of encountering beasts or source beasts higher than elsewhere. Every advantage bore its cost. His chosen location far from the crowds increased the odds of a source beast encounter. Lin Shi retrieved an infrared night vision scope from his space and put it on. In the darkness, any warm-blood creature within 200 meters would be exposed. He then drew a weapon and stepped onto the path outside the village. The road was flanked on one side by fields and on the other by the village houses. The night was windless, but snowy. The weed-choked fields lay bare without any structures to obscure the view. Lin Shi focused his attention on the village side. He advanced cautiously step by step. After several minutes his sight still revealed nothing suspicious. The only sound was the soft crunch of his boots sinking into the snow. Could he be overthinking? Lin Shi wondered. Yet he did not let his guard down. Caution ensured survival. In the apocalypse, wasting time and energy on excessive vigilance was far better than dying due to carelessness. After walking a few more minutes, a flash of red suddenly streaked across the night vision scope. It vanished in an instant, obscured by a building. What was that? Lin Shi stood still, alert, a gun already in his hand. The red glow confirmed his instincts. There was indeed a living creature in Wulong village. The flash had darted through the air. It was definitely not human. Lin Shi held his breath, his gaze locked on the spot where the light had disappeared. About 3 or 4 minutes later, a strange sound erupted, and the night vision scope caught another fleeting red glow before it faded. This time it was closer. Time ticked by as Lin Shi stood ready. The moment the red light reappeared, he aimed and fired without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot sent the charging creature stumbling, and it fell from midair with a muffled thud as it hit the snow. But it scrambled up almost instantly, as if unharmed, and lunged at Lin Shi again. This time Lin Shi saw it clearly. It was an ape-like creature. Under the infrared scope, its arms appeared extraordinarily thick, and as it ran it moved on all fours, its hands larger than wash basins. This was unmistakably a mutated gibbon. The sounds Lin Shi had heard earlier were from this gibbon swinging through the village structures. As it closed within 100 meters, the treasure basin immediately alerted first-tier source beast detected within 100 meters. Instead of fear, Lin Shi felt elation. He holstered the gun and drew a military knife. He intended to try taming this gibbon. Though he had already conceived the idea of building a source beast army if the beasts could not be domesticated, his plan would fail even if his space could hold living creatures. This gibbon would be the test of his theory. Now that he had unlocked the second stage of the gene lock, this first-tier gibbon would also serve as a gauge for his true combat prowess. A fierce battle intent ignited in Lin Shi's eyes. Clutching the knife, he dashed straight toward the massive ape. Seeing Lin Shi charge instead of flee, the gibbon swung a wash basin-sized palm at him with a whistling force. Lin Shi dodged nimbly, avoiding the stench of fur and blood, and slashed at the gibbon's arm. The blade sank an inch into the flesh before being clamped by the gibbon's muscles, unable to go deeper. Such strong defense. His strength now was several times greater than when he had unlocked the first gene lock stage. Yet the wound he inflicted on this gibbon was less severe than the one on the earlier mutated boar. The pain in its arm enraged the gibbon, and its other hand came crashing down toward Lin Shi's head. He abandoned the knife and leaped backward to evade. Snow erupted where he had stood. He had no doubt that if that blow had struck his skull, it would have split open like a watermelon crushed in his safe house. The gene lock activated in an instant. Lin Shi's expression and aura shifted, plunging him into a mystical state as power surged through him. His mind swiftly assessed the gibbon's strengths and weaknesses. As an ape, its natural defense was inferior to a boar's, but its arms seemed exceptionally powerful both in offense and defense. Clearly its arms had undergone mutation. To subdue this gibbon, he needed to target its body. The gibbon, having missed its strike, spread its arms wide and lunged to envelop Lin Shi. Those arms, at least 2 meters long, almost sealed off all avenues of retreat. A new military knife appeared in Lin Shi's hand. As the gibbon closed in, he used its arm as a springboard, deftly planting one foot on its shoulder. With the second gene lock stage unlocked, his speed and strength far surpassed those of a first-tier source beast. Gripping the gibbon's fur with his left hand to steady himself, he drove the sharp knife into its neck with his right. In an instant the battle turned. The gibbon howled in pain. Under the precise control of the gene lock, Lin Shi's blade bypassed the carotid artery and sank deep into the flesh. With a single horizontal pull, he could sever half the gibbon's neck. Lin Shi, ignoring whether the creature could understand, declared with murderous intent, "Submit to me or die." Though the gibbon could not comprehend Lin Shi's words, all creatures possess an instinctive fear of death, and it understood, while the sensation of having its life held in another's grasp. The mutated gibbon, evidently more intelligent than an ordinary animal, chose not to struggle desperately, but ceased its attack and remained still. Had Lin Shi been able to see the gibbon's eyes, he would have noticed the round orbs brimming with terror and panic. He immediately attempted to communicate with the space, striving to draw the gibbon into it. Yet this endeavor was not as smooth as when he had pulled the demon hound into the space. As his will sought to pull the gibbon into the space, he encountered a force of resistance. Lin Shi increased the pressure in his hand, driving the military knife a fraction deeper, and threatened with a tone steeped in killing intent, "Do not resist." Time was pressing. The gene lock's activation lasted only 8 seconds, after which he would fall into weakness. If he failed, he would have to kill the gibbon immediately to avert any threat to himself. He knew wild animals could not understand human speech, so he could only unleash his killing aura, hoping the gibbon would grasp his meaning. If this did not work, he would have to devise another plan next time. Lin Shi counted down silently in his heart, 5, 4, 3, 2. The next second the gibbon beneath his feet vanished from the snowy ground. Lin Shi landed. Success. He swiftly sent his consciousness into the space to inspect. The gibbon stood bewildered on the soil within, and noticing the blood still flowing from its neck, it grabbed a handful of dirt and pressed it onto the wound before looking around. Lin Shi withdrew his consciousness. The next instant a wave of weakness crashed over him. This time he did not stagger to his knees, but steadied himself on his legs. He retrieved his gun, gripping it firmly, and swept the surroundings with an infrared night vision scope. Though his body was frail, he dared not let his guard down, for he was still outside, shrouded in darkness. It was entirely possible for another source beast to appear. If only the demon hound were by my side, Lin Shi thought at that moment. He had refrained from bringing the demon hound along in the space earlier, fearing there might be hidden dangers to placing living creatures within it, such as insufficient oxygen, overtime, and inability to house them for extended periods, or other drawbacks. Originally, Lin Shi had planned to test it on a wild beast in the mountains over the next few days. Now he could use this gibbon as a test. Once he confirmed the space could indeed hold source beasts for a long time, he would bring the demon hound on all future outings. With the demon hound on alert, he would not have to worry about safety like this after unlocking the gene lock. Lin Shi recovered his strength and trudged step by step toward the safe house. Half an hour later, he finally returned. The demon hound, hearing the door open, rushed forward eagerly and sniffed Lin Shi in confusion. Out of habit, Lin Shi reached out to pet the demon hound, stroking its newly grown short for several times before taking a shower and changing his bloodstained clothes. Capturing a source beast this time was a tremendous gain for him. Whether he could fully make this beast serve him like the demon hound remained to be seen, depending on future developments. After dinner, Lin Shi first tried to communicate with the gibbon within the space. However, despite its intelligence, the gibbon, having always lived in the wild, could not understand human language at all. Instead, it was startled by the sudden voice in its ears and scurried about the space in agitation. Lin Shi pondered for a moment, glanced at the demon hound obediently watching an instructional video, and said, "Demon hound, I have a task for you." The demon hound turned its head, looking at Lin Shi in confusion. Woof. Over a dozen minutes later, Lin Shi, in his conscious space, sighed at the sight of a dog and an ape chasing each other, the gibbon fleeing ahead, the demon hound barking wildly as it pursued. The key issue was the demon hound's expression. Lin Shi had instructed it to interact amiably with the gibbon, yet the demon hound had somehow picked up a smiling expression. This look on the demon hound's canine face was exceedingly ferocious, resembling nothing so much as a psychopath. It seemed communication between different animals was also fraught with difficulty. Lin Shi helplessly pressed his forehead. He had originally assumed that as fellow source beasts, the intelligent demon hound could easily tame a gibbon. Now Lin Shi realized he had been too impatient. Though both were mammals, a Qiming national who had never studied a foreign language and a foreigner who had never learned Qiming's tongue would still find communication challenging. Especially with the gibbon in a strange and wary environment, it could hardly communicate properly with the demon hound which had descended upon it from nowhere. Moreover, upon encountering another source beast in the gibbon, the demon hound seemed to release some innate nature, suddenly becoming a bit unruly. It was at this moment Lin Shi realized he had never truly understood what breed of dog the demon hound was. With a thought, he released the demon hound from the space. The demon hound emerged with a hint of reluctance, looking at Lin Shi as if eager to try again. Lin Shi gave a wry smile and said, "It's still shy since it just arrived. Oh, let's try again in a few days." He studied the demon hound closely. With the shaved fur beginning to grow back, its coloration was becoming discernible. Pointed ears, a gray-black coat on the upper body, white from the neck down to the belly, and white paws. Apart from its black nose, its muzzle nose and the area around its eyes were white, yet between its eyes and forehead ran a streak of gray-black fur. Though Lin Shi had never owned a dog, he felt the demon hound's appearance was strangely familiar. Could the demon hound be? The demon hound tilted its head, staring wide-eyed at Lin Shi. Lin Shi immediately dismissed the guess in his mind. It should not be. The demon hound was so gentle, never destructive, and its size was much larger than that breed, with longer fur as well. Lin Shi, referencing a dog from a movie on his computer, looked seriously at the demon hound and asked, "Demon hound, you're an Alaskan Malamute, right?" The demon hound blinked. Woof. Lin Shi felt reassured. This proved the source beast's self-healing ability was truly formidable. When he woke the next day, Lin Shi found the gibbon's wound had stopped bleeding. He fetched some fruit from another vacuum space to feed it. Each time he offered food, he spoke to the gibbon, letting it grow accustomed to his voice. This gibbon was even more intelligent than Lin Shi had anticipated. Mutated beasts experienced an increase in intellect, especially apes, which already possessed higher intelligence than ordinary animals. Once it realized it could not escape, the gibbon calmed down and no longer feared Lin Shi's sudden voice. 2 days later, the gibbon was no longer as anxious as when it first arrived. It could even frolic with the demon hound. Lin Shi rubbed his brow and pulled the demon hound, which was in the midst of a lively tussle, out of the space. Over these 2 days, Lin Shi had also confirmed that placing living creatures in the space for extended periods posed no issues. Today, he was heading to the eastern suburbs to collect gold. When he went to the eastern outskirts 2 days ago, he only scouted the area and had no time to collect gold. Over the past 2 days, he had visited all the jewelry stores in the other 2 suburban directions. In total, he had gathered over 100 kilograms of gold and other jewelry. This just leveled up his item replication ability. After the upgrade, the data for his cornucopia was as follows: cornucopia storage space. Complete. The space volume can increase with the user's internal source energy capable of storing living things. Function item replication 765 upgrade. Required wealth points 2400. It had added 384 replication uses, and the required wealth points had doubled again. This was the 8th upgrade. Lin Shi took the time to replicate each type of supply within the space, once using 15 replication uses. He duplicated generators, medicine, wilderness survival tools, cold weather clothing, and other items that were scarce in quantity. He also replicated coal and wood, which were consumed quickly. There were still 750 replication uses left. After once again admonishing the Demon King and the gibbon not to fight, Lin Shi stored the Demon King in the space, dressed fully, and headed out. It was snowing heavily today, so Lin Shi wore a waterproof and warm outfit from his hat to his boots, all waterproof. Traveling in snowy weather, if your clothing isn't waterproof, no matter how thick it won't keep you warm. Snowflakes land on you, melt on your clothes, and then freeze, chilling you to the bone. On the road, some survivors ventured out with umbrellas, wrapping nylon bags and plastic bags around their shoes to keep water out. They had to shake their umbrellas every so often to remove the accumulated snow, lest they bear the extra weight. The survivors on the road couldn't help but envy Lin Shi's attire, and some even grew covetous. Since the Sha City military distributed supplies, people from surrounding villages and counties who got the news had packed up their families and rushed to Sha City. The blizzard and freezing temperatures had killed many people in this city in less than half a month. People arriving from the surrounding areas would knock on windows, and if they confirmed a house was empty, they would directly pick the lock or break in. They would drag the frozen corpses out onto the street, patch up the windows, and move in as if it were their own home. As a result, the number of survivors in Sha City was visibly increasing. The order that had just slightly improved began to deteriorate again. On the main roads, no one dared to act openly, but on side streets or in deserted places, several bodies always lay in the snow with their eyes wide open in death. These corpses would be buried by the heavy snow overnight. No one knew how many bodies lay beneath the paths they walked. Lin Shi dealt with a few who were reckless and prepared to find a secluded spot to bring out his snowmobile, as usual. As he stepped into a small alley, he heard cries for mercy not far away. This scene was all too common. He minded his own business, turned around, and prepared to find another place. "He'll fight you to the death." A loud roar rang out, followed by hurried footsteps approaching Lin Shi, growing closer and closer. "Catch him! You little brat, don't let me get my hands on you, or he'll skin you alive." Qian Liang desperately broke free from the 3 murderous thugs and fled for his life. Seeing Lin Shi, he cried out as if grasping at a lifeline. "Help! Someone's robbing and killing." Seeing Lin Shi pretend not to hear and continue walking, a flash of venomous cruelty crossed Qian Liang's eyes. He reached out to grab Lin Shi's back. Since he refused to save him, don't blame him for dragging Lin Shi down as a scapegoat. However, Lin Shi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. With a slight sidestep, he made Qian Liang grasp at nothing. Qian Liang was momentarily stunned. Failing, he dared not linger and prepared to flee again. But as he took a step, he found a foot suddenly in his path. Tripped, Qian Liang lost his balance and fell face first into the snow, landing with a clumsy thud. It was Lin Shi's leg that had done it. Lin Shi looked down at Qian Liang from above. He wondered if Sha City was too small for this. Was the 3rd time he had encountered this man. Qian Liang shot Lin Shi a venomous glare, then got up to run again. But this delay allowed the 3 pursuers to catch up. One man in a black down jacket swiftly raised his foot and kicked the just risen Qian Liang hard, sending him tumbling back into the snow. "You little brat, you think you can run? Run again. You dared to kick me. Try kicking me again." Qian Liang tried to get up again, but the man stabbed him in the leg. Instantly, a piercing scream like a stuck pig rent the air. "Shut up. Scream again, and he'll kill you. Where's the food? Hand it over now." Qian Liang was in such pain that his nose was running and his eyes were streaming. "My food was robbed 2 days ago. I really don't have any left, big brothers. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come out alone to scavenge and gotten caught by you." He turned to Lin Shi, pointing at him with a venomous look. "Look at how well he's dressed. He must have food at home. I also know he keeps a dog. Butcher that dog, and you can eat for days. Please, big brothers, let me go." Qian Liang had recognized Lin Shi from his outfit as the man with the dog from a few days ago. Since no one else in all of Sha City wore such attire, Lin Shi's appearance left a deep impression on him. Inside the space, the Demon King, playing with the gibbon, had no idea someone was eyeing his dog meat. The other two, hearing Qian Liang's words, licked their lips and immediately closed in on Lin Shi with knives. A glint of killing intent flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he reached for his waist. Just then the sound of orderly footsteps approached. Lin Shi paused. Such footsteps could only come from disciplined soldiers in this area. One of the assailants, clearly experienced, whispered urgently, "Damn it, that brat screamed too loud," and brought the soldiers. He quickly helped Qian Liang up and shielded him behind his back, burying the bloodstains in the snow with his foot. Another man pressed a knife against Qian Liang's back and warned, "Don't you dare say a word wrong later. If we're found out, you'll be the first to die. If you cooperate, well, spare your life, understand?" Qian Liang nodded frantically. Another man threatened Lin Shi, "Try to ask for help, and we'll kill you first." The three of them smoothly set their poses. Moments later, a squad of soldiers arrived and inquired about the situation. The man shielding Qian Liang put on an embarrassed expression and said to the leading soldier, "The five of us came out to scavenge together. My little brother just hurt his leg, that's why he yelled so loudly. Sorry about that." Qian Liang was thoroughly hidden behind one man. He tried to tilt his head to give a hint, but felt the knife tip pierce his clothes and immediately dared not move. The other two quickly put on harmless expressions. The leading soldier looked at them suspiciously. Turning to Lin Shi, who was clearly dressed differently from the group, he asked, "Is that true?" Evidently, these soldiers were also aware of the current situation in Sha City. The three thugs immediately broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. If the soldiers of Sha City's forces discovered any robbery, they would directly haul the perpetrators into the nearest security station. It was said that the nearby security station had been overcrowded for the past couple of days. If anyone thought the current security station was like the pre-apocalyptic one offering free board and lodging, they were sorely mistaken. Those captured would be crammed into a cell with dozens of others with no food or blankets. The crowd would huddle together to avoid freezing to death, but the filth, stench, and unrelenting hunger made it an unbearable ordeal with no end in sight. That torment was truly terrifying. Of course one could resist, but the consequence of resistance was death, and those who killed would be shot on the spot. The three thugs turned their heads, fixing their gaze on Lin Shi. Behind one of them, Qian Liang's face lit up with wild joy, and he screamed in his heart, "Damn it, blink quickly, so I can be saved too." Just when everyone expected Lin Shi to cry for help, his gaze flickered toward Qian Liang. Due to their positions, he caught the ecstatic expression on Qian's face. He shook his head at the soldier and said, "I am not being held hostage." Qian Liang's ecstatic expression froze, replaced by disbelief. The three thugs exchanged surprised glances, but breathed a secret sigh of relief. Just then another cry for help came from the street outside, and someone shouted help. The leading soldier's expression tightened. Ignoring the five with their strange tension, he quickly led his squad out. After the soldiers left, the three thugs resumed their fierce demeanor. One of them said to Qian Liang, who was glaring at Lin Shi, as if he were a mortal enemy, "Strip off your clothes and shoes and get lost." Qian Liang had thought he was doomed after missing the chance to seek help from the soldiers. Seeing that they were truly letting him go, he didn't care about the cold and frantically shed his clothes and shoes. He swore he had never undressed that fast, not even on his first time in bed. As he undressed, he shot a vindictive look at Lin Shi and mouthed, "Serves you right." Another thug said to Lin Shi, "Kid, see, we only take your wealth, not your life. You did well just now. Take off your clothes and hat, and then your dog." But before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and the rest of his words died in his throat. Qian Liang was busy stripping when he heard a heavy thud nearby, as if something had crashed into the snow. He turned to look. What he saw was a sight he would never forget. The three thugs who had just been snarling with menace now lay on the ground, their bodies and heads permanently separated. The expressions on their severed heads still held a fierce grimness, as if they hadn't realized they were dead. Qian Liang instantly understood why Lin Shi hadn't sought help from the soldiers. It was completely unnecessary. Seeing Lin Shi's icy gaze, Qian didn't even bother pulling up his half-removed pants. He dropped to his knees in the snow, knocking his head against the ground. "Spare me, big brother. Spare me." Lin Shi had no intention of letting someone who had dared to harm him go. His blade swept swiftly toward Qian Liang's neck. At that moment, as if struck by a sudden epiphany, Qian blurted out, "Big brother, I know a place with a lot of gold." Lin Shi halted his descending blade, instead resting it against Qian's neck. His eyes narrowed, murderous intent radiating as he stared at Qian. "How do you know I need gold?" "Big brother, word got around here about you taking your big dog to smash a gold shop and kill a monster. How I heard about it." Qian Liang's lips twisted in a grimace that was half laugh, half cry. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, quickly turning to frost. Soon his head was covered in white. Lin Shi asked, "You know where there's a large amount of gold?" I do. I used to work at a unit. My boss had a habit of buying gold and—" Qian Liang's voice faltered with hesitation. Lin Shi interrupted impatiently, "Are you messing with me? How much gold can one person buy? Would that be more than what's in a gold shop?" Qian quickly recalled that his life hung in the balance and hurriedly said, No, not just a little. There's definitely a lot. I heard many people gave him gold. He was my big boss. He glanced up at Lin Shi secretly. These were things he shouldn't have said. But with the world as it was, what did it matter? If he lost his life, who cared about being retaliated against by a boss? Seeing that Lin Shi's murderous intent had indeed subsided, Qian Liang knew his life was temporarily spared. Where is it? Lin Shi asked. Originally, after collecting gold in the eastern suburbs today, he planned to head to other nearby cities. But without prior reconnaissance, the collection speed in other cities would be much slower than in Sha City. If he could speed things up, that would be ideal. Qian Liang's eyes darted around, and he put on a fawning smile. Hee, big brother, if I tell you one, I be dead. I'm not that stupid. How about this'll take you there, and you let me go after you get the gold deal? Lin Shi sheathed his blade. Get dressed. Take me there. Watching Qian hurriedly dress, Lin Shi's voice was chilling. If there isn't the gold, I want it'll make you regret living this extra moment. Having survived 8 years in the apocalypse, he knew several ways to make a person suffer worse than death in extreme cold. Qian Liang shuddered, glanced at the 3 bodies whose blood had frozen into ice crystals, and stammered, I wouldn't dare. Once Qian was dressed, Lin Shi used his backpack as cover to pull a golf ball from his spatial storage. It was from a container of sports equipment head collected at the port. He held the golf ball out to Qian. Put this in your mouth. Qian Liang stared wide-eyed at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed. The threat, clear. If you shout outside, it'll kill you. A ball of that size held in the mouth would make it impossible to speak clearly. Qian Liang reluctantly placed the ball in his mouth and put on the mask Lin Shi handed him. From the outside, nothing seemed amiss. He had originally planned to find a chance to escape once they were on the street, but now he could only feel a silent curse lodged in his throat. More than 2 hours later, Lin Shi and Qian Liang arrived at a villa district near the eastern outskirts. Along the way, Qian Liang had nearly succumbed to despair. Lin Shi's vigilance was astonishing. He found no opportunity to escape. The houses in the entire villa district seemed to have shrunk by a story. In the low-lying areas of Sha City, the first floors were no longer habitable. The relentless snowfall had accumulated to a depth of over 3 meters. The first floor was submerged beneath the snow. The villas, averaging only 3 stories high, now stood just 2 stories tall. Following Qian Liang's directions, they arrived at a villa. Is this the place? Lin Shi pointed at the villa, its gate barely visible above the snow. Qian Liang nodded with a muffled whimper. Glancing around, and seeing no one, Lin Shi grabbed Qian Liang, and ignoring his terrified cries, tossed him onto the second-floor balcony, which was barely a meter above the snow. Then he leaped up himself. Qian Liang crashed onto the balcony, seeing stars from the impact. As he struggled to rise, his eyes met another pair of eyes through the glass door. A pair of murky yellowed eyes stared fixedly at him. Qian Liang scrambled back in terror, nearly falling off the balcony. Seeing Lin Shi arrive, he frantically pointed at the room. As soon as Lin Shi landed, he saw a figure lying on the floor inside the French window. It's a corpse. He slid open the window. The door was unlocked. Inside was a bedroom with 2 bodies. One lay on the bed, a middle-aged woman. The other lay on the floor, a middle-aged man. The man's eyes were wide open, staring blankly toward the balcony. The corpses bore obvious external injuries, clearly signs of murder. Recognizing the middle-aged man, Qian Liang pointed at him, whimpering incessantly. Lin Shi told him to remove the golf ball from his mouth to speak. After some effort, Qian Liang spat it out and said excitedly, "This is my boss." Looking at the traces in the room, Lin Shi frowned. Someone's been here. What? Qian Liang stared at the ransacked room, glancing fearfully at Lin Shi, terrified that Lin Shi would kill him in anger. Maybe we should search again. The gold might still be here. Even as he said it, he didn't believe it. How could looters leave behind anything valuable? Gold was useless now, but what if the world returned to normal someday? Qian Liang clung to the hope of finding an escape opportunity during the search. Lin Shi cast a glance at the scheming Qian Liang. You search. He'll watch. Seeing his scheme exposed, Qian Liang began rummaging through the room listlessly. All the clothes, bedding, and even curtains had been stripped from the bedrooms. Nothing of value remained, as if swept clean by a flood. As Qian Liang searched, his heart grew colder. He couldn't help sneaking glances at Lin Shi behind him. Hurry up, or he'll kill you now, Lin Shi urged. Forced onward, Qian Liang finally cried out in delight upon opening what seemed to be a study. The safe is still here. The safe was small, but heavy. Without electricity or cutting tools, it couldn't be forced open easily. Perhaps that's why the thieves left it behind. Lin Shi gave the excited Qian Liang a cold look. Even if it were full of gold, it wouldn't hold much. Hearing this, the delighted Qian Liang broke into a cold sweat. He gestured wildly, trying to convince Lin Shi. There must be other places with gold. It can't be just this much. He recalled news stories about corrupt officials hiding money in walls and mattresses. Lin Shi's gaze swept the study, and he knocked on the walls. Nothing unusual. Did your boss have any strange habits or hobbies? Lin Shi asked. Strange habits. Qian Liang scratched his head, racking his brain. Suddenly he looked up. Does liking rock music count? Liking rock music. a high-ranking middle-aged civil servant who liked rock music. Yes, I heard he even built a soundproof room to listen to it and invited people over to enjoy it together. But he was very protective of his audio equipment, never letting anyone touch it, Qian Liangliang said. They had passed a room earlier with several huge speakers. Let's check that room. They returned to the room with the speakers. It was lavishly decorated with a giant screen and 6 massive exaggerated speakers on either side. Opposite them was a genuine leather sofa. Lin Shi suspected gold was hidden there. He directed Qian Liangliang tear apart the sofa. As Qian Liangliang approached the sofa, Lin Shi headed for the speakers. Such large speakers would be easy to hide things in, wouldn't they? He placed his hand on the first speaker and shook it. It felt normal. The second was also normal. But the third speaker felt unusually heavy, more than twice the weight of the first two. Lin Shi immediately used his mind to communicate with his spatial storage, extending his consciousness into the speaker. As expected, he found gold inside. All neat square gold bars. These bars were about the same size as the ones he had bought at the bank, each weighing 10 kilograms. This speaker alone contained 53 bars. He placed his hand on another speaker and asked casually, "How long has your boss been working at your unit?" "I heard it's been 20 or 30 years, Qian Liangliang replied. Lin Shi nodded. No wonder. That speaker also held over 50 bars. While Lin Shi was focused on collecting the gold, Qian Liangliang, who had been cutting open the sofa, wore a sinister expression. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a sharp blade. He crept cautiously toward Lin Shi, whose back was turned. The carpet muffled his footsteps. The closer he got, the more ferocious his expression became. If not for the 3 people present earlier, he would have killed and robbed the other person long ago. But the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. No matter how cautious this guy was, everyone let their guard down eventually, like now. In his mind, Qian Liangliang could already see the shock and despair on Lin Shi's face as he slit his throat. He took another step forward, raising the blade slowly. "What are you doing?" Lin Shi turned around, his calm, indifferent eyes meeting Qian Liangliang's vile face. Qian Liangliang froze, not expecting Lin Shi to look back. But he didn't know that Lin Shi had already noticed, waiting for him to get close enough to deliver the final blow. After all, this man was no longer useful. Lin Shi swiftly drew his blade and decapitated Qian Liangliang in a single stroke. After eliminating this foe, he proceeded to inspect the remaining 2 speakers. Each of those speakers contained 50 to 60 gold bars, and combined with his earlier discoveries, the total amounted to over 200 bars. More than 2 tons of gold. Before the apocalypse, this would have been worth 500 million. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel at the cunning of that leader. He had hidden the gold right under everyone's noses, even inviting people over to listen to rock music together. Most people of that leader's age wouldn't care for rock, so they'd rarely return for a second visit. No one would suspect that the speakers right before their eyes held so much gold. By keeping the front 2 speakers playing normally, suspicion was easily avoided. He checked the rest of the place, confirmed there was nothing else, then returned to the room where he had first found the safe. Typically, a safe's walls were 6 to 8 centimeters thick. Lin Shi wondered if he could extract the gold from within the safe without opening it. Ever since he had repeatedly tested the limits of his telekinesis with his mind, he had noticed that his spiritual sense could now penetrate slightly farther when collecting supplies into his space. To be safe, Lin Shi summoned the Demon King from his space. "Alert me if anything approaches." The Demon King immediately snapped into alert mode, its heterochromatic eyes sharpening as it scanned the surroundings. Lin Shi placed his hand on the safe, connecting with his spatial realm. Unlike collecting gold from the speakers, extending his consciousness into the safe met with a much stronger resistance and obscurity. As his awareness delved deeper, a dull, throbbing pain began to pound at his temples. But he hadn't reached his limit yet. Frowning deeply, he concentrated all his focus, pushing his consciousness further inward. Finally, success. As the contents of the safe were transferred into his space, Lin Shi breathed a silent sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, his forehead was already drenched in sweat. Wiping the perspiration away, he examined the items he had just taken in. The result was deeply disappointing. With a flicker, some cash, 2 small gold bars, and a few pieces of jewelry appeared in his hand. The total value of these items couldn't even match a single gold bar from the speakers. But after a moment's thought, Lin Shi dismissed his disappointment. Finding over 2 tons of gold on this outing was already an unexpected windfall. Perhaps he should explore more of the villa district. Adhering to the principle of "since you're here, take it all," Lin Shi swept all the wooden furniture in the villa into his space. Wooden furniture could be broken down for firewood. Many people might not yet realize the value of wood, but in time such opportunities would vanish. He also took pots, pans, bowls, and anything else he deemed useful. Everything went. "Let's go." Having stripped the villa clean, Lin Shi recalled the Demon King into his space and departed from the balcony. Landing lightly, he saw the sky was still early, so he decided to explore the villa district for any other gains. He could tell if a villa was occupied by checking whether the snow at the entrance had been cleared. At some villas, the snow had been shoveled to the sides, while at others the doors were buried under drifts. Lin Shi targeted those with snow-covered doors. Within half an hour, Lin Shi had searched 2 more unoccupied villas. In one, everything valuable had been taken without any signs of disturbance. It seemed the owners had moved out themselves. The other showed no evidence of habitation, though it still contained some dusty furniture. Whether it was useful or not, Lin Shi took it all. After 2 rounds, his space was filled with a jumble of odds and ends, but not a single gold bar was found. Indeed, relying on luck in the villa district wasn't very promising. Unless he knew exactly where gold was hidden, this method of searching was far less efficient than looting a jewelry store. After exiting another unoccupied villa, Lin Shi prepared to leave. Just then a faint sound of something falling into the snow came from not far away, followed by the noise of something scrambling out of the snowdrift. Lin Shi turned his head warily to look. A young girl in a beige down jacket was climbing out of a snow pit, brushing the snow off her body. Even the bulky down jacket couldn't conceal her slender, well-proportioned figure. A fluffy fox fur trim on the jacket's hood obscured half of her face. A flicker of recognition passed through Lin Shi's eyes behind his goggles. He immediately identified her as the girl who had been heavily guarded in the group he nearly collided with while riding a shared bike. After encountering the port military personnel that day, Lin Shi was even more certain that the people he had almost run into were soldiers. And not ordinary soldiers. Back then, Lin Shi had felt a strong sense of threat from the man called Uncle Chiu. Now, having unlocked the second stage of his genetic lock, Lin Shi understood just how powerful that Uncle Chiu truly was. That kind of strength and reaction speed. At the very least, he was a powerhouse who had unlocked the first stage of the genetic lock, and one with rigorous training on top of that. With such a protector, this girl was likely a relative of some important figure in the military. If she was here, the man called Uncle Chiu was probably nearby too. Although Lin Shi's current strength was no less than Uncle Chiu's, he wanted nothing to do with troublesome people. He turned and quickened his pace to leave. After just a few steps, Lin Shi sensed someone following him. He stopped and looked back to see the girl trailing behind him. Staring at Lu Pianran, Lin Shi frowned beneath his goggles. He couldn't help but speed up, intending to shake her off. When he had last seen this girl, the weather hadn't yet turned cold. He was thinly clad with half his face hidden by a raincoat. This time he had come out without even his eyes exposed, wearing far more layers than before. Thus, even judging by his build, it was impossible for the girl to recognize him. Lin Shi also scanned the surroundings. This time, he didn't see the man called Uncle Chiu. To his surprise, even though he had accelerated, the girl still kept up. "Hey, wait, don't run." Lu Pianran gasped, exerting every ounce of strength to keep pace with Lin Shi. She had been confined to the villa and wanted to get some fresh air. After leaving, she found the world covered in a vast expanse of white. Not a single person was in sight, which made her a bit frightened. "Hey, why do you run away when you see someone? You're so sneaky. Stop right there." Lu Pianran called out coquettishly, but Lin Shi showed no sign of stopping. Frustrated, she pulled out the gun Uncle Chiu had given her for self-defense. "If you run again, I'll shoot." Feeling the threat from behind, Lin Shi finally halted. He turned to face Lu Pianran and said impatiently, "Why are you following me?" Lu Pianran retorted irritably, "Is this road yours? Who says I'm following you? I just think you're acting suspicious, like you're up to no good, and I want to ask you a few questions." Her tone made Lin Shi frown even deeper. She was nothing but a spoiled, arrogant young lady fresh out of school. She still didn't realize she was in a perilous post-apocalyptic world, and she dared to speak to others in such a condescending, haughty manner. Unwilling to waste words, he warned her with a murderous aura, "Follow me again, and he'll kill you." "Kill me?" Lu Pianran recoiled in fright at Lin Shi's murderous intent, retreating a couple of steps before a wave of indignation washed over her. No one had ever dared speak to her like that. "It's me who holds the gun now. If anyone's killing, it'll be me ending you. I command you to take me away from here right now, or he'll shoot." As Uncle Chiu had said, there wasn't a single decent person left out here. With that in mind, she felt no guilt in threatening this shifty-eyed fellow with her gun. Lin Shi stood still, silent. He was now debating whether to eliminate this girl. The faction behind her was clearly no small matter. Even if he dealt with her, it would spell trouble. Deciding to ignore her, Lin Shi turned and walked away. Just then, hurried footsteps rapidly approached from a distance. Chiu Jun had just visited an old friend in the villa district, only to return and find Lu Pianran missing, sending him sprinting out in a panic. He reached Lu Pianran's side, checking her for injuries, his tone a mix of concern and sternness. "Sharon, are you all right? Why did you sneak out? Where were you going?" Lu Pianran stuck out her tongue. "Sorry, Uncle Chiu. You keep me cooped up in the villa all day. I was just too bored and wanted to stretch my legs." The other guards rushed over, encircling her in a tight protective formation. Chiu Jun pulled Lu Pianran behind him, eyeing Lin Shi warily. "Who's that?" Lu Pianran shot Lin Shi a disgusted glance, twisting the truth. "I was walking along just fine, and he said he'd kill me." She hoped Chiu Jun would teach this clueless Lin Shi a lesson. Unbeknownst to her, those words instantly ratcheted up the tension. Chiu Jun's brows shot up, a murderous aura surging toward Lin Shi. The others slipped their hands into their coats, gripping their firearms. Beneath his goggles, Lin Shi's eyes flickered with killing intent. Was this a deliberate provocation? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Lu Pianran quickly tugged at Chiu Jun, a twinge of guilt in her voice. "Forget it, Uncle Chiu. I'm still fine now. Let's be magnanimous and overlook this little man's offense. Yet her words did nothing to quell Qiu Jun's murderous intent. Lupi and Ran might be ignorant of the world's peril, but they knew it all too well. Someone dared to threaten their charge's life. Even the mere thought of killing was unforgivable. After hearing her words, Qiu Jun and his men glared at Lin Shi with even greater hostility. Sharon stepped back. Qiu Jun was confident that subduing a petty thief like this was child's play. With that, he stomped hard into the snow, leaving a deep footprint, and shot toward Lin Shi like an arrow. Lin Shi was no slower, swiftly reaching behind his back to draw a pistol from his spatial storage. He didn't bother to defend himself, because having lived through the apocalypse, he knew such excuses were futile. Even if they harbored doubts, they'd still subdue him first. And Lin Shi would never entrust his safety to another's conscience. The moment Qiu Jun moved, Lin Shi had already drawn his gun and fired directly at the charging man. At such close range, no normal person could dodge a bullet. But in that instant, Qiu Jun's tiger-like eyes widened, his gaze turning blank as he evaded the bullet by a hair's breadth. Qiu Jun's eyes blazed with murderous fury, abandoning his initial plan to capture Lin Shi for interrogation. This young man was far too dangerous armed with a gun. Clearly he had come prepared. Kill on sight, Qiu Jun commanded as he closed in on Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the gap as the others drew and cocked their pistols, he fired a second and third shot without hesitation. But this time not at Qiu Jun. Instead, he aimed at the 6 men standing before Lupi and Ran. They dared not dodge for her sake, and 2 fell instantly. Only then did the other 4 fire at Lin Shi. The moment the bullets flew, Lin Shi's demeanor shifted abruptly. His genetic lock unlocked automatically, and he dodged the 4 incoming bullets with speed that left afterimages. The scene unfolded like a movie, a breathtaking visual spectacle. Qiu Jun's pupils contracted sharply when he saw Lin Shi had also unlocked his genetic lock. He bellowed, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." He hadn't expected Lin Shi to be a powerhouse who had unlocked his genetic lock. Those who could unlock their genetic lock stood above 99% of humanity. If such a man truly wanted Lupi and Ran dead, he wouldn't have given Qiu Jun time to reach her side. The other 4 also ceased fire, staring at Lin Shi in shock. They knew all too well what it meant to dodge so many bullets. But Lin Shi's killing intent had already been ignited. Once the blade was drawn, claiming it was a misunderstanding was too late. He didn't believe they'd hold no grudge after Head killed their men. Lin Shi unhesitatingly emptied his magazine. No need to aim. 3 shots in quick succession felled 3 men. Qiu Jun drew his pistol, aiming at Lin Shi in a desperate attempt to stop him. "Stop. It was a misunderstanding. Let's talk this over. If you join us, everything before can be wiped clean." Though Lin Shi had killed several of his men, 100 ordinary subordinates were nothing compared to a genius who had unlocked his genetic lock. "Heh," Lin Shi replied with a cold sneer. He would never join any organization. With his genetic lock now active, once its time expired, He'd be left vulnerable. So it was either his death or theirs. Besides, they had provoked him first. Lin Shi's murderous intent only intensified. With one shot, he felled the last guard standing before Lupi and Ran. Then he aimed the gun at the terrified girl whose face had lost all color. "Stop!" Qiu Jun in a panic knocked away Lin Shi's bullet aimed at her, and charged at him with full force. Qiu Jun was already close to Lin Shi. With his genetic lock enhancing his speed, he deflected another bullet aimed at Lupi and Ran and closed the distance. His plan was to subdue him first. Lin Shi discarded his empty pistol. As Qiu Jun's fist came flying with a gust of wind, Lin Shi swiftly caught it. Qiu Jun wasn't surprised by the blocked punch. With the genetic lock unlocked, one's speed surpassed instinct. He had intended to say that even if Lin Shi had unlocked his genetic lock, he wouldn't be a match for him. Unlocking the genetic lock required time to master. And he had been in the first tier of genetic lock for a full 5 years. However, he did not anticipate that Lin Shi catching this punch was merely the beginning. A fierce glint flashed across Lin Shi's face as he slightly exerted force in his arm, gripping Qiu Jun's fist tightly and twisting it with effort. A faint, almost inaudible cracking sound emanated. The moment Lin Shi caught Qiu Jun's punch, his arm was twisted into a tangled mess by an immense force. Impossible. Qiu Jun's pupils dilated in shock. His gaze turned as if he had seen a ghost. Second stage, absolutely the second stage of the genetic lock. Lin Shi's eyes brimmed with mockery. "In your next life, take a closer look before making a move." In that split second before Qiu Jun even felt the searing pain of his broken arm, Lin Shi's other hand had already struck. No. Qiu Jun tried to get Lin Shi to listen, desperate to avoid conflict with a genius who had independently unlocked the second stage of the genetic lock, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. But Lin Shi gave him no chance. Since he had already made an enemy, he would eliminate all threats. In this regard, Lin Shi never hesitated. He grabbed Qiu Jun by the neck, and with an impassive expression squeezed hard. A sharp crack followed. Qiu Jun's eyes bulged in disbelief as his neck was snapped cleanly by Lin Shi. Even in death, he stared fixedly at Lin Shi, as if unable to comprehend why he had encountered someone capable of independently unlocking the second stage of the genetic lock. and why such a misunderstanding had occurred. This sight finally jolted Lu Pianran, who had been frozen in shock, back to reality. Her scream pierced the air. Everything had happened so fast that even now she felt as though she was dreaming. Lin Shi discarded Qiu Jun's body like trash after snapping his neck. All that had transpired seemed to stretch on for ages. In reality, from Qiu Jun's sudden outburst to Lin Shi firing his gun, and then finishing Qiu Jun, only a few seconds had elapsed. In truth, Lin Shi was somewhat astonished himself. He discovered that Qiu Jun had maintained the genetic lock for more than just 3 seconds. Initially, he believed that higher levels of the genetic lock allowed for longer sustenance. Now he dismissed that notion. It turned out that one could extend the duration of the genetic lock without enhancing its level. He resolved to investigate this further upon his return. At that moment, Lin Shi exuded a murderous aura like an Azura emerging from hell. Lu Pianran never dreamed that a mere 2 sentences from her would lead to the brutal death of Uncle Qiu, who had watched her grow up. Similarly, the protectors who had been like older brothers to her also met their end on the spot. Had this been before the apocalypse, her irrational and distorted words might have caused only a minor misunderstanding, perhaps earning her some resentment, but nothing too severe. Yet she was oblivious to the fact that the apocalypse had arrived, shattering rules and order. Her words in such times were like a fuse igniting gunpowder. With a bang, they detonated a conflict between 2 parties that had no prior connection. Her fault lay in being too sheltered and overly pampered, always speaking and acting according to her whims, without considering others or the consequences. Such a disposition in the apocalypse would inevitably exact a price. After her scream, Lu Pianran, overwhelmed by intense emotions, fainted. Apart from Lin Shi, not a single person remained standing. The cold wind howled, and the ground was littered with blood and corpses. In the icy snow, blood blossomed into crimson ice flowers. Lin Shi was enduring the aftermath of the genetic lock, and before long, 3 furtive figures emerged from a villa at the end of the road. After cautiously observing, they hastened toward the battlefield near Lin Shi. The trio consisted of a middle-aged man and 2 young men, each wielding a weapon, a tongdao, a horizontal saber, and a sword. It seemed someone in the family had a penchant for collecting cold weapons. One of the young men hesitated. "Dad, that man is terrifying. Do we really have to go over there? What's there to fear? That guy's gun is out of bullets." "You saw him toss it on the ground through the telescope, didn't you?" the middle-aged man replied. The hesitant young man bit his lip, his eyes filled with terror. "But just as I set up the telescope, I saw him twist another person's head off with his bare hands." Hearing this, the middle-aged man looked at his son as if he were a fool, then fixed his sharp gaze on Lin Shi, who stood motionless. "Boy, you've watched too many movies. It's too far away, and you only caught a glimpse. You must have misseen. Look, he's standing there like a statue, clearly unable to move. He must be severely injured." The older young man patted his younger brother on the shoulder. "While the world outside is chaotic now, isn't everything dangerous? Dad always taught us that risk goes hand in hand with reward. Let me tell you, once those poor folks run out of food, they'll come for us. If we don't arm ourselves, even our neighbors will eventually turn on us." This older youth was clearly well-versed in the darker aspects of human nature. He continued to encourage his brother. "We've both learned martial arts. Just think of it as slaughtering a pig. Don't be afraid. Once we get the guns, we'll live like kings again, just like before." Since the apocalypse began, for those accustomed to a life of luxury, the present days felt like a nightmare. They were hungry and cold. Even without today's events, they had planned to loot other homes within the next couple of days. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction at his elder son and urged the younger one. "Hurry up, don't let anyone beat us to it." The 3 quickened their pace toward Lin Shi. The recent gunfire had roused many people. Even those hiding in villa secret rooms or basements cautiously emerged to survey the situation upon hearing the commotion. Soon they noticed that their usually shrewd and reclusive neighbors had also come out. More people followed suit, including men, women, and 2 elderly individuals. Someone shouted, "There are so many guns over there." Instantly, these people perked up like cats catching a whiff of fish, their eyes gleaming. Due to the distance and the swift conclusion of the fight, they had barely seen how Lin Shi's opponents had died. They only saw one person standing amidst a scatter of pistols on the ground. Fortune favors the bold. When else would they take a gamble, if not now? Had no one taken the lead, they might not have dared. But with so many emboldening each other, they felt they wouldn't be unlucky enough to die first. "Run faster. We can't let the Wong father and son get the guns," a portly middle-aged man panted as he ran, seeing the trio nearing Lin Shi. "Honey, run faster. He'll follow behind. We mustn't let anyone else get the guns first, or we'll be at their mercy from now on," a woman called out from another direction. Many harbored similar thoughts. Though the villa area was sparsely populated, over 20 people had rushed out. People are prone to herd mentality, especially the greedy whose rationality is eroded by avarice. This crowd had already regarded Lin Shi's spoils as their own. Lin Shi naturally sensed the surrounding commotion, yet showed little surprise at the approaching mob. Before the apocalypse, anyone witnessing a scene of blood and corpses would have fled far away. But in this new world, instances of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, were common. At that moment, he was utterly weak, still suffering from the genetic lock's aftereffects. However, he was not alone. Lin Shi calmed his mind using his consciousness to communicate with the space. He mentally addressed the Demon King who was still chasing the gibbon inside. Demon King, prepare for battle. The Demon King immediately halted its pursuit, its canine eyes sharpening, as if understanding in an instant master is in danger. It lifted its dog head and barked once. Before long, the Father Anson trio arrived near Lin Shi. Seeing him still motionless even as they approached, all three felt considerably reassured. They gazed greedily at the pistols within reach. Dad, let me go kill him. You cover me from behind. The older young man's eyes turned ruthless as he stepped forward. Having trained in martial arts for a few years, he noticed Lin Shi's unstable stance, and slight trembling, and a gleam of certainty flashed in his eyes. The middle-aged man nodded and instructed his younger son to circle around carefully to grab the guns. However, just as the young man advanced with his blade toward Lin Shi, the Demon King's figure materialized out of thin air. The older youth only saw a massive shadow hurtling toward him before he could even discern what it was. His neck was snapped. It was then that the middle-aged man and the younger son realized that a fierce, enormous dog had appeared from nowhere. Clear the area. Kill them all. Lin Shi's emotionless voice echoed from behind his mask. The Demon King obeyed without hesitation, lunging forward. After snapping one man's neck, it raised its head and pounced toward the middle-aged man. The Demon King raised its head, fixing its gaze upon these humans who dared to covet Lin Shi. Its eyes carried the oppressive dominance of a higher life form over a lower one. The moment they met the Demon King's heterochromatic pupils, every onlooker felt a chill run down their spine. The middle-aged man, utterly defenseless, was ruthlessly pinned down onto the snow by the Demon King. Its sharp claws pierced through his chest. The man's youngest son, pale with terror, watched as the Demon King withdrew its claws from the father's body, droplets of blood still dripping from their tips. His mind knew death was imminent and screamed for him to flee, yet his legs refused to obey, trembling uncontrollably. A stream of foul, warm liquid trickled from between his legs. A flicker of disgust passed through the Demon King's intelligent eyes, and with a single swipe of its claw it sent this foul-smelling human flying. The body landed precisely at the feet of the fat middle-aged man who had been shouting the loudest. Looking down, he saw that half of the man's skull had been crushed, brains and blood oozing from the fractured head. The trio of father and sons whom he had considered his rivals were gone in an instant. A monster! He let out a terrified scream and fled for his life faster than he had arrived. Seeing this, the greed in the others' eyes vanished in an instant as they turned and scrambled away in a panic. Those who had rushed to the front afraid of missing their chance now wished they had never run so fast, wishing they could sprout 4 legs. But their speed was far too slow compared to the Demon King. With every pounce the Demon King claimed another life, its pristine white claws soon stained a vivid crimson. Some, realizing escape was impossible, tried to fight back with whatever weapons they had. Yet these feeble attempts at resistance posed no threat to the Demon King. A human is no match for a wild beast, let alone a source beast that had already undergone its first evolution. After slaughtering over a dozen people, the Demon King's originally crimson eye grew even more bloodshot and eerie. At this moment it seemed to revert to its state before meeting Lin Shi, ferocious and untamed. There was none of the docility it showed when around Lin Shi. The scene was a one-sided massacre. Someone even tried to sneak towards Lin Shi, while the Demon King chased others, hoping to snatch the pistol lying on the ground amidst the chaos. But the moment the Demon King sensed someone approaching Lin Shi, it immediately abandoned its intended target. It lunged at the person nearing Lin Shi, biting off half of their shoulder in one savage chomp. In its eyes, Lin Shi was the only human it acknowledged. All others were merely walking 4-legged beasts. A piercing scream was abruptly cut short as the Demon King's claw slashed across the man's throat. After killing the one who dared approach Lin Shi, the Demon King turned to hunt down the remaining humans. The one-sided slaughter was nearing its end. With its speed and keen sense of smell, none of them could escape. They all became lifeless corpses, never to make another mistake. Watching this, a smile finally graced Lin Shi's face. Forming a pact with the Demon King was the best decision he had ever made. The gene lock offered explosive power, but its endurance was sorely lacking. He had to find a way to resolve this fatal flaw, or else he could not afford to activate the gene lock lightly, except in life-or-death situations. As the after-effects of the gene lock receded, Lin Shi was surprised to discover that the duration of this episode was even shorter than the last. Recalling the changes he had undergone after absorbing Source Force the previous 2 times, a glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Perhaps with enough Source Force he could eliminate the side effects of unlocking the gene lock. Lin Shi walked over to Lu Pianran, the root cause of all today's troubles. With a flick of his wrist, a military knife appeared in his hand, ready to end the woman's life. But a thought flashed through his mind. This woman's identity was unusual. He was certain he had forged an irreconcilable blood feud with Lu Pianran. Yet it would be best to first ascertain who was backing her to avoid being caught off guard in the future. With this in mind, Lin Shi decided to let the woman live a little longer and stored her in his space. Subsequently, he collected all the corpses in the villa area into his space, erasing all traces of the event. After changing his attire and recalling the Demon King, Lin Shi left the now-deserted villa district. By the time he returned to the safe house, the sky had darkened. Lupian Ran, who had been stored in his space, also regained consciousness. The moment she woke up, she found herself staring into the menacing eyes of a dog and an ape. The immense size and oppressive source beast aura of the Demon King and the gibbon caused Lupian Ran to faint again. It wasn't until Lin Shi had the Demon King splash a bucket of snow water on her that Lupian Ran let out a startled scream and woke up once more. Lupian Ran was abruptly drenched from head to toe by a bucket of snow water, jolting her awake with a sharp cry as she sat up from the ground. The moment she rose, she found herself face to face with the Demon King's massive visage, which elicited another terrified scream. Silence. Lin Shi's voice echoed within the space. Make another sound, and he'll kill you right now. Hearing these familiar words, Lupian Ran instantly recalled the scene from the villa district. She clutched her head and pleaded, "Don't kill me." Lin Shi, seated on the sofa in the safe house, toyed with a pen as he spoke through his consciousness within the space. "I ask, you answer. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll have my Demon King tear off your flesh bit by bit." Trembling with fear, Lupian Ran dared not even lift her head, stammering, I'll cooperate. Please don't hurt me. My father has plenty of money. Just don't harm me, and you can have anything you want." First question, who are you? My name is Lupian Ran. I'm a university student in this city. I originally lived at. But then due to a sudden blackout, Uncle Chio brought me from school to that villa. Lupian Ran, already overwhelmed by fear that day, answered Lin Shi's every question without resistance. Lin Shi continued. You mentioned earlier that your father is the most powerful man in Sha City. Who is he? At the mention of her father, Lupian Ran's previously chaotic expression regained some composure, and her eyes flickered. Woof! A roar from directly above made Lupian Ran shudder again. She quickly replied, my father is an officer in the Sha City military. Lin Shi's eyes showed a glint of confirmation as he pressed on, what position? He's a major general? Lupian Ran's eyes flickered. Lin Shi's voice turned cold. Lies. The major general of the Sha City military isn't surnamed Lu. On the day he went to collect supplies, he clearly remembered the imposing man standing before the crowd addressed by those around him as Major General Lin. Surprised that Lin Shi knew this, Lupian Ran quickly changed her story, raising her head. Sorry, I wasn't finished. My father is a staff officer beside the Major General. Humph. Lin Shi's voice dripped with mockery. So a staff officer is the most powerful man in the Sha City military. Hearing this, Lupian Ran instinctively looked up to retort, my father saved the Major General's life. That connection is different. Even the Major General has to listen to my father. My father is the most powerful. It was then that she noticed she was in a strange place. What's your father's name? Lin Shi asked. Lupeng. My father's name is Lupeng. Lin Shi then posed several more questions, such as what Lupeng looked like, and whether Lupian Ran had any other relatives. Lupian Ran answered them all. But when Lin Shi inquired about the gene lock information within the military, Lupian Ran was utterly clueless. By then she had stood up and was surveying the space, though she dared not wander freely under the Demon King's watchful gaze. Curiosity overcoming some of her fear, she countered Lin Shi. I really know nothing about this gene lock you're talking about. Where's this place? Where are you? Can you let me go? You can ask my father for money, anything you want. He'll definitely give it. Her hand hidden beneath her now dirty down jacket clenched tightly. Once I get back, I'll make my father have you shot to avenge Uncle Chio and the others. But she didn't realize she would never have that chance. Lin Shi didn't respond to Lupian Ran. Instead, he said to the Demon King, kill. After issuing the command, Lin Shi paid no further attention to the woman who had lost her value. He had no intention of keeping her in his space to eat and relieve herself. As for the threat of the staff officer to the Major General, Lin Shi had never shown his face that day, and all witnesses in that villa district were dead. Even if the military later found clues there, they wouldn't know who he was. Lin Shi retrieved the over 2 tons of gold bars he had collected that day. He glanced at the cornucopia interface. Cornucopia storage space, complete. The space volume expands with the increase of the user's internal source energy. Can store living beings. Function item replication. 750 upgrade. Required wealth points 2. 48 million. This would be the 9th upgrade for item replication. Lin Shi murmured, upgrade item replication. As a familiar golden light flashed before his eyes, the cornucopia interface changed to cornucopia storage space. Complete. The space volume expands with the increase of the user's internal source energy. Can store living beings. Function item replication. 1478 upgrade. Required wealth points 8. For million, it had increased by a full 728 times. Lin Shi felt that 1478 uses would likely be more than enough for at least 20 to 30 years. By continuously replicating the supplies he already possessed using the copies while retaining the originals, he could enjoy an endless supply. And if the pattern held, the next upgrade should add 1456 uses. However, the last time the space was upgraded to the 10th level, an anomaly occurred. It didn't expand the original space. Instead, the space that could only store inanimate objects was transformed into one that could store both inanimate and living things. Thus, Lin Shi was very curious about what would happen after the 10th upgrade of item replication. The upgrade process took only a few minutes. When Lin Shi returned his consciousness to the space, he saw that Lu Pianran was already dead beyond any doubt. To his surprise, Lu Pianran had been killed by the gibbon. The gibbon's arm was still stained with white and red brain matter. The Demon King stood beside the gibbon, its gaze encouraging as it watched the creature. The Demon King can now command the gibbon. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Demon King, did you make it do this? He asked directly. Woof! The Demon King lifted its head high as if responding to Lin Shi. It extended a paw pointing at Lu Pianran and barked at the gibbon again. The gibbon, with a fist the size of an iron pot, smashed down on the already lifeless Lu Pianran once more. This was an unexpected delight. Lin Shi transferred Lu Pianran's corpse to the vacuum space, then released the Demon King and rewarded it with a hearty dinner. He also added a lavish fruit feast for the gibbon in the space. Even in its mutated state, this gibbon hadn't switched to a carnivorous diet like the earlier mutated boar. As for the Demon King, it seemed utterly disdainful of human flesh. To keep a low profile, Lin Shi didn't go out for the next few days, instead staying home to diligently cultivate the health preservation art. But on the day after he killed Qiu Jun and abducted Lu Pianran, Lu Peng finally received news of Qiu Jun and Lu Pianran's disappearance. At the Dongjiao Xinghai apartments atop the property management building requisitioned by the military for office use. What? Qiu Jun and the others are missing. Where's my daughter? Lu Peng, who was handling military affairs upstairs in the building, slammed the table and stood up upon receiving the report from his subordinate. Yes, sir. We went to deliver supplies this morning and saw someone breaking into the villa where Miss Lu resides. After apprehending the intruder, we found no trace of Miss Lu or Commander Qiu inside. The soldier reported truthfully, as he and another soldier were responsible for delivering daily necessities and food to Lu Pianran's group every 3 days. Everyone in the Sha City military knew that Lu Peng cared deeply for his daughter. As a staff officer to Major General Lin, Lu Peng usually handled numerous miscellaneous tasks and deployed patrol soldiers. He couldn't move to the villa to live with his daughter. Yet he was especially concerned about her well-being. Lu Peng was a man in his 40s. Years of military service had aged his face beyond his years. With dark skin and ordinary features, the only striking aspect was an aquiline nose that seemed out of harmony with the rest of his face. This gave him an air of somber sternness. Now his face was full of urgency, and the deep furrows between his brows were tightly knit into a line. Where's the intruder? Have you interrogated him? The soldier replied. He's outside in the corridor. We interrogated him on the way here. He said he came from another area, wanted to search the villa for supplies, and only broke in after finding no one inside. Bring him in. Lu Peng's face darkened, a hint of murderous intent in his tone. Seated in this temporarily requisitioned office was another man, also dressed in a military officer's uniform. He appeared much younger than Lu Peng, but from his relaxed posture, he seemed not to be Lu Peng's subordinate. If Lin Shi were here, he would recognize this man as Wang Chao, the officer he had encountered at the port last time. Seeing Lu Peng's state, Wang Chao soothed him. Staff Officer Lu, don't panic. Send people to search first. Maybe the girl just ran off to play. You know Qiu Jun's skills, there shouldn't be any problem. Hearing this, though still anxious inside, Lu Peng's expression did soften somewhat. He knew his daughter well. She was indeed playful by nature. Perhaps Qiu Jun had given in to her and gone out with her. But from his understanding of Qiu Jun, if they had left normally, they wouldn't have left the villa unoccupied. Now that everyone was missing, Lu Peng felt deeply uneasy. Qiu Jun was not Lu Peng's subordinate, but his comrade in arms. Years ago, the authorities suddenly recruited soldiers to test a new type of gene pill that could cultivate super soldiers. Lu Peng, fearing risks, did not participate, but Qiu Jun signed up and became one of the first in the official military to unlock the gene lock. He was promoted 2 ranks. Having Qiu Jun protect Lu Pianran was due not only to their long-standing friendship. It also owed to Lu Peng having saved Major General Lin's life years ago, which made it easy to borrow personnel from him. The soldier followed orders and left soon, bringing in the intruder. The man in his 30s cried out as he was brought in, "Sir, I just saw it was empty and took a few things." Who doesn't do that these days? I have a 3-year-old child and a 60-year-old mother at home, please. No nonsense. I asked you, answer. Lu Peng interrogated him with a grim face, getting the same answers as the soldier. The soldier asked, "Sir, what should we do with him?" "Lock him up. Assemble a few teams now to search near the villa for any trace of Qiu Jun and Pianran. Also investigate the villa and its surroundings for signs of a struggle, and check if anyone saw them leave in the past 2 days. Investigate every clue thoroughly." "Yes, sir." If not for the tasks at hand, Lu Peng would have gone himself. The fact that no bodies had been found yet allowed him to secretly tell himself things weren't as bad as he imagined. The soldier dragged away the man who kept crying and begging for forgiveness. Then he gathered several squads and rushed to the villa area where Lu Pianran had lived. Yet even after digging through the place, they found no clues. Because Lin Shi and Xiao Jun had fought outdoors, and when Lin Shi disposed of the bodies and cleaned up, he had shoveled away the blood-stained snow into his space. Afterward, he and the Demon King smoothed over the patch of snow before leaving. On top of that, after a night, any remaining imperfections were perfectly concealed by the heavy snow that had fallen all day and night. The soldiers found almost no clues except that nearly everyone in the villa area was gone. Instead, they found some survivors hiding in basements for warmth and brought them back to Shanghai apartments. Lu Peng interrogated them personally, but these people staying at the villa's edge and hiding underground hadn't even heard the commotion of Lin Shi and Xiao Jun's fight that day, let alone provide any clues. Lu Peng wanted to torture them, but Major General Lin discovered it, criticized him, and let them go. The survivors returned to the villa cursing their bad luck, unaware they had escaped not one, but two disasters. In the following days, survivors in Sha City noticed that the number of patrol soldiers on the streets had suddenly more than doubled. Though Major General Lin had criticized Lu Peng, he knew Lu Peng cared most about his only daughter. He proactively sent people to help search for Lu Pianran and his subordinate Xiao Jun. But Lu Pianran and Xiao Jun's group had been taken away by Lin Shi, using his space ability from the villa area. Outside the villa area, no one could have seen their traces. After several days, there were no clues, though many troublemakers were caught. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, staying safely in the safe house, knew nothing of the turmoil outside. Even if he did, it wouldn't stir his emotions. Given what Lu Pianran had said about her father's attachment to her, such a situation was inevitable. At this moment, Lin Shi had been in the safe house for a whole week practicing the health preservation art. During this week, he had not stepped out except to shovel snow off the top of a mountain daily. He immersed himself in cultivation. And finally, he could unlock the gene lock on his own. Lin Shi stood in the living room wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, holding his breath and concentrating. He felt the faint source power within him. After 7 days of relentless practice of the health-preserving technique, Lin Shi discovered that he seemed to have gained an extra source of energy. This energy flowed like blood through his body. It was very weak, yet it brought him an immensely comfortable feeling. Lin Shi speculated that this might be the source power transformed from the source substance absorbed by the health-preserving technique. These past 2 days, he had tried to control this source power and made a remarkable discovery. Open! Lin Shi shouted softly, directing the source power in his body to spread throughout, integrating it into every part of him, as an electrifying sensation surged from his heart. He seemed to hear a crack from within his body, as if something had been unlocked. He then entered the state of unlocking the genetic lock. Another success. Lin Shi secretly rejoiced as he lunged towards the Demon Lord hiding in the corner of the living room. The Demon Lord desperately squeezed its body into the corner, its canine face displaying a rich array of expressions. Its mouth slightly open, eyes wide as if trying to hide, but unable to escape the expression, seemed to say, "Here it comes again. Don't come over here." Lin Shi picked up the Demon Lord, and like the wind, opened the door to the safe house, tossing the Demon Lord into the snow. Now in the outdoor temperature of over 30 degrees below 0 Celsius, Lin Shi wore only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Yet he felt no cold, instead a warm current traversed through his limbs and bones. "Demon Lord, let's practice." Before his words had faded, Lin Shi charged at the Demon Lord, who was shaking off the snow from its body. The Demon Lord used the rolling technique Lin Shi had taught it these past few days to evade Lin Shi's punch and leapt towards him. However, as its movement began, Lin Shi's punch was merely a feint which he instantly retracted. He quickly stepped towards the direction the Demon Lord was dodging and executed a sweeping kick. The Demon Lord's jump was interrupted, landing with a thud in the snow, tumbling like a dog. "I told you last time that human techniques are very cunning. You must observe the movements and adapt accordingly. Even when fighting me, take it seriously. Now it's your turn to attack first," Lin Shi instructed. The Demon Lord stood up, dazed, casting a resentful glance at Lin Shi. That look definitely spoke of having been forced to perform many times. While battling with the Demon Lord, Lin Shi carefully guided its attacks. After 10 seconds, the genetic lock duration ended. This was not the first time Lin Shi had actively unlocked the genetic lock in these past few days, but rather the 6th time. Since discovering the source power within him 2 days ago, he had been attempting to control it, and had mastered the method to unlock the genetic lock. However, success was not guaranteed every time. It seemed that with the increasing frequency of unlocking the genetic lock, or perhaps due to the growing source power within him, the duration for which the genetic lock could be maintained was also extending. He no longer felt as powerless as before after unlocking it. Lin Shi believed that with just a bit more time, he would be able to perfectly master this power. Seeing Lin Shi's aura suddenly weaken, the Demon Lord's eyes brightened instantly. It grinned and pounced at Lin Shi once more. Lin Shi, as if he had anticipated the Demon Lord's revenge, rolled away, saying, "Today's battle ends here. Let's go home for dinner." After ending the genetic lock, Lin Shi was able to move again, though he still felt quite weak. At this moment, he jogged a few steps into the house. The Demon Lord left behind let out a howling bark. "Oh, woo! You're not following the rules of combat. Lin Shi managed to coax the angry demon lord back with a feast of roasted meat. Ever since tasting roasted meat 3 days ago, the demon lord had developed a fondness for it. It found raw meat unappetizing and stood beside the oven every day, making it clear to Lin Shi that it wanted roasted meat. Lin Shi skewered chunks of meat onto a massive skewer and placed them into the oven. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, pork belly skewers, and skewers of mutated wild boar meat sizzled in the oven, releasing an enticing aroma. After grilling a batch of meat, he pulled out a few skewers without seasoning and placed them on a plate for the demon lord. He himself took out some fresh lettuce to wrap around the roasted meat. The crisp and fragrant lettuce paired with the rich and fatty lamb meat was utterly satisfying with every bite. After indulging in roasted meat, Lin Shi retrieved a watermelon from his space, ran outside to bury it in the snow, and after a few seconds he took out a chilled watermelon. If it weren't for the extremely low outdoor temperature, Lin Shi would have wanted to barbecue with charcoal outside. The flavor of charcoal grilled meat was simply unparalleled. After enjoying lunch, the demon lord licked its lips in satisfaction, walked over, and nudged Lin Shi's leg, looking up at him. Are you going back into the space? The demon lord nodded its head. Lin Shi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Every time the demon lord left a mess here, it would go look for the long-armed ape to retrieve it. However, how could he refuse the request of his companion? In these past few days, the long-armed ape had visibly become obedient to the demon lord. After placing the demon lord into the space, Lin Shi took a short break and began to dress. He planned to venture into the depths of the back mountain today to see if he could catch another solitary source beast. Star C apartment. Damn it, how can I not find them? How is it even possible to not find them? Lu Peng angrily grabbed a cup from the table and smashed it on the ground in front of the reporting soldier. His voice was laced with uncontrollable fury. You immediately search the entire city of Sha. Check every possible location, even if you have to turn the city upside down. Find them for me. Yes, Chief Lu. After the soldier left, Lu Peng slumped onto the chair, his chest heaving violently. As the days went by without any news of Lu Pian, a growing sense of dread gripped his heart. Since last night, he hadn't closed his eyes for even a moment. So many soldiers had searched for 7 days straight, and the entire city of Sha had been turned upside down, yet there were still no clues. The absence of any news spoke volumes. Lu Peng had already guessed that his daughter was very likely harmed. Most of the soldiers sent to search had been called back, returning to their posts. This made the hope of finding Lu Pian even more elusive. A flash of resentment crossed Lu Peng's eyes. At this moment, he was filled with hatred for Major General Lin Tianrui. He had saved Lin Tianrui, this ingrate, yet asking him to help find his daughter was met with such evasion, simply heartless and ungrateful. But as long as there was the slightest hope, Lu Peng would never give up. He had to see his daughter alive. If she had died, he would definitely kill the one responsible for her death. He would tear them to shreds. At this moment, consumed by hatred, Lu Peng did not consider how heavy the soldiers' tasks were. They had to gather supplies, distribute resources, patrol, and repair any usable equipment. Some soldiers even had to personally do cement work alongside survivors to build shelters. With time pressing and tasks heavy, every day of delay would result in more survivors dying outside. Even within the ranks, more than 10 soldiers had already sacrificed their lives. None of this crossed his mind. Lu Peng was solely focused on finding his daughter. If he couldn't find her, he would make others pay with their lives. Lu Peng's gaze turned exceptionally fierce as he stood up, placing a dagger from the drawer into his waistband. He walked towards the door. The soldiers at the entrance saluted Lu Peng. With a chilling tone, he said, "Where are the criminals captured a few days ago? Take me there." In the past few days, though, the soldiers had found no trace of Lu Pian and the others, they had captured many who had been plundering supplies and committing violence on the small paths. A soldier led the grim-faced Lu Peng out of Shanghai apartments. At this moment, on the balcony of one of the apartment buildings, Wang Chao and a burly man stood watching Lu Peng leave. "Chief, aren't you going to intervene?" Wang Chao stared until Lu Peng became a mirror in the distance before turning to Lin Tianrui and asking. Lin Tianrui's stern face lacked the solemn authority he had shown while maintaining order in front of the apartments days ago. He waved his hand casually and sighed, "Forget it. Lu Peng only has that one daughter left to him by his deceased ex-wife. You and I both know how important she is to him. If it were you or me, we'd lose our composure too." He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his inner pocket, offered one to Wang Chao, lit one, and took a drag. Still no news of that girl and Xiao Jun. Wang Chao took the cigarette, but didn't smoke it, instead pocketing it. He sighed as well. None. No news at all. After so long, the hope of finding them is fading. Chief, you withdrew the soldiers and sent your personal guards to search. Why didn't you tell Lu Peng? What, afraid he'll hold a grudge against me? Lin Tianrui said casually. If I find them, I'll tell him then. If not, there's no need to mention it. Everyone knows what kind of person I am. He saved me once, and he's been with me for years. Some things don't need to be said. Wang Chaos eyelid twitched. Chief, are you a bit too confident in your charisma? But he dared not say that aloud. Do you think it's possible that a survivor unlocked the gene lock, clashed with Xiao Jun, and killed them? I've had that suspicion. Since the solar storm, the number of soldiers in the unit who have unlocked the gene lock has increased to 13. There might be ordinary survivors who have unlocked it too. But Xiao Jun unlocked his 5 years ago, and you've unlocked yours as well. You know that ordinary people can't adapt to this power overnight. Even if Xiao Jun was careless, a newly unlocked person couldn't have cleaned up so thoroughly. I suspect. Lin Tianrui paused mid-sentence. The tip of his cigarette had been extinguished by the cold wind. He tossed the cigarette but to the ground and didn't continue. Instead he said, have Li Qiu work a bit harder these days and take over Lu Peng's duties. Consider it giving him a few days off. Yes. Wang Xiao didn't ask what Lin Tianrui suspected. Deep down he knew it well. An ordinary person couldn't make a Jin a lock-and-lock strongman, and several soldiers vanish into thin air. This was likely the work of another faction. As for which faction, Wang Xiao felt Lin Tianrui might already have his own guess. Lu Peng left Shanghai Apartments and arrived at the detention center in the western suburbs of Sheshi. After the apocalypse began, those caught robbing supplies or abducting women were thrown here. After the soldiers made inquiries, a jailer led Lu Peng to a cell where the recent captures were held. Sir, all the prisoners from the past week are in here. Open it. These people are nearly mad. If we open it, they might get out of control. The jailer hesitated. Lu Peng repeated, open it. Seeing Lu Peng's insistence, the jailer signaled the other guards to prepare and opened the cell door. The first thing that hit them was a stench of excrement mixed with blood. Lu Peng immediately wrinkled his nose in disgust. Over 100 people were crammed into a cell meant for a dozen sitting or standing, packed tightly together. Those sitting were almost back-to-back, arm-torn with no room to lie down. The floor was covered in frozen feces, urine, and dark brown blood clots, which reduced the smell somewhat in the cold. But the foul odor was still unbearable for anyone entering. The prisoners' eyes gleamed with hunger. They were desperate enough to bite anything. Often some would attack others out of starvation. Fights broke out daily. The jailers didn't intervene, only dragging out the bodies for disposal on a schedule. In the apocalypse, even the good were hard to manage. The wicked couldn't expect a chance at reform like before, unless they could endure until this damned world returned to normal. Seeing the door open, a dozen prisoners near the entrance rushed forward. Food. Is there any food? Let me out. I'm starving. Kill the guards and escape. Charge out. The jailers, clearly experienced with this, pulled out their batons and struck the leading prisoner on the head. The man collapsed instantly. The other 2 guards followed suit, swinging their weapons without mercy. Anyone who rebelled was beaten to death. 2 more guards outside aimed their rifles, watching intently. After 9 bodies lay on the ground, order was finally restored. Lu Peng's gloomy gaze swept over the prisoners as he said slowly, listen up. A week ago, did any of you see suspicious people entering the Haitian Villa district on Huayuan Road? Or did you notice anyone suspicious passing by on Huayuan Road? If anyone provides truthful and useful information, it'll take them out of here and give them enough food and cold weather supplies. Hearing they could leave and get food, the prisoners clamored, I know. I have information. I saw it. The scene erupted into chaos again. Lu Peng barked, silence. Line up, speak one by one. If anyone dares to deceive me, you'll make them pay the price. Although threatened, these individuals still scrambled to provide clues for the possible chance of escape. After hearing from the majority, Lu Peng realized that most were merely talking nonsense to fill the numbers. After one person lied to his face again, Lu Peng suddenly erupted, drawing his dagger and viciously plunging it into the man's neck. Impatience mixed with murderous intent swept across all the prisoners in the cell. I said, do not deceive me. Whoever lies again will face immediate death. This statement made the others, who were still hoping to bluff their way through, freeze in place, too scared to come forward. Just when Lu Peng thought this path was also a dead end, a prisoner hesitantly stepped forward. Officer, I saw 2 suspicious individuals last Wednesday heading towards the Haitian Villa area. Lu Peng patiently asked, were they men or women? What were their characteristics? The man thought for a moment and replied, they were 2 men. One of them is Qian Liang. I know him. Our families live in the same building. The other man I've never seen before, but he wore a black tactical jacket, a black hat, a mask, and goggles, and he had on a pair of particularly warm boots. I was particularly envious, so I took a few more looks at him. It seemed they were headed towards the villa area, but I didn't follow them, and I'm not entirely sure. A flash of brilliance appeared in Lu Peng's eyes as he asked for more detailed information, such as who Qian Liang was, what he did, and more specific details about the 2 men. Regardless of its accuracy, this was the only lead available. After returning to the unit, Lu Peng immediately ordered an investigation into Qian Liang's background. As for the individual who provided the clue, Lu Peng had no intention of fulfilling his promise. After all, he was just a prisoner who would die in a few days. Oh, why waste thought on him? That afternoon, Lu Peng received the basic information on Qian Liang. When he saw the name of the leader at Qian Liang's workplace, Lu Peng suddenly stood up. He recognized the name from when Lin Qianran moved into the villa area, as this person was one of the residents in the villa. Take people with me to the Haitan Villa area immediately. At this moment, Lin Shi was dressed in a lightweight and flexible white combat suit, holding a crossbow, cautiously searching through the dense forest. The reason for not using a gun was that compared to firearms, a crossbow was more discreet. A handgun's attack power was insufficient, while an AK could easily alert nearby beasts. If a pack of wild animals were to come, even he would have to retreat. A crossbow was designed specifically for jungle combat. In jungle hunting, as a hunter, one must conceal themselves well and strike the prey silently for a lethal blow. To this end, Lin Shi even sprayed a layer of white paint on his crossbow. However, he was uncertain if it was because the animals in the Shushi mountain forest were tropical and not many survived. After more than 3 hours deep in the mountains, Lin Shi still found nothing. Suddenly, Lin Shi paused, crouching low and carefully moving to the left front. Several hundred meters away in the snowy ground, a clouded leopard was tearing apart a deer that had been dug out of the snow. This clouded leopard was larger than a Siberian tiger, and Lin Shi was almost certain that this leopard had mutated. But to confirm fully, he needed to get within 100 meters, as the treasure basin only provided indications for source beasts within that range. Lin Shi approached the clouded leopard step by step. The deer under the leopard's jaws had obviously succumbed to the sudden extreme cold. Its body was stiff and frozen when it was dug out. It was fresh, yet he could see the clouded leopard struggling to bite through, seeming to have some difficulty. Taking advantage of the clouded leopard's intense focus on the frozen meat, Lin Shi managed to close in to within 100 meters. The treasure basin indeed emitted a signal, detected a first-tier source beast within 100 meters. It was a source beast. Joy appeared on Lin Shi's face. The clouded leopard, being a swift beast by nature, would certainly have its speed enhanced after mutating into a source beast. In his past life in Sanyuan City, there was a cheetah that had also mutated. This cheetah appeared and vanished without a trace, killing silently. Many attempted to hunt it, but failed. If he could tame this clouded leopard, it would undoubtedly be a formidable force. At that moment, the clouded leopard seemed to sense something lifting its head. Lin Shi quickly concealed himself behind a dead tree. With the cover of the withered tree and his camouflage, the clouded leopard did not notice anything unusual and lowered its head again, focusing on gnawing at the meat. Just as it lowered its head, a white arrow sliced through the air, piercing sharply through its hind leg. This was still Lin Shi's intention, to capture the clouded leopard alive, otherwise he would have aimed for its head. The clouded leopard let out a painful cry, trying to flee. However, the injury to its hind leg severely affected its speed. Lin Shi readied another arrow and shot it out. Whoosh! The other hind leg of the clouded leopard was also struck. The clouded leopard fell into the snow, unable to rise again. Everything seemed too easy, but this was predicated on Lin Shi having equipment in this life. If he were still an ordinary person like in his past life, armed only with a kitchen knife or a fruit knife, he might not even dare to approach a beast, let alone a source beast. Lin Shi retracted his crossbow and quickly approached the injured clouded leopard with a broadsword in hand. This sword was left behind by the 3 fathers and sons when he was in the villa area. The clouded leopard finally saw the person who had hurt it, and a fierce light flashed in its crimson beast eyes. It tried to stand while fiercely growling to prevent Lin Shi from getting closer. The clouded leopard's voice was very similar to a cat's meow, lacking any deterrent power. Lin Shi stood a meter away from the clouded leopard, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared directly into the clouded leopard's eyes. "Submit to me, and I won't kill you." Meow. Meow. The clouded leopard let out a threatening roar. It lacked the intelligence of a gibbon and couldn't understand human speech, still fierce despite the life-and-death threat. When Lin Shi attempted to touch it, the clouded leopard opened its mouth to bite. He was not in a hurry. If one plan failed, he had another. Lin Shi retracted his murderous aura and released the Demon King. Demon King, show it who's fiercer. When the Demon King landed and heard Lin Shi's words, excitement sparkled in its eyes as it bared its teeth, roaring at the clouded leopard. Woof! The Demon King approached the clouded leopard step by step. In terms of size, the Demon King had the upper hand. The clouded leopard looked like a mere kitten in front of it. The clouded leopard struggled to stand, but fell back into the snow, emitting threatening meows. The Demon King advanced and pressed the clouded leopard's head into the snow with a paw. No matter how the clouded leopard struggled, it could not break free from the Demon King's grip. Good dog, Lin Shi praised. He placed his hand on the clouded leopard, trying to communicate with space to take it in. The clouded leopard struggled violently, and for the first time, he unexpectedly failed. Lin Shi looked at the Demon King and said, "Show it who's boss." Upon hearing this, the Demon King lifted its paw, and when the clouded leopard raised its head, it smacked its forehead hard with the paw. The cloud leopard was directly slammed into the snow by the Demon King's claw, unable to stand for a while. After practicing with the Demon King so many times, Lin Shi had developed a very intuitive understanding of the Demon King's strength. Although the Demon King's speed might not hold an advantage among the source beasts, his power was immense. Even if he unlocked the second stage of his genetic lock, he was merely slightly stronger than the first stage Demon King in terms of power. If he were to take such a claw heating, he would likely faint. This blow left the cloud leopard without the strength to resist. Lin Shi once again communicated with space, and in the next moment the cloud leopard and the Demon King vanished from the snow. Feeling a slight joy, Lin Shi communicated with the Demon King in the space. Demon King, I leave this cloud leopard to you, make it obedient. The Demon King responded excitedly with a few barks. Lin Shi also prepared to return. Source beasts needed to be tamed one by one, having too many at once might lead to conflicts in the space. Right now, after taking the cloud leopard into the space, the long-armed monkey would just obediently watch the Demon King play with the cloud leopard. If the long-armed monkey had not yet been tamed, it would have turned into a scene of 3 source beasts battling it out. To complete a source beast army, one could not rush it all in a single day. On the way back, Lin Shi took out an axe from the space and chopped down dozens of dead trees to store them in the space. The next day, he still wanted to venture into the mountains for luck, but unfortunately the weather was uncooperative and a blizzard started again. He could only practice the life cultivation technique in the safe house. This blizzard lasted for a full 3 days before it stopped, and every few hours Lin Shi had to go out to clear the accumulated snow from the mountain. The Demon King would also come out to help shovel the snow. To Lin Shi's surprise, the long-armed monkey could now follow some simple action commands. Although it wasn't as easy to command as the Demon King. But this was a good start. Many trees were half buried in the accumulated snow. The situation in the city could be imagined. The self-built houses in Wulong village at the foot of the mountain were completely invisible on the first floor, and the second floor was more than half submerged. This wave of blizzard further reduced the number of survivors in Shushi. On the 4th day, the blizzard stopped and turned into light snow. Lin Shi stood at the door watching the sky, patting the Demon King whose head had reached his chest, and said it's a good day to go out. Oh whoa! The Demon King immediately barked excitedly upon hearing this. Lin Shi smiled, interrupting the Demon King's howl. Stop barking, or you'll attract real wolves. Today Lin Shi planned to collect gold while he intended to let the Demon King play in the mountains. The Demon King had been eating and sleeping all day at home, except for practicing. Lin Shi had long noticed that the Demon King was overflowing with energy. Although there was space for the Demon King to unleash its potential, the cloud leopard had also been behaving itself these past few days, and the Demon King couldn't bully such a well-behaved beast every day. Now the cloud leopard would run away upon seeing the Demon King. After this period, the Demon King's fur had completely grown out. Its size was also much larger than when Lin Shi first saw it, and with its fluffy fur it looked quite imposing. Such a sight would surely startle passers-by if brought to the street. It was too eye-catching. It might be better to let it play in the mountains by itself. Remember to come back before dark, okay? Don't get carried away, and if you see any animals larger than you, don't approach them, understand? Remember the battle techniques I taught you. Don't be foolish and charge in recklessly. If the snow gets heavier, find a place to shelter from it. Don't rush back, and don't get lost. Lin Shi said endlessly to the eager Demon King. At that moment, Lin Shi inexplicably felt like a mother reminding her child before going out. Ahem, that's it, go now? Lin Shi coughed to cover his inexplicable nagging. The Demon King paced around in front of Lin Shi waiting for his command. Then it took off running. Just when Lin Shi thought the Demon King would dash into the woods, without looking back, unexpectedly after running a few dozen meters, the Demon King suddenly stopped, turned around, and drooped its tail while looking back at Lin Shi. Lin Shi was puzzled. A few seconds later, the Demon King suddenly ran back. Woo! The Demon King nuzzled against Lin Shi and laid down by his feet, refusing to leave. What's wrong? Don't want to go play anymore. Lin Shi was surprised. The Demon King looked at Lin Shi with watery eyes, nuzzling at Lin Shi's feet again. In that cautious gaze, Lin Shi suddenly understood. It was afraid of being left behind, not daring to walk away. The Demon King couldn't speak, and Lin Shi also didn't know how it had become a stray dog before meeting him. At that moment, Lin Shi's heart was touched, and he squatted down to hug the Demon King. Alright, I really just want you to go out and play for a day. You are my good partner. I will never leave you behind. Lin Shi repeatedly assured that he would return before dark and would definitely not abandon it. The Demon King then ran into the mountains, looking back 3 times. Lin Shi then returned indoors, changed into an outfit similar to that of the survivors outside, and left the safe house. He was no longer afraid of the cold. His source power would recover a few hours after consumption. As long as his body had source power, Lin Shi was not afraid of the cold. Dressing this way was just for appearances, to avoid appearing too out of place. Of course, this was only in Shushi, where the daytime temperature was over -30 degrees. If it were in the north with temperatures below -50 or even 60 degrees, he would still struggle. To conceal his face, Lin Shi wore a mask. Upon entering the city, Lin Shi realized that many changes had occurred. At this moment, the number of survivors on the street had significantly decreased, and they looked anxious. He saw a notice posted on a wall by the roadside with several people standing in front of it. Lin Shi leaned over to take a glance. Just one look made his pupils shrink. It was a wanted notice. It turned out to be a wanted notice. The key detail was that there were 1 or 2 portraits on it, one depicting Qian Liang and the other showing his outfit from the day he visited the villa. Below there was a line about a bounty stating that anyone who provided clues about the individuals in the portraits or captured them could receive a certain amount of supplies. The promised supplies were quite considerable. Since killing Lu Pianran and his group, he had not ventured outside for more than 10 days. He didn't know when this had been posted. Adhering to the principle of asking, when in doubt, Lin Shi turned to a man who was also looking at the wanted notice and asked, "Brother, what's going on? Why are there wanted notices even now?" The man appeared to have a decent temper. Seeing that Lin Shi was dressed even more lightly than he was, he looked at Lin Shi with sympathy and said, "Little brother, you must be from out of town, right? This wanted notice has been posted for 3 days. I heard that the 2 people in the portraits killed someone very important in the military, which is why they are wanted. The reward is truly enticing. I check it every day. You should too, in hopes of finding these 2. If one does, the family would no longer worry about food and drink." Upon hearing this, Lin Shi chuckled nonchalantly. Haha, without surveillance cameras around, finding someone is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. It's better to look for supplies instead. He stood right in front of this person, yet couldn't recognize them, while the body of another on the wanted list lay in his space. Those who wish to find someone to obtain these supplies have no hope in this lifetime. The man sighed heavily. Alas, who doesn't know? I just take a look. Isn't it just a dream of getting rich without buying a lottery ticket? In this world, it's too hard to survive. How can one not give themselves a bit of hope? Lin Shi glanced at the hurried people on the street and asked, "Why are these people so flustered?" The man lowered his voice. "Isn't it because of this wanted notice? Anyone seen wearing goggles or a black windbreaker on the road will be captured by those looking for supplies and dragged to the eastern suburbs. Everyone has to be careful with their attire when going out, making sure it doesn't resemble the clothing of the person on the wanted notice." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, relieved that he hadn't worn goggles today, though otherwise it would have been another hassle. He guessed that the people behind Lu Pianran would strictly investigate this matter, but he didn't expect it to cause such a commotion. Upon seeing the glaring image of Qian Liang on the wanted notice, he realized it was likely that someone saw him on the way to the villa with Qian Liang as a hostage. Qian Liang had nothing to do with this. Her presence on the wanted list indicates that no substantial evidence had been found. They were charged merely for being seen entering the villa area together. It was evident that the person named Lu Peng was willing to err on the side of caution. Lin Shi casually chatted with the man about the recent happenings among survivors. He wasn't worried about the wanted notice. Worst case, he would just stop wearing that outfit. The man appeared to be quite talkative, constantly complaining that the supplies available in the eastern suburbs were dwindling. Nowadays, apart from a little food, nothing else was distributed weekly. Candles could only be exchanged with contribution points. Without candles, one would be left in darkness at night, making even going to the bathroom a cautious affair. A few days ago, there was a significant event among survivors. The military had somehow obtained several excavators and had begun digging in the vacant land of the eastern suburbs. It was rumored that most of the shelters would be built underground. The man also mentioned that he had signed up to be a laborer, but they said he was too thin and weak and didn't pass the assessment. Survivors eager to sign up were continuously streaming in, primarily strong young men and some skilled technicians. "There's one more thing." The man suddenly became mysterious, pulling Lin Shi aside and whispering, "I'm only telling you this because I find you likable. Oh, don't share it with anyone else." Lin Shi nodded. "I heard the military is recruiting evolvers. Those with extraordinary strength, like the superheroes in movies, you know." Lin Shi was slightly taken aback, then realized the man might be referring to those who could unlock their genetic locks. His eyes widened. The military is recruiting evolvers. That means they've discovered ordinary people capable of unlocking their genetic locks. But when did unlocking a genetic lock enable someone to become a superhero? Even if they were superheroes, it's only for a few seconds. He nodded in agreement, saying, "Like those superheroes in Marvel." "Exactly." The man gave Lin Shi an affirming look. "I heard that those people can immediately enter the officer reserve as long as they enlist with the military. Not only would they obtain permanent residency rights in the shelter, but they would also receive supplies from the military, ensuring they would never worry about food or clothing again, gaining promotions and titles, and reaching the pinnacle of life." The man rambled on about the benefits of becoming an evolver, his eyes filled with envy and resentment. Lin Shi casually echoed a few remarks. Not having gained any other useful information, he bid farewell to the man. The last time he went to the eastern suburbs to collect gold, he had to change his target because he encountered Qian Liang and couldn't gather any. This wanted notice directly extinguished his plan to collect gold in the eastern suburbs. Back when he was with the Demon King dressed similarly and raiding for gold in the city, it was inevitable that someone might draw connections. Perhaps someone was already waiting for him near the gold shop in the eastern suburbs. Lin Shi turned around and headed west, intending to advance his plan to collect gold in the cities surrounding Sha City. He decided to go to Lunan City west of Sha City. As usual, he would take a secluded path to retrieve his snowmobile. While walking, Lin Shi pondered the recent news about the military recruiting evolvers. He was curious about the proportion of ordinary people who could unlock their genetic locks. Besides himself, he had only encountered Su Qinxin as an ordinary person who had unlocked their genetic lock since the apocalypse began. Of course, this was also related to the limited number of ordinary people he had interacted with. Lost in thought, he caught sight of a short and thin man approaching him. The man wore an old-fashioned felt hat, a mask covering his face, leaving only his eyes visible. His oversized cotton coat looked more like a quilt draped over him. The two exchanged glances before quickly averting their eyes and continuing on their respective paths. As they drew closer, the man who was originally supposed to brush past Lin Shi suddenly leaned in toward him. Lin Shi had already prepared, swiftly grabbing the man's hand that was reaching for his waist knife, his gaze sharp and cold. Before he could speak, the man gave Lin Shi a sly look and shouted, "First, help! Someone is robbing me with a knife." Hearing the cry for help, a patrol of soldiers on this street immediately jogged toward the two figures. Before the soldiers arrived, Sun Kangwen fixed a venomous glare on Lin Shi and whispered, "You little bastard, let go of me." Before the apocalypse, Sun Kangwen had been a habitual thief. It was only because of the overwhelming number of surveillance cameras that he had eventually been caught too many times and retired. Little did he expect that the apocalypse would grant him a chance to return to his old trade. He prowled the streets targeting lone individuals. If he could steal, he would. If not, he would escalate the situation. After all, without surveillance cameras, as long as he wasn't caught red-handed by the soldiers, there was no proof of his theft. Sometimes after the soldiers left, he would follow his target and continue to steal. If stealing failed, he would ambush them, kill them, and take everything they had, even their underwear. Several souls had already perished under his blade in recent days. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. "What's going on?" The soldiers arrived. "Officer, this man is trying to rob me. Look, he's holding my hand and carrying a knife." Sun Kangwen feigned panic, pointing at Lin Shi and playing the victim. Lin Shi could tell at a glance that this wasn't the man's first time pulling such a stunt. Seeing that Lin Shi was indeed gripping the man's hand, the soldier didn't jump to conclusions. He asked Lin Shi, "Is that true?" Lin Shi squinted slightly. "He tried to steal from me, so I caught him." "Steal from you? Look at how well I'm dressed. Why would I steal from a ragged wretch like you who can't even keep warm? What could you possibly have that ID want?" Sun Kangwen ranted, spittle flying as he defended himself. Yet inwardly he felt a pang of confusion. How could this man's hands be so warm when he wore so little? "Any evidence?" Lin Shi glanced at the soldiers and released his grip. "No." A flash of smugness crossed Sun Kangwen's eyes. The soldier then asked Sun Sungwen, "You say he tried to rob you. Do you have evidence? Isn't the knife he's carrying evidence enough?" Sun Kangwen pointed at the blade at Lin Shi's waist. The soldier rolled his eyes. These days, everyone carried a knife when they went out. If that counted as robbery, the Sha City Detention Center would have burst at the seams long ago. "Without evidence, we can only escort you home and ensure your safety." The soldier addressed Sun Kangwen. Feigning reluctance, Sun Kangwen nodded. "Fine." He shot Lin Shi a defiant look and mouthed the words, "Just you wait." A cold smile curled beneath Lin Shi's mask, his eyes icy. Those who knew him would recognize that he was angry. "Since there's nothing else, may I leave?" Lin Shi asked the soldier. The soldier nodded. As Lin Shi slipped his hands into his pockets, feigning a casual stance, something fell from his pocket. A large piece of beef jerky landed with a soft thud on the pristine white snow. Lin Shi had dried it in his safe house during idle moments, perfect for quick meals when he didn't feel like cooking or needed to head out. It was sprinkled with chili and cumin, looking irresistibly appetizing against the snow. Both the soldier and Sun Kangwen stared at the tempting jerky. Sun Kangwen's eyes locked onto it, unable to look away, as Lin Shi stuffed it back into his pocket. Saliva pooled in his mouth. He hadn't eaten meat in over half a month. Lin Shi quickly picked up the jerky and pocketed it, walking away without looking back. After turning a corner with the soldiers, Sun Kangwen's eyes darted around. He stopped and said, "Officer, since that guy's already gone, I don't need an escort home. I've got to visit my second uncle. Thanks." With that, he jogged off and vanished in no time. After leaving that street, Lin Shi slowed his pace slightly. Before long, a malicious gaze trailed him, faint but persistent. A flicker of killing intent passed through Lin Shi's eyes. The fish had taken the bait. After walking for another 2 minutes, he turned into a narrow alley flanked by old houses. The malicious gaze soon disappeared. Lin Shi's eyes glimmered as he continued forward. 2 minutes later, a heavy thud echoed behind him. Lin Shi turned to see a brick. Sun Sungwen, hiding around the corner of an old house, grinned with triumph. This ambush tactic had never failed him. Once his target turned around, they were as good as dead. As Lin Shi turned, Sun Kangwen charged out, wielding a gleaming sharp knife, his face twisted in a savage grin as he lunged for Lin Shi's back. Confident in his success, Sun Kangwen couldn't help licking his lips mid-assault, his mind already consumed by thoughts of savoring the jerky in portions. Unfortunately, this time, he had bitten off more than he could chew. Lin Shi had been waiting for him to show himself. Just as Sun Kangwen's knife tip was about to pierce his prey, his wrist was suddenly seized. Lin Shi, having turned around in an instant, gripped Sun Kangwen's hand and squeezed hard. An overwhelming force crushed Sun Kangwen's wrist, deforming it instantly. The knife clattered to the ground. Before Sun Kangwen could let out a pig-like squeal, Lin Shi silenced him with a brutal punch to the face. Lin Shi's strength was terrifying. The blow shattered Sun Kangwen's entire face, caving in his nose. Despite such severe trauma, Sun Kangwen clung to life, unable to comprehend how the lamb he had targeted had transformed into a ferocious wolf. Just as Lin Shi was about to deliver the final kick, a voice rang out from above, "Need a hand." Lin Shi looked up sharply past the swirling snowflakes to see a young man sitting on the rooftop. The same young man who had stood ahead of him in line that day. When had he gotten there? Why hadn't he sensed him? Lin Shi's eyes narrowed. At that moment, Sun Kangwen, on the verge of death, suddenly grabbed Lin Shi's still extended leg. Distracted by the youth above, Lin Shi stumbled forward as his leg was seized. Sun Kangwen lifted his mangled eyes to meet Lin Shi's gaze, his grotesque face attempting to intimidate him. Using his other good hand, Sun Kangwen lunged his fingers toward Lin Shi's eyes. Lin Shi's pupils contracted, not from the terrifying visage but from the realization that such precise combat instincts from a dying man could only mean one thing. Gene lock. Was this coincidence, or? His first thought was that the youth above had done it on purpose. If not for his sudden interruption, he would have already crushed the thief's head. With no time to dwell, Lin Shi blocked the incoming fingers, the sharp nails piercing the flesh of his palm. He rolled aside to evade Sun Kangwen's follow-up attacks. A first-time gene lock activation lasted only 3 seconds. There was no need to clash head-in with someone under its influence while an unknown threat lurked above. After dodging, Lin Shi retreated 2 steps. Sun Kangwen, with one hand crippled, struggled to his feet to pursue, but the gene lock's effect faded. He convulsed and collapsed again. When Lin Shi looked up, the youth was gone. Sun Kangwen twitched on the ground, and then fell still. Dead. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Without checking the thief's pulse, he decisively stomped on his head, crushing it like a watermelon bursting on the ground. Lin Shi scraped the gruesome mess off his shoe onto the snow. He didn't bother climbing to the rooftop, but turned and left the alley. After he departed, a soft chuckle came from the roof. Tisk tisk, so cautious. Not a shred of curiosity. Dull. Shi Yun, gripping a sharp sword, crouched on the rooftop, ready to strike at any moment. Unfortunately, Lin Shi hadn't come up, otherwise he would have faced a fully charged lethal blow. To make me sense such danger. Who are you? Shi Yun chuckled softly, sheathed his sword, and with a few bounds across the rooftops vanished from sight. After leaving the alley, Lin Shi found a building to climb. His gaze fell again on the rooftop where the young man had appeared earlier, now empty except for some footprints. Lin Shi's eyes flickered. In his mind, he replayed the details of his last encounter with that young man. At that time, aside from thinking the man seemed overly optimistic, they had barely exchanged words and had no conflict. Could it be a mere coincidence? He recalled the faint, lingering sensation of being watched after collecting supplies from the eastern outskirts. Lin Shi did not believe it was a coincidence. How many coincidences could there be in this world? Most so-called coincidences were orchestrated by deliberate minds. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. Descending from the rooftop, he headed toward Lunan City. By evening, he managed to return to his safe house before dark. Today's harvest was as poor as expected. He had only collected about 30 kilograms of gold. As soon as he reached the mountaintop, the Demon King sensed his scent and pounced, bringing with it a wave of blood. Lin Shi caught the leaping beast and examined it. "You're injured." The Demon King's fur was matted with blood, some of it already clotted. Upon inspection, Lin Shi found only minor wounds. The blood was not its own. The Demon King licked its lips, looking unsatisfied. Lin Shi chuckled. "Did you go hunting in the mountains today? From now on you can hunt for your own meals every day. That'll save the meat in my space." The Demon King's appetite was growing rapidly, and Lin Shi himself had become a glutton. The meat stored in his space was far from enough for both of them. Fortunately, before the apocalypse, he had already planned to live off the land. Lin Shi fetched a bucket of water, and using the snow on the ground, quickly gave the Demon King a combat bath. After washing, the beast shook itself, sending a shower of icy slush onto the ground. The remaining water in the bucket had frozen solid. Covered in ice, Lin Shi laughed and scolded, "Next time roll clean in the snow before coming back." The Demon King barked in response. Whatever it had eaten in the wild today left it with little interest in dinner. After the meal and a short rest, Lin Shi activated his genetic lock and took the Demon King out for another training session, seizing every chance to grow stronger. Dogs have night vision. The Demon King could clearly see Lin Shi's position in the dark, but Lin Shi could not. Without a night vision device, he could only rely on sound to locate the beast. Fortunately, with the genetic lock activated, his brain processed auditory cues with incredible speed, making the lack of sight negligible. Man and dog sparred in the darkness. Lin Shi soon noticed that the Demon King was unusually fierce today, even learning to faint. It seemed the decision to let it hunt alone in the mountains was correct. Engaging in combat effectively honed its skills. After the session, Lin Shi found that the duration of his genetic lock activation had increased to 11 seconds. Another pleasant surprise. At dawn the next day, after practicing the health preservation art, the pair parted ways again. Lin Shi continued his gold collection, while the Demon King ventured back into the mountains. Thus half a month passed. On clear days, Lin Shi went out to gather gold. Over these 15 days, he had collected over 500 kilograms of gold and various other precious metal jewelry, bringing him close to the final upgrade of his item duplication ability. The Demon King had gone wild in the mountains, leaving early and returning late every day, thoroughly enjoying itself. It always came back with a full belly. One night it had not returned even after dark, and Lin Shi nearly grabbed a flashlight to go looking for it. Fortunately, the beast returned just before he set out. After being scolded that time, the Demon King became more restrained, usually coming back early and waiting for Lin Shi at the door. Over the past half-month, its size had grown considerably. Lin Shi suspected it had been devouring many wild beasts or source beasts, digesting their source energy. During blizzards, Lin Shi did not idle. He and the Demon King cut down trees nearby to collect firewood. After over a month of extreme cold, most of the tropical plants in Sha City had died. Some wood was still damp, so Lin Shi chopped it into pieces and dried it by the fireplace. In this process, Lin Shi discovered a new skill of the Demon King, gnawing down trees. With a few bites and claw strikes, it could topple a medium-sized tree with surprising speed. Most of the low shrubs had long been buried under the snow. The rate of snow accumulation had slowed. Initially, the snow layer was soft, but as it piled up, the lower layers became denser and compacted. Thus, while the snow continued to deepen, it no longer did so as rapidly as before. Now it had only buried 2 stories. Over these 15 days, Lin Shi had not neglected his self-cultivation and the practice of actively activating the genetic lock. From dawn to dusk, he was busy and fulfilled. The duration of his genetic lock activation had increased from 11 to 18 seconds. Most importantly, after deactivating the genetic lock, he could now move freely. The aftereffects were no longer a hindrance. On this day, after 2 consecutive days of blizzards, a rare sunny day appeared. Though the sun was not warm, feeling its rays still lifted the spirits. Lin Shi and the Demon King parted ways again today, one into the mountains, the other into the city. Arriving in Lunan City, Lin Shi found another jewelry store. Unfortunately, it had already been looted. Apart from shattered glass on the floor, there was nothing left inside. Looks like you'll need to find a new place tomorrow, Lin Shi thought to himself. Exiting the store, he searched a few more streets, and suddenly noticed that there were more survivors on the streets of Lunan City today. They were all carrying large bags and moving together cautiously. They looked as if they were moving house. Even the number of people who tried to rob him had decreased. When he encountered another lone robber, Lin Shi did not kill him outright. Instead, he pressed his blade to the man's throat and asked what's been happening these past few days. Where are all those people going with their belongings? The robber trembled. Spare me, good sir. He'll talk. A few days ago, a huge tiger appeared in the city. It devoured many people. Now no one dares to go out for supplies. I heard there are soldiers protecting civilians in Sha City. So many want to move there. I was just trying to gather enough travel funds. Please let me go. Having obtained the information he needed, Lin Shi ended the man's life with a single stroke of his blade. So a source beast had appeared. In fact, several source beasts had already emerged in Sha City. In the past half-month alone, Lin Shi had heard of 3. But thanks to patrolling soldiers who swiftly killed them, the casualties among survivors had been minimized. Just then his ears perked up. He heard faint cries of alarm in the distance. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Shi quickened his pace and headed toward the source of the sound. At the central square of Lunan City, once a bustling and vibrant hub, the onset of the extreme cold had blanketed it in vast pristine snow, transforming it into a flat open expanse where people merely passed through. Yet today, it was once again alive with commotion. But it was a different kind of commotion. A colossal white tiger descended from the sky, landing squarely in the middle of the square with a deafening roar. Roar! The survivors crossing the square screamed in terror. Run! Flee! With a mighty roar, the tiger launched an attack on the survivors in the square. A woman, her legs turning to jelly at the sight of the giant beast, collapsed to the ground in fright. She scrambled backward, but it was futile. The tiger fixed its gaze on the woman, charged at her, and bit off her head in a single gulp. Instantly, blood gushed from the headless corpse. Other survivors witnessing this fled in panic towards the alleys, some even abandoning their survival supplies in their desperate escape. Some abandoned their wives and children. Yet despite this, the mutated tiger's speed was far beyond what human legs could match. Get caught up to the fleeing people, tearing them apart one by one. The pristine white square was soon splattered with blossoms of blood. Panic and despair spread gradually. Those farther away, upon seeing this, immediately turned and fled. When Lin Shi reached the edge of the square, what he saw were survivors scrambling past him in headlong flight, and the white giant tiger viciously mauling a still living man. The man's legs were already in the tiger's mouth, his upper body still outside, wailing in despair. Seeing that, Lin Shi hadn't run, a glimmer of hope shone in the man's eyes as he begged, "Please, save me." Even at this moment, he clung to life. But the next second, the giant tiger tossed the man into the air and clamped its jaws onto his chest. Crunch, crunch. Blood splattered. The man was swallowed in a few bites. Only after finishing its meal did the tiger leisurely turn its gaze towards Lin Shi. Lin Shi focused on the notification appearing on the cornucopia interface. Second-tier source beast detected within 100 meters. Second tier. He hadn't expected that just over a month into the apocalypse, a second-tier source beast would already appear in the city. In his past life, second-tier source beasts only emerged years after the apocalypse, always followed by a pack of first-tier beasts wherever they went, capable of triggering a small-scale beast tide. This white tiger wasn't a species native to the southern province, and being solitary, it had likely evolved and escaped from a nearby zoo. A second-tier source beast could already withstand damage from ordinary pistol bullets, and common blades struggled to pierce its tough hide. A glint of anticipation rose in Lin Shi's eyes as he raised his arm, revealing a crossbow he had retrieved from his space in advance. He had a premonition that absorbing this second-tier source beast would cause a leap in his source power. The giant tiger, spotting Lin Shi, charged at him with astonishing speed, nearly reaching his position in an instant. But Lin Shi was no slouch either. Just before the tiger pounced, he used leverage to spring onto the third-floor roof of a shop at the square's edge. Securing the high ground, Lin Shi aimed at the tiger below and fired an arrow with lightning speed. Given the option for ranged attacks, he naturally chose the safer, more effortless method. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air and struck the giant tiger, half its length, embedding into the tiger's hide. The crossbow's lethal power was evident. The tiger roared in pain, but for its massive frame, a single arrow was far from fatal. It leaped towards Lin Shi's building. While the tiger was still in midair, Lin Shi swiftly loaded another bolt and fired a second arrow. Without checking the result, he jumped down in a different direction. His physical condition was now leagues beyond what it had been, to a 10-meter drop on a soft snow posed no threat to him. Behind him came the tiger's enraged roar. A survivor who had stumbled and fallen witnessed the tiger being hit by the arrow and exclaimed in shock, "Someone's hunting that tiger." The other survivors, hearing this, couldn't help but turn their heads. Whether it was the aura Lin Shi emitted that attracted the tiger or the two arrows that enraged it, the beast, despite its setback, continued to pursue him. As Lin Shi landed before he could reload, he heard a whoosh of air behind him. While the crossbow was powerful, it was inconvenient in this regard. With others present, he couldn't publicly demonstrate retrieving items from his space. Lin Shi tossed the crossbow aside, drew a pistol from his waist, twisted around to fire a shot, and then performed a quick roll to evade. It was then that Lin Shi noticed his previous arrow had struck the tiger's left leg. Intent on absorbing the beast's source power, he had no plans to hold back and tame it. He aimed directly for the kill, targeting the tiger's eye with his pistol. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out. The tiger dodged 2 bullets aimed at its eyes, but the third struck one of them, blinding it. The blinded tiger went berserk, lunging madly at Lin Shi with its gaping maw. In close combat with a ferocious beast, Lin Shi was at a disadvantage in size, speed, and strength. Without a second thought, he activated his gene lock. He deftly dodged the tiger's yellowed fangs, then in the next instant delivered a powerful punch to the side of its face. The muscles in his arm bulged, and the force of the blow knocked the tiger's head to one side. The tiger staggered. Lin Shi seized the opportunity to throw another punch, again targeting its head. The head was a weak point for all creatures. A heavy blow could cause dizziness, brain concussion, or even a direct knockout. The still-dazed tiger failed to react to Lin Shi's second punch and took it full force. Strike while the iron is hot, Lin Shi thought, raining a flurry of blows onto the tiger's head. More and more people who had stopped fleeing were now standing at a distance, watching this awe-inspiring scene. Heavens! Is that a man? Someone murmured in disbelief. I finally believe Wu Song could kill a tiger. This guy is even more ferocious, another exclaimed excitedly. Others eyed the crossbow Lin Shi had discarded on the ground, their gazes burning with greed and desire. With a relentless barrage of heavy punches to the head, Lin Shi finally knocked the giant tiger to the ground. The survivors who had gathered let out a cheer. Lin Shi merely glanced at them before refocusing on the tiger. He knew it wasn't dead, only knocked unconscious by the repeated blows to its head. Lin Shi drew his dagger, lifted the tiger's eyelid, and drove the blade fiercely into its eye. The dagger sank into the hilt. The unconscious tiger thrashed violently. But as Lin Shi twisted the dagger with force, the beast's struggles gradually subsided. At that moment, while Lin Shi was occupied with killing the tiger, a man not far away stealthily crept towards the spot where Lin Shi had discarded his crossbow. The man's eyes burned with fervor and greed as he stared at the crossbow, discarded on the ground by Lin Shi. He thought to himself, if only he possessed such a crossbow, slaughtering a few beasts and eating some meat would be effortless. Yet before his hand could touch the crossbow, Lin Shi pulled the dagger from the giant tiger's eye and flicked his wrist. The dagger shot forth like a bullet toward the throat of the man coveting the crossbow, its tip piercing out from the back of his neck. Its power was even more astonishing than a bullet's. The man's body stiffened, his hands clutching his throat as his eyes bulged, then he collapsed. The others who harbored greedy intentions immediately quelled their desires, daring not to move. Even a man who could slay such a mutated giant tiger. Wouldn't they be like lambs to the slaughter? Lin Shi withdrew the dagger, wiped it clean on the snow, and tucked it back at his waist. He picked up the crossbow, disassembled and reassembled it in a few swift moves, and placed it back in his backpack. After pulling out the arrows, he gazed at the colossal tiger corpse. His eyes swept over the survivors who had formed a circle, The process of absorbing source power could not be interrupted, and he absolutely could not do it under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lin Shi chose to take the giant tiger's corpse away first. Such a massive tiger weighed at least several hundred gene. Lin Shi grabbed the tiger by its leg and hoisted it onto his left shoulder, appearing to still have strength to spare. He walked to the edge of the square and shouted at the survivors who stood frozen to move aside. The survivors stepped back to both sides. An old man remained standing still, his greedy eyes fixed on the tiger on Lin Shi's shoulder. Young man, such a big tiger. You can't finish it alone. Could you spare us some? I can see you're not a selfish person. Why not go all the way and save us, then give us a bite to eat? This remark successfully turned all the survivors against Lin Shi. Indeed, if such a large tiger were divided among them, wouldn't each get a considerable amount of meat? The survivors' eyes blazed with desire as they stared at the giant tiger, and some even stealthily reached for their weapons. They had forgotten that if not for Lin Shi's appearance, they might all have perished. Though Lin Shi hadn't acted to save them, the fact remained that they were saved. Lin Shi sneered. Sorry, he had no morals to be bound by. A flash of cold light streaked by, and the old man still stood before Lin Shi, but his head rolled to the ground with a thud. At such a moment, hesitation was not an option, or these survivors would swarm like hyenas. He understood the survivors' minds all too well. Lin Shi swept his gaze with murderous intent and asked, "Who else wants some? They'll send them down to hunt their own tiger." The survivors frantically waved their hands and backed away, fearing they might meet the same fate as the old man. Lin Shi walked through the rows of survivors holding his blood-stained blade step by step until he disappeared into the distance. After he was far away, one of the survivors said to a gaunt man with dyed, yellow hair, his face hidden behind a mask, "Brother Huang. That kid seems to be the target from Boss Li's job we were supposed to handle. Why didn't we take him on just now?" Huang Mao looked at his subordinate as if he were an idiot and said, "The apocalypse has come. What job? Can that old dog Li Duokai still make it here? Let's go follow him and see if we can snag some meat. Brother Huang is wise." A few lackeys followed Huang Mao in the direction Lin Shi had left. Lin Shi walked through a block until he entered an empty alley, then stowed the giant tiger into his spatial storage. Then he pulled out a horizontal saber from his space and sat in a shop wiping the blade. The saber was straight, a meter long, with a slender sharp blade. Like a tang sword, it was too rigid and prone to break. This blade was not fit for killing source beasts, but for killing humans it was excellent. After wiping it twice, light footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. Along the way, many had taken an interest in the giant tiger. A burly, square-faced man and a weasel-faced man walked into the alley. Scanning the alley and seeing no tiger, they fixed their eyes on Lin Shi. "Brother, we don't ask for much. Just give us a leg, and we'll leave." Lin Shi smiled, but his smile carried no warmth. "If you want something of mine, earn it with your skills." The two exchanged glances, and one pulled a pistol from his waist, saying, "I advise you not to refuse a toast." Lin Shi disliked hearing idle chatter. With a flick of his wrist, a shard of glass shot like a bullet into the gunman's forehead. The glass shard embedded deep into the man's brow, and he fell straight to the ground. The pistol clattered to the floor. The other weasel-faced man was terrified by this move, his lips trembling as if to beg for mercy, but he soon followed his companion's fate. Lin Shi stood up, lowered the tip of his blade, and said to the alley entrance, "Since you're all here, come at me together." No sooner had he spoken than over a dozen survivors who had been lurking in the shadows emerged. "Don't be afraid. No matter how strong he is, he's only one man with two hands. Charge together." The survivors wielding homemade weapons surged into the shop. Just a few minutes later, the alley was strewn with corpses. Lin Shi gave each corpse an extra stab, severing their heads, before leaving from the back of the alley. Dozens of meters away, Huang Mao, who had watched a crowd charge into the alley without emerging, hesitated at the entrance. The small alley now seemed like a gaping maw waiting to devour them. "Brother Huang, do we still go in?" a lackey asked. "Let's check it out." Huang Mao swallowed hard and cautiously approached the alley with his men. Seeing the ground littered with corpses and unblinking heads, a chill shot from his feet to the top of his head, and he stumbled back 2 steps, falling on his rear. The others fared no better than Huang Mao, nearly scared out of their wits. "Brother Huang, DDO, we still follow." "Follow my ass. Let's get out of here." Lin Shi returned to Sha City by snowmobile in the afternoon. Sha City was no safer. As soon as Lin Shi reached the western suburbs, he saw a group of people surrounding a wild boar, shouting and fighting. Lin Shi glanced from afar. The boar was of normal size, likely an ordinary one from the mountains, not a source beast. 3 people lay on the snow groaning in pain, but it didn't dampen the hunters' fervor. Their eyes gleamed with a green light at the sight of meat. Recently, the appearances of beasts and source beasts had grown more frequent. Lin Shi understood what this meant. Beasts fleeing the mountains proved there were greater threats within. It also meant it wouldn't be long before source beasts emerged from the deep mountains or elsewhere to hunt humans. When the beast tide came, corpses would litter the ground. For survivors, opportunities to openly search for supplies on the streets like now were dwindling. This world would increasingly value strength above all. Lin Shi's gaze was resolute. He needed to grow stronger quickly. When Lin Shi returned to the safe house, the Demon King hadn't come back yet. He took the giant tiger's massive corpse from his spatial storage and placed it in the utility room. Placing his hand on the tiger, he saw the prompt from the cornucopia: unclaimed source power detected. Absorb. Yes, no. Without hesitation, he said yes. As Lin Shi's voice faded, the sensation of source power, surging from his arm into his body, returned once more pronounced than the previous 2 times. The arm where Lin Shi touched the giant tiger began to grow hot, and the source power converged into his body like a warm spring merging with his own source power into a single stream. As this force coursed through his arm and into his body, Lin Shi felt his entire temperature spike in an instant. A wave of heat radiated outward from his body. Having already shed his coat upon entering the safe room, profuse sweat now poured from every pore. Along with the sweat came grayish-brown grime. Then an unprecedented surge of power flooded his entire being. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes as he activated his genetic lock. This time the activation was faster than before. It unlocked almost the moment he willed it. A strength far greater than before erupted from within. Lin Shi retrieved a steel bar as thick as a wrist from his spatial storage, gripping both ends. The bar twisted effortlessly into a spiral in his hands. The giant tiger, originally weighing nearly 1,000 gene, could now be lifted single-handedly with ease. If he were to battle this giant tiger again, Lin Shi was confident he could knock it unconscious with a single punch. What thrilled him most was that the duration of his genetic lock activation had extended to 32 seconds. As the saying goes, a duel between masters is decided in milliseconds. Even 1 extra second grants a significant advantage. With his current speed post-activation, 32 seconds allowed him to accomplish a great deal. Before he could revel in his joy, the prompt from his cornucopia suddenly changed, detected a second-tier source beast within 100 meters. Lin Shi thought to himself, perfect timing. I'll use this beast to test my current combat prowess. He flung the door open like the wind and dashed outside, only to find himself staring wide-eyed at Demon King, who had something dangling from its mouth. Man and dog were both taken aback. Demon King. Lin Shi scanned his surroundings. There were no other animals. You again, you big goof. Demon King. Demon King spat out what it held, a cyan-colored fruit. Ignoring the fruit for a moment, Lin Shi grabbed Demon King's head and examined it closely. You advanced. Its size had indeed grown slightly compared to this morning. Observing more carefully, Lin Shi noticed changes in Demon King's eyes. The originally 1 blue 1 red irises had deepened in color and now featured irises similar to those of humans. Its teeth and claws also appeared sharper. After being inspected like livestock by Lin Shi for a while, Demon King's face bore an expression of utter resignation. Only after checking Demon King's changes did Lin Shi notice the cyan fruit on the ground. Where did this come from? At the mention of the fruit, Demon King's expression lit up with excitement. It extended a claw pointing at the fruit, then at its own mouth. You mean you ate this fruit? Lin Shi understood what Demon King meant. Demon King puffed up with a majestic air, lifting its dog head high. And then you advanced. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Demon King nodded, its eyes brimming with satisfaction at Lin Shi's comprehension. The fruit looked freshly picked with a fresh break at the stem. A thoughtful look crossed Lin Shi's eyes as he picked up the fruit. The moment he did, the cornucopia suddenly displayed a prompt: source fruit detected, consumption recommended. Lin Shi stared at the fruit, still glistening with Demon King's saliva, his mind churning. It was a mutated plant. In Sha City, dominated by tropical flora, hardly any plants had survived. Yet against all odds, one had endured and evolved. Mutated plants did not gain mobility like animals did. Plants remained plants. Even mutation could not grant them brains, organs, or limbs. However, some mutated plants exhibited extreme cold resistance and vitality. Others grew incredibly tough, unbreakable even by source beasts. Still others harbored deadly toxins. Plants that bore fruit were exceedingly rare and precious. In his past life, official reports claimed that finding a mutated plant and turning it over to the authorities would earn a generous reward. Finding a fruit-bearing mutated plant not only brought immense wealth, but also a lucrative position within the shelter. Thus one could rise above others in the shelter. It turned out the fruit contained source power. Lin Shi took out a bottle of water, rinsed off Demon King's saliva from the fruit, and took a small bite. Despite the freezing weather, the fruit remained unfrozen, its flesh crisp and tender. The flesh was sweet and crunchy, with a texture like green jujubes, but far more delicious. As he swallowed, a warmth spread from his stomach throughout his body. It was source power. Lin Shi finished the fruit in a few bites, his eyes burning with eagerness as he looked at Demon King, who was staring intently at the fruit. Where did this come from? Take me there. Demon King seemed to have been waiting for those words. It bounded forward a couple of steps, then returned to Lin Shi and lay down. Even lying down, Demon King's head reached Lin Shi's waist. Confused, Lin Shi asked, "Why aren't you moving?" Demon King stood up, looked at Lin Shi, then lay down again, gesturing with its head. "You want me to get on your back?" Lin Shi guessed. Demon King nodded. A thrill ran through Lin Shi. He wondered if other boys had ever dreamed of owning a cool mount like those in anime. He certainly had. As a child, Lin Shi had envied the mounts of anime characters. He had even begged his father to sign him up for horseback riding lessons. For a time, he loved riding so much that he longed to gallop across the grasslands. But his father had flatly refused to let him leave the province. Lin Shi carefully mounted Demon King's back, suppressing his excitement, and commanded go. At the signal, Demon King bolted at full speed. Lin Shi clung to Demon King's neck fur to avoid falling off. Scenery blurred past with howling wind in his ears. Demon King moved with incredible speed, effortlessly traversing any terrain, racing across snowy fields, weaving through dead forests, leaping over streams, and skimming across lakes. They finally stopped by a frozen waterfall as dusk fell. Is this the place? Lin Shi dismounted. Demon King shot him a look and headed toward the waterfall. Lin Shi followed. The frozen waterfall was adorned with icicles in an artful arrangement. As he drew closer, Lin Shi discovered a hidden cave beneath the falls. It appeared to have been dug out. The Demon King strode in first, then turned back to wait for Lin Shi. The cave entrance, hidden by a waterfall before the freeze, was now concealed by rapidly formed icicles, making it exceptionally well hidden. Lin Shi approached the entrance, looking at the Demon King with a peculiar expression. How exactly did you find this place? What was this creature up to, rummaging through the mountains all day? The Demon King puffed out its chest, looking immensely proud, and gestured for Lin Shi to follow it inside. As dusk fell, the cave had become shrouded in darkness. Lin Shi pulled out a headlamp, strapped it on, and cautiously followed. The ground was free of snow but covered in icy rocks, making it treacherously slippery. However, the cave was not deep. After a dozen meters, light appeared ahead. Lin Shi followed the Demon King into a cavern. As his eyes adjusted to the scene, within a flicker of wonder crossed his gaze. The cavern was vast, with rock walls on both sides, and an opening at the top, where a massive boulder lay across, allowing faint rays of light to filter through the crevices. Below, a pool of water had frozen solid. In the center of the pool, a pile of rocks jutted above the ice. A strangely shaped tree grew from this rock pile, its form bathed in the scattered faint light. The scene was so surreal that Lin Shi felt as though he had stumbled into a mythical realm. The tree's trunk was twisted, as thick as a bucket, and colored a dark grayish-black. Its roots snaked into the crevices of the rocks, intertwining intricately. A dense canopy of branches and lush purplish-green leaves formed a massive verdant crown. The entire tree stood 5 to 6 meters tall. Merely looking at it evoked a sense of overwhelming vitality. Hanging from the branches were green fruits identical to the ones the Demon King had brought back. Beneath the tree lay a giant snake, its belly ripped open, motionless on its back. Spotting the snake's corpse, the Demon King swatted it onto the frozen pool with a single claw, then pointed a paw at the tree. Lin Shi first walked over to examine the snake. It was over 3 meters long, as thick as an adult's calf, and covered in the same purplish-green patterns as the tree. The snake's body was nearly severed in the middle, and its gallbladder was conspicuously missing. Seeing the bite marks on the snake, Lin Shi knew, without a doubt, that the Demon King had killed it. "Did you bite this?" he asked, glancing at the Demon King, who licked its lips and let out a single bark. "Don't eat just anything next time." Lin Shi sighed like a weary father. What if it was poisonous? Judging by the Demon King's lively demeanor, at least the snake's surface was non-toxic. From its size and unfamiliar markings, Lin Shi deduced the snake had mutated. Ordinary cold-blooded creatures could hardly survive in such temperatures. Perhaps the tree also played a role. But when he approached the snake, the cornucopia gave no indication of unclaimed source energy nearby. He tried placing his hand on the snake, yet still received no prompt. Could the snake's source energy have been in its gallbladder, which the Demon King had already devoured, causing the energy to vanish? Or had it dissipated due to the creature's prolonged death? Lin Shi pondered silently. A question had always lingered in his mind: why did humans and beasts, both animals, evolve along different paths? In his past life, researchers had proven that humans could not absorb source energy autonomously like plants or animals. It was as if humans were not native creatures of this planet. The origin of humanity had always been a subject of scientific debate. No evidence conclusively proved that humans evolved from apes. Darwin's theory of evolution remained just a hypothesis. Suppressing his bold conjectures, Lin Shi collected himself and walked toward the tree. The Demon King paced beneath it, clearly impatient. Drawing closer, Lin Shi noticed bite marks on the trunk, marks left by the Demon King. Knowing the Demon King's nature, he wouldn't have been surprised if it had tried to drag the entire tree back. That it only brought the fruit and called him here showed just how hard the tree was. He plucked a fruit and handed it to the Demon King. The creature wagged its tail joyfully, took it, placed it on the ground, and continued watching Lin Shi. "You're getting smarter by the day," Lin Shi said, patting the creature's head before nimbly climbing the tree. The moment his body touched the trunk, the cornucopia flashed a prompt, detected a large amount of source energy in this plant. "Absorb." "Yes, no." Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. The cornucopia absorbing source energy was nothing new. He continued picking the fruit. Soon, when he descended, his storage space held over a dozen green fruits. Confirming no fruit remained on the tree, Lin Shi said to the Demon King, "Don't let anything disturb me." The Demon King immediately perked up, pacing vigilantly around the cavern. Placing his hand on the trunk, Lin Shi silently commanded, looking at the cornucopia interface, "Yes, absorb." Sanyuan City. The Shin Manor. Shun Fanren, about to retire for the night, sat on the edge of his bed frowning as he listened to his subordinate Wang Ji's report. "Boss, those cops still refuse to cooperate. Should we?" Wang Ji made a throat-slitting gesture tentatively. Shin Fanren stood and paced the room. The conflict with the official forces of the Public Security Bureau began when Lin Shi killed Shin Jinbin and 3 bodyguards at the hospital. At that time, after killing Shin Jinbin's bodyguards, Lin Shi had deliberately left their guns behind to cause trouble for Shin Fanren. However, what Lin Shi hadn't anticipated was that this incident would cause not just a little trouble, but a monumental one. In his past life, after the apocalypse struck, Shin Fanren leveraged his extensive network and good reputation built over years in Sanyuan City. He established a cooperative relationship with the authorities early on, providing countless supplies and manpower. This laid the foundation for the Shun family's dominance in Sanyuan City, eventually leading to the gradual dismantling and annexation of the official forces, making him the uncrowned king. But in this life, due to Lin Shi's casual move, the police found firearms on Shun Fanren's bodyguards. Before the apocalypse even began, Shin Fanren had become a prime target for investigation by the Sanyuan City Public Security Bureau. After communications were cut off, he received no warning before his manor was surrounded by a SWAT team who seized a cache of contraband. Shin Fanren was taken directly from his manor by the special police. Had the apocalypse not arrived, this would have been enough to earn him a bullet. Soon chaos erupted across Sanyuan City as looting and violence became rampant. Shin Fanren's men took advantage of the turmoil to break him out of prison. He returned to his manor, regrouped his forces, and formed a standoff with the official authorities. Later, he fortified the estate, took in refugees, and with crime spiraling daily under the collapsing order, the official forces in Sanyuan City temporarily let him be. The official power in Sanyuan City was led by the director of the Public Security Bureau, who had gathered a group of officers, SWAT members, firefighters, and other former civil servants. These days, Shin Fanren had been trying to negotiate peace and cooperation with the city's authorities, but his efforts repeatedly failed. What had been his greatest ally in his past life had now become the biggest obstacle to his rule over Sanyuan City. Frowning deeply, Shin Fanren didn't answer Wang Ji immediately, but asked instead, "What about the other matter I asked you to investigate?" Wang Ji replied, "You asked me to look into those unusually large beasts that have been appearing in the city recently. I found out they didn't all come from the mountains, some fled from the north. I consulted an animal expert who said it might be because the temperature in the north is now extremely low, making it impossible for them to survive, so they escaped here." Pausing, Wang Ji glanced cautiously at Shin Fanren and added, "He also said that what we're seeing in Sanyuan City now is just the vanguard, the faster beasts. There may be a massive herd following behind." Another piece of bad news. In recent days, dozens of source beasts and hundreds of ordinary beasts had already appeared in Sanyuan City, causing immense casualties. Ordinary beasts were manageable, but those colossal ones required heavy firepower to kill. If the number of beasts increased without official cooperation to supply ammunition, their stockpile would soon run dry. Without firearms and bullets, Shun Fanren's position in Sanyuan City would be in grave danger. His face darkened. "Any word from the scouts we sent north?" "None. None of our people sent north have returned yet," Wang Ji replied. Since the solar storm erupted, Tianyun Star's magnetic field remained unstable, rendering radio communication impossible. Shin Fanren's biological research lab was in the north, and with transportation paralyzed, and no news, the gene drugs he developed before the apocalypse were now unreachable. Shin Fanren's expression was beyond grim. Closing his eyes, he pondered for a long moment before opening them and speaking. "Keep an eye on the beasts over the next few days. Have the men consolidate a portion of our supplies and prepare for a possible evacuation from Sanyuan City. As for Pang Jiangwo and his group, leave them be for now." Pang Jiangwo was the current leader of Sanyuan City's official forces. At this, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Ji's eyes before he responded, "Understood." The soundproofing in Shin Fanren's room was excellent, but as they conversed outside Shin Fanren's door, 2 women were locked in a bitter confrontation. One of them was Lu Xiyue. At Shin Fanren's level, any woman he desired, no matter how beautiful, could be obtained. The more unattainable she seemed, the more he craved her. That had been the case with Lu Xiyue. He had spotted her in a crowd, captivated by her ethereal orchid-like aura, only to discover she was already married. Thus, he orchestrated the murder of Lin Shi's father and resorted to underhanded means to claim her. Lu Xiyue was shrewd, knowing precisely how to play a man's heart. She not only catered to his preferences, but also increased her leverage over him. She understood that the more a man invested in something, the harder it was for him to let go. Thus, after staying by Shin Fanren's side, she constantly made him expend effort and wealth on her, even securing shares in his new energy company. Such a comfortable life might have lasted indefinitely. In her past life, despite Shin Fanren taking many other women, Lu Xiyue remained irreplaceable to him. But in this life Lin Shi killed Shin Jinbin, throwing everything into chaos. This led Shin Fanren to suspect and neglect Lu Siyue, and he found a new lover. Now standing opposite Lu Siyue was a woman with a voluptuous figure, wavy hair, and striking features. Her temperament a stark contrast to Lu Siyue's. She was Shin Fanren's new mistress, a former A-list actress named Hua Lingrong. "Miss Lu, a flower of yesterday, what are you doing here? Trying to make yourself unwelcome?" Hua Lingrong twirled her hair, her expression mocking. Lu Siyue smiled indifferently, though her eyes were icy. "This isn't your domain yet. Fanren may like you now, but it's only for novelty." Hua Lingrong rolled her eyes. "At least I'm still fresh. Unlike some people who've gone stale and sour." She even covered her nose as she looked at Lu Siyue, as if detecting a foul odor. Lu Siyue's face turned ashen. Before she could retort, a sudden commotion and gunfire erupted outside the estate. "What is that? A wolf pack? Stop them. Help!" A pack of over 100 giant wolves stormed into the estate. Unlike the scattered source beasts that had randomly appeared in the city before, this pack seemed drawn by the strong scent of blood and flesh from the estate, heading straight for it. The 3-meter-high wall built around the estate to fend off the cold wind was easily cleared by the giant wolves. The patrol team stood no chance against the claws of over 100 colossal wolves. Among them, a wolf king larger than the rest approached a wall flanked by several wolves and struck it with a single claw. It punched a hole through the dozens of centimeters thick cement wall, revealing terrified survivors inside. They were disemboweled in an instant. Looking out through the corridor window, Lu Siyue and Hua Lingrong exchanged glances, both seeing panic in each other's eyes. Just then the door at the end of the corridor opened and Shin Fanren and Wang Ji emerged, striding quickly toward the stairs. Lu Siyue and Hua Lingrong hurriedly followed. Shin Fanren and Wang Ji moved swiftly. Hua Lingrong called out as she ran, "Honey, wait for me." But Shin Fanren seemed not to hear, even breaking into a trot. Suddenly, a shattering sound of glass rang out. A giant wolf burst onto the path in front of Hua Lingrong and Lu Siyue. Both women screamed in terror. In the critical moment as the wolf lunged at them, Lu Siyue grabbed Hua Lingrong's hair and, amid her screams, shoved her toward the charging beast. She then sprinted desperately in the direction Shin Fanren had gone. At the last second, she reached him just as he was opening the basement door. "Jinbin, I want to be with you forever," Lu Siyue said, tears in her eyes. Whether it was masterful acting or genuine fear was unclear. Shin Fanren glanced at her, then ultimately allowed her to follow him into the basement. Throughout the night, bloody carnage unfolded across the estate. When the three emerged from the basement, the next morning the wolf pack had retreated. The estate was ravaged beyond recognition, strewn with blood and dismembered limbs, with no living soul in sight. Shin Fanren stared at the ruins of his hard-built sanctuary and nearly collapsed on the spot. After regaining his composure, he made a firm decision. "Wang Ji, see how many people escaped yesterday and gather them. Abandon the survivors. Bring over the snow vehicles I had you repair last time, pack what we can carry, and we head south." In the frigid cavern, after Lin Shi absorbed the source energy from the strange tree, he felt the source energy within him had reached a saturation point. His body experienced an indescribable feeling of fullness, as if he had overeaten. He touched his stomach, but it was not a sensation of being sated. Nor had he unlocked the third stage of the genetic lock. It was as though the source energy was in excess, yet some crucial element was missing. Just then a gentle breeze blew. The lush blue-violet leaves on the tree swiftly fell like snowflakes. The entire tree seemed to have lost its life essence, leaving only bare branches in an instant. Lin Shi and the Demon King were both stunned. The Demon King, puzzled, bit the trunk again, leaving another tooth mark, and bared its teeth in a grimace. The Demon King's bite force was such that it could leave marks on steel, highlighting the tree's hardness. Lin Shi thought the tree might be a valuable material. Its roots were connected beneath the pool, making it impossible to store in his space. After more than 10 minutes ruining 2 axes and using a chainsaw, Lin Shi finally cut the tree down and stored it in his space. He looked up at the sky outside. It was completely dark. The wilderness was more dangerous at night, as many predators hunted after dark. Lin Shi immediately decided to spend the night in this waterfall cave and return the next day. He took out several moisture-proof mats from his space and laid them on the flat, icy pool surface, setting up the tent on the mats. He placed blankets inside the tent, and the Demon King's temporary den was ready. The Demon King, seemingly never having stayed in such a den, excitedly ran in and out. This was also Lin Shi's first night out since his rebirth. He measured the temperature inside the cave, -61 degrees. The temperature seemed to be dropping lower and lower. After eating a little, Lin Shi and the Demon King crawled into their sleeping bags. Though the Demon King was highly alert, Lin Shi dared not sleep too soundly. Perhaps due to unfamiliar surroundings, he found it hard to fall asleep, his mind wandering, so much had changed in this life. Not long after the apocalypse began, humans and other creatures evolved on a massive scale, with source beasts and evolvers appearing earlier than expected. The beast tides in this life would surely be more terrifying than in his past life. Thinking back, building the safe house was the best decision he had ever made. If he had lived in an ordinary residential building, as in his past life, the few dozen centimeters of concrete might not withstand an attack from a powerful source beast. His safe house had walls 3 meters thick made of steel plates and alloy structures with 2 stories. Even if dinosaurs from the Jurassic era reappeared, the safe house's sturdiness and structure would pose no problem. He lacked nothing in supplies. With the safe house as a refuge, he only needed to continually grow stronger. Moreover, after the beast tides emerged, the more populous an area, the more likely it would be discovered and targeted by keen-nosed beast packs. His safe house was relatively safer. It was a pity that he still couldn't avenge his father in this life. Lin Shi closed his eyes. He was not one blinded by hatred, otherwise he would have done something rash when he first learned in his past life that his father's death was no accident. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, Shin Fanren was probably developing his power in Sanyuan City, just as before. He wondered if this time would be as smooth as the last. If one day he could tame 1,000 source beasts, perhaps he could return to Sanyuan City for revenge. As he thought, Lin Shi slowly drifted into a half-asleep state. In his dream, he saw himself back in the struggle of the apocalypse from his past life. He saw himself and Zhao Xiao unearthing that ancient coin, inadvertently activating the cornucopia. But this time, as the cornucopia opened, he killed Zhao Xiao without hesitation. Watching Zhao Xiao's disbelieving, resentful gaze, the dream, Lin Shi felt a deep satisfaction. Upon waking, he savored the dream. If his past self had been as selfish and ruthless as he was now, he might not have met such an end. Thus in this life he would never trust anyone again. When the sky brightened outside, Lin Shi packed up and returned to the safe house with the Demon King. After a warm breakfast in the safe house, he set out again. This time he didn't plan to painstakingly search for gold in other nearby cities. A few days ago he heard that survivors had organized a trading market in the eastern suburbs. It might have taken shape by now. He decided to check it out today, hoping to trade supplies directly for gold. Lin Shi rode the Demon King into the town. The Demon King's appearance inevitably caused some panic. People already terrified by source beasts and wild animals fled in fear. The Demon King didn't attack them at all, instead casting a contemptuous look at the scurrying humans. By the time patrol soldiers heard the noise and rushed over, the Demon King had already carried Lin Shi far away. Arriving at the eastern suburbs, Lin Shi had the Demon King stop. He grabbed a survivor who had collapsed in fear and asked, "Is there a supply trading market nearby?" The man, trembling and stammering, thought he was about to die. "Yes. It's at the Bridge Park, a kilometer north of the apartment where supplies are distributed." After getting the location, Lin Shi searched for over 10 minutes before finding the area near the Bridge Park the man had mentioned. After instructing the Demon King to stay nearby, Lin Shi entered the park alone. The park, once lush with greenery, was now buried under thick snow. Only the upper halves of taller trees were visible, hinting that this was once a park. The park was crowded with people, and 2 squads of soldiers maintained order. Lin Shi walked in and saw simple stalls haphazardly set up on the snowy ground. Some stalls had wooden signs reading "Seeking Medicine" at a high price. Some stalls displayed useless mechanical parts offered in exchange for a bit of food. Others had cloth and seemingly ordinary clothes for sale. Some had ragged cloth signs saying, "Please give some food, good people, may you live a long life," and so on. Almost everything was available. There were more sellers than buyers. Lin Shi walked a short way and found what he wanted at a stall. A thin boy with frostbitten hands had about a dozen pounds of gold and silver jewelry on his stall. When Lin Shi stood before his stall, the boy was still staring longingly at the food on other stalls, swallowing saliva. He didn't even notice Lin Shi. Lin Shi cleared his throat, and the boy turned his gaze to him. "How much for this gold?" Lin Shi asked. Lin Shi inquired.